The Game, a sports romantic comedy. Carolina Connections Book 4. Written by Sylvie Stewart. Narrated by Kelsey Navarro. Chapter 1. Patience is a Virtue. Gavin. I knew it was over before my shoulder even kissed the ground, before the crunch of metal and the burn of gravel registered in my brain and flesh. I heard nothing but the crack and pop of my bones. These sounds somehow isolated among what must have been an awful cacophony of scraping metal, squealing tires, and voices raised in alarm. It was over before it even began, and I had no one to blame but myself. Hours later, when I awoke in the hospital, the well-meaning doctor informed me I was lucky to be alive. I begged to differ, but kept my mouth shut, forcing both the physical pain and the self-loathing down as deeply as I could. My mother's tear-stained face, slack with relief, was no balm. Nor was the barrage of questions posed to the doctor by my father as he paced around the hospital room. Nobody had to tell me, but they did anyway. In a steady, matter-of-fact tone, the doctor described the extensive surgery I'd undergo to repair the damage to my right arm and shoulder. Pins would be inserted, and the healing process would begin. It would be long and arduous, not to mention painful, but I'd regain almost complete use of my arm with any luck. They could cut the damn thing off for all I cared, because I had just thrown away the one thing I'd ever wanted or cared about, the thing I'd busted my ass the last 10 years to achieve. And all because I told myself nothing bad could ever happen on my birthday. There'd been a hot girl, cold beer, and a cool-as-shit motorcycle. One ride couldn't hurt. I was fucking Gavin Monroe, star pitcher, golden boy, and ripe to make my mark on the world, and hopefully that hot girl too. Instead, the only mark I left was on an isolated stretch of North Carolina country highway. That and a deep scar on my future that could never be healed. If I couldn't be somebody, that meant I'd be a nobody, and I couldn't live with that. I was well and truly fucked, and not in the good way. But life has a way of surprising us. 4.5 years later. "Hey, Junior, where you think you're going?" Mark yelled across the lot. I let the douchey nickname roll off my back, something I'd gotten pretty good at over the last couple years. It wasn't my fault that I had boyish charm and youthful good looks. But as it always is the case with guys, you gotta pay your dues and put up with some hazing if you're ever gonna earn the respect of those above you. Mark, while definitely holding the position of authority as my foreman, was also a friend. So I considered it my right and duty to put him in his place as well. Flipping him off seemed the most appropriate response in the moment. "You wish," was his reply, but I kept walking toward my Jeep, leaving the partially constructed shell of the newest apartment building behind. I pulled off my hard hat and ran my other hand through my sweaty mass of hair, loosening the strands from the damp, tangled helmet they'd formed. Mark knew good and well where I was going. He just couldn't resist giving me shit on the days I cut out before everyone else on the job site. But that was the whole point of working part-time. I admit, there may have been a time or two when I'd rubbed it in a few guys' faces that I'd be taking off after lunch while they slaved away under the hot Carolina sun. But, like I said, it's a guy thing. I couldn't resist shouting back at him, "I'll tell Fiona you said hi." That earned me a look that might make a lesser man shit his pants. Mark was built like a linebacker and was more than a little protective of his girlfriend. He made it too damn easy to rile him. "You'll be doing it without teeth," he growled. See, like I said, too easy. I hopped in my Jeep and tore out of the lot, not bothering to secure my seatbelt until I was on the main road. The new pornographers blared from my speakers, testing their limits and possibly those of the passengers in the car to my left. I turned down the volume a smidge, probably prolonging the lifespan of my eardrums in the process. What can I say? I was in a good mood. The work week at my construction job was over, and I'd be spending this afternoon and the remainder of the weekend on my second job, the one I was beginning to discover I was meant to do. I'd been working for the baseball academy for about 1.5 years now. And despite my initial reservations, I was loving it. I got to spend my time playing ball and coaching elite players, some of whom had a real shot at what I once saw as my future. Fate and poor judgment had gotten in the way of my dreams, but I could still be a part of it all by helping coach these high-level players. I'm not saying it didn't still sting when I thought of what could have been, but it was getting easier as time went on, and I was learning a ton on the job. It's one thing to be a player and another to be a coach. I was starting to see a future I'd never allowed myself to envision before. Before the academy hired me, I'd been a bit of an embarrassment. Even I could admit it. I'd been crashing in my parents' basement since dropping out of college halfway through, and most nights were spent feeling sorry for myself and getting drunk with my best friend Brett. How I managed to keep that shit up for over 2 years is beyond me. But I finally pulled my head out of my ass with the help of Brett and my sister Lainey. She was way better at adulting than me. She'd had to be. Lainey got knucked up her freshman year of college and still managed to finish her associate's degree, get a decent-paying job, and raise her son. I'm not ashamed to admit Rocco probably rivals Brad as my best friend, even though he's only 6. We've got an awesome relationship. One Lainey claims is so strong because of our similar levels of maturity. Whatever. He's a cool kid. I like to think I had something to do with that. I was even teaching Rocco how to play ball. Although at this point, our goal was getting him to focus long enough to avoid getting hit in the head. One step at a time. Lainey is... how can I put this? Hell, there's no good way. She's fucking hopeless when it comes to sports. Or anything requiring basic coordination. I can't even be in the car when she's driving. It was becoming clear that Rocco's future as an athlete rested solely on my coaching abilities and anything his stepdad, Nate, could impart. I pulled my Jeep into the staff lot of the academy and spotted Jerry, one of the senior coaches, coming out the side door. As usual, his rotund belly preceded the rest of him through the doorway. I raised my hand in greeting as I parked and got out. "Just the guy I wanted to see." Jerry greeted me with his gravelly voice. I grabbed my bag out the back and threw him a chin lift. "Oh yeah? Buzz and I need you to check out a pitcher this weekend. Sophomore at North. Name's Miller. 2 o'clock, home game." I racked my brain trying to come up with a face, but the name didn't ring any bells. I prided myself on keeping track of the local high school talent. It was our bread and butter. I shot Jerry a questioning look and he nodded. "Don't worry, you haven't been slacking. He's new in town." Jerry handed me a sticky note with just 2 words written on it. J. Miller. Far be it from him to consider entering the digital age and shoot me a text or email. "And they let him on the team mid-season? Must be good." I raised an eyebrow. "You tell me. I'm running out, but I'll catch you later," he said, brushing past me. "And have a talk with Jameson. Kid's getting too big for his britches." I groaned inwardly. Brad Jameson was an asshole, plain and simple. Spoiled kid with too much money and not enough talent. We'd tried several times over the last couple years to let him down gently and prepare him for a future that did not involve baseball, unless coaching Little League counted. But the kid refused to listen, and his parents kept sending the payments to continue his training. Things were going to come to a head at some point, and I, for one, was not looking forward to it. If anyone could smooth it over in the end, though, it was Jerry. He's exactly what you'd picture when you think of an old-school baseball coach. Shaggy gray hair, ever-present cap, toothpick permanently clenched between his teeth, a gruff exterior, and not a man to waste words. He knew his shit inside and out, and I was lucky to have him as a mentor. I waved him off and headed toward the staff locker room. I needed to shower the grime and sweat from the job site off before I changed into my uniform and started training. Just as I passed by the open door of the players' locker room, an object flew in front of my face, missing me by inches as it sailed by and landed unceremoniously on the floor to my right. A jockstrap. You have got to be shitting me. One glance into the room told me what I already knew. I stepped inside and crossed my arms over my chest. "Maybe once they drop, you'll be able to get some poor chick to suck you off." Brad Jameson stood with his back to me, guffawing at his own lame-ass joke and facing one of the younger guys whose jockstrap Brad had obviously just tossed into the hallway. This was a quintessential Brad move. Who in God's name touches another guy's nut bucket? You just don't do that. It's an unwritten rule. Unwritten because anyone with a dick knows that's the last place you want your hand. Except Brad, for some inexplicable reason. It's like the kid was trying to take douchebag to a whole new level. He was succeeding spectacularly. Chris, the younger player, stood with a towel wrapped around his skinny waist, his face a deep crimson, further highlighting his unfortunate case of acne. He stiffened as he caught sight of me, but I shook my head in a silent cue to leave my presence a secret for a moment. "Doubtful," came another comment from someone hidden behind a row of lockers. Brad's lackey, Dell. The kid couldn't come up with an original thought to save his life. A couple players to my right occupied themselves by tying their cleats and pretending not to hear the exchange. "True, he'd have to get it up first. Have you ever even had a boner, Christian?" Brad taunted and bent closer as the kid squirmed. What an asshole. "Well, ladies," I finally made my presence known. "Glad to see you've got extra time on your hands to gossip." Brad stood straight and whirled around, clearly surprised at being caught. He quickly schooled his features, however, and assumed his usual my shit don't stink countenance, crossing his arms over his bare chest and shrugging. I looked at my watch. 15 minutes till batting practice. Should give you girls plenty of time to do shuttle runs. You've got 60 seconds to get dressed and get your asses out there. I knew if I didn't include Chris, it would just make things worse for him, so I made sure to address everyone in the room. I understood why kids didn't stand up for one another. It didn't mean I had to like it, but I understood it. The teenage hierarchy is a complex and fragile structure, and one you don't mess with lightly. I had to trust that the Chris's of the world would win out in the end, and it was my job to offer encouragement and a listening ear when the spotlight was off. It looked like I'd be having more than one conversation off the field tonight. "Yo," I hollered as I walked in the front door to my townhouse. "Are we going to Jake's tonight, or—" I stopped, dead in my tracks, and quickly spun back around to face the door. The briefest glance at the couch had revealed more than I'm sure the girl straddling Brett's lap would prefer. "Shit," Brett and I said simultaneously. I heard some rustling and whispering behind me. "Hey, sorry guys, but you do know you have a room upstairs, right, asshole?" I said into the door. Brett just grunted at me, which made me grin, I had to say. The girl was pretty hot from what I'd seen. "Oh God, this is so embarrassing," I heard the female whisper just before the girl brushed past me and opened the door. Her shirt was still half off, but at least her bra was back on. "I'll call you later, Ginger," Brett yelled behind her. Something told me she may not be answering her phone for a few days. I finally turned back to the room just as a Men's Health magazine whizzed by my face. What was it with people throwing things at me today? "I wasn't expecting you home so soon," Brett said, giving his chin a good scratch. He was growing a beard, or attempting to, and had recently gotten gauges in his ears as well. It seemed like the chicks were digging this new look. I had to say, before he looked about 18 instead of 24, so it was time for a change. "That's pretty obvious," I responded, smile firmly in place. "So I guess you're free to go to Jake's then?" He threw a shoe at me this time, but I caught it, no problem. "Why are you home so early? I thought you had training." Brett got up and walked to the kitchen. I trailed behind. We'd moved into this townhouse in High Point last year, and while it wasn't anything to write home about, we'd been pleased with the place so far. Living with your best friend always leads to some great times, and it was definitely a step toward overdue adulthood for me. I'd gone from my parents' house to my sister's before finally paying rent on my own place with Brett. Yeah, definitely overdue. I wrapped things up early so I could have a chat with that Jameson kid, but the little prick skipped out on me. I was still pissed off. Brett handed me a beer from the fridge and we both popped ours open. I tossed my cap over my shoulder and straight into the open trash can. Brett's landed somewhere in the vicinity of the sink. I shook my head as if ashamed, and as usual, he completely ignored me. "Somebody needs to hand that kid his ass," Brett said, shaking his head. He'd been my sounding board regarding the little shit on many occasions. I laughed mirthlessly. I wish to hell I could be the one to do it, but I kind of like being employed. I would suggest you do it, but, well, I let that sit out there. Brett was damn scrawny, and I loved giving him shit about it. But he was good at dealing back in kind. "And you wouldn't want to mess up that pretty boy face of yours anyway," he threw back at me. "Tell me, exactly how long did you spend getting ready this morning, princess?" I punched him in the arm, and he pretended it didn't hurt. I told Brett about Brad's disturbing locker room behavior, and he was appropriately appalled. I may not have caught up with Brad after training, but I had been able to pull Chris aside. I'd tried to share some tips on how to maybe fit in a little better without becoming an asshole himself. Truthfully, sometimes all it took was one new impression and a bully's attention could be diverted. I'd been half tempted to communicate the age-old prison strategy of beating someone to shit on your first day to keep people from messing with you. But even I knew that would be unwise. "Hey, I'm going to check out some new talent tomorrow for Jerry and Buzz. You want to come?" Brett and I had always shared a love of baseball. It was one of the main reasons we'd become friends in the first place. He revered the game almost as much as I did. He also had a damn good eye, even if he was kind of a shit player, so I often used his help. "Got nothing better to do now that you've scared Ginger off." He set down his beer and pointed at my face. "You're gonna pay for that if she doesn't take my call, asswipe." Noted. My mouth tugged. It was good seeing Brett feeling more confident around girls these days. But, just in case, let's head out in a bit and check out the talent at Jake's. Never hurts to have a backup. I raised an eyebrow. He sighed in resignation. Whatever. I headed upstairs, drink in hand, to take yet another shower before our night. I had a good feeling. The good feeling from the night before had not panned out as I hoped. I'd had a decent time shooting the shit with Brett and a couple other guys, but I wasn't feeling any of the girls at the bar. I decided to attribute my positive premonitions to the player I'd be scouting today instead. I found a parking spot up close by the field at North High School. It was a good day to play ball. The sky was clear and the temperature was ideal, sitting in the low 70s. I grabbed my notebook and headed for the fence to check out pregame warm-up. Brett planned to meet me at the field later since I like to show up early. I adjusted my cap and looked over the sea of uniforms for an unfamiliar number. There he was, number 52. The kid was tall for his age, probably just under 6 feet, and he had a mess of dirty blonde hair sticking out from under his blue cap. He was lanky as shit, but held himself confidently. His glove raised and lowered naturally as he and his teammate tossed the ball back and forth. It was impossible to see what kind of talent he may or may not have from just watching him play catch. But that was why I was prepared to stand against this fence for the rest of the afternoon. I knew the starting pitcher for North, a senior named West Hartfield. He wasn't too shabby. North's record was 4-2 so far this season, and Wes had a lot to do with that. We'd work with one of the coaches to try and set up some extra training sessions with Wes, but it was a no-go. His parents were set on him joining the family business out of high school and didn't want to shell out the money for a future they didn't see for their kid. It was a shame. But Wes didn't seem willing to fight them on it, so we'd let it lie. His impending graduation opened up the spot for a starting pitcher on the team next season, and I could think of a couple guys who'd be gunning for it. I'd have to see for myself if this new kid could give them a run for their money. The coach called the players in for a chat, and I signaled one of the assistant coaches, a guy named Kirk. He jogged over, pulling his cap off and wiping his brow with his shirt sleeve. We shook hands over the fence. "Good to see you, Monroe," he greeted me. I gave him a chin lift. "You too, man. Just wanted to give you a heads up I'm here for Jerry and Buzz today. We're checking out the new kid." His mouth lifted on one side in a knowing grin. "Damn, you move fast. The kid just got here last week." "That means we're already a week behind." I threw back at him with my own grin. That got a small chuckle out of Kirk. He settled his cap back on his head and looked to the side. Well, patience will have to be your virtue today because he'll be riding the bench until probably the 8th. Wes has earned his time, and we got Anders and Bates fighting for relief pitcher already. He didn't look pleased. What's the story? I asked. Kirk didn't look at me or answer for several moments, so I waited. Finally, he spoke. You ask me? We could win the whole goddamn thing if we put Miller in starting today. But you know how this works. Nothing's that simple. I nodded. You can't escape politics, even in America's favorite pastime. Well, Kirk, it's like you said. Patience. He nodded back and we both heard his name being called from across the field. Catch you later, Monroe. Make sure you stick around. He pointed at me as he turned and jogged toward the team. Nothing was going to make me move from my spot today. Not after that conversation. Emerson. Do you want some dinner? I can whip something up. I lurked in the doorway to the bedroom, feeling slightly out of place, which was odd considering this was my own house. My brother looked up from his book, his dirty blonde hair hanging over one eye. My hand itched for a pair of scissors so I could trim the messy mop right then. Sorry, what? Instead, I felt my lips tip up. I remembered getting caught up in reading to the point where outside noises vanished. It was one of the things we had in common. Dinner, I prompted. Oh. He self-consciously combed the errant hairs back with one hand while his blue eyes dropped back down. I'll just fix myself a sandwich or something. You don't need to worry about me. I took a few steps into the room. Jay, I'm happy to make you something. I'm making myself a salad. I can easily put a meal together for you while I'm at it. He'd been refusing all my offers of help or any type of real engagement since he'd moved in the week before. It was beginning to truly concern me. He attempted a half smile and just shook his head. I didn't want to push, but this was getting ridiculous. He was my brother, for God's sake. Well, technically my half-brother, but I loved him with my whole heart. Which was why it was so hard to see him this way. So unsure of his place and obviously not wanting to make even the smallest ripple in my normally structured and orderly life. He'd always been a kid who was so comfortable in his own skin. It was unnerving to see him rattled. Okay, I finally conceded. You know where everything is. I trailed off, then switched tack. You know, reading from paper as opposed to a screen increases your degree of comprehension and mental recall. Just thought you'd want to know you're making good choices. I shrugged. He looked up again, and this time his grin was genuine. My inane knack for trivia always used to entertain him. I was pleased to see it could still make a dent. I'll file that away, he responded, his tone warmer this time. You do that. I turned to leave the room. But one glance back when I reached the doorway revealed his shoulders slumping in a defeated sigh. Crackers, I muttered under my breath. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. This wasn't the scenario I'd envisioned a month ago when I'd spoken to our mother and we'd agreed it would be best for Jay to move in with me. We'll be fine, Mom. I'd said for the 4th time. You and Aldo have been wanting to do this forever. Lord knows he'll relish the chance to drive that ridiculous camper in any direction you point. I heard a sigh and a small hum on the other end of the line. This is going to be our second act, Emmy. The craft fair circuit are my people. You know what I mean? I wanted to confess that I didn't know what she meant at all. An itinerant life on the road, with uncertainty and strangers around every bend, was my version of a fresh hell. But I supposed she was right. This spontaneous and somewhat flighty behavior was in no way surprising coming from the woman who called herself my life vessel. I just didn't understand how strongly he felt about this, she continued. We've moved a few times before and he's never said a word. I bit my tongue to hold back a sardonic laugh. A few was putting it lightly. My mother and stepfather led a practically nomadic lifestyle, always dragging Jay with them wherever the wind led. It wasn't surprising to me in the least that Jay finally wanted to put down roots somewhere. I suppressed the urge to ask why they couldn't wait another couple years until Jay could at least graduate high school. Any answer I'd received would be less than satisfying, and more than likely just downright confusing. Our mother's wanderlust was in her blood, no doubt, but I certainly had not inherited it. All evidence pointed to Jay's not sharing the gene either. Thank God she found Aldo to share her erratic tendencies with. He adored her for them, which made me adore him, as incongruous as it sounds. Mom, he's almost 16. He's thinking about his future. He's thinking about college. I'm not trying to be mean, but you can't expect him to pick up stakes and get a GED for goodness sake. He wants to be a normal kid. She gave a long-suffering sigh. I wasn't suggesting he get a GED, Emmy. We could homeschool him on the road. Aldo is a whiz in chemistry. I practically choked. I didn't really think colleges appreciated Aldo's form of chemistry, if you get my drift. And, God love her, but the only thing an education from Naomi Miller would entail was how to harness the mystical powers of crystals and perhaps give a halfway decent tarot card reading. Science, in her world, mostly came in the fictional variety, and I was guessing she would dedicate much of her tutoring to the history of such useful subjects as witchcraft and the healing virtues of essential oils. Not helpful to a sophomore boy who just wanted to make friends and play baseball. I have plenty of room, and I can have the paperwork drawn up without a problem. Are you absolutely sure this is what all of you want? I want what he wants. And if that's to settle down in one place until he graduates, then I'm happy to let him, she reassured before sighing quietly. So why do I feel like a terrible mother? She asked. That softened my heart. The last thing she was a terrible mother. Unconventional, yes. Terrible, no. The love in her heart had no bounds, and she gave it freely. In all the years growing up with her, never had I doubted either her love or her pride in me. She just wasn't a traditional mother type. I'd never had my permission slips signed on time or worn trendy fashions. My lunches were an odd combination of whatever she found in the pantry, sometimes to the great envy of lunch table mates when they'd spied chocolate bars and raisins in my brown paper sacks instead of turkey sandwiches and apple slices. And nothing fazed her, or Aldo for that matter. A snide comment from another parent rolled right off her back. A request from the principal to please ensure my prompt arrival at school in the mornings was met with a beautiful smile and an offer to check his chakras. No, Naomi was in no sense traditional. She was more of a free-spirited, sometimes forget to put shoes on, Earth mother. And I'd always accepted that. I had not, however, emulated it. From an early age, I'd known what I wanted, and I was determined to work toward my goals. So, around 3rd grade, I began to set my own alarm clock, pack my own lunches, and forge my mother's signature on permission slips. I was going to succeed, and the world would be mine to conquer. But I could do all that and still love my mother. Mom, I love you. Jay loves you. You're a good mother. You drive us nuts sometimes, but there's no one better. I could hear the tears in her voice. I love you too, my sweet girl. Now, when are you bringing him down? And that was how I had inherited my very own charge, as they used to say. I was the official temporary guardian of my 15-year-old brother, and I was determined he'd feel at home in our house. It was just going to take a bit more work than I'd anticipated. And having unexpected hiccups in my life was something I didn't handle all that well. Fudgesicles! I clutched my pinky toe, which had just made solid contact with the leg of my bed. My phone clattered to the hardwood, and I could hear the faint sound of Ari's voice on the other end of the line. Blowing my hair out of my eyes, I retrieved the phone and sat on the bed. I cradled my poor toe in my hand. Hello, Monday. It's awesome to see you, too. I brought the phone back to my ear as Ari yelled, "What the hell? Did you just throw your phone at the wall?" I dropped it. My bed tried to kill me. That's a new one, Ari replied. You okay? I'm sure my toe will grow back, don't worry. Sorry, Go ahead with what you were saying. I tested my toe by placing my foot gingerly on the floor and standing. Okay, not too bad. But my shoe choice for the day would have to be amended. Crap. I could have really used my heels today to face off with Craig. Ari's voice kicked up on the other end of the line. So, what part did I lose you at? I heard the part about Elliot being a DICK to your mom in the backyard. I disliked Elliot intensely. She sighed. You know you're allowed to say the word, right? You're an adult. Dick. Say it with me now. I echoed her sigh. This was one of our constant back and forths. Ari was what I would classify as an Olympic-level cusser. I, on the other hand, couldn't even imagine a curse crossing my lips. Sure, I mentally cussed sometimes, but never aloud. My father's voice always lurked in the back of my mind, telling me that well-bred women didn't curse. Yes, Ari, go on. She knew I'd never cave, so she gave up immediately. I limped my way to the bathroom to finish getting ready for work. Needless to say, Mama didn't take that shit. She told him he could cook his own dinner if he didn't like what was on his plate. I don't know, Em. He's so sweet when it's just the two of us. I don't understand why he has to be such an ass sometimes. She sounded defeated. This wasn't the first time we'd hashed out this dilemma. I'd seen Ari's boyfriend treat her all right, but I wouldn't ever classify his behavior as sweet. Elliot's first priority is Elliot. He's the kind of guy who would walk into a parking meter because he was too busy admiring his own reflection in a store window. And his idea of a thoughtful birthday present was a pair of tickets to see his favorite band. Sweet? I don't think so. Ari's voice dropped and she continued. And you know the sex is smoking. She practically purred. I set down my hairbrush and closed my eyes to keep my breakfast from reappearing. I did not want to hear about Elliot's magical penis again. Unless it held the cure for cancer, I was of the opinion that the world could do without it. But being a good friend meant more listening and less lecturing. Yes, Ari, I'm aware that Elliot satisfies you. I was hoping my acknowledgement of his bedroom skills would propel the conversation forward to other topics. Anyway, he left and I got another lecture from Mama on my terrible taste in men. Did I mention I love Ari's mom? I hate to say it, Ari, but did you really expect things to go well? You have met your mother before, right? Shut it, bitch, she laughed. I know, but there is this part of me that's compelled to try anyway. One of these days, she'll break. I had to smile at her optimism and guts. Where was your dad during all of this? I couldn't imagine Mr. Amante standing by while someone insulted his wife's cooking, no matter how subtly. Papa had to work late. Turns out that was a good thing in the end. I guess Elliot and I will just lay low for a while. I don't want to scare him off. I had to bite my tongue. Hard. Ariana is beautiful, intelligent, talented, funny, and all-around wonderful. She deserved so much better than a jerk like Elliot. Why couldn't she see that? I made a non-committal noise, then looked at my watch. Darn it! I was going to be late if I didn't get moving, and I could not be late today of all days. I thought briefly about checking in with Jay, but I knew he'd already be gone on the bus and wouldn't answer his phone. I'd have to catch him in the evening. I'm sorry, but I have to run. Oh, shit, Ari responded. I totally got sidetracked and forgot today is the day. She squealed a bit and it made me grin. You're going to do awesome. Kick Craig's ass, woman. Yes, ma'am. I mock saluted even though she couldn't see me. I'll call you later. I set the phone on the bathroom counter and caught my own eyes in the mirror. You can do this, Emerson. You were born for this. My resolve in place, I swiped on my favorite red lipstick and prepared for the day ahead. I crossed my legs and ordered myself to stay still as I sat in a chair outside Thomas Wheeler's office. Fidgeting would only indicate nervousness and weakness, so it was essential I maintain a calm and collected demeanor. My colleague and nemesis, Craig Pendleton, occupied the chair to my left as we both waited for our meeting with one of the managing partners at the law offices of Jefferson, Wheeler, and Schenck. Craig and I were both fourth-year associates, and it was no secret that one of us would eventually be weeded out before a partnership was offered to the final one standing, and I fully intended to be the victor when a partnership was on the table. I'd busted my butt to be an indispensable asset to the firm, always making myself available and billing more than the required hours, while also carving time out for pro bono cases. And I would continue to do so, no matter what. I chanced a sideways glance at Craig and noticed his eyes were firmly planted on my crossed legs. I felt the urge to pull my skirt down, even though it sat at a perfectly modest length. Blech. I turned my head fully toward him, forcing his eyes up to mine. He didn't even have the decency to blush. A cunning grin crossed his unsettlingly pouty lips, and it suddenly occurred to me that he bore an uncanny resemblance to that creepy actor, Cillian Murphy. I repressed a shudder. Once I got the partnership, maybe Craig would move to LA to be a movie villain. The thought made me snicker inwardly. Miss Scott, Mr. Pendleton, come on in. The door to Thomas Wheeler's office had opened, and he beckoned us both inside. Mr. Wheeler was my favorite of the managing partners. He was also the only one who addressed me as Ms. Scott instead of Emerson, which would not have bothered me except Craig was referred to as Mr. Pendleton by all three managing partners. Mr. Wheeler crossed to the other side of his large mahogany desk and sank into his plush leather chair. He was a tall man and kept himself in decent shape through healthy eating and an even healthier appetite for golf and racquetball. His square jaw and neatly trimmed salt and pepper hair made a strong impression, along with his confident bearing. He folded his hands on the desk in front of him as Craig and I settled in. So, I know you're both aware we had to let Mr. Anderson go last week. Travis Anderson had been another of the fourth-year associates in the corporate law department. Despite his sharp intelligence and work ethic, his work had slowly declined over the past year since he and his wife welcomed twins into their family. Travis was a great guy, but there was no slacking off at Jefferson, Wheeler, and Schenck, no matter how important the reason. It hadn't been a huge surprise when he'd been dismissed. I'd seen associates drop like flies in the past 4 years, but that wasn't going to be me. Craig cleared his throat, and I knew some brown-nosing comment was soon to follow. Well, sir, some people just don't have their priorities in order. I barely resisted making a gagging sound. Mr. Wheeler merely gave Craig a blank look. Ha! Insensitive jerk, take that. Our boss continued. At any rate, this leaves us with more work and fewer associates to cover it. I've already reassigned a few projects, but I'll need you each to take on some of the workload. This was the moment of truth. Travis had been working on several cases, but only one truly mattered. The Ag Power agricultural startup. Whoever took that one would be working closely with Mr. Wheeler, an opportunity that was worth its weight in gold. A project that had started as advising on a simple agricultural startup had now grown into a colossal business opportunity, thanks to a push the client's company had garnered from some big players in the industry. The company was developing a new crop that had the potential to create a biofuel alternative. Handled correctly, this could mean big things for the firm and the lawyers involved. The entire firm had been buzzing about it for weeks, and Travis had become increasingly overwhelmed by the project's scope. I could feel Craig holding his breath along with me as Mr. Wheeler pushed 2 stacks of folders across his desk, one to each of us. My breath whooshed out as I made out the word Ag Power on the label of my top folder. Yes! All those extra hours and volunteering to take on undesirable cases and clients had paid off. I felt like jumping across the desk and hugging Mr. Wheeler. Of course, I would never actually do something so inappropriate. Even thinking it was uncharacteristic of me. I was so caught up in my thoughts that I didn't notice Craig's reaction at first. He extended his hand across the desk to Mr. Wheeler. I appreciate the opportunity, sir. It was then that I glanced at Craig's folders. No freaking way! The label on one of his was identical to mine. We were both on the Ag Power startup. I was going to have to work with the dreaded Craig. I managed to paste on a smile and extend my hand as well. Thank you, sir. We'll get right on it. I know you will. Get up to speed on Ag Power for the afternoon meeting. We'll see you in the East Conference Room at 4 o'clock. That was our dismissal, so Craig and I crossed to the door. He exited before me and didn't bother holding the door. This was going to be a pleasant few months. I can't believe they gave it to the both of you. Ari's indignant expression made me want to hug her. She stopped by on her way home from her karaoke hosting gig she did a few nights a week. This was in addition to her full-time job as a receptionist at a realty office and her freelance web design business. I shrugged because what else could I do? I know, but I'll just have to put my head down and work my butt off. I just wish it were Travis instead of Craig. I scrunched up my nose as I thought about Craig's smug face yet again. That guy is such a two-faced twat. She shoved a handful of popcorn in her mouth and offered me the bowl. Watch your mouth, I whisper-yelled and took a glance at the hall behind me. Excuse the hell out of me. She mumbled over her mouthful of popcorn. I hate to break it to you, Em, but you should hear the things teenagers say these days. It would burn your delicate ears clean off. I put a hand up, not wanting to acknowledge the fact that I'd probably need a professional translator to understand half the words that came out of any teenager's mouth. Please don't remind me. He is already about a foot taller than me. I don't need another indication of how grown up he is. That kid is a statistical anomaly. What is Aldo? 5'7", maybe? I asked. Ari shrugged and offered me the popcorn again. I took a handful and played with a piece between my fingers. All he does is stay in his room. That is, when he's here at all. He's so focused on not being a bother that I hardly get a chance to see him. She grabbed my hand. Hey, just give him time to settle in and he'll come out of his shell. I gave her a sad smile. Yeah, I guess. But I'm going to be up to my ears on this case and keeping an eye on Craig. It's not like I'll be here a lot. I feel bad. Look, you're both making the best out of a difficult situation. You focus on work and the two-faced twat, and Jay will take care of himself. I swatted at her for cussing again. I know he's perfectly capable of taking care of himself, but that doesn't mean he should have to. He's only 15 for crying out loud. With the soul of a 50-year-old, she gave me a knowing look, and she was not wrong. I tried talking to him earlier in the evening, but he gently brushed me off again, citing homework that needed his attention. I'd have to be persistent if I wanted him to feel at home and not like I was merely tolerating his presence. Didn't you say he has a game this coming weekend? We'll go and cheer him on. Embarrass the shit out of him. That, right there, is how a brother knows he's loved. Ari winked at me. She would know. She comes from a family of 4 kids, and all they ever seem to do is bicker and throw insults. It had been that way since we were kids living next door to one another. The thought of going to Jay's game made me smile. My kid brother's passion had always been baseball. From the moment he'd shoved his tiny hand into his first glove at the age of 3, it had become an obsession. No matter how many times our mom and Aldo had moved him to different cities and different schools, the one thing that remained constant was baseball. There was always a home for Jay on any school or league's team. In fact, it was one of the main reasons he'd asked to live with me until he finished out high school. There were no teams on the craft fair circuit, or the homeschool program run by one self-proclaimed psychic and her pot-smoking partner, and I was more than happy to have him. It's a date, I told Ari, although we both knew I wouldn't embarrass Jay. She'd do that all on her own. Ari yawned, which was contagious. I tried to stifle mine. I still have these files and emails to look over before the morning, and I'm sure you have some dirty text messages to send. She pretended to be offended, but it didn't last more than a second. Well, far be it from me to get in the way of you crushing Craig like the insignificant little pest he is. She bent down and began fastening the buckle of her shoe. The mental image was pleasing, I had to admit. Besides that, I've got to work extra hard to make an impression with Wheeler. If it were up to Jefferson and Schenk, I wouldn't be anywhere near a case this important. Those two are old school boys club all the way. It was a reality in my profession, one I'd been fully aware of before I decided to pursue a law degree. It was also the reason I'd taken golf lessons during all my school breaks and tried to schedule rounds with other lawyers whenever possible. Truthfully, I hated golf, but it was all part of the bigger picture. Show you're a team player and they might forget you don't have a penis. Not to say that was the reality across all law firms, but it certainly was in mine, and in the majority of established firms like ours. Deals were still made in locker rooms and on golf courses, as archaic as that may be. But I had to believe a killer work ethic could win out in the end. Neanderthal mentality. Ari shook her head. It might be fun in the bedroom, but that's where it needs to stay. She arched her eyebrows, and her piercing winked at me. I wrinkled my nose at her in return, which made her laugh. TMI, Ari. Not that I could ever stop her from sharing. The girl had always been an open book. Sometimes I found myself wishing I could be more like Ari. But I couldn't ever release my white-knuckle grip on my control in that way. I had an innate need to be taken seriously. She abandoned her shoe. Oh, come on. You can't tell me you wouldn't like a little bit of alpha male in your life. And maybe a spanking or two. Now she was just baiting me with her waggling brows and ridiculous grin. Shut up! I covered my ears and she threw a handful of popcorn at me. Nobody knew me better than Ari, which was why it was so easy for her to tease me. You go ahead and get your paddle. Just leave me out of it. She cackled. I may just have to give Elliot a call. Oh, ew. Or you could just crash here, I suggested. She lived 20 minutes away, and I hated the thought of her driving home after working 2 shifts today. You sound like Mama. She fake scowled at me. And you're just jealous because it's been... Wait, how long has it been since you got laid? I huffed at her. I don't know. When did David and I break up? Truthfully, I didn't understand what the big deal was with sex. It was sometimes pleasant, other times awkward, and a few times downright gross. Girl, that was over 6 months ago. Your vibrator must be working overtime. Again, with the baiting. I covered my face with a throw pillow. Will you please shut up? I knew my face was crimson. She forcefully pulled the pillow off my face. I was just messing with you. You work too hard and you need to cut loose. Go on a date. Something. I'll cut loose when I'm dead. Right now, I have a gazillion emails to go through and a brother to figure out. And I didn't want to talk about vibrators. Or dates. And besides, I can't be in a relationship while this case is in progress. I need to stay completely focused. No distractions. I pointed at her. Well, you'll still have to put up with me, and Jay. But I get it. She responded, finishing with the buckles of her strappy heels. She rose from the couch and adjusted her tank top over her ample chest. I let myself be a little jealous of her endowments for a moment before pushing the thought aside. Ari is half Italian and half Puerto Rican. She's got the Puerto Rican curves and the attitude of both cultures. Combine that with her dyed burgundy hair and her piercings and tattoos, and you had one unforgettable woman. I looked down at my modest baby pink silk pajamas covering my slim but unremarkable build. The only thing noteworthy about me was probably my natural auburn locks, but there was nothing wrong with that. Some people were made to stand out, and others were made to be the cogs in the machine. And I was a darn good cog. And further, when it came to my career, I was bound for greatness. I just had to be persistent and play the game. Chapter 3. The Joyride and the Giant Pistachio. Gavin. He did what? I covered my eyes with one hand and leaned back against the refrigerator, phone still glued to my ear. You heard me. Jerry growled from the other end. Shit. Buzz is about to shit a brick. You want to tell me exactly what you said to that kid to make him do something this stupid? What makes you think it was something I said? I tried to defend myself, but it was really no use with Jerry. Maybe the fact that he said you told him to do it? No, I didn't. And that was no lie. I would never tell a 14-year-old kid to take a car for a joyride, especially in a car that belonged to someone else. A very expensive car that belonged to someone else. It seemed Chris had taken my advice to the extreme in an attempt to prove himself to some of the older players. He'd accepted a dare to lift the keys to Brad Jamison's neighbor's BMW Z4 and take it for a spin. The similarity to my own youthful indiscretion wasn't lost on me. Thankfully, though, no one had been hurt this time. But that didn't mean no one was in trouble. Chris Hardacre was in deep shit. And it seemed Jamison and his buddies had clammed up regarding their part in the whole fiasco. I thought back to my conversation with Chris from the other night. To my best recollection, I'd told him to stay cool and not let the other guys see that they intimidated him. We'd talked about fitting in, but this definitely wasn't what I had meant. Shit. All right, Jerry, calm down. I'm gonna call Chris's parents and find out exactly what's going on. Surely the neighbor will drop the charges when he understands the circumstances. You'd better hope to hell he does. You call me back the minute you get any info. I don't want this kid's ass swinging in the wind. You hear me? Loud and clear. I got this. I so totally did not have this. Shit. The first thing I did after hanging up with the Hardacres was to call my fairy godmother. Oh, you didn't mishear. I have a real-life fairy godmother. She's about 5 feet tall, has the mouth of a sailor, and I don't ever cross her if I can help it. But she's the real deal. Fiona Pierce makes things happen. And if there were ever a time when I needed something good to happen, it was now. What's up, Gav? She answered breathlessly. I heard loud male cursing in the background, followed by female laughter. Is that Mark? Are you torturing him? Fiona is Mark's boyfriend. Yes, my boss, Mark, and the two love to go at it. Wait, sorry. Okay, yeah, that too. I'm over at Bailey's and we're watching Jake and Mark try to put together the crib for the baby. It's hilarious. For two guys who work with their hands all day, they are remarkably bad at this, she snickered. Jake is Mark's brother, and he and his wife Bailey were expecting a kid in a couple months. It was going to be like watching a science experiment gone wrong, or maybe a car crash. Bailey is probably the last person on Earth I'd label as maternal. I'd call Jake maternal before I'd call Bailey that, and that dude could kick my ass. Nevertheless, the train had left the station and we were just waiting for the big day. I heard Mark's voice in the background. Who the hell are you talking to, shortcake? She didn't even bother covering the phone. It's Gavin. Do you want me to ask him to come over and help? Bailey's voice chimed in. How many burly dudes does it take to put a crib together? There's got to be a joke in there somewhere. Shut it, Irish. That had to be Jake. We're just getting our bearings. That caused another round of female laughter. It seems they don't want your help, Gavin. Oh, sorry, you called me. Why was that again? I fought a groan. I might have found this a lot funnier if I didn't have the weight of Chris's situation on my mind. I explained the dilemma to Fiona, including the fact that the Hardacres didn't have much money for a lawyer. It was enough that they were springing for training, but the cost of an expensive, read good, attorney would break them. Fiona had a lot of connections, due to both her family's social status and her personality and general inability to stay out of everybody's business. In fact, she'd been the one to get me an interview at the baseball academy in the first place. Like I said, she's a frickin' fairy godmother. I'm on it, she said, and hung up. I paced the kitchen, racking my brain for any ideas of how to make this go away. I could call Brad's parents and ask them to intervene, but I was guessing they would be too preoccupied with protecting Brad to want to help. But a 14-year-old kid was facing possible felony charges just for being stupid, something I was well versed in. I had to do something. 20 minutes later, my phone rang, but this time it was Jake. Yo, Junior, he greeted. Hey man, did you finish the crib? He mumbled something I couldn't make out. Huh? I said Bailey took over. I couldn't help it. Despite the shitstorm brewing on my end, that was fucking hilarious. I burst out laughing. Yeah, laugh it up. The instructions were in Japanese, for Christ's sake. Now shut up or I won't help you. That did the trick, and I zipped my trap. Fiona's fancy lawyer is in Fiji or something, but I called another lawyer here in town. We kind of worked with her before, and she agreed to hear your kid out. Got a pen? I quickly grabbed a pen and paper and jotted down the name and number. Emerson Scott. What the hell kind of name is that for a woman? I immediately pictured a pointy-nosed college professor, or maybe some older woman who dressed like a dude. It didn't matter, though. I had a lead, and that was all I cared about. Chris's future couldn't be trusted to an overworked, court-appointed attorney. After passing the information on to the Hardacres, I was unsure what to do with myself. I ended up calling Jerry to get him up to speed and then went upstairs to my computer. I had work to do, and since there was nothing else I could do for Chris tonight, I got down to it. The next afternoon, I found myself back at North High School, leaning against the fence as I'd done the past weekend. Kirk hadn't been blowing smoke up my ass. This Miller kid had the touch. I'd only seen him pitch one inning, but his raw talent was stunning. And since I hadn't been able to catch him after the game, Jerry and I decided I should become a fixture at team practice and weekday games. In other words, I was to develop stalking tendencies. Still preoccupied by my numerous phone conversations the previous night, I rubbed my bloodshot eyes and waited for the team to take the field. Sleep had been elusive, even though I'd ended the night somewhat confident that Chris would have a good lawyer. Miss Scott was meeting with the Hardacres today, and I was anxious to hear how it went. Guilt gnawed at my gut over the part I'd played in this debacle. It wasn't long before the players and coaches started trickling onto the field. I could pinpoint the moment Kirk caught sight of me because his chin sank into his chest and his head shook with his laughter. He gave me a sign that he'd come talk to me soon, so I watched the kids warm up. About 20 minutes later, it was all I could do to keep myself from jumping the fence and hugging the shit out of the Miller kid. He'd been throwing pitches to the backup catcher, and each one was better than the one before it. And this was just practice. His fastball was tight as shit, and his curve dropped like a freaking bomb when it hit the strike zone. I had to have this kid at the academy. By the time Kirk made his way over to me, I was practically salivating like a dog with a juicy ribeye. And that's when Kirk dealt the crushing blow. Sorry to say, Monroe, but it's not gonna happen. Kid's got no money. Coach even talked to him, but he was adamant. Don't know anything about his home life since he's new, but he seems like a straight shooter. Shit, I replied. The academy did payment plans, of course, and we had different levels of training, but there was no scholarship system in place. Kirk's lips quirked to the side. I'll tell you what I can do. I can't give out his personal info to you, but I can give his parents a shout and ask them to call you to chat. That's the best I can give you, though. I nodded distractedly, my eyes drawn again to the kid as he threw a perfect slider. Damn. After practice, I drove over to the academy to update Jerry since he refused to keep his damn phone turned on. But before I could make my way to his office, I caught sight of Chris coming out of the locker room, arms full of gear. Shit. Well, I guess I should have expected this. Chris, I called out. He turned, and as soon as he saw me, his lower lip started to tremble a bit. I looked away to give him a chance to gather himself. My parents are waiting for me in the parking lot, was all he said. His shoulders were slumped and he had dark circles under his eyes. Man, I'm so sorry about all this. I shook my head. I never meant to. He cut me off. I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. I was just really panicked, you know? I nodded and stepped closer. Yeah, I bet. Anyway, thanks for hooking us up with that lawyer. She's gonna take my case pro bono? I grinned. Pro bono. Yeah, he replied, hitching his gear back up in his arms. Anyway, she's pretty sure she can make it go away with just a fine and probably community service since I didn't mean to really steal the car. I allowed myself a small grin. You just had to pick a Benz, didn't you? The side of his mouth lifted in return. Go big or go home, right? I let out a chuckle, then gestured to the gear. This your decision or your parents'? Well, I can't say I'll be disappointed not to hang out with Brad and Dell anymore, but it was my parents' choice. They said the money for the fines and court fees has to come from somewhere, and it's part of my punishment. But I may be able to come back next year, he shrugged. I hope you do. I cuffed the side of his head. You let me know if you need anything, okay? He shifted uncomfortably. Actually, do you think you might be able to come to court? You know, just to have a friend there? I smiled. You bet. Just leave a message with the details and I'll be there. He lifted his chin at me and turned toward the door. Thanks, Coach. Damn. The following morning, I was still thinking about Chris as I put on my hard hat and made my way around the back of the apartment building our crew was working on. The rest of the crew was already there, along with Mark and some outside contractors. I was about to go over and give Mark shit about the crib when my phone rang. Unknown caller. Hello? Hello there. It was a woman's voice, one I didn't recognize. When she didn't continue, I pulled the phone from my ear, thinking we were disconnected. We weren't. Hi, I said warily. Who am I speaking with? It's Naomi, Jupiter's mother. Her voice was light and airy. This in no way cleared up my confusion. Jupiter. This had to be a joke. Yes, they told me to call you. They said you'd be expecting my call, she said, as if a little put out. I had to wonder who they were, and I was beginning to fear it was the voices. I'm sorry, ma'am. She cut me off. Naomi. I paused. Okay. I'm sorry, Naomi, but I think you have the wrong number. I don't think so. I'm sure I wrote it down correctly. You're Gavin. That's a lovely name. Thank you. Who in the hell was this lady? You're very welcome, Gavin. Why is it you're calling again? I tried my nicest voice, but I had to get to work and didn't really have time for the crazy train today. I told you. It's about Jupiter. They said you wanted to coach him in baseball. Oh, this was a call about training. That made me feel a bit better, but I didn't know who in the hell Jupiter was. Jupiter? Right, she responded, then something seemed to click for her because she laughed. Oh, I'm sorry. You probably know him as Jay Miller. Holy crap. This was a call I'd been waiting for. Yes, Jay, wow. He's an extraordinary player, Naomi. You must be very proud. Thank you, Gavin, and yes, we are very proud. I put the oddness of the kid's name aside and continued with my best sales pitch. Careful to tell her all about our payment plans and the reputation of our center. I included all the stats on former students and their college scholarships, as well as the handful who had made it to the majors. She made appropriately impressed sounds, and I was feeling optimistic. That seems like a wonderful opportunity, she responded when I was done. She seemed oddly proud of me. For some reason, I felt compelled to thank her, but I refrained. So, what do you say we sign Jay up? I held my breath. Well, I think if he'd like to do it, you should definitely sign him up. Yes! Great. When can you bring him in to register? She paused. Oh, me? That will be a bit of a problem, I'm afraid. I frowned. Maybe she was an invalid. Or we could do it online. I can even come to your house if that would make it easier. She laughed. I'm afraid that would be quite a haul, Gavin, and not really worth your time. Why did I feel 10 steps behind this entire conversation? If Jay went to North, that meant he lived in the district. I wouldn't mind at all, I insisted. Where do you live? Right now? She asked strangely. Then I heard muffled sounds and a male voice before she came back to the line. We're in New Mexico. Beautiful country. Have you been? What the hell? No. I was gripping the back of my neck by this point, desperate to get the kid on board, but feeling at a total loss talking to this woman. Oh, you really should, Gavin. Do you have a lady friend? I had to stifle an exasperated laugh that tried to work its way up my throat. I had the sudden urge to look around for evidence this was a practical joke. Not at the moment. Naomi, I'm a bit confused. When will you be back in town? Well, that's a shame. What with your lovely name and your nice voice? You could take your girl on a cross-country trip sometime if you had one. I had zero knowledge how to respond. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I haven't lived in North Carolina in ages myself, but I visited Emmy and it's still quite beautiful there too. So I suppose you're okay where you are. At any rate, Jay is with Emmy now. So I'll have her stop by to register him. I'm sure she'll be happy to pay for it. Emmy? This was getting weirder by the second. I'll call her tonight. Oh, I have to run. We just pulled up to the world's largest pistachio. She laughed. You really should see this, Gavin. Bye for now. And then she hung up, leaving me wondering if that conversation had actually happened, or if maybe I was still in bed, asleep. Chapter 4. Sugar. Emerson. Is there something you forgot to tell me? Jay stopped in his tracks. He just stepped in the front door, his clothes covered in dust. His equipment bag was slung over one shoulder and his backpack over the other. I'd just gotten off the phone with our mom. She'd explained that Jay needed to register for extra training at a local center. An expensive local center. As soon as she told me, I knew it was something Jay had deliberately kept quiet. Mom and Aldo didn't have the money for extra luxuries like private training. Not that Jay would have asked them either. But he certainly would never have asked me. My heart ached again at the thought. I don't think so, Jay replied warily. I cocked my head and he turned to close the door. I waited until I had his attention again. Are you sure you didn't forget to mention, I don't know, that your coaches think you're fantastic and they recommended training at the baseball academy? I raised my eyebrows at him. His face colored. Oh, that. Yes, that. I couldn't help but grin. I didn't bother to ask why he didn't tell me. I already knew. They're open late, so we're going tomorrow when I get home. We're getting you registered. I pointed at him. No, he said. You don't know how expensive that stuff is. I'm fine without it. Well, you'll be even more fine with it, then. I'm not even a starter. I'm hardly playing much. It's not worth it. You're the only one who seems to think so. I'm not going to take a no this time, Jay, even if I have to drag you there. I pulled myself to my full height, which, even at 5'8", was no match. He gave me a look that said he knew he could take me. Oh well. Mom and Dad can't afford it, and I'm not taking money from you. You're already housing and feeding me. He tried to walk past me, but I stopped him with a hand on his arm. So, I want to do this for you. And besides, I like having you around here. It's too quiet with just me in this place. Well, that's your fault for buying a gigantic house. He raised his eyebrows at me. I like my gigantic house. It's not that big. Was it? If you say so. I'm gonna do some laundry. My clothes stink. You want me to throw some of your stuff in? I ignored his attempt at distraction. When I get home tomorrow, we're going, so you'd better not bail on me. He mumbled in response and headed down the hallway, but I was pretty certain I didn't hear the word no. Miss Scott, may I have a word? Mr. Wheeler's voice came from behind me. I turned abruptly. Certainly. I pinned my most accommodating smile in place. Drat. It was already 7 p.m., and I had been on my way out the door to get Jay. He motioned for me to precede him back into my office. When the door had closed behind him, he spoke again. I've just gotten off the phone with Dietrich, and we're going to have to move the founder's agreement and non-disclosure paperwork deadline up by a week. My heart sank. Dietrich was one of the chief clients in the Ag Power startup. That deadline was only 2 weeks away as it was, which meant we only had 1 week to get things sewn up. Fudge. That was going to be a stretch. I refused to let my distress show on my face. That shouldn't be a problem, Mr. Wheeler. I'll confer with Craig now and we'll get it taken care of. My nerves were frayed. How in holy hell were we going to pull this off? Excellent. He nodded. I'm meeting Melanie for dinner, so I need to be off. I'll leave you to it. He walked out, and I sank into my desk chair again, knowing I'd have to call Jay and cancel. When I got home 3 hours later, I knocked on his bedroom door. There was no answer, and I debated whether or not I should open the door. He was 15, after all. I decided to take my chances. I turned the knob and poked my head around the opening I'd created. "Hi," I said, scrunching my nose at him as I prepared my apology. He was on his bed, his homework spread out in front of him in a messy array of papers and books. A pair of wireless headphones covered his damp hair, and his head swung up as he spied me in his peripheral vision. Seemingly caught by surprise, he didn't have time to school his features to affect indifference. The wide smile I remembered so well overtook his face. Darn, I miss that smile. I altered my expression to match his, just as his turned stiff. "Hey," I ventured. "Hey." He removed his headphones and kept my gaze. "I'm so sorry about tonight." I felt my eyebrows raise. "Can we go tomorrow, after your game?" "Nah, don't worry about it. I already told them I'm not doing it. It's totally fine." He maintained his artificial happy expression. I didn't really have a leg to stand on since I'd harped about this so much the previous night and then I'd been the one to bail. So I just narrowed my eyes playfully and said, "We'll see." I was determined to make this happen with or without him. Surely I could find time to slip out tomorrow and run over to the center. My plan in place. I kept the pretense that the issue was dropped. "So, what's with all this overachieving stuff?" I gestured to his books. "You're supposed to be texting girls and sneaking out the window, not doing your homework at 10 o'clock on a Friday night," I teased. "Oh, I did that earlier." He tossed back at me, not missing a beat. "I'm just getting this done so I can spend the rest of the weekend selling drugs and bullying kids on Facebook." "Ha ha," I responded and then asked if he'd eaten yet. He assured me that he had grabbed some pizza with one of his teammates. "You're not going to give me some random fact about the poor nutritional quality of pizza, are you?" he teased. I narrowed my eyes. "No, not unless you want me to." He put his hands up to ward me off. "Don't ruin pizza for me. I'm a growing boy. I need all the calories I can get." "Yeah, about that. If you could do me a favor and stop getting taller, that would be awesome. You're making me feel like a shrimp." The kid had grown at least 3 inches since the last time I'd seen him on a trip to Virginia 6 months before. If I didn't know how in love our mom was with Aldo, I would have questioned her faithfulness. But apparently, short guys did it for her. So, how she'd married my own father was a complete mystery. He stood over 6 feet, but his height was the most trivial of traits that kept me perplexed at how he and my mother ever had a relationship, much less a marriage, even as short-lived as it had been. "I'll do my best," Jay responded, and then donned his headphones again. I took that as my cue and went to my room to get ready for bed. The brief thought of my father reminded me that I owed him a visit. He'd been dropping hints over email and phone calls for the past month, but I hadn't been able to bring myself to accept any of his invitations. I always made sure to have an excuse at the ready. It wasn't that I didn't want to see him. Heck, he was half the reason I joined a law practice here in Greensboro as opposed to one of the other cities I'd been considering. It was Candy I couldn't stomach. Okay, her name is really Mandy, but Ari and I refer to her as Candy instead. It really suits her much better, I swear to you. She speaks in a sugary sweet voice and never fails to address me as if I'm 8 years old. "Emerson, how are you, sweetheart?" Enunciating and dragging out the word "are" as if I were a dog, or perhaps just very slow. I'm always tempted to respond in kind. "Candy, I'd be so much better if you'd choke on your own stupidity and die." But I hold myself in check. Mostly. All right, fine. I'm not very nice to her. Usually I just ignore her, but she's only a year older than me, so it's not easy. She is also wife number 4, so this ain't my first rodeo. But I have to give her credit. She stuck the longest of all of them, including my mom. My father and Mandy have been married for almost 4 years. 4 very tedious years. I'm sure my dad knows on some level that I don't care for her, but he chooses to pretend otherwise. Perhaps I should rephrase that. He has decided that his marrying Mandy trumps any feelings I have about the situation, which, in a way, I understand and have accepted. It doesn't mean I have to like her, though. Ari loves to give Mandy a hard time whenever possible. She's a loyal friend, that one. Ari will bring up topics she knows Mandy is clueless about and then ask her opinion. Sometimes she'll outright make things up to see Candy, the trophy wife, squirm. One of the worst, or best, I should say, occurred a couple months back when I'd been cornered into Sunday dinner with my father and his child bride. I dragged Ari along as my date. As soon as my dad excused himself to make a phone call, Ari pounced. "It's terrible about the coup in Sweden, isn't it?" Ari shook her head solemnly and tisked her general sadness over the non-existent crisis. "All those poor Swedes trampled in the ensuing riots." Mandy's eyes widened, and then she shook her head in shared sympathy. "Yes, I know exactly what you mean. The poor Swedes. Robert and I donated to the Red Cross Fund providing aid to the victims," she informed us. I'd had to pinch my leg to keep from laughing out loud. Let's just say my dad hadn't married her for her intelligence. I sighed and pulled out my phone to email him. I truly did want to see him. I just wish we could sometimes do it without the trophy wife in tow. Not that I could afford to dwell on it. I had the Ag Power account, a court hearing for my new pro bono case to prep for, Jay's game to attend, and an escape to the baseball academy to maneuver. I'd need a good night's sleep because I wasn't about to drop the ball on any of my responsibilities. No way. "What's the matter, Ump? You need LASIK? That was a ball!" Ari shouted. I opted for the slightly less antagonistic, "That's okay, number 12. You've got this." Ari gave me a sidelong glance. That was bullshit. And insulting the umpire is going to make him change the call? One side of her mouth lifted. "Well, no, but it made me feel better." I let out a small laugh and looked around the stands. It was a decent crowd, probably due to the perfect weather. Like Ari and me, the fans lining the metal bleachers around us were dressed in blue and white, while the opposite stands boasted an unfortunate combination of burgundy and orange, creating a sea of ugly. I took a sip from my water bottle and then sighed. I hope they put Jay in soon. I haven't seen him play in ages. They've got to put somebody in. Their pitcher is having a craptastic day so far. Ari checked her phone and took a sip of her soda. I adjusted my position so my butt wouldn't fall asleep on the hard bleachers and simply nodded my head in agreement. It was only the bottom of the third, but North's star pitcher had yet to impress. Our team was at bat at the moment, but not producing anything to write home about there either. Something had to give, or a huge checkmark was going in the L column for the day. "Come on, North!" I shouted again, as if my voice alone could propel them to victory. Jay had explained there was a pecking order, and as the new kid, he was at the end of the line. But if his pitching was half as good as I remembered, he could wipe the floor with this other team. One hand tied behind his back and a pirate's eye patch in place. Ari yawned. I knew she hadn't finished with her gig last night until sometime after midnight, after which I suspected she joined Elliot for activities I'd prefer to bleach from my mind. "So, do you think Jay will let you sign him up for that extra training thing after all? I can kind of see his point if the coach isn't even letting him play." Ari trailed off. I nodded. "I know, but the kid deserves something special, right? And I can manage the payments, so it's one thing I can do for him." "Does that sound as pathetic to you as it does to me?" I cringed. "I'm totally trying to make up for not being around enough, aren't I?" Ari let out a small laugh. "Maybe, but I think it's sweet." She lifted her phone to show me a text. "Ponch is going to try to make it before the end of the game." My heart lifted a little at that. Ari's brother used to make my heart palpitate on the regular when I was a teen, but I learned over time that he was only good for one thing when it came to hearts: breaking them. Enough girls had been for a ride on the Amante Express, which could appropriately refer to either his manhood or his panty-melting motorcycle with equal accuracy, that he'd earned the nickname Ponch from the cheesy 80s show Chips. You'd think the name would make him an easy target for mockery, but he had the uncanny ability to make anything downright cool. Hardly anyone except his own parents called him Nick anymore. And let's be real, if you're okay with your boyfriend going by a name that celebrates his promiscuity, you need to take a good look within, ladies. That's how I'd been able to let my girlhood crush go and form a platonic relationship with my best friend's brother over time. Although it didn't stop him from flirting shamelessly with me, and just about anyone lacking a Y chromosome, so I didn't ever take it seriously. I had to imagine Jay would be thrilled to see Ponch at his game. If he ever got to play, that was. Jay had only been a little kid when we'd lived next door to the Amante family, but Ponch had always treated him like he thought Jay was the coolest thing around. They'd played catch, and Ponch would take him on rides on the back of his motorcycle when he stopped by to visit his parents. It had always scared the pants off me, but Mom and Aldo never batted an eyelash. My mom embraced any new experience as an adventure to enrich the spirit. She'd clearly never seen scenes from the ER episodes featuring such adventurous motorcycling enthusiasts. But Jay had always returned unscathed and had a friend for life in Ponch. The inning turned over with North still losing 4-0. Although they'd managed to get a player on second, I crossed my fingers as Jay's team took the field. But, once again, he remained in the dugout. Sugar. Chapter 5. Welcome to Millertown. Gavin. Come on, Davidson, I murmured quietly, willing North as coach to put Miller in. His team was losing 4-2 at the top of the 7th. And if they didn't make a switch soon, it was all over. The opposing team, Burlington West, wasn't exactly a top-ranked team, but they did have a few key players with talent. The academy had done a full-team training day with Burlington West when I'd first started my job a while back, and I remembered a couple of the kids. I was happy to see the improvement in some of their techniques, but my eye was supposed to remain fully focused on Jay Miller, and I'd been honing my stalking tendencies all week. Despite the surreal conversation with Naomi Miller, we had yet to hear from the elusive Emmy, but I was determined to pin her down today, assuming she was in attendance. When I wasn't watching the field, I was scanning the bleachers in search of Jay Miller's whatever. Was she a stepmom? An aunt? Not that it did me any good since I had zero clue what she looked like. Miller, you're up. I heard the magic words hit my ear at the same time as a tremendously loud feminine howl pealed from North's home stands. My eyes immediately darted in its direction, as did the gaze of just about everyone in attendance. A petite woman with dark red hair and a bright blue tank top was jumping up and down, her ample breasts bobbing in tandem as she shouted, "Go, Jay! Show him what you got, Miller!" A few snickers rippled through the crowd along with a couple light-hearted shouts of agreement. I noticed several male gazes lingering on the still-bouncing breast, which I concluded must belong to none other than Emmy whoever the hell. I also noticed her seatmate with her head in her hands as her back shook in laughter, while she attempted to sink into the bleachers at her friend's enthusiastic outburst. Torn between watching Jay Miller take the mound and pinning this woman down about the contract, I chose to watch the kid, whose face I noted had turned a bit red. "Well, kid," I murmured, "looks like you've got a fan." Over the next 2 innings, I watched in amazement as North soundly turned the game on its head. Jay shut out Burlington West on his first turn on the mound, and the second had been almost as good, resulting in only 1 runner on base and no runs scored. North managed to carry the momentum from Jay's swift dismissal of Burlington's batters, and they scored 3 runs, making the score 5-4 moving into the top of the 9th. Jay dispensed with the first batter and walked the second. Burlington's third batter caught a piece of Jay's fastball but popped it up and it was picked off by one of North's senior players. It was all down to the last out, and I watched intently to see how Jay handled himself under the pressure. I could see him drawing in deep breaths as he kneaded the ball, keeping an eye on the runner on first as he shifted off base, looking for his chance to steal second. Miller nodded at the catcher's signal and then delivered a killer changeup that painted the outside corners of the plate. The batter swung about an hour early and the ump called the strike. I looked back to Jay and saw his face not cracking even the smallest of smiles. He was a cool customer, all the way. even when another screech sounded from the bleachers. "That's right, Batter. You're in Millertown now. Don't get comfortable." I couldn't help but snicker a bit to myself. The next pitch was a monster fastball that flew straight through the heart of the strike zone. The batter went for it and missed by a mile. I held my breath as Jay wound up again and gave the player on first the opening he'd been looking for. He stole second as Jay delivered a pitch that went a bit wide and resulted in a ball. Both sets of bleachers erupted in encouraging cheers for their teams as the ball came back to the mound and Jay prepared for what I could feel would be the final pitch of the game. Another set of deep breaths and a few shake-offs to the catcher, and Jay released another fastball with the most heat I'd seen yet. The batter was more prepared this time and swung only a fraction of a second too late. The ball hit the catcher's mitt with a resounding smack, and North's fans exploded in cheers as Jay's teammates swarmed him. All eyes were on the pitcher's mound, but mine swung straight back to the bleachers, even more intent on my goal after witnessing the crushing blow Jay had just delivered. This kid was mine. All I had to do was turn on the charm and hope like hell this Emmy woman would go for it. Weaving through the crowd like a salmon swimming upstream, I lost sight of her until I heard the familiar loud shout somewhere to my left. "That's right, boys. Nice ass-whoopin'." I turned and caught a glimpse of the more subdued of the two women dragging Emmy away from the milling crowd. Emmy was laughing uproariously at something the other woman must have said and let herself be led to the fence line. I quickly adjusted my path and followed. "Oh, come on, I'm sure he loved it," Emmy was insisting, her red lips tipped up in a mischievous smile. She wore a tank top that revealed a couple tattoos on her collarbone and arm, and I noticed more than a few piercings. I couldn't fathom who this woman was to Jay Miller. The other woman had her back to me, and I could see she was laughing along, even though she'd obviously just been scolding her friend. This woman had red hair as well, but it was pulled up into a ponytail and the color was more natural and subdued. Auburn is what Lainey would probably call it. She also wore a more modest short-sleeved sweater and tailored jeans that showcased a pert little ass. Wait. Stop right there, Gavin. Focus, please. I cleared my throat as I approached. "Excuse me." That got the attention of Emmy, and she shifted her dark eyes to me. This was followed by a cock of her head and a blatant perusal of my entire body, from my scuffed boots to my cap-covered hair. Jesus. I had a sudden urge to confirm my fly was closed. One side of her mouth tipped up, almost as though she'd read my thoughts. She most certainly picked up on my discomfort, thus the smile, I was sure. I opened my mouth to speak again when her friend turned to face me. Strands of her auburn hair had escaped the confines of the ponytail and fell around her face, a few trailing near her mouth as a breeze picked them up. A mouth that was a perfect shade of pink, with a full bottom lip parted as if forming a question. A smattering of light freckles adorned her small nose, and warm golden brown eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at me inquiringly. I had completely forgotten what I'd been about to say. I knew this woman. Well, technically I didn't actually know her, but I'd seen her before, both in real life and a few times in my shower, I'm not ashamed to admit. A few months back, at Bailey and Jake's baby shower, this woman had approached the couple and they'd chatted for a few minutes. She'd immediately captured my attention, but I'd been waylaid by Fiona trying to make me eat melted chocolate out of a diaper. Even I have standards. By the time I'd gotten over to Bailey and Jake, the woman had retreated with her phone to her ear and I hadn't seen her again. Neither Bailey nor Jake would tell me who she was, claiming that she was both too old for me and way out of my league. Ha! Bastards. And now, here she was, almost as if she'd appeared out of thin air. It couldn't be mere coincidence that had put her in my path once again. Hi. I stammered like an idiot, suddenly glad no one had accompanied me to today's game. She was still looking at me questioningly. Had she spoken and I'd missed it? That was entirely possible. "Hey, handsome, you need something?" Emmy asked in a not unfriendly tone. My eyes remained glued to her friend as I tried to recall what my purpose had been. Shit. The contract. Jay Miller. I shook myself out of my stupor and forced my eyes back to Emmy. She had a shit-eating grin on her face. Busted. Is your name by any chance Emmy? The two women exchanged a glance before she asked, Emmy? In a half-amused, half-suspicious tone. Well, yeah, I heard you cheering for Jay Miller and I assumed. I trailed off as both women remained silent. I'm sorry, do either of you know Naomi Miller? Oh, both women said in drawn-out unison as if that explained everything. Thank God. The woman with the dark red hair gestured to her friend. That's Emmy, putting emphasis on the name. I was definitely not in on whatever joke this was. Clearly, everyone who associated with Naomi Miller excelled at confounding innocent guys. The auburn-haired woman narrowed her eyes at her friend before facing me again. Her cheeks had reddened a bit, setting off the freckles. And you are? Her voice was soft and almost musical, even with its slightly suspicious tone. Gavin Monroe. I'm from the baseball academy. I extended my hand as her face transformed from questioning to joyful. Damn, that was a good look on this woman. Her eyes widened and warmed, causing an odd tightening sensation in my chest. Oh, Mr. Monroe, I'm so happy to meet you. Emmy, the real Emmy, took my hand and shook it firmly. Her skin was warm and smooth, and I didn't want to release her hand. I also didn't want to look like a creeper, so I let go reluctantly. I was going to come by right after the game to get Jay registered. What a happy coincidence. She smiled up at me, and the tightening turned into a thick knot in my chest cavity. Just Gavin is good, I murmured as I heard her friend snicker and try to cover it with a cough. Fucking brilliant, Monroe. Emmy seemed completely oblivious to my pathetic imitation of a lapdog. Thank fuck. Desperate to keep it that way, I fumbled in my back pocket for the folded pack of documents I'd been carrying around. I brought the forms with me on the off chance you might be here, but they need to be signed by a parent or legal guardian. I mentally crossed my fingers, but she waved me off. I'm his legal guardian. His sister, in fact. Ah, okay. This was making more sense now. She seemed way too young to be a stepmom or an aunt or something. If I had to guess, I'd say she looked about 30. But the conservative clothes may have had something to do with that. At this point, her friend interjected. You've got a live one with Jay. He's amazing. As if she had to convince me. She began to root around in her bag. I gave her a grin. Why do you think I've been carrying these contracts around? She returned my smile and unearthed a pen, passing it to Emmy, who glanced around looking for a hard surface to write on. Without a second thought, I turned around and offered her my back. Feel free. I glanced over my shoulder just in time to see both women's eyes snap up from my ass. Damn it. I was going to get a hard-on in front of half the high school and their parents. Emmy approached, and I felt her tentatively place the papers against my t-shirt, taking care not to actually touch me with her hand. The awkwardness of that writing position quickly became apparent, and I felt the pressure of her writing hand rest on my back while the fingers of her other hand held the paper steady. My mind couldn't help but jump to images of her hands on me in another, much more intimate, much more satisfying situation. I held in a small groan and thought about baseball, as all guys learn to do around the awkward age of 13. What do we do about the payments? Emmy asked. Are you hiding a credit card machine in your other pocket? Or are you just happy to see her? I heard her friend whisper a bit too loudly, that was followed by a grunt and an ow shortly after. No. I hurried, anxious to move on. It's fine. I'll hand these over to admin and they'll be sending you an email with payment information. You can do it online. In fact, we could have done this whole thing online, but Naomi was a bit vague on your details. You have no idea, she responded in understanding. I felt the pen running across the muscles of my mid-back as her fingers continued to work their way down the papers. She finally finished with a flourish of what I assumed to be her signature, and I had to hold in a grunt as she pressed a bit too hard at the end. Clearly, she'd forgotten her desk was of the human variety, something I was all too acutely aware of. There, she said, lifting the forms off me. I turned around and was greeted with the brilliant smile once more. Before I could even contemplate my next move, a tall, broad guy with dark hair and eyes walked up behind both women and put his arms around their shoulders, pulling them into him. "Hey, how's my favorite girl?" He leaned toward Emmy. Her friend elbowed him in the gut and he pretended to be offended. "What? You know I like her better." She rolled her eyes at him, but he'd already turned back to Emmy. I decided immediately that I hated him. He raised his chin toward me. "Who's this?" I stood up a little straighter, suddenly aware that this guy was a couple inches taller and instinctively feeling the need to make up the difference somehow. I held out my hand and forced a smile. "Gavin Monroe. Keep your friends close and all that." He didn't remove his hand from the women's shoulders, so I lamely dropped my hand back to my side. This caused Emmy to elbow him in the gut as well. "Born in a barn, were you?" she asked him, then spun out from under his arm. She gestured to him and said, "This is Ponch, and while we're at it, this is Ariana, his sister. Neither one is fit for public interaction." The siblings looked at each other and simply shrugged. Ponch then extended his hand. "Sorry, man, just messing with you. Ponch Amante. Nice to meet you." I hesitated. Sure, he was going to pull his hand back, but when he didn't, I took it and we shook in greeting. If his grip was a bit too firm, I ignored it. The warning had been clear from the beginning. No need to drive it home. We stood awkwardly for a moment, and then Emmy thrust the papers toward me. "Here, Gavin, we're going to wait outside the locker room for Jay. Would you like to join us?" I noticed Ari's eyes widen a bit as Ponch's narrowed. It was almost comical, but I couldn't afford to take the time to hesitate. I nodded. "Sounds good. Ladies?" I gestured for them to precede me toward the building. Once Emmy was in front of me, I used the opportunity to quickly glance at the form she'd filled out, homing in on the only line of info I needed, her phone number. Committing it to memory, I shoved the forms into my back pocket once again and followed the trio. "You missed a great game, dickwad," Ari threw over her shoulder to Ponch. "Pardon me for trying to make a living. Some of us have to be adults, you know." He shot me a sideways look, as if suggesting I was somehow guilty of not being an adult. I was dying to ask if he and Emmy were dating, but could think of no way to do it that wouldn't have me looking like a desperate moron. I'd have to find another way. Despite the looks I was getting from this overprotective Neanderthal, I smiled to myself as we walked toward the school. Tucked safely in my memory was the phone number of one auburn-haired beauty, and I had every intention of using it. Chapter 6. Feeling the Buzz. Emerson. I had no idea why I'd invited Gavin Monroe to join us to wait for Jay, except that I'd been embarrassed by the blatant he-man routine Ponch had displayed. Why were guys such idiots? It wasn't as if Ponch had any claim on me, and even more to the point, it wasn't as if I had any interest whatsoever in this Gavin guy, even if he was sort of cute and had a decent back end. Okay, fine. He was hot and had an awesome ass. The mere thought had my skin turning crimson. I couldn't believe he'd caught us staring at his butt. How humiliating. And even more so, considering he was probably all of about 20. Talk about inappropriate. Nevertheless, I felt the need to compensate for Ponch's idiotic behavior, and so I'd asked Gavin to join us. In step at my side, I could see Ari giving me sideways glances and practically choking in her attempts to both keep her mouth shut and stop herself from laughing outright. "Don't even think about it," I warned quietly, which caused her to snort. This would just descend into disaster if I didn't step in. But before I could, Ari gathered herself and glanced behind us. "So, Gavin, will you be training Jay yourself? How does this work?" I took the opportunity to look at him. It was good manners to look at someone when they were speaking, after all. What? He was tall. Probably right around 6 feet or a touch taller, with naturally highlighted brown hair that sprang out in various directions from beneath his well-worn green baseball cap. The bill shadowed his eyes, but even so, I could see the deep brown shade surrounded by an even darker ring of almost black. He had such a boyish quality to his expression, eyes a bit wide as if always responding to a question and not exactly sure of his answer. It was quite adorable, honestly. If boyish described his face, however, it did nothing to describe the rest of him. Long, lean muscle covered his build, and the sexiest wrists, yes, wrists, extended from perfectly proportioned biceps and forearms as he forced his hands into his pockets while listening to Ari. There is clearly something wrong with me if I was now ogling guys' wrists. His tongue swept over his bottom lip just before he spoke, and my belly dipped in awareness. Yep, definitely something wrong with me. I'm just one of the coaching staff, but I'll be working closely with Jay since pitching is my specialty. His head trainer will be Buzz Hader, but I'll oversee a lot of day-to-day aspects. At that, I noticed Ponch completely halt his gait. He looked as if he'd been shot with a tranquilizer dart, and I involuntarily stopped in my tracks as well, causing Gavin to barrel into me. "Crap, I'm so sorry," he said, steadying me with his hands on the skin of my upper arms, just below the sleeves of my flimsy summer sweater. I felt my skin turn hot, and I drew a quick intake of air. I tried to force away the memory of the feel of his t-shirt covered back under my hands when I'd been filling out the forms minutes earlier. I failed miserably, and had the sudden urge to lean back into his solid form. What was I doing? He was a child, for God's sake. "Buzz Hader," came Ponch's voice. I'd almost forgotten he'd been the reason I'd halted in the first place. The Buzz Hader. A glance back at Ponch showed him looking dumbstruck, his mouth practically hanging open. "Who the hell is Buzz Hader?" asked Ari, who'd backtracked once she'd realized we'd all stopped. Both Ponch and Gavin swiveled their eyes to Ari with what can only be described as horrified expressions. "Who the hell is Buzz Hader?" they mimicked simultaneously. I held in a snicker, relieved when Gavin's grip released my arms and I could breathe normally again. I knew I'd heard the name before, but I couldn't recall who this Buzz guy was either. Not that I would bring that up. Ponch was shaking his head and muttering under his breath while Gavin illuminated us. "Former all-star first baseman for the Kings?" Ari just pursed her lips and shrugged. "If you say so." Gavin trailed off as if he couldn't quite believe what he'd just witnessed. Ponch put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Tell me you have a sister, man." Gavin tore his eyes from Ari and finally registered what Ponch had said. "Unfortunately," he responded, and they both gazed at the ground, seemingly lost in some kind of shared grief over the possession of sisters who didn't share the baseball gene. It was time to get this show on the road. The sooner we saw Jay, the sooner I could get rid of these pesky, tingling sensations this man-child kept evoking in me. Well, I happen to be a sister too, so let's go find my little brother and tell him the good news. As planned, this brought everyone out of their thoughts and we all moved forward, eager to find Jay and tell him that he'd be coached by a former Major League Baseball player and a hot young stud by the name of Gavin Monroe. Well, perhaps I'd keep the latter to myself. "I still can't believe it," Jay said again as we pulled off Horsepen Creek Road onto the main street of my neighborhood. "I still can't believe what an awesome game you pitched," I responded, grinning his way. He gave me a playful scowl. "Buzz Hader. I mean, that's just crazy." Ever since we'd broken the news to Jay outside the locker room, he'd had a half-odd, half-ecstatic smile plastered to his face. He'd been so bowled over by the idea of one of his idols coaching him that he hadn't even protested at my proceeding with registration without consulting him. Ponch, of course, had been the one to butt in and break the big news to Jay. The two had high-fived and backslapped until I'd finally had to cut in and introduce Jay to Gavin, who took the whole thing very good-naturedly. He'd clearly been a starstruck young player once upon a time as well. I'd been glad, however, when we'd all parted ways and I could escape the strangely unnerving presence of one of Jay's soon-to-be coaches. I was actually a little embarrassed for myself. "Seriously though, Jay, I don't know why you're not the starting pitcher. You're clearly the best pitcher on the team." I could see him shaking his head in my peripheral vision. "Nah, I just had a lucky day. And I'm only a sophomore anyway. These other guys have earned their place, Em. It's just how the game is played." "I guess," I conceded. "But if I were the coach, I'd start you. So would Ari, if you couldn't guess by her reaction today. She's never been very subtle, has she?" I pressed the button for the garage door and pulled into the driveway. "You got any plans tonight? I wish I could take you out, but I've got work to do." I was doing my best to get the final draft of the Ag Power Founders Agreement together, but Craig hadn't been answering my emails this morning. I should have anticipated that, but it was frustrating regardless. He knew I couldn't move on without the data he was gathering. And then there was the pro bono case I'd taken on. I was due in court on Monday afternoon and had hardly glanced at the case, even though I was fairly confident it would be cut and dried. I'd only taken it because I felt like I owed the couple who'd asked for the favor. "That's okay," my brother said. "I'll probably just pass out in front of the TV. You know, you can invite a friend over if you want." "Nah, I'm good," he shrugged. I knew he'd say that. Oh well, baby steps. 3 hours later, I still hadn't heard back from Craig, so I'd moved on to the pro bono case. Technically, I was supposed to get these approved before accepting them, but I knew I could slide by with one on my own now and then. It wasn't like it took away from my billable hours, and the client's family was paying the court costs. I looked over the file to familiarize myself with the facts. Christian Hardacre, age 14, was being charged with grand theft and driving without a license. There wasn't much I could do about the second part, but the first part was a joke. Christian, Chris, had taken a neighbor's car for a joyride to impress some older kids. Dumb, but not a danger to society in my opinion. And besides, from what the kids' parents had said, he'd been given some not-so-wise advice from a family friend, an adult family friend, who had prompted the idea in the first place. Not that Chris shouldn't have been smart enough to ignore the advice, but this friend sounded like a first-class imbecile to me. Thankfully, the neighbor, the victim of the theft, would be in court, and I was confident we'd be able to dispense with the grand theft charges and get the kid off with fines and community service. It was clear to me that the neighbor didn't have the whole story, and I was happy to enlighten him. Chris was just an awkward young kid with crappy judgment and even crappier friends. I poured myself a glass of Sauvignon Blanc and was just about to settle back into my task when my phone rang with an unknown local number. Worried it might have to do with one of my cases, I took a chance and answered. "Hello?" "Oh, hi," said a vaguely familiar male voice on the other end. "Emmy?" My pulse automatically kicked up a notch, which startled me to the point where I completely forgot to correct the caller about my actual name. Instead, I lamely answered, "Yes?" as if I didn't know exactly who it was on the other end of the line. I facepalmed and waited. "It's Gavin Monroe," he said. And when I failed to respond, still caught up in my own stupidity, he added, "From today." I had to get it together. "Yes. Hi. How are you?" "I'm great. How are you?" I was obviously missing something here. I set the wine glass on the counter and took a breath. "Great," I responded. Did I forget to sign something?" Then it hit me. "Oh, the payment. I completely forgot. You're probably waiting on me to log in and pay. So sorry." He chuckled. No, it's not that." "Oh." I let out a breath. "I was actually calling because I wanted to ask if you were free for dinner next weekend." "Huh? Is this some kind of parent orientation or something?" Not exactly." He seemed to hesitate before continuing. "It's more of a date kind of thing." "Oh. Seriously?" I couldn't help myself. It just slipped out, and I was mortified by my poor manners. "Well, based on your reaction, I'm not sure anymore." He gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I'm guessing I caught you by surprise." "You could say that. It's just that you're jailbait?" "You don't eat? Are you part cyborg?" Shit. I always end up going for the half-humans. That got a smile out of me. I picked up my wine glass again and took a sip, settling my back into the counter as I answered. No, I eat, and I'm human, for the record. Okay then, great. How does Friday sound? Wow, he wasn't shy, was he? But I had to shut this thing down. Gavin, I'm really flattered, but I don't think that would be a good idea. Oh, sorry. I didn't really get the vibe that you and Ponch were an item. Ponch? No. Just no. I didn't even try to explain, as that would have taken all night. Good to know. So why not then? I'm human. You're human. What more could you ask for? I could hear his grin in his voice. I blurted out, How old are you? Again, with the impeccable manners. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's not polite to ask someone's age? There was that audible grin again. Not when it could be considered a felony to go on a date with that person. Ouch. I made my way over to the couch and settle in. Well, how about if we just say I'm old enough, and I won't ask you how old you are? He responded. You don't have to. I'm 29, and I'm guessing that's about 2 presidential terms older than you. Oh, please. I can't help it if I don't have wrinkles. What can I say? I take sunscreen seriously. I pulled a throw pillow into my lap. So, you're what? You're actually 60 with the skin of a 20-year-old? I'm taking the secret to my grave. Now, what do you say? Italian? Greek? Steakhouse? You choose. This guy. This boy, I reminded myself. You're very sweet, and I can tell you're fun, but I'm not in a place where I can date right now, even if you weren't 30 years older than me. I added to soften the rejection. Ah, I see. Still getting over your crush on Buzz Hader. Why do I always come in second to that guy? Sadly, no. Although I hear he's quite a catch. I'm actually completely swamped with work, and any free time I have, I'm trying to spend with Jay. I'm sure you understand. He didn't confirm he understood anything. Instead, he switched topics entirely. That reminds me. I've been meaning to ask. Is his name really Jupiter? As shocking as it sounds, yes. But then, you've spoken to our mother, so there is that. True. So how did you end up with a normal name? Or is Emmy short for emulsion or something? Again, I didn't correct him. What was wrong with me? Apart from my mom, nobody called me Emmy. Nobody. So why did I like the sound of it coming from this random guy? No, my dad named me. It's a family name. That, and I secretly think he wanted a boy. I didn't add that part. Instead, I tucked my feet under my butt and took another sip of wine. And he lost when it came time to name Jay? No, different fathers. Jay's my half-brother. Ah, I see. Half-brother, but full human? Just asking because the way he pitches, I wouldn't be surprised if he was part machine. I felt my lips curve into a smile. I'll tell him you said so. Honestly, I don't know where he gets his athletic ability. His dad's not exactly the sporting type. That's easy. The baseball gods. Gavin explained matter-of-factly. You don't say. What makes you so sure? Because they gave me the gift too. I couldn't hold in my burst of laughter at that. Oh yeah? Aren't we a little full of ourselves? If you're so awesome, why aren't you in the big leagues? Who says I wasn't? There aren't many 60-year-olds still in the game. There aren't many 60-year-olds with an ass like that either, I wanted to say. But then I realized I was actually caressing the throw pillow on my lap. Oh, Lord. I flung the pillow to the floor and facepalmed again as he continued. So, have you changed your mind yet about the date? I had to shut this thing down. No. Unfortunately, I have to stick to the game plan. But thank you for asking. It's been fun talking to you. Just imagine how much more fun it would be eating with me. I shook my head at his persistence. I'll have to just leave that to my imagination. You do that. Yikes. Why did that conjure images that had very little to do with dinner? Emerson, you idiot. Stop right there. An awkward silence followed. The first of our conversation. Okay then. I guess I'll be seeing you around," he finally said. "I guess so." I didn't want to hang up. "Sweet dreams, Emmy." I heard the line disconnect. Sweet dreams indeed. I picked the throw pillow back up and buried my face in it. Chapter 7. The Best Ever. Emerson. "Jay, sweetheart, how are you?" My molars threatened to turn to dust as I ground them together in an attempt to mind my manners. In a move that was admittedly riddled in cowardice, I had coaxed my brother to join me for dreaded Sunday brunch with my dad and Mandy the next day. Although, watching Jay eye the opulent buffet at my dad's club, I was feeling less guilty by the minute. Jay flicked his eyes to Mandy and answered, "Good, thanks," before his attention was drawn back to the large bed of ice shrimp beckoning him from 6 feet away. I debated advising her to never come between a teenage boy and food lest she find herself missing a hand. But then I figured she could learn for herself. My dad had excused himself to make a phone call, so it was just the awkward trio left at the table, waiting for him to return before we approached the buffet. Manners, you know. I crossed my legs in my seat and decided to suck it up, if for no other reason than to pass the time. That and to distract myself from thoughts that kept wandering back to my phone conversation with a certain charming guy from the previous night. "What have you been up to lately, Mandy?" She fussed with her napkin and glanced over to me. "Oh, you know, volunteer work, running the house. Oh, and I'm in a book club now," she said excitedly. She brushed a lock of platinum blonde hair behind her shoulder. That was surprising. I wasn't aware she could read. Okay, Emerson, that was below the belt. Sounds interesting. But honestly, what did she do with herself all day? Her life sounded so freaking boring. "It is. This month we're reading a book about 2 women in Afghanistan. I'm only a couple chapters in, but it's really good so far." I thought about asking her the title, but I was fairly certain I knew the book. It had had me in tears when I read it several years earlier. I wonder if she was prepared. I wonder if her shellacked face could produce tears. "Sorry about that. Ladies, Jay," said my father as he returned to his seat, picking up his napkin and arranging it in his lap. He sighed as he took us in. "Well, isn't this wonderful? Sunday brunch with my 2 favorite girls and an up-and-coming baseball star." He winked at Jay. I had to hand it to my father. He'd always been very accepting of Jay. But then again, the kid was so easygoing, it would be nearly impossible to dislike him. Ever since I could remember, I'd spent weekends and summers at my dad's posh house near Lake Brant. He'd always encouraged me to invite my friends, often to the dismay of whoever his wife happened to be at the time. Considering that Ari was usually one of the invited friends, who could really blame them, though? And when my mom finally remarried and had Jay, the invitation had been open to him as well. There had been times when I'd been relieved to bring Jay with me so I could watch over him and be assured he was fed actual food and received an occasional bath. Naomi and Aldo were of the school of thought that the more you're exposed to germs, the higher your tolerance would be. Predictably, I vehemently disagreed. So having my toddler brother join me now and then at my father's was a nice treat, as well as a relief to me and my worrying mind. But then I'd gone off to college, and our mom took the rest of the family to what would turn out to be many new destinations, or adventures for the soul, as she would say. I was acutely aware that she'd only stayed in Greensboro all that time for my sake. She knew my desire for consistency, even if she didn't understand it. And she felt the importance of keeping me near my father so he and I could have a close relationship. I was grateful she'd done that for me, even when her heart clearly wanted to kick off the dust of North Carolina and hit the road. "Well, it's been too long," I replied to my dad. "My fault. Sorry I've been so busy." I left out the end of that sentence, which would have been something along the lines of, "avoiding your annoying child bride." Taking the world of corporate law by storm. How can a father complain too much? He smiled in my direction and I returned it, my chest involuntarily swelling at the notion that I'd made him proud. "I was just telling Emerson about my book club," Mandy chimed in. Her desperation to bring focus back to herself was so transparent, I found myself suddenly feeling a bit sorry for her. My father took a sip of his coffee. "Oh, of course. That's lovely, darling." I almost cringed at his dismissive tone. See? This is what happens when you get involved with someone out of your age bracket. Had she asked me before taking up with my dad, I'd have told Mandy the only way to impress him was to play the game his way. You could either be the trophy wife or the partner, but you had to choose. She'd made her bed, and now she had to lay in it, tiara firmly in place. No use trying to change her role now. But of course, I kept my mouth shut and gave her a half-hearted smile, which I couldn't decide was genuine or not. I took in the little tableau we made. I'm sure to any onlooker, we appeared to be a single father, or perhaps even a widower, taking his 3 children out for brunch. Not that my dad looked particularly old. No, he kept himself up very well. His hair maintained its youthful light brown shade and was always neatly trimmed. No stray neck hairs for Robert Scott. And he stayed in shape by pursuing the same sports I did, sometimes inviting me for a round of golf or a tennis match at his club. The managing partner at his own firm of tax attorneys, my father affected an impressive image, one that remained composed in the most difficult situations. Cool as a cucumber, my dad was, and that was the image I had strode for my entire life. Mandy, I'd noticed, was fiddling with her cloth napkin again. I could practically hear her brain working to conjure something to add to the conversation. I decided to take pity on her and gestured to the buffet. I knew Ari would have rolled her eyes at me had she been forced to attend this little scene. "Shall we?" Mandy shot me a brief look of relief, and I felt another unexpected pang of sympathy. That was odd. But I didn't give it much thought as I was distracted by my little brother practically whimpering in relief as he rose from his seat and power-walked to the stack of sparkling white plates at the front of the extravagant buffet. "Well, that was exhausting," I said as I shut my car door, enclosing Jay and me in the silence of my Volvo S90. "Food coma?" Jay asked, buckling his seatbelt and settling in. "Diabetic coma from candy is more like it." "I don't know why you let her bug you so much. She's harmless." "Oh, my dear, sweet brother. I guess she just rubs me the wrong way. Don't mind me. I'm being petty." I pulled out of the spot and maneuvered my way out of the parking lot. I knew I was overly critical of Mandy, but she's done very little to endear herself to me over the years. From the beginning, she'd made sure I knew she was at the top of my father's list. Trophy wife, outranked daughter, in her opinion, and she'd done her best to ensure his focus was firmly on her whenever we got together. I tried not to let it bother me, and I vowed just to wait her out. Women never lasted long with him, so why should she be any different? I had to hand it to her. She'd certainly surprised me by hanging in this long. If today's interaction was any indication, however, I was thinking her days were numbered, and she knew it. In true Mandy style, she'd compensated by pointing out the calorie count in my salad dressing. "It's so great that you don't worry about gaining weight, sweetheart. I wish I could be that relaxed." And asking if I needed her help finding a new hairdresser. "I'm so jealous that you don't have to spend time getting ready in the morning, Emerson, but change is always good." Like I'd ever let someone work my hair into an overdone rat's nest like the one resting on her scalp. Oh well, it was over now, and I wouldn't have to endure another one of these outings for several weeks. Thank God. I looked over at Jay, envious of his ability to set people's comments aside and just go about his business. He really was a great kid. "So, do you have a ride lined up to the academy this week, or do you need me to arrange something?" He was going to his first training after school on Tuesday, and the bus wasn't an option. His eyes lit. "I got it covered. Coach is going to take me over to get me settled in." His voice was practically vibrating with excitement. And I thought again of Gavin Monroe and how he'd worked so hard to get Jay this chance. No thoughts of 2 young guys with sexy backsides. I wasn't going down that road. I was going to go home, prepare for my pro bono case, and curse Craig's name a few more times. And maybe Mandy's too, just for good measure. "Sounds great, but just let me know if you need a lift home." I told Jay as I pulled onto the main street, leaving the club behind and driving us home. Too young for you. Change your mind yet? My phone vibrated on the coffee table with an unexpected text from a certain young coach. After our conversation the night before, I'd created a contact name to help me remember the bigger picture. Too young for you. Gavin Monroe was off limits. End of story. I'd just ignore this text and continue focusing on my laptop. But my phone had other ideas. It vibrated again, reminding me I'd had a new text I hadn't officially opened. I took off my reading glasses and closed my eyes, waiting for the third and final reminder I knew was coming. Finally, the phone vibrated again and then stilled. There. I'd done it. I'd successfully conquered the temptation. He'd realized I was serious about not going out with him, and he'd leave me alone. The damn phone suddenly rattled again, causing me to jump in my seat, as if Gavin had just appeared by my side on the couch. Before I could think better of it, I replaced my glasses and leaned over my laptop to peek at the new text notification. Too young for you. Because I have an awesome date planned out, if I do say so myself. Darn it. Now I was curious. I chewed on my bottom lip as I debated what to do next. But the phone vibrated again with another new text. Too young for you. Unless you don't like awesome dates. I smiled. Okay, it was time for a break anyway. I set the laptop on the couch beside me and picked up my phone. Emerson. I have nothing against awesome dates per se. I do have other reasons, however, as I've already explained. There. That should do it. But, of course, the 3 little dots appeared, telling me he was typing his response. Too young for you. We can work around those reasons. I'm a very hard worker. Why did that sound vaguely dirty? My pulse sped up a tad, and I ordered it to calm down. Emerson, I'm sure you are, but I still have to say no. Too young for you. So you're saying I'm going to have to go on the best date ever by myself? Harsh. I laughed, despite myself, and typed my response. Emerson, oh, it's the best date ever now, is it? Too young for you. I guess you'll never know. Emerson, I'll have to live with the disappointment of never having experienced the best ever. Too young for you. Wow, I'm flattered. I didn't know word had gotten around. Momentarily confused, I read over my last text and realized what I had implied. I could feel my face burning as my thumbs moved frantically over my phone. Emerson, shut up. I meant best date ever, and you know it. It was time to stop this and get back to reality before I embarrassed myself further. Or worse, accepted a date. Emerson, Jay is excited for Tuesday. Too young for you. Hell, I'm excited to train him. He's phenomenal. Sisterly pride swelled in my chest. Emerson, yeah, pretty much. Too young for you. I know I'm completely jumping the gun, but I feel like he's really got a shot. Emerson, a shot. Too young for you. At the majors. It's a long ways down the line, I know, but I've got a gut feeling. Wow. I had no idea. Emerson, seriously? Too young for you. I don't joke about baseball. Emerson, something tells me that's about the only thing you don't joke about. Too young for you. Well, there's one other thing. Don't ask, Emerson. Emerson, do tell. Damn it. Too young for you. I think you're amazing and I want one date. My belly started swimming with warmth and I bit my lip. Too young for you. If you don't want to see me again after that, I'll leave you alone. Hand to God. Honestly, what could it hurt? One little date and we'd realize we have nothing in common and go our separate ways. In fact, it was probably a good idea. Emerson, coffee. Too young for you. What? Emerson, I'll get coffee with you. No best date ever business. Too young for you. That's putting a lot of pressure on a cup of beans, but I'm up to the challenge. Coffee it is. How about tomorrow? Best to get it over and done with, and then I could stop thinking about him and my stupid, inappropriate attraction to him. I switched to my schedule to see when I'd be free before texting him back. Emerson. I'm swamped the next couple days, but I could do Wednesday. Too young for you. It's a date. Emerson. It's coffee. Too young for you. We'll see. Why did I get the feeling he knew something I didn't? Chapter 8. Call the police. Gavin. Not even the mind-numbing sound of multiple nail guns simultaneously firing into drywall could dampen my good mood Monday morning. I'd somehow convinced Emmy to give me a shot. Well, it was just coffee, for now. But I'd do my best to win her over and get her to go out on a real date with me. I was dying to get to know her better, or at all, really. Right now, I only knew that she was beautiful, funny, and a great sister. I didn't even know what she did for a living, and I was kicking myself for not asking more questions this weekend. But there was time. Yo, Junior, get that dopey-ass grin off your face and come give Trey a hand next door. You can think about giving yourself a hand job later. Mark swung past me and smacked me on my hard hat with a clipboard. Hey, I'll have you know my hands were behind my head the whole time, right where they should be. Didn't have to lift a finger. I threw back at him. That's not what I heard. Word is you've been striking out big time lately. He yelled as he strode out the door, giving me zero chance to defend myself. The three other guys wielding nail guns all guffawed. Laugh it up, assholes. That shit is far from the truth and you know it. I grumbled as I made my way out the back into the apartment next door. So what if Mark's comments hit a little too close to home? I'd been busy. What can I say? Between the two jobs and my online classes, I didn't have much free time to pursue extracurricular activities. All that would change on Wednesday, though. I could feel it. I'd make the fucking time. I spent the rest of the morning and early afternoon assisting with pipe fitting before taking off to go home and grab a shower. I'd gotten word that Chris's court appearance was this afternoon, and I was determined to show up and support him. Granted, his parents weren't completely thrilled with me at the moment, but they were reasonable enough to realize I hadn't actually encouraged their son to steal a goddamn car. I hope they wouldn't mind me showing up. I also hoped the neighbor would see reason and drop the theft charges. In the end, most of it was resting on the shoulders of Chris's lawyer, Ms. Scott. I sure as hell hoped Jake had steered me in the right direction with that one. There wasn't a whole lot I could do at this point, though, except show up and be there for Chris. I'd never been to court. I know, I'm as surprised as you, so I wasn't too sure what to expect. By the time I found the correct room, I was already 20 minutes late and I was sweating like a whore in church. The room was a smaller version of what I'd seen on TV. With the judge's bench at the front, 2 tables for prosecution and defense, and a viewing area filled with chairs. There was no jury box, and the chairs were folding chairs, but otherwise it was like TV. The seats were about half full, and it was easy to spot Chris and his parents sitting in one of the front rows. I took a seat a few rows back, not sure if I'd missed anything. Before I could ponder it too long, though, the judge called Chris's name and he rose from his seat. It was only then that I noticed the woman who had been sitting on his other side. She rose with him and led him to one of the tables at the front. I could only see her back, but the hairs on my neck stood at attention, and my heart rate involuntarily kicked up. I knew that auburn hair pulled up into a tight bun, and I knew that pert ass, even in a business suit. What the hell was Emmy doing here? And with Chris? Just then, Chris glanced behind him and caught sight of me, his face lighting up despite visible beads of sweat on his forehead. He looked even younger than usual, dressed in an ill-fitting gray suit and blue tie. I forced myself to give him an encouraging smile and a chin lift, despite my state of utter confusion. In the next moment, Emmy turned to see who had caught Chris's attention, and her eyes widened almost comically at the sight of me. Completely at a loss, I acted like a colossal moron and gave her a thumbs up. A fucking thumbs up. Way to go, asshole. Her expression turned from one of surprise to one of, call the police. And I was desperately tempted to just flee the scene and pretend I'd never been there. But I couldn't do that to Chris. Jesus Christ. She probably thought I was stalking her and preparing to dry her skin in my basement before turning it into a cozy winter hat and scarf set. Chris leaned over and whispered something to her, after which she turned and pinned me with a death glare that shrank my balls. WTF? It seemed I had just blown any chance I might have ever had with her, and I didn't even know how it had happened. I managed to make it through the proceedings without either running for the hills or approaching the bench and asking the judge for an opportunity on the stand to explain myself. The fact that there was no actual stand was only a small deterrent. By the time it was all said and done, Chris received probation, fines, and community service as we'd all hoped. He hugged Emmy, and she graced him with one of her beautiful smiles that I was pretty certain would never be pointed in my direction again. Then he hugged his parents while I stood at the back of the room trying to decide my next move. Emmy continued to chat with the older Hardacres as Chris filtered his way through an incoming group of people and found me. "Hey, Coach. Thanks so much for coming." I put a fist to his arm. "No problem. I'm glad to see it all worked out." Chris glanced back to the judge's bench and then to me again. "Yeah, well, it's not ideal, but I'll take it." He gave me a self-deprecating grin. "That's what I get for being a jackass, I guess." I shrugged. "Don't beat yourself up too much. We've all done stupid things. Even me, if you can believe it." I gave him a mock surprised face and he laughed. The next case was getting ready to start, and I saw Emmy and Chris's parents making their way toward us. Shit, this was awkward. I raised a hand and gave a little wave, because I hadn't made a big enough ass out of myself already. The Hardacres were smiling, surely out of relief that their kid wasn't going to juvie. Apparently, I'd been forgiven for my role in this shit show. Emmy, on the other hand, looked downright disgusted. What in the hell had I done to her? "Hey, Gavin." Mr. Hardacre put out a hand and I had to tear my gaze away from Emmy's scathing look, leaving myself vulnerable in the event she chose to attack or something. At this point, anything was possible. I took his hand and we shook. "I'm so glad this is all over with," I said. "No kidding," replied Mrs. Hardacre. "And we definitely owe you for arranging Miss Scott's help." She squeezed Emmy's arm and some of the pieces started coming together in my brain. Seeing Emmy for the first time at Jake and Bailey's shower and then being referred by them to an attorney named Emerson Scott. I never even thought to look at her last name on the academy forms because, in my head, she was Emmy Miller. Stupid. She'd said she and Jay had different dads. It still didn't explain why she seemed to suddenly hate me, but I was sure she would be only too happy to explain. "Wait," Emerson said in a surprised tone. "What does he have to do with our introduction? I was referred by Jake and Mark Beckett." The Hardacres looked at each other and then back at Emmy. "Emerson, Miss Scott, whoever the fuck." "We don't know any Becketts. Gavin called us with your information." They all turned their gazes to me. I scratched the back of my neck and tried to explain. "They're friends of mine. Mark is actually my boss." I looked back at Emmy, still feeling confused. "I thought it was Jake and Bailey who knew you. How do you know Mark?" She took a deep breath and let it out like she was losing patience and just wanted to get the hell out of there. "Long story. Anyway, all's well that ends well, right?" She pasted a smile on her face and shook hands with all three Hardacres. "I'll be in touch tomorrow to follow up," she said. And without another word or a glance in my direction, she left the courtroom and left me feeling more bewildered than ever. I had to stay and make small talk with Chris and his family or I'd look like an asshole. By the time I made it out to the main corridor, Emmy was long gone. Just like our coffee date, I surmised. "So tell me exactly how you know Emerson Scott?" "Shit," said Mark as I barreled my way through the door he just opened. "Well, come on in and make yourself at home." "What do you mean, shit?" I turned back to face him as he closed the door behind us. He eyed me, hands on his hips with his ridiculous Popeye muscles practically tearing the arms off his t-shirt. Jesus, just buy a bigger shirt, man. "I think the better question is, how do you know Emerson Scott?" he responded. It was one of my rare nights off, and although I had homework to do, I hadn't been able to focus. I needed answers. Without thinking too much about it, I'd hopped in my car and driven to Mark's place. Well, actually Fiona's place, but she and Mark were attached at the hip, or probably more accurately, the crotch, so it hadn't been hard to find him. Fiona had a slick condo in a high-rise downtown, and if I were Mark, I'd ditch the rental house he lives in and move in here. This place is sweet. Floor-to-ceiling windows on a high floor, a granite and stainless steel kitchen, and girl furniture. Fancy shit. I just saw her in court today, you know, helping out my dumbass player who decided he was Mario Andretti. Damn it, I knew that was a bad idea, came another male voice from the direction of the kitchen. I turned around and found Jake and Bailey both leaning against the kitchen counter with drinks in their hands. Where the hell did you two come from? Free dinner at Fiona's? Have you met me? Asked Bailey, pointing unnecessarily to her protruding belly that looked like it was about to explode. Her blonde hair was in a messy ponytail, and she looked like she was wearing Jake's clothes. Well, that explained things, I supposed. Fiona runs a catering business with Mark and Jake's mom, and she cooks the absolute best food. I was suddenly a bit put out that I hadn't been invited. Fiona poked her head around the corner, surprising the shit out of me while simultaneously reading my mind. You're always at games or training sessions on weeknights. How was I supposed to know you had the night off? I made a face at her before remembering my mission and getting back to it. And you knew what was a bad idea? I asked Jake accusingly. Putting that woman anywhere in the vicinity of you and your adolescent libido. He came closer and dropped onto the couch, beckoning for Bailey to sit next to him. She did so with some difficulty, looking a bit more like an elderly person balancing a giant pumpkin on her lap. I put my hands on my hips. I take offense to that. My libido is a very mature 24. A shitload better than your ancient ass, I'm guessing. He put his arm around his wife. Whatever you say, Junior. I haven't gotten any complaints. Bailey pretended to contemplate that for a moment before confirming. That's true. And patting his knee. Yuck. Okay, let's drop it. I've met Emerson. We've been introduced, so it's too late anyway. I want to know how you all know her. Bailey looked back at me and sighed. Fine. It's not like she'd ever go for you anyway. We were just trying to save you the embarrassment of panting after her like a puppy. Don't think we didn't all see you at that shower with your tongue hanging out. Oh, I remember her. I liked her. Fiona emerged from the kitchen, suddenly way too interested in the topic. Bailey nodded at her with a wicked grin before explaining to me. Remember my douchebag ex? The one who tried to sue Mark? She was his attorney. Huh? Wait, I thought Fiona's guy was your attorney. Mark barked from behind me. Not my attorney, idiot. The douchebag ex's attorney. I gave each of them an incredulous look. What the fuck? You recommended someone to me who not only tried to sue you, but lost? What the hell kind of friends are you? Mark and Jake both shrugged, and this made them all laugh uproariously. Jesus Christ. Finally, Fiona seemed to conjure up some basic human decency. Oh no, did your kid lose the case? That shut all of them up. Bastards. I shuffled my feet a bit and said, no, which made them laugh even harder. I had to shout to be heard, but that's beside the point. Fiona just patted my arm. Come eat some leftovers. They're still warm. She led me toward the kitchen. I scowled at her. You can't placate me with food, you know. She just nodded and patted my arm again. It's stuffed pork chops with baked apples and a Dijon butter sauce. Oh, I replied and let her lead me to it. After Fiona fed me, I took my ass home and did some work. I may have dropped out of college when I lost my baseball scholarship. Okay, I can't blame the scholarship. It was me feeling sorry for myself. But I'd been able to keep the 2 years of credits I'd built up. And once I'd stopped acting like a spoiled brat, I realized I was halfway to a sports science degree. That was nothing to sneeze at, and nothing to throw away. It had actually been Jerry who'd encouraged me to step up and finish my degree. Being an assistant coach at the academy was fun and full of valuable experience, but it didn't pay all that well. Construction paid better, but I couldn't do that full-time, and it wasn't where I saw myself in the long run. A degree in sports science, combined with the coaching experience I was getting, could lead to a solid future in coaching, hopefully at the college level eventually. I'd enrolled in online classes in January, and I was hoping to complete my degree in another couple of years. Brett was the only one who knew about it at this point, since he's my best friend and it was kind of hard to hide what I was doing on my laptop all that time. Naturally, he'd assumed a porn addiction in the beginning, but he finally figured that even I didn't have the attention span for that much fucking. I wasn't sure why I didn't want anyone else to know. Maybe I felt like everybody was still waiting for me to fail or revert back to my sorry old ways. Maybe I was afraid of that myself. I didn't want to expose myself to that kind of pressure. I shot my professor an email with my latest assignment and closed the laptop for the night. Immediately, my mind went back to the scene in court earlier in the day. Should I try texting her? Before I could talk myself out of it, I grabbed my phone and sent a message. Gavin. Hi. Brilliant, Gavin. You're a real Shakespeare. Crickets. I figured a beer was in order since I'd kicked ass on my assignment, and I needed a distraction from the blank screen of my phone. 1 beer and 2 episodes of Archer later. What? It may be a cartoon, but it's for adults. And my phone finally sounded with a text notification. Emmy. Hello, Gavin. What can I do for you? What could she do for me? What was this? I felt like I was in the principal's office or something. Wait. I think I had a naughty fantasy about that once. Nope, lost it. I got up to get another beer while I thought about my response. Leaning against the counter, I typed it in. Gavin. I think we had a miscommunication of some kind. How about if we work it out on Wednesday over our coffee? Emmy. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cancel. WTF? Gavin. I think I at least deserve an explanation, don't I? Emmy. It's just for the best. Let's leave it at that. Good luck, and I'm sure I'll see you at some of Jay's games. Huh. Well, there wasn't much I could say to that, now was there? Chapter 9. Nope. Emerson. Ugh. I put my phone back on my bedside table. There. I'd let him down gently, and it was done. I breathed a sigh of relief, not realizing until right then exactly how keyed up I'd been about the impending coffee date. Coffee non-date. I should have trusted my instincts from the beginning. I had absolutely no business forming any kind of friendship, much less a remotely romantic one, with a guy who still acted like a teenager. When I turned around in court and caught sight of Gavin in the back of the galley, I'd felt my blood run hot, then cold. My brain could not compute any plausible scenario that would place him in the courtroom. Thoughts flew directly to him being there to see me. But how could he have known I'd be there? I hadn't even told him I was a lawyer. That's when my thoughts raced right to Psycho Town, and I considered the possibility that he was a crazy stalker. That would be just my luck. But when I realized that Chris obviously knew him, and Chris explained exactly how he knew him, understanding dawned. I really shouldn't have been all that surprised to find out that Gavin Monroe was just as damned immature as I'd feared. He had been the family friend who'd told Chris to go along with the other teenagers' antics and do what he needed to fit in. What kind of advice was that? Damn idiot kids, Gavin included. This was exactly why I always trusted my gut and kept the big picture in mind. I didn't have the time or the freedom to let undesirable or unsuitable people into my life. Sighing, I sank down into my pillow and pulled my blanket up to my chin. I felt the soft fibers brush against my neck and immediately felt a bit better. It was my go-to comfort. Yes, I realized the irony of my disdain for childish behavior while simultaneously clinging to what essentially amounted to a toddler's blankie. But it was soft. What can I say? However, even my blanket couldn't entirely calm the storm in my head. My thoughts drifted back to last fall's debacle that had started this whole thing. I'd known that damn pro bono would eventually come back to haunt me, and I'd been right. Last year, I'd taken on a different pro bono case at the request of Bradford Schenk, one of the managing partners. It was a personal injury case in which his daughter's friend had been assaulted and had some property damaged in the process. The client was an artist named Anton Germain, and he seemed both sincere and distraught when I first met with him. He explained that he'd broken up with the woman and that the woman's friend hadn't taken kindly to it. In fact, the friend had responded by threatening Anton and then punching him, as well as ruining an expensive painting Anton had been in the process of selling to a client for a large sum of money. Mr. Shank's daughter, Amber, explained that Mr. Germain was a popular local artist who had a successful exhibit at a local gallery in progress at the time of the assault. Not only had he been punched and had his property ruined, but he also feared for his safety and was unable to continue with his current work due to the constant stress. While I hadn't really bought the whole idea of not being able to work, I wasn't exactly the creative type, so what did I know? Well, I'll tell you what I did know. Bradford Shank had asked me to represent this guy, so that's what I was going to do. I informed the party we were intending to sue, whose name was Mark Beckett, and scheduled a settlement meeting, hoping to avoid court. Little had I known, Anton Germain turned out to not only be a crappy artist, but he was a crappy liar too. In the end, his story fell apart faster than a house of cards. As far as I could discern, yes, he'd been punched, but he'd also deserved it. In fact, I would have liked to deliver my own punch when all was said and done. He'd manufactured the bit about the destruction of property as well as the inability to work. And then he'd proceeded to assault the ex-girlfriend right in front of me. Beckett now, since marrying her friend's brother, was certainly better off without the ass of an artist. But I'd felt bad about my part in it. So when the Beckett clan asked for help last week, I hadn't hesitated long. And besides, the client was a 14-year-old kid who'd taken some awful advice from a family friend. One I now knew to be Gavin Monroe. I thanked my lucky stars that my little brother was self-possessed enough not to fall for lame life lessons from an overgrown child. I rolled over and punched my pillow, giving a huge huff. Maybe I should steer clear of pro bono cases for a while. Yeah, that's what I should do. I took a deep breath, let it out, and finally fell asleep with my blanket cushioning my cheek. I still can't believe the coincidence, Ari said as we waited in line at Starbucks the next morning. She was wearing slim black pants and a flowy red blouse that brought out the burgundy in her hair. Her nose and eyebrow piercings were missing, a requirement of her receptionist job at the conservative realty office where she'd be heading after coffee. I'd called her this morning for emergency girl time so I could get the oddness and frustration of this whole situation off my chest and refocus. I know, and I can't believe he'd actually talked me into coffee with him. She tilted her head and gave me the raised eyebrows. Seriously? What? I had no idea what she was driving at. Let's see. She put up a hand and started counting off on her fingers. He's cute. He's got that ass. You haven't gotten laid in a decade. I scowled at her at that one and tried to shush her, but she continued, undeterred. He blatantly pursued you, which is hot. And oh yeah, that ass, she finished, shoving her open palm in my face. I smacked it aside. Whatever. I just thank God I realized my mistake before I actually went out with him. I think I need a vacation. Damn straight. I've been telling you that for 2 years, but let's not kid ourselves. You're never taking a vacation. You've got the ag power thing and all your other cases on top of that. You're going to die at your desk, and we'll just cover you in a shroud and seal the room up. Shut up. I am not. But you're right. I can't take vacation anytime in the foreseeable future. Must stick to the plan. Crush Craig, get partnership, kick butt, and retire to Aruba at 50. I ticked off my list on my own fingers. You'd better get a tiki hut for 2 because I'm joining you, girl. I gave her a side hug as we approached the counter to place our order. I wouldn't have it any other way. Once we were settled at our table with our drinks, I asked Ari about her family. I needed to focus on something else. They're good. I still haven't dared to bring Elliot back around, but Mama said you'd better get your ass to dinner one of these days. I set my cup down and sighed. I know. I haven't seen your parents in months. Tell her I promise I'll come soon. Ari took a small sip of her coffee and played with her necklace with her other hand. Her tone turned to one that's usually accompanied by some form of oversharing on her part. And Ponch has been asking about you too. I told him you were dating the baseball coach, and he about blew a gasket. Granted, I didn't know at the time that you actually were dating Gavin, but that makes it even funnier. I think Ponch's flirting is turning into a real-life lust fest. I shooed her off. No, it isn't. He's like that with everyone with boobs. I don't know. She trailed off, still playing with the beads around her neck. And I wasn't dating Gavin. We were engaging in some mildly flirty texting and were considering drinking some coffee in the same room. That's a far cry from dating. Uh-huh. Keep telling yourself that. I threw my napkin at her and she laughed, finally dropping the damn necklace and leaning forward on the table. I hate to stir things up. Okay, I love to stir things up, I admit. She gave me a wicked grin before continuing. But I don't really see what Gavin did that was all that bad. I looked at her incredulously. He told a 14-year-old boy to steal a car. No, he didn't. That's ridiculous. This time it was her shooing me. He gave some advice that was grossly misinterpreted and ended in a shitty situation, which he called in favors to remedy, I might add. He didn't just ditch the kid. She sat back in her chair, having just closed her argument with what she considered to be a slam dunk. Why wasn't she the lawyer? I supposed that was true. I played with the cardboard sleeve of my coffee cup and thought for a moment before responding. Be that as it may, he's still way too young to consider. And I might add, I hardly have time to see you. Where would I ever find the time to date anyone? All work and no play. Just saying. She shrugged and pointed at me. And don't forget that ass. I searched around for another napkin to throw at her, but had to settle for a dirty look instead. Damn you, Ari, I thought to myself later that afternoon as I tried for the third time to focus on the boring paperwork in front of me. I was reviewing documents on an acquisition one of our clients was finalizing, but my brain seemed to be stuck on Ari's words from that morning. I admit, maybe I'd been a bit rude in my text to Gavin the previous night. I pulled out my phone so I could review the exchange. Nope. Hi. I'd changed his contact name from Too Young for You to Nope as soon as his text came through the night before. I hadn't even intended to acknowledge his message, but after an hour, it had seemed rude not to. Emerson. Hello, Gavin. What can I do for you? Nope. I think we had a miscommunication of some kind. How about if we work it out on Wednesday over our coffee? Emerson. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cancel. Nope. I think I at least deserve an explanation, don't you? Emerson. It's just for the best. Let's leave it at that. Good luck, and I'm sure I'll see you at some of Jay's games. That had been a bit abrupt, hadn't it? I brought up the phone's keyboard and considered what I might text back to appropriately apologize for my rudeness, while also communicating that nothing was going to happen between us. I began to type. Emerson. I'm sorry, That was as far as I got when Craig burst into my office, without knocking, and proceeded to rant at me about a detail I'd missed in the non-disclosure draft. By the time I'd settled him down and explained that it hadn't been an oversight, but an intentional omission of information, it was over an hour later. He finally left me in peace and I removed my reading glasses, closed my eyes, and squeezed the bridge of my nose to stave off the headache that usually came in the wake of any Craig encounter. You look beat, said a voice from the doorway. A very familiar voice. My eyes snapped open and Gavin Monroe stood in my doorway, looking all adorable and sexy in athletic shorts and a gray t-shirt, the familiar green baseball cap covering his head. He held a cup of coffee in one hand, and his face sported a sheepish grin. What are you doing here? I got your text, he said, casual as can be. I looked around my desk until I unearthed my phone and dismissed the lock screen. Sure enough, there was a text from me to Gavin, and 2 in return. I had sent the damn unfinished text by accident. I chose to blame Craig. Emerson, I'm sorry, Nope. You're sorry you what? Canceled our coffee date. Nope. You're forgiven, by the way. I'll even stop by your office and bring you a cup on my way to training. My eyes found him again, and I was speechless. How had I gotten myself into this? Seemingly needing no invitation, he sauntered into my office and set the coffee in front of me. I didn't know how you liked it, so I took a wild guess and got you a skim vanilla latte. That's what Mark's girlfriend likes, so I chanced it. I looked down at the coffee and back to him. I recalled the girlfriend. Fiona, I think. Yes, that's perfect. Thank you. Again, needing no invitation, he took a seat across from my desk and took a good look around. This is nice. You must be pretty important. I took a moment to look around myself and take in the surroundings from a newcomer's perspective. It was a nice office, with a small sofa and table in the corner and 2 matching chairs in front of a maple desk. Coordinating bookshelves lined one wall, and I even had a small window with a view of the courtyard. My eyes came back to him. I don't know about that. I'm just a 4th-year associate. You should see the partners' offices. I stayed seated because I had no clue what to do in this situation. I hadn't wanted him to come here. So, I began awkwardly, I guess you have training to go to. What time does that start? Incredibly subtle, Emerson. Jeez. He looked at his watch. Not for another 45 minutes. I made sure I had plenty of time. For what? I wanted to ask, but kept my mouth shut. So, I was thinking, if it works with your schedule, of course, we could meet up by the Starbucks around the corner when you're done with work tomorrow. Unless, that is, you've changed your mind and want to do dinner. I don't know that I could put together that best date ever in the short time frame, but I can arrange something. When I didn't respond, he continued, gesturing to the coffee in front of me. Technically we've done coffee, so it's only proper to move on to dinner as a second date. Date? Was all I managed before another visitor chose the worst possible moment to fill my office doorway. Mr. Wheeler stood in the threshold, head bent to his phone. Miss Scott, is it possible to move our... He began before glancing up and seeing I already had company. He straightened. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't realize you had a client. Oh, he's not a client. I burst out before my brain could catch up and tell me to shut my mouth. Mr. Wheeler took the entire situation in stride and stepped forward, hand out to Gavin, who stood and shook my boss's hand. Gavin Monroe, pleased to meet you. Thomas Wheeler, the pleasure is mine. My boss returned formally, and then, just as he released Gavin's hand, his eyes widened a bit and snapped back to Gavin's face. You're Gavin Monroe. His tone was suddenly enthusiastic, and he gave a small laugh. Well, of course you are. You just introduced yourself. I've followed your career since you were in high school. My daughter went to state, and I never missed a game. Gavin seemed to be completely unaffected by this jovial outburst from my boss that had me mentally passing out in shock. My freaking boss was fangirling all over my non-date. Who the hell was this guy? I appreciate it, replied Gavin. Fans are what make the whole thing possible. Well, you definitely had one in me, I'll tell you that. I'm really sorry things didn't work out for you. Gavin gave a self-deprecating smile and shrugged. We can't all live the dream. I've moved on. Mr. Wheeler nodded appreciatively and then turned to me. Why didn't you tell me you were dating a local legend? Oh, God. No, I began, but Gavin cut me off. It's new. She probably didn't want to broadcast her personal life around the office. True. Always the consummate professional, Miss Scott. He nodded again, and I had no earthly clue how to respond. Refuting Gavin's comment would only trigger more discussion on the topic, and that would make me appear indecisive or flighty. That I could not have. Well, now that the cat is out of the bag, we may as well take advantage of this situation, Mr. Wheeler commented, his gaze shifting between me and Gavin. No. As Miss Scott knows, we have our Bar Association softball tournament coming up, and we always encourage significant others to participate. He looked at Gavin with raised eyebrows, and I wished for the largest piano possible to drop on my head. Or Gavin's. I couldn't decide. Chapter 10. Play Ball. Gavin. I was feeling pretty proud of myself for how I'd maneuvered that situation. Thomas Wheeler left the office a few minutes after I agreed to be on their firm's softball team, and I'm sure I wore a shit-eating grin. One glance at Emmy, though, told me I'd better gird my loins because shit was about to rain down on my parade. Maybe I mixed a few too many idioms, but I was starting to panic. Emmy stood from behind her desk, revealing another conservative suit. This one some kind of gray tweed with a white blouse underneath. She was buttoned up into the perfect package, and all I wanted to do was unbutton every little bit of her. It had been all I could do not to bite my hand when I'd seen her at her desk wearing those glasses. Talk about sexy librarian fantasies. I'd be booking some time alone this evening, for sure. Her mood did not match mine, however, as she grabbed me by the sleeve of my t-shirt and practically marched me out of her office and down the hall toward the elevators. I thought briefly about asking her to bring those glasses with her, but wisely kept my mouth shut. She was seething, and I'm sure I was supposed to understand why, but once again, I was at a loss when it came to this woman. Although I did consider the possibility that maybe I shouldn't have told her colleague we were dating. I'll admit, I got a little ahead of myself. The elevator door opened and she pulled me inside. Was it wrong that I was getting a little turned on by her forceful behavior? Down boy, I told myself. The doors closed and she turned to me, opening her mouth and pointing her index finger in my face. I waited, but nothing came out. She closed it, then opened it again, and drew in a deep breath. Still nothing. Her eyes were piercing me with anger or frustration, or maybe a bit of both. When she closed her mouth without speaking this time, I decided she'd had her turn. Now it was mine. I stepped into her, leaned down, and covered her mouth with mine. She was stiff as a board, but I didn't let that deter me. I put one hand to the small of her back and the other to the back of her neck, drawing her into me. The kiss began gently, as I took her bottom lip between mine, then switched to the top, grazing it lightly with my teeth in the process. Her lips were soft and perfect, as I'd known they'd be. I pulled back a fraction of an inch and felt her warm breath on my mouth as she exhaled. When she didn't slap me or pull back, I angled my head and deepened the kiss, gently sweeping my tongue across her bottom lip, begging for entrance. Her lips parted in invitation, and I didn't hesitate to slide my tongue against hers for a better taste. She smelled amazing, like citrus and vanilla, and she tasted even better. A combination of coffee and mint and something else that I assumed was just Emmy. She let out a little moan, and I adjusted our position, allowing my hand to travel up her back so I could press her breasts into my chest as my mouth continued its assault. Finally, I felt her arms wrap around and grasped two fistfuls of my t-shirt at the back. The anger had all but dissipated, replaced by desire and/or the need to rip my shirt off my back. Not that I was complaining. This spurred me on, and I let my hand travel back down until it reached her ass. I pulled her in even further so she could feel the effect she was having on me. Just then, the elevator dinged and we both jumped back, having completely forgotten where we were. She muttered something that sounded like sugar before she frantically smoothed her hair and clothes just as the elevator doors parted. Two women in suits very similar to Emmy stepped in, both of them nodding to us before continuing their conversation. Emmy extended them a strained smile and then, when the women's backs were turned to us, hissed quietly at me, "I can't believe you just did that." I leaned in and heard her breath hitch, as if she thought I was moving in to kiss her again. Did what? "Any of it," she whispered tersely. The elevator doors opened to the lobby and she stalked out after the women. I raced to catch up to her, impressed at how fast she could walk in those heels. Speaking of those heels, Jesus. They made her legs look a mile long and added an extra sway to her ass as she practically sprinted out of the building ahead of me. I was acutely aware that my athletic shorts did very little to hide my condition, and I wished for some kind of folder or bag to place in front of me while I walked. Oh well, it couldn't be helped. At least not around this woman. That was for damn sure. By the time she exited the building and was halfway down the sidewalk, I'd had enough of the chasing. I caught up to her and put a hand on her shoulder. "Emmy, wait." She whirled on me. "Emerson. My name is Emerson. Not Emmy. Emerson." She brushed a hair out of her eyes and stood stiffly. I pulled my head back. "Really? You don't like Emmy?" "That's what my mother calls me. Nobody else." She looked to the side, obviously still perturbed. "Well, you could have corrected me." "I know." She shook her head and then brought her gaze back to me. "Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, you act way too familiar with me. You just told my boss we were dating, and you invited yourself to join my firm's softball team for God's sake. Not to mention that incredibly inappropriate kiss in the elevator." She huffed, and I wouldn't have been surprised if she'd stomped her foot. I thought the whole display was kind of hot. This whole riled-up, sexy librarian thing was a turn-on. Big time. I couldn't help the grin that formed on my face. "I didn't hear you complaining at the time." She glared at me, but it bounced right off. Her hands extended in exasperation. "Now I'll have to manufacture a believable breakup that doesn't result in my boss being ticked at me for messing up the darn roster he's no doubt salivating over at this very moment." She gestured heatedly back to the building. I raised my hand as if asking permission to speak. Yes, like a 5-year-old. Hey, if she got to be the librarian, I'd volunteer to be the student. That got me another glare, so I dug in. Or I could just play on the team. Sounds easier. She sighed. "You don't understand, Gavin. I can't let word get around that I'm dating someone so much younger than me. It would seriously mess with my reputation at the firm. I'd be fodder for the office gossip chain. Don't you understand? I'm on the partner track, and I have to watch my every move. Your boss didn't seem to think it was a big deal. That's because he had stars in his eyes. How was I supposed to know you're some kind of local hero?" I scowled at that, but she continued. "He was envisioning holding up the championship trophy, not thinking about my career. And believe me, the other 2 managing partners wouldn't miss a chance to knock me down a peg. And don't even get me started on the other associates. It's dog eat dog in there. You wouldn't understand." She sounded defeated, but I couldn't help but feel a bit offended. Oh, I couldn't possibly understand? What, because I'm just some dumb jock who works construction and plays ball? That's not what I meant. You're just young. Her voice had lost some of its fire by this point. Emerson. I'm 24, not 12. I work hard, and I'm carving out a career for myself. I don't deserve the insinuations you're making. You don't even know me. I wasn't going to let anyone dismiss me that easily, much less this woman I was apparently in complete lust with. I know enough. The critical look was making a return. What's that supposed to mean? She raised her eyebrows. I know you encouraged a 14-year-old kid to do whatever it took to fit in with the cool kids. I can't think of anything as immature and short-sighted as that. Fuck. The pieces were finally coming together here. Is that what this is about? Jesus. I gave the kid a few pointers to help him avoid getting bullied. I didn't tell him to steal a goddamned car. Keep your voice down, she hissed. And by all rights, I should be pissed at you. I threw at her. Yeah, she didn't hold the patent on annoyance. Me? She couldn't have looked more shocked. Yes, you sued my friend, who also happens to be my boss and almost ruined his life. She sucked in a breath of shock. I did not. That was much more complicated than you're making it out to be. I tilted my head at her and leaned in. Kind of like my situation with Chris. That shut her up. Where's your big lawyer talk now? I taunted. She actually growled at that point. Damn, her eyes were on fire. Flecks of gold glinted throughout the brown of her irises. It made me wonder how they'd look when she was aroused. Seemingly all out of argument, she asked, So, what now? I put my hands on my hips. I don't know, you tell me. Apparently, I'm your dirty little secret whether you like it or not. Your boss is not going to want me off that team and you know it. Her shoulders slumped. I know. I just stood and stared back at the building. I guess I sort of had screwed this up for her, but I didn't understand the big deal. I'm only 5 years younger than her. I brought my gaze back to Emmy, unhappy that I'd caused this defeated look. You know, guys date younger women all the time. What's the big deal if it's the other way around? She waved me off. It's a complete double standard, I know, but that doesn't make it any less real. They'll skewer me for it. Even if we kick ass at the tournament? I asked, giving her a wicked grin. That brought out a small smile in response. Well, it couldn't hurt to win, I suppose, she admitted. You know what I think? I think you worry too much. She rolled her eyes. You've been talking to Ari, haven't you? No, but if we can join forces to loosen you up, I might just call her. She sighed and paused. Look, Gavin, I'm sorry I blew up at you. I just really need everyone at the firm to take me seriously. I can't afford to slip. I was beginning to understand that it wasn't just her coworkers she needed to take her seriously. It was everyone, and I was certainly ready to take her seriously. Probably just not in the way she meant. It's okay. I can see you're under a lot of stress. I have ways of relieving that, you know. I waggled my eyebrows in an exaggerated move to keep her smiling. Her face was brilliant when she did. I'm sure you do. She shoved my arm and then seemed to remember herself. Don't you have training to get to? I believe my brother is waiting with bated breath. I looked at my watch and saw that she was right. I'd used up my free time and I'd be late if I didn't leave now. I suppose I'll have to save all my stress-relieving skills for our second date. Gavin. She left it at the one word, but it spoke volumes. I wasn't letting go that easily. What? If everybody already thinks we're dating, what's the harm? She pursed her lips, bringing my attention directly to them while my mind replayed that killer kiss in the elevator. I leaned in close. And don't try to tell me you didn't enjoy that kiss. Her face flamed, and she immediately spun on her heel to head back to the office. I just laughed, causing her to pick up the pace, providing me with another awesome view of her ass and that prim little skirt. I spent the drive over to the academy both reliving the hot elevator kiss and planning where to take Emmy to dinner the next night. She hadn't technically said yes, but she hadn't said no either. And I thought I'd made a good argument in my favor. She was clearly shy when it came to the physical, but I could work with that. I couldn't wait to get my mouth on her again. It was time to change my thought pattern when I pulled into the academy parking lot and spotted Jay and Coach Davidson talking to Buzz on one of the practice fields. It brought to my mind my first interview with Buzz and Jerry, and I recalled being a little starstruck myself. Since then, I'd gotten to know the former Major League first baseman, and the awe had worn off. He was a decent guy, but to be honest, I preferred Jerry's company and mentorship. Guessing that the guys wouldn't appreciate me sporting even the slightest wood, I went directly inside and changed into my coaching uniform of an academy polo shirt and khaki pants before joining the trio on the field. Coach? I greeted Davidson as we shook hands. I turned to Jay and extended a hand to him as well, while still addressing Davidson. Looks like you've won the lottery with this one. That brought out polite chuckles from both men as Jay tried to wave me off. Nah, I've got a lot to learn. I was just telling Mr. Hader how glad I am for the opportunity to learn from y'all. Damn, this kid was polite and humble. I'm sure I was a conceited asshole at his age. Well, no time like the present, if everybody's ready. I've got to be running. Nice to see you, Buzz, Monroe. Davidson nodded at both of us. Good luck, kid. See you at tomorrow's game, he said to Jay and then excused himself. Buzz patted Jay on the shoulder. Hader had lost some of his stature with age, but he was still a relatively fit guy. His omnipresent sunglasses covered his eyes, and an academy baseball cap topped his head. I'll leave you to it for now. Coach Monroe, we'll be doing some evaluations today as we discussed. I'll catch up with you again on Thursday. Buzz nodded to both of us and headed back to the main building, leaving Jay and me to play ball. Damn, my life was good. Chapter 11. Wow. Emerson. I put my head down and worked like an obsessed woman for the rest of the afternoon and early evening. not daring to slow down or I'd have to think about that damn kiss. That damn kiss that had lit my entire body on fire and had me thinking very, very naughty thoughts I had no business thinking. Nope, too young for you. But I'd never had a kiss like that. One that I could feel in every pore and cell. Sadly, even the most memorable sex I'd had couldn't compare to that one simple kiss. How pathetic was that? I pulled my glasses off and squeezed the bridge of my nose. This wasn't working. My belly dipped as my mind went back to the elevator. I was pretty sure those weren't butterflies in there. They seemed more like spider monkeys, screaming and swinging around, laughing at me and my stupid predicament. I'd concluded that there was no easy way to bow out of this softball team situation, so I'd have to make it work somehow. The trick would be finding a way to keep my reputation as a serious professional sharpshooter in the process. I was at a loss at how to accomplish that. Gavin had been right. The age difference shouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but that didn't change anything. It was an old-school boys' club, and I'd entered the clubhouse with my eyes wide open, agreeing to play their game by their rules. If I chose to break them, it was at my own peril. But besides the image part, I still felt silly even considering going out with Gavin. Okay, so he was 5 years younger, not 9, as I'd feared. But a lot happens between the ages of 24 and 29. Careers form, goals alter, responsibilities increase. He hadn't experienced much of that yet, as far as I could tell. We were in different stages of our lives, making this a terrible idea. All I had to do was look at my father and all his failed relationships with younger women to drive that truth home. I'd vowed never to make the relationship mistakes he had. And then there was the need to focus on work and Jay. I couldn't forget that. No, dating Gavin Monroe for real, as opposed to fake dating him for the tournament's sake, was a terrible idea all around. So why did the spider monkeys keep telling me otherwise? Darn hormonal beasts. I closed my laptop and packed up to go home. It was after 7, and I clearly wasn't in the headspace to be productive anymore tonight. What I needed was Netflix and a bowl of ice cream. Unfortunately, if I thought time at home would distract me from the unwanted younger man temptation, I'd been dead wrong. As soon as I walked in the door, Jay regaled me with a 30-minute monologue on how utterly amazing his afternoon at the baseball academy had been, meeting the famous Buzz Hader, touring the facility, and, let's not forget, hanging out with Coach Monroe, who was apparently the coolest guy on earth. I smiled and nodded and told Jay how happy I was that things had gone so well. He couldn't wipe the sweet, lopsided grin off his face. Eventually, he couldn't come up with one more unforgettable detail to share, and off he went to his room to finish his homework. It wasn't until Jay left that I realized this was the first time since he'd moved in that he'd acted like the old Jay I knew. Happy, carefree, content with life and his place in it. And damn it, it looked like I had one nope/too young for you to thank for that. I was halfway through my second episode of The Crown, knowing I should put the remote down and go through more paperwork, when my phone rang. My pulse jumped, as if my body were on constant alert for any form of contact from Gavin. I wasn't going to answer, and I was about to let it go to voicemail when I glanced at my phone and saw that it wasn't Gavin at all. It was Ponch. A stab of disappointment I didn't want to examine too closely cut through me. Of course, I wasn't going to share that with Ponch, even though his ego could take it. "Hey there," I said into the phone. "Hey, beautiful, how's it going?" I wondered briefly if he even knew who he was calling or if he always used terms of endearment in place of names in the event he misdialed. "I'm good. How's the world of motorcycle gear?" Ponch owned an independent gear shop for all things involving motorcycles. I'd been by a couple times, but the vibe there could be more than a little intimidating. "Same as ever. Business could always be better, but I've got no real complaints," he answered. "So, what are you up to this weekend?" That caught me by surprise. I mean, it wasn't as if Ponch never called me, but it was usually regarding something related to Ari or the rest of the family. Maybe his mom had tasked him with getting me over to her house. I'm not really sure. Ari and I had talked about dinner Friday since she's not working. I trailed off. Why? Is your mom having the family over this weekend? No, nothing like that. Now I was really confused. Oh, was all I could think to say. I want us to go out to dinner. Okay. This couldn't be what it sounded like. You're more than welcome to come on Friday. The more the merrier. I'm sure my tone was way too cheerful. Sorry. He practically barked into the phone. Forget I said anything. Have fun with Ari and I'll talk to you later. Then he hung up. I stared at the phone for a good minute, trying to figure out what the heck had just happened. Had Ponch Amante just asked me out? What sort of alternate universe was this where I had not one hot guy, but two wanting to take me out? I looked down at myself, checking to see if maybe my boobs had grown recently, but nope, they were still a modest B cup. I must have misinterpreted, and I decided to pretend the call had never happened, just as Ponch requested. I also took it as a sign that I needed to get back to work. So I dove into some paperwork and soon forgot about the strange call. A text came through when I was getting ready for bed. I froze and bit my lip, not sure which name on the screen would rattle me more. 5 seconds of kidding myself that I wouldn't read it, and the phone was in my hand. I swallowed hard and felt my belly flip over. For the 3rd time this week, I'd changed the contact name. Be careful. Are we still on for dinner tomorrow night? I harumphed. Presumptuous much? Be careful. I thought I'd take you to Gia, since I know you like that place. How did he know that? Maybe he had been talking to Ari. Emerson. How do you know that? Be careful. It's where I first saw you. What? How was that possible? We'd met at Jay's game. Emerson. We met at Jay's game. Be careful. Correct. But I first saw you at Gia. At Jake and Bailey Beckett's shower. He'd been there? I'd been at Gia a few months back and noticed the Becketts having a party. I'd quietly approached the couple to give them my card and let them know that I could help if that dreadful Anton Germain ever reared his ugly lying head again. I didn't realize Gavin had been there, but I guess it made sense. Emerson. How in the world do you remember that? Be careful. Trust me, you're hard to forget. I felt my body flame at the compliment and the spider monkeys piped up again. I didn't know how to respond. Nobody had ever delivered such a flattering personal compliment to me before. I was used to professional compliments, but never personal ones. I think my last boyfriend's best compliment had been excellent parking job. God, I was pathetic. Emerson. Oh, thank you. Be careful. Don't thank me, it's true. Now, how about Gia? It would have to be around 8 o'clock since I have to work, but I figured you keep late hours anyway. I bit my lip and looked around my bedroom as if the answer was held somewhere under a pillow or behind a drape. Part of me really wanted to go, and the other part was ready to smack the back of my hand with a ruler for even considering it. But one date wouldn't hurt, would it? Heck, it was like Gavin said. The firm would all think we were dating anyway. Why not take advantage? Before the ruler could come down on me, I typed my response. Emerson. Okay, I'll meet you there at 8. I hit send and immediately let out a squeal, something incredibly uncharacteristic of me. I had a sudden urge to call Ari, but I held back, letting the idea of my upcoming date settle in my brain and belly for a moment. My phone vibrated again. Be careful. Can't wait. As much as I feared it and wished it weren't true, I couldn't either. What in God's name had happened to my earlier resolve? Oh yeah, Gavin Monroe had happened. Wow, Gavin breathed out. Yet another first. I'd never been wowed before, and I felt my face begin to heat. Darn it. I'd been here 5 seconds, and my grip on my well-controlled world was already slipping. I willed my skin not to betray me as Gavin took me in from head to toe in the lobby of Gia the next night. I'd struggled for ages over what to wear and finally caved and called Ari. After she finished, "I told you soing," her first words were, "For Christ's sake, tell me you're not standing in your closet looking at a suit." At that, I put the hanger holding my red Ellie Tahari suit back on the rail. "No," I said, convincing no one. "This is a date with a hot young guy. You need to dress flirty, as in plunging neckline or a short skirt." I wasn't sure if I even owned a skirt that didn't at least skim the tops of my knees. And plunging neckline? Who did she think she was talking to? She seemed to realize this because she continued with, "Never mind. Go all the way to the back right corner of your closet." I loved my closet. It was a huge walk-in with a built-in shoe rack that could hold 20 pairs of shoes. And don't think I didn't fill that entire sucker up. I glanced to the back right corner, realizing at once what Ari was up to. "Ari, those are your clothes." She liked to keep a few things at my house for when we had a bit too much wine or she wanted to escape whatever boyfriend was bugging her at the moment. "In what universe do you think I could wear anything of yours?" I could practically hear her shrug over the phone. "So the top might be a bit loose in the rack area, so what? There should be a green sleeveless top with sequins embroidered into the front. Grab it." I did as I was told, but immediately put it right back. "Are you kidding me?" I screeched. The top did indeed have sequins embroidered on the front. What there was of it. I swear the neckline formed a V that would likely reveal my belly button, not to mention anything I had up top. I'm deadly serious. He'll swallow his tongue and it will look gorgeous with your hair. That won't matter because I'll be arrested for indecent exposure before I even make it into the restaurant. Okay, drama queen, calm the hell down. I couldn't even wear a bra with that thing. I continued my protest. And I'm a 29-year-old professional woman. I'm legally required to wear a bra. I'd probably wear one to bed if I found one comfortable enough. She snickered at that. "Can I make a counter-argument, counsel?" She didn't wait for me to answer. "You just proved my point. You're 29 and your tits are still perky. That's not going to be the case forever. Take advantage and let the girls go free." I couldn't believe I was even considering this. Although, I suppose I could pin the top so it didn't reveal too much. Whatever. So, Kelly Osborne, exactly what am I going to magically pair with this slutty top? You definitely can't pull off any of my skirts with that tiny ass, so I say just go with your darkest skinny jeans and some killer heels. Really? Jeans to dinner? My father would be appalled. You're going to Gia, not the White House. You'll look fab. Oh, and wear your hair down. Shoot, I knew she'd say that. Are you sure I can't just wear what I wore to work? Do I need to come over there and kick your ass? I would, but I'd be late for work. I'm opening with Adele tonight. Ari has the most beautiful singing voice. Personally, I thought she could have gone somewhere with it, but she never wanted to leave North Carolina to pursue it. I'd have to carve some time out to watch her at work one of these evenings. I need to come to one of your gigs soon. It's been too long. Where are you setting up shop tonight? She brings karaoke night to an array of local bars, and the lineup is always changing. Pinkies. Should be fun. Anyway, are we all set on the outfit, or do I have to get fired in order to dress your ass in something sexy? No, master, I'll do as I'm told. Ooh, I bet Mr. Baseball would love it if you said that to him. My jaw dropped. Ari, sometimes I don't understand how we ever became friends. It's because my dirty mind didn't develop until it was too late to ditch me. True. I pulled the green top back out and held it up for another inspection. Okay, girl, Ari said. I gotta run. Have fun and call me later with all the details. Length, girth, you know, the usual. I hung up on her, but not before I heard her cackling laugh. And now I was here in the lobby of Gia, having just been wowed by an incredibly hot guy. Gavin was wearing jeans, I was relieved to see, and he'd paired them with a navy checked button-down with the sleeves rolled up to reveal those sexy wrists and forearms I'd noticed on our first meeting. The monkeys seemed to like his wrists as well, if the activity in my belly was anything to go by. Hi, Gavin. I managed a smile, which he returned before leaning in and kissing my cheek. He smelled entirely yummy, and I had the sudden ridiculous urge to bury my face in his neck and settle in. What was wrong with me? Instead, I quickly glanced down to make sure Ari's top hadn't shifted where I'd pinned it. I hadn't dared to let it dip any lower than just above my bra's front closure, despite Ari's urgings regarding my girls and their need to live a life of freedom. "You look beautiful," Gavin said as he pulled back. "Thanks. You don't look too bad yourself." Understatement of the year. He looked good enough to eat. "They have our table ready." He gestured to the hostess who stood next to the podium, 2 menus in her hand. I stepped forward and felt the heat of his hand on the small of my back. It cut directly through the flimsy shirt and sent a delicious tingle up my spine. I was beginning to understand that I was in deep, deep trouble where this guy was concerned. For the 3rd time in the last 10 minutes, I second-guessed my decision to come. Nevertheless, I smiled and thanked the hostess as I took my seat across from Gavin. We were seated at a cozy corner table, offering a degree of privacy that only added to my discomfort. "Are you okay?" Gavin asked as he unfolded his napkin and placed it on his lap. Concern clouded his features, and I immediately felt ashamed. I'd agreed to this date after all. I needed to woman up. One cleansing breath later, I summoned my best smile and answered, "Yes. Sorry, I was just having a moment." Before Gavin could respond, our waiter arrived and requested our drink orders. It gave me the extra time I needed to clear my head and get back in the moment. I didn't hear Gavin's order, but I ordered a Sauvignon Blanc, which I knew would go down way too fast. I couldn't be bothered to care. "So, any exciting new pro bono cases? Perhaps a bank robber suing for injuries suffered during the getaway." "Ha ha, very funny." He grinned and shrugged. "Thankfully, it's back to basics for me. I don't actually appear before the court very often. Most of my work is a little more behind the scenes." "Corporate law, right?" "Yes. Mostly contracts, acquisitions, a lot of paperwork and nitpicking." I offered a self-deprecating smile and placed my own napkin in my lap. He gave me a speculative look. "Is it safe to assume you were a straight-A student since preschool?" "Based on your question, is it safe to assume you weren't?" "Touché. I was a little more concerned with playing ball than doing homework." The waiter brought our drinks. Gavin received a tall glass of amber liquid that was clearly a beer. We told him we needed a few minutes. "Speaking of playing ball, I obviously missed something. Why did my boss know you? Are you famous?" I leaned in, genuinely curious. He laughed and took a sip of his beer. "Absolutely not. I played in high school and got a scholarship to state, but things didn't pan out." I straightened again. "Well, you must have been one heck of a player, based on how flustered you made Thomas Wheeler. That man wouldn't sweat under the Spanish Inquisition." He waved me off. "It's a guy thing. I'd bet my last dollar he used to play and probably has a kid or two who played in school. They like to see local players climb up the chain. But surely plenty of high school kids get athletic scholarships." He began to look uncomfortable. "We should probably figure out our order before the waiter comes back." He opened his menu, and I humored him by doing the same. Not that I was done with my line of questioning. The lawyer in me wouldn't allow that. We settled on an assortment of small plates to share and were ready with our decisions when the waiter reappeared. I took a sip of my wine and gave Gavin an expectant look. "What?" "You were less than subtle with your attempt at distraction." He playfully narrowed his eyes at me. "I'm beginning to see why you got straight A's." Was my response. "You got a scholarship. Please continue." He took in my expression and resigned himself. "Okay, so the thing is, Scouts were interested before I went to state." "Scouts? What kind of scouts?" I was confused. Of course, college scouts would be after him if he ended up with a scholarship. Major League Scouts. I almost dropped my wine glass. "Are you kidding?" He brushed non-existent crumbs off the tablecloth and gave me a wry smile. "Remember, I don't joke about baseball." "Right," I answered distractedly. "So, what happened?" Long story short, my parents begged me to go to college. My mom is a college professor, and I went along with it. Figured I'd just improve in college and get drafted afterwards. The Scouts were all still around, and the plan was working. But I screwed everything up, so now I'm a coach and I work construction. He lifted his glass and took another sip while his eyes took in the restaurant. I didn't know how to respond. I had tons of questions, but he was uncomfortable, and I didn't know how hard to push. I settled on the ever-brilliant, wow. Chapter 12. The Perfect Kiss and the Clorox Shower. Gavin. I felt my face tug at Emmy's single-word response. Yeah, that's one word for it. I really didn't want to get into the nitty-gritty of my past, so I turned the tables on her before she could ask any more questions. So, enough about me. What made you decide to be a lawyer? I took another sip of my beer while she brought her wine glass to her lips, blatantly stalling for time. Oh, the usual. My dad is a lawyer, so I was kind of born into it. I nodded. Based on what I know so far, it's pretty clear you don't take after your mom. Makes sense that you take after your dad. She blew out a laugh, bringing that dazzling smile to her lips. I wanted to lean over the table and kiss her. Other patrons be damned. I'd wanted to kiss her since the moment she'd walked into the restaurant in those heels and skin-tight jeans. I'd been practically speechless at the sight of her with her hair loose around her face and her eyes wide with what seemed to be a case of nerves. I'd been a bit gratified to note I hadn't been the only one feeling anxious. Yeah, Naomi and I couldn't possibly be more different, she confirmed. I reminded myself not to act like a feral animal and instead demonstrate that I could be very adult and civil, despite her misgivings about our age difference. I mean, what did she think? That just because I was 24, I didn't know how to behave like an adult? I pushed the thought aside. What does she do for a living? I asked. Emmy laughed again, causing my dick to twitch. I think for a living is pushing it. But she and her husband, Aldo, are currently touring the country on the craft fair circuit. I cocked my head to one side at that. I have absolutely no idea what that even means. She leaned forward, and her low-cut top shifted to reveal the top swell of one creamy white breast. God was clearly testing me. It means they drive around in a camper and set up shop at craft fairs around the country. My mom sells crystals and does tarot card readings. Aldo, meanwhile, acts as her pack mule and engages in some activities I choose to remain ignorant of, given my position with the Bar Association. I'll let your imagination take over on that one. Oh, my imagination was already in fourth gear and considering switching to fifth, but I reined myself in. I think I get the idea. I grinned at her and she grimaced good-naturedly. Truthfully, the idea of someone close to Emmy being involved in marijuana trade was so ironic it was funny. She shook her head, as if dismissing the entire topic. He makes my mom happy and he's a great dad, so I try not to think about it. The waiter arrived with our food, setting out an array of carefully crafted plates before us. It all looked amazing. I'd been happy to see Emmy hadn't tried to stick with salad and was instead willing to be adventurous in her choices. We had everything from some kind of grain-based salad to barbecued quail. I gestured for her to start first. So, Aldo is Jay's dad, right? She nodded while coating a chip with olive spread. How long have he and your mom been together? She gave that some thought, and I took the opportunity to fill my plate with an assortment of portions. I think he started coming around when I was about 11, but my parents split up when I was still a baby. Oh, was all I could say to that. I came from a family where the biggest issue we'd had was Lainey and I fighting over the remote. I couldn't relate to her childhood. Maybe it explained some of her need to be so cautious. I got to spend a lot of time with my dad, but I mostly lived with my mom. Then Aldo came along, they got married, and Jay arrived. Her smile kicked up at that. She was obviously crazy about her brother. Did your dad ever remarry? Her smile turned stiff. Uh-oh. Yes. Several times, in fact. She took a sip of her wine. Time to reroute the conversation. Here, try the quail. I pushed the plate toward her. It's delicious. She smiled gratefully, seemingly aware I'd let her off the hook, and took the plate from me. We continued to chat over dinner, conversation easily flowing right on into dessert and a second glass of wine and beer. My instincts about her had been spot on, and my attraction grew as the evening progressed. I didn't know what I wanted more, for her to keep talking to me in that lyrical voice, or for her to let me walk her out to her car and kiss the ever-loving daylights out of her. The choice was taken from me when a yawn broke her face, causing her to give out a cute little squeak and cover her mouth in embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." I couldn't help but smile. "It's fine. Looks like I kept you out past your bedtime." I looked at my watch and noticed it was already 10:30. Time had flown by, and I was hoping she'd had as much fun as I had. I signaled the waiter for the bill and quickly paid it, ignoring Emmy's attempts to split it. What kind of man did she think I was? Oh, that's right. She thought I was a kid, not a man at all. I suddenly felt a bit deflated. I guess I'd just have to work harder to prove myself to her because, after tonight, I wasn't about to let her just walk away. She stood, and I neglected to tell her that her top had shifted again, this time dipping low enough that I caught a glimpse of black lace and more skin. I made myself look away, not wanting to be a perv. Instead, I led her to the door, my hand on her back. She pointed to her car and I followed her, even when she tried to turn around and say goodbye outside the door to the restaurant. I finally let her turn once we reached the driver's side of her Volvo. Really, a Volvo. She was much too young and sexy for this car. She belonged in a sports car, sleek, fast, and elegant. "Well," she began. "Thanks so much for dinner. I had a lovely time." "Me too," I responded, letting my hand lift to her face to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. The breeze blew it right back into her face, and I smiled. She returned it, and I took that as my cue to lean forward for a goodnight kiss. It started sweet and gentle, our lips barely grazing each other's, but ratcheted up as soon as the tip of her tongue slid along my lip. I hadn't expected her to be the one to deepen the kiss, but didn't hesitate to join right in. I held her hip with one hand as the other snaked behind her back. Her hands cradled either side of my neck, and I could feel my pulse point beat into the palm of her hand as our mouths melded together in a wet slide. She tasted like wine and chocolate from our dessert, but I still detected that hint of sweetness that seemed to just be her. I groaned into her mouth and adjusted my position so I could pull her further into me. She pulled back for a breath and her eyes were wild with lust, her cheeks pink and hot, and her mouth swollen from our kiss. Her gaze flicked from my lips to my eyes and back again, her expression turning to one of almost bewilderment. "You're a really good kisser," she said on a quick exhale. I grinned. "Right back at you." She stepped back and out of my arms. I wanted nothing more than to pull her back in and then take her home with me where we could make excellent use of my big bed. But she was skittish. This I knew. So I took in a breath and continued smiling at her. "I should go." She smoothed her hair back with one hand. "Okay." I didn't argue. "But I have 2 questions before you do." She looked hesitant, but asked anyway. "What are they?" 1. When does this tournament start? She relaxed. "Next weekend, I think. I'll have to let you know." I held up my hand with 2 fingers raised. And 2. When are you free for our next date? The doubt was back, as I knew it would be. I tried not to get discouraged and told myself to remember the kiss we'd just shared. The fuck-hot kiss where she'd all but unraveled in my arms. "Oh." She tried to back up another step but ran into the door of her car. "I think I'll have to let you know about that too." She turned to open her door and only glanced back over her shoulder once to thank me again for dinner. This was turning out to be more difficult than I'd anticipated, but I was up for the challenge. Hopefully. "Where is he? Where is that little fart factory?" I used my key on my sister's front door without bothering to knock first. It may not have been my home anymore, but she's my sister, so it's my job to annoy her any chance I can get. This time, however, it completely backfired. I'd have to take a Clorox shower to recover from the sight that greeted me when I strode into the kitchen on a search for my nephew, Rocco. The kid was not in the kitchen. Lainey and her husband, Nate, however, were. My sister was up on the island and Nate was... Well, I don't want to ever think about what Nate was doing again. Let's just say I was never eating any food made in that kitchen until the end of time. Which sucked, because Fiona often cooks at my sister's house. I retreated to the back deck and sat on a lounger, rocking back and forth until Nate came out and handed me a beer. He sat in another lounger next to me and scratched the back of his neck. We both stared at the treehouse in silence for a few minutes until he reached over and opened my beer for me. I mean, really, it was the least he could do. I stopped rocking and took a huge gulp of the cold liquid. I could see out of the corner of my eye that Nate was about to speak, and I threw a hand out to the side to stop him. Nope. The asshole had the nerve to grin. If he weren't one of my bosses, I'd punch him in the throat. He eventually got up and patted my shoulder a couple times on his way back into the house. I stayed where I was and drank my beer. "Oh, for God's sake, get over yourself," came my sister's voice from behind me. She pulled the lounger Nate had just left closer to mine and stretched out on it. She was dressed in a t-shirt and jeans I was relieved to see. I scowled at her. "You owe me therapy bills for the next 30 years. I hope you know that." She punched my arm. "How do you think I feel? That'll teach you to walk into other people's homes at least. Consider the lesson learned." She laughed, and I had to admit it was good to see her so happy and carefree. "Rest assured, Gav, Rocco will be home soon and you can distract yourself with talk of poop and lizards." Thank God for small favors. I'd come over to see my nephew in a desperate attempt to distract myself from the unreturned texts to Emmy that were mocking me on my phone. As ever, Lainey sensed the disturbance in the force. "Hey, what's the matter?" Her face had taken on that big sister look. "Nothing." I attempted a scoff, but it was half-hearted at best. "Jesus, it's a girl, isn't it?" She sat up in her seat, way too eager for my liking. I narrowed my eyes at her in answer and finished the last drag of my beer, causing her to smile like a fucking Cheshire cat. "Gavin has a girlfriend, Gavin has a girlfriend," she chanted like the incredibly mature mother she is. That earned her another scowl and a lip curl to sweeten the pot. All she did was laugh until she was finally able to speak again. "I'm sorry," she said, sounding the farthest thing from it. "This is just too good. Come on, tell me all about it." She settled back into a reclining position. The thought was not really very enticing, but I was pretty much at the end of my rope. I'd been seeking distraction from Rocco and, I'm a bit ashamed to admit, perhaps some advice. But my sister was here and offering. Desperate times and all that. Fine. There's this woman I'm interested in. I stopped and retraced my steps. No, that's not it. I'm not just interested. She's incredible and probably way out of my league, but I don't give a shit. There's something between us, and I feel like she's not even willing to give it a chance. Lainey looked a little offended on my behalf, which I greatly appreciated. Not to the point where I'd forgive her for the scene in the kitchen, but still. "How many times have you been out?" "That's just it. We've only been on one official date, but it was amazing. She was amazing. And I know she likes me, she just doesn't seem willing to let herself admit it." "Well, that's just bizarre." Lainey gave me a speculative look. "You don't think she's in another relationship, do you?" I shook my head vehemently. "No, absolutely not. She's just cautious." My chin sank to my chest. "She's a little bit older than me." Lainey sat upright in her chair again, the metal squeaking against the wood of the deck. "Oh my God, it's that lawyer from the baby shower, isn't it? Jesus Christ, do you women do nothing but gossip?" She looked offended, an expression I was more than familiar with. "Please, we kick ass and take names. We only gossip in our spare time." She settled back and put her feet up. "Besides, we uncover some great information through girl talk. In fact, all you'd have to do to figure out your lawyer is put her in a room with Fiona for about 20 minutes. That idea had some merit, I had to admit. Fiona could draw blood from a stone in the right context. I studied Lainey as I considered this. "Invite her out in a group setting. Less pressure. If you want her to be your girlfriend, she's going to have to survive hanging out with us anyway. You may as well let her know what she'd be getting herself into." She opened a bottle of water and took a sip. Again, she had a point. It also occurred to me that apart from Brett, pretty much everyone I hung out with was older than me. Perhaps that would weigh in my favor if Emmy had reservations about my age. "You may be onto something here," I told my sister. I think I'll text her and see if she and her friend can meet up with us this weekend. Are you guys free tomorrow night? She shrugged and brushed her long, dark hair behind her shoulder. I can try to get a sitter, but even if I can't, one of us can go out. Let me check with Fiona. She pulled her phone from her back pocket. I used the opportunity to send a text of my own to Emmy. Gavin, hi. I know you're busy with work, but I'm going out with my sister and some friends tomorrow night. Do you and Ariana want to meet up with us? There. That sounded casual enough. And she could surely take a Saturday night off work. I'd been telling myself she wasn't responding to my attempts at communication because she was swamped with work. I wasn't ready to concede that she just didn't want to see me again. My phone signaled with a return text almost immediately. Emmy, sounds great. Ari has to work, though. Would you guys be up for karaoke? I was more than surprised by the quick response, and it triggered some very mixed feelings. Karaoke? Jesus. Gavin, sure, just name the place. Beggars can't be choosers, I supposed. Emmy, Ari's hosting karaoke downtown at Tate's tomorrow night. I'll be there around 8:30 to help her set up. See you there? Gavin, absolutely. See you tomorrow. I had just scored myself a pseudo date. Excellent. Well, Lainey, I hope you're up for karaoke because I just signed you on. This caused her to laugh in a manner that sounded a bit too evil for my taste. Wait till I tell Fiona. She typed frantically into her phone and laughed some more at whatever Fiona's response was. This is going to be phenomenal. I wasn't so sure anymore. Chapter 13. Even traitors sing karaoke. Emerson. Okay, I'm done. Where are we going? I asked Ari and Jay as I walked back to my living room. I'd forced myself to put my work down for the next few hours and enjoy dinner with my brother and best friend. Jay was giving Ari a look I couldn't discern, and Ari appeared kind of smug. Not necessarily unusual, unfortunately. What's going on? I was almost afraid to ask. That's what I want to know, Jay responded, still eyeing Ari. Nothing's going on, she sniffed. I'm starving. Let's go to Rio Grande. I'm dying for some ACP and a margarita. She stood from the couch and grabbed her purse from the coffee table. She also picked up my phone from its spot on the table and handed it to me. Thanks, I said, still a bit wary. You might want to take a little peek at your phone, sis. I caught Ari red-handed. She gasped in indignation and pretended to swat him. Traitor? At least you now know where my loyalties lie, he said in return, causing me to smile before I flipped through my phone to see what kind of trouble Ari had been causing. Nothing jumped out at me immediately. Come on, you two, let's go. Ari pulled me by the arm in the direction of the garage. I was just fooling around, no harm done, she stated. Figuring she'd probably changed my ringtone to something embarrassing, I lowered the volume all the way and shoved the phone in my purse on our way out the door. One margarita and a full belly later, I sat back in the booth at our favorite Mexican joint and sighed. I'm going to regret that last basket of chips later, but I'm in heaven right now. Jay continued to devour more chips and salsa, and Ari signaled the waiter for another drink. I shook my head when he gestured to me. I was driving, and it was looking like Ari might be sleeping over. Hey, she said, turning to me in the booth. Do you think you could help me set up karaoke tomorrow night? I'm working at Tate's, and I can never seem to get a close enough parking spot. An extra set of hands would be awesome. I'd helped Ari a few times in the past when she was first starting out and didn't have her routine down pat, but it had been quite a while. Guilt swelled when I thought about how long it had been since I'd seen her do her thing. I had to get better about balancing my career with my personal life, or I was in danger of alienating everybody I loved. I smiled and bumped her with my shoulder. I'd love to. Just don't expect me to get up on stage with you. She scoffed playfully. That'll be the day. I refused to apologize for not voluntarily humiliating myself in public. She's doing you a favor, Ari. I've heard her singing in the shower, and it's not safe. Jay volunteered. I gestured across the table, imploring her to listen to the voice of wisdom. And I keep telling you that you don't have to sing well to have fun at karaoke night. You've seen how awful some of those people are, and they're having fun and keeping me in my job. Still not happening. I I took a sip of my water as the waiter set down Ari's margarita. She smiled up at him in thanks, and I swore he blushed. That made me laugh a little. "What?" she asked. I lifted my chin toward the retreating waiter. "The waiter. I think he's got a crush." Her gaze flew to him. "Seriously? He's so young. He could be my child. Jay's probably older than him." "Okay, this is my cue to take a break." Jay rose from his seat and brushed his hands on his jeans. "I'll be back." He walked away, presumably to visit the restroom. "I wasn't suggesting you date him. I was just pointing out that he seemed to like you. Jeez." Although at this point, I'd take anyone over Elliot. "Well, as soon as you accept another date from Mr. Baseball, I'll consider dating the 12-year-old waiter." Damn, there was that smug look again. I'd been shamelessly avoiding Gavin's texts for the last couple days. I mean, wasn't it dating protocol to wait a few days before texting after the first date? I was just helping him follow the rules. Okay, that was a load of crap. The truth was, I'd enjoyed dinner with Gavin way more than I'd anticipated. Too much. And then that kiss. There were no words. I felt goosebumps rise over my skin at the memory. This was not good. In fact, I feared if I engaged in texting with him, I'd agree to just about anything he suggested. "Well then, it's a good thing I don't want you to date the waiter." I gave Ari my own smug smile as I reined my wayward thoughts in. She pursed her lips into a pout worthy of a 2-year-old. "Come on. You said yourself the date was perfect. I believe I even recall a sigh that went along with the story. He's a hot young guy who's into you. You don't have to marry him. Just go out with him and have some fun. And for God's sake, get yourself laid, will you? You're probably growing cobwebs down there." I felt my lip curl in disgust. Ew. Please don't concern yourself with my down there. I still haven't decided exactly what to do about Gavin. I haven't even returned his texts, for goodness sake. I facepalmed. God, I'm a mess. This is yet another reason I shouldn't date. Did anyone ever tell you that it's rude to ignore text messages? You're always so goddamn polite. I'm shocked. She took a healthy sip of her drink and smacked her lips. I know. Jay chose that moment to return. "Is it safe now?" "Yes, unfortunately," said Ari, sending me a little glare before looking back at Jay. "Don't you think it's time Emerson got a boyfriend?" My brother narrowed his eyes at her. "You said it was safe." I elbowed her. "Leave him alone. Jay, tell Ari about your games this week. It's time for a change of subject." When we got home, Ari and Jay decided to watch Game of Thrones while I ducked back into my bedroom to check emails and see if there was anything I needed to address before the morning. Craig had, predictably, sent out a group email about some changes he'd made to improve the Founders Agreement draft. Changes he'd made, despite the fact that we'd both worked on the adjustments. I ground my molars together and tried to remind myself that karma was a bitch. I was getting ready to rejoin the bloodthirsty duo in my living room when I heard my phone rattle on the bedside table next to me. I realized I had never turned the volume back up and prayed I hadn't missed anything important. But when I picked up my phone, all I saw was a single-line text from Ignore until next week. Ignore until next week. Can't wait for tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Huh? What did that mean? I swiped to open the text exchange and felt all the blood drain from my face. Ari? Oh, please. You've used up all your righteous indignation points for the day. Let it go. I even have the song if you want to set it to music. I glared at Ari over the speaker we were scooting into place in the corner of Tate's small stage the next night. The monkeys were back in my belly, and I was filled with a crazy cocktail of emotions. The fact that Ari didn't seem to be bothered by my ranting over her little texting stunt didn't help either. I was just going to have to pull up my big girl panties and be the mature adult I am. It wasn't as if I didn't want to see Gavin. I'd had a great time with him on our date, and he was funny and sweet and smart. But I had to consider his feelings in all of this. He obviously liked me, which was really flattering in itself. What if he started to like me? Stop it. Ari was looking at me critically. "You're thinking too hard. Get out of my head." How did she do that? Of course I was thinking too hard. It's what I do. He's a 24-year-old guy. He thinks you're hot and wants to do you. It's not rocket science, and you're not going to break his poor little baby heart because you have a job and responsibilities. She adjusted the mic stand. Have a drink, do some flirting, and get yourself some. End of story. I'll even buy your first drink. She smiled a bit too sweetly. There is a special place in hell for people like you, Ari. She stuck her tongue out at me in response. Tate's was a bit of a dive, but the staff was friendly and the crowd enthusiastic. Ari used her natural charm to draw the patrons in and make them comfortable. She had her sign-up sheet half filled by the time she started her first number. I made myself comfortable at the large high-top table we'd claimed up front and took a sip of my gin and tonic, just as the familiar strains of Mrs. Robinson by Simon and Garfunkel rang from the speakers. Ari winked at me and began singing while I planned her slow and painful death. Thankfully, Ari's little ode to cougars everywhere had ended, and a trio of 30-something women were belting out Rihanna by the time I felt a warm hand on my shoulder. I looked up to find Gavin, looking as hot as ever in a faded band t-shirt and well-worn jeans, his hair catching some of the colored lights from Ari's setup. I couldn't stop the smile that formed on my lips, and he took it as an invitation to bend down and plant a brief kiss on my mouth. "Hi, Emmy," was all he said, but his eyes delivered a message along the lines of, "Can we get the hell out of here so I can ravish you?" I swallowed hard and let him get away with calling me Emmy as usual. Heck, he could have called me Carl in that moment and I would have brushed it off. "Long time no see," said a bright female voice from behind me. I shook off the Gavin haze and swung my head around to find a face I remembered. Thankfully, I found my voice and it sounded normal. "Oh, hi. Fiona, right?" The very petite blonde woman had been at the settlement meeting for that horrible pro bono case from last year. She'd been there to support her boyfriend, Mark, whom my jerk of a client was trying to sue. This all felt a bit bizarre. She smiled. "That's right. Nice to see you again, Emerson." I wrinkled my nose a bit. "These circumstances are a bit better than our last meeting." She laughed amiably and pulled Mark Beckett up to her side. He seemed to be completely unbothered by the situation and shook my hand warmly. Gavin then introduced me to his sister Lainey and her husband Nate. I hoped I could keep all the names straight. I spotted another person I recognized at the bar placing an order. It was Mark's brother, Jake, who had been the one to call me about the Chris Hardacre case. Everyone quickly took seats, and it didn't escape my notice that Gavin was the first to claim a spot, the one right next to me. Ari raved to us from her place at the side of the stage where she was prepping the music for the next performer, and I used the opportunity to send her one last glare. "Lainey," Fiona shouted across the table to Gavin's sister, "are we doing Taylor Swift or Britney Spears?" "You can get your freak on all you want. I'm not getting anywhere near that stage until I've had at least 2 drinks, and I'm only doing backup." Lainey pointed at her friend. Fiona pouted in return. "I think Ari's got about 20 people on her list. You may want to sign up now so you don't miss out," I offered. Fiona turned to me. "You want to do lead vocals with me?" I shook my head vehemently. "You do not want to hear me sing, but wait until you hear Ari. She's amazing." Ari called out the next name on the list, and an overweight guy with flaming red hair and a full pint of beer mounted the stage. Everyone clapped encouragingly. "I want to dedicate this one to my girl Tina. I love you, baby." The music started, and he began to sing the most awkward, off-key rendition of Seal's Kiss from a Rose ever. I had to bite my lips to keep from bursting out laughing at the poor guy. I glanced over to Gavin, and he looked like he'd been hit over the head with a 2x4. "Just breathe." I leaned over and told him, "It will be over soon." He looked at me, eyes wide, clearly wondering if this was my idea of a perfect Saturday night, and if so, how he could gently extract himself from the situation. The notion that he might want out of the evening after all the fretting I'd done actually caused the laughter to release. Ari was right. I needed to get over myself. I leaned into his arm and let myself laugh, which seemed to loosen him up a bit. His hot breath drew against my ear as he said, "If you think I'm getting up there, you are frickin' nuts." I giggled like a teenager as the poor guy on stage finally wrapped up his number and the audience applauded weakly. This was turning out to be fun. "Jesus," Jake said, handing out a round of drinks as he took a seat across from us. "What the hell was that?" All the women seemed to be laughing, and the guys looked like they'd just been inappropriately frisked by the TSA. "Welcome to karaoke night." Lainey patted him on the shoulder. "It's almost your turn, Jake. We signed you up when you were getting our drinks. You and Mark are doing a duet," Fiona said with a genuinely sweet-looking smile. Jake narrowed his eyes at her. I knew I should have brought Bailey for protection. "Where is she tonight?" I asked. "She volunteered to babysit our son." Lainey responded for him. "She's about 100 months pregnant, so she wasn't up for the bar scene." I nodded in understanding as Ari took the mic up on stage. Her low-cut dress hugged her every curve, and she put a hand to her hip. "Well, thank you, Ken, for that heartfelt tribute. Tina is one lucky woman." She couldn't hold her sly smile in. "I have some special guests in the house tonight." Ari gestured down to our table, and I cringed. What the hell was she doing now? "My lovely assistant Emerson and her new friends." She accentuated the last word just enough to give it some ambiguous extra meaning and continued, ignoring my exasperated headshake. "I'll be getting them up here later if it's the last thing I do. But for now, let's welcome Sharon and TJ to the stage." She handed mics to a couple as they climbed on stage, and then she came over to our table. "Hi, guys. I'm so glad you could all make it." She put a hand to her chest. "I'm Ari, the best friend. Hi, Gavin." She winked, causing Lainey and Fiona to look at Gavin and grin. Introductions were made, and as usual, Ari chatted effortlessly with everyone until it was time for her to get back to work. Everyone at the table talked and drank and seemed to be having fun. But the entire time, all I could think about was the feeling of Gavin's knee pressing against mine, and the feeling in my gut telling me to just go for it. Chapter 14. Leave your dignity at the door and come on in. Gavin. It would take a blind man to ignore all the meaningful looks coming my way from Lainey, Fiona, and now Ari. Lord, it was like they'd never seen two humans of the opposite sex interact before. I was waiting for an Animal Planet-style voiceover to start any minute. If I were ever going to make any progress, I had to get Emmy out of here. "Want to come with me to the bar? I'll buy you another drink." I leaned over so she could hear me above the screeching coming from the drunk college chicks on the stage. She nodded, and I stood, helping her by pulling her stool out in the cramped space. The bar had filled up in the time we'd been there. I gestured for her to go ahead and then made sure I delivered purposeful back-off signals to the meddling twosome at our table before following Emmy to the bar. My vantage point gave me a clear view of her outfit, if only from behind. She was back to conservative, a pale blue blouse and black pants that hugged her ass, her hair up in a styled ponytail. But it had the effect of being a complete turn-on by making me use my imagination, and I was doing a damn good job of it if I did say so myself. "So, have we convinced you to become a regular at karaoke night?" Emmy asked playfully once we found a spot to stand at the bar. "At this point, I'm considering taking a third job just so I can pay Ari to quit this gig. How does she stand it?" Emmy laughed. "She actually enjoys it, if you can believe it. I don't come very often, and now I'm remembering why. I'm pretty sure you have to be drunk to really get the full effect." "Well then, let me buy you that drink, by all means." I lifted an eyebrow at her. "How do you do that?" she asked, raising her hand to my face and running her finger over my eyebrow. My dick twitched just from the light contact. Damn. "Do what?" A slow smile broke over her face. "Raise just one eyebrow." I narrowed my eyes at her and felt my lips tug. She let her finger linger on my skin and proceeded to contort her face in a way that resembled a stroke victim attempting a wink. Both her eyebrows rose and fell as she strained in concentration to isolate each one. "Please, don't hurt yourself," I pleaded. She dropped her hand from my face and laughed at herself. "See? Can't do it." I nodded, but all I saw was how fucking adorable she was. I couldn't help it, so I leaned in for another quick kiss. The one I'd given her when we first arrived hadn't been nearly enough, and I was dying to kiss her properly. I pulled back, though, conscious that we were in a public place, and I saw her eyes were still closed. Then her lids slowly fluttered open, and in that instant, I was pretty sure I was a goner. The bartender chose that moment to ask for our order, and I requested another round of drinks for the table. I wouldn't mind a bit if Emmy wanted to get her drink on and let me drive her home since I was on a 2-beer limit. I knew that was wishful thinking, though. She'd certainly have made other arrangements already, as careful as she always tried to be. But I'd seen glimpses of what hid under her carefully controlled exterior, and I was going to get her to loosen up eventually or die trying. "Hey," Emmy said. "I wanted to apologize for not responding to your text after our date. That was rude." She looked at me earnestly. I shrugged. "I figured you were busy with work." "You agreed to meet up tonight. That's all that matters." She opened her mouth to respond and then seemed to think better of it. She just smiled at me again instead, and my chest got tight. "Christ, you have a beautiful smile, Emerson Scott." She blushed, and the freckles on her cheeks became more prominent. "You also have the tendency to blush more than any girl I've ever met, I think." Her hands went to her cheeks, and then she smacked my arm. Talk about rude! But she was still smiling. The bartender set some drinks down in front of us, and Emmy took a sip of hers. "Your friends seem nice. Not that we can talk very easily with all the noise in here, but they're obviously a lot of fun." I let my gaze flip back to the table where Fiona seemed to be making out with the back of her own hand. Christ on a cracker. What was she drinking tonight? I turned back to Emmy. "They're certainly not boring, I'll give them that." "Yeah, I did notice a bit of overzealous enthusiasm regarding our friendship. But then, you've met Ari, so it's really just par for the course." Ha. Friendship my ass. I let it go for the time being. I shook my head. "Now that you mention it, I'm kind of wondering why the women were invited in the first place. I figured you needed backup in case I stood you up or something." She played with the straw in her drink and gave me a sly look. "No way. You never do that. I'm too irresistible." She rolled her eyes, making her seem really young. It was cute as hell, and I was happy to see her back in the same place of comfort we'd found at dinner. We continued to chat, and I had all but forgotten about our friends until Mark wandered over and interrupted. "Yo, Junior, are you fermenting the liquor yourself? What's taking so long?" He gave Emmy a grin and me a scowl. "Just chatting with a pretty girl, so thanks for butting your giant head in." "The kid thinks he's charming. Don't fall for it, Emerson." Mark told her in a conspiratorial tone, one of his big arms brushing against her and making my hackles rise. I wanted to tell him to shut the fuck up, but I couldn't see a way to do that and maintain the nice vibe we'd had going. I knew he was just fooling around and wasn't aware of Emmy's reservations regarding my age. I'd just have to suck it up. Luckily, a distraction presented itself before Emmy could respond. Fiona was up on stage, mic in hand, singing her ever-loving face-off to Def Leppard's Pour Some Sugar on Me. Mark spun around just in time to see her shimmy down and run her hand all the way down her body to the hem of her short dress. I heard a growl and a mutter of something that sounded like, "I don't fucking think so, shortcake," before he took off for the stage. Emmy clapped a hand over her mouth to hold in the laughter as Mark stepped directly from the bar floor onto the stage, skipping the steps entirely. Fiona had turned around and was shaking her ass at the crowd by that point, and she let out a loud squeak into the mic as she spun around right into Mark's chest. He grabbed the mic from her and handed it to Ari, who'd scuttled her ass on stage, then hiked Fiona up over his shoulder in a fireman's hold. One of his big hands covered the bottom of her dress, hiding anything interesting, and he stomped right off the stage and directly to the back exit of the bar, Fiona smacking his ass and yelling at him the whole way. Hoots and cheers rung out throughout the bar, and my sister and Jake looked like they were going to piss themselves, they were laughing so hard. Nate pulled Lainey to him and laughed into her hair as the back door of the bar slammed shut behind the departing couple, and Ari spoke into the mic. "Well, it ain't a party till someone gets their ass spanked." Emmy shook her head next to me, and I just took a long pull on my beer, feeling like the night was turning out to be pretty fucking awesome after all. "Time to mix it up a bit before our next performer gets on stage. Hope you all enjoy." said Ari before pushing a couple buttons and beginning to sing Titanium, effectively blowing the whole crowd away. Holy shit, I heard myself say. I know, was Emmy's response. I looked down at her, and her eyes were glued to her friend, pride clearly glowing in her features. When Ari finished the last notes, just about everyone in the bar stood and clapped, and she did a playful curtsy before calling the next singer up. I, for one, would never want to follow that act in a million years, even if I had lost my mind and agreed to participate in what was debatably one of the worst inventions in the last couple centuries. We eventually made our way back to the table with everyone's drinks, and Ari joined us on her break. Mark and Fiona had re-entered the bar, both looking freshly fucked if you asked me. Further proof being the very smug look on Mark's face and the conspicuous red lipstick on his ear. Not that I was going to say anything. Brett had also shown up and pulled a stool to our table. Unlike some people I could mention, he played it entirely cool with Emerson, and I bought him a beer in appreciation. As far as I could tell, Brett, Emmy, and I were by far the most mature people at the whole damn table. Mark was an overgrown animal, and the other two guys in their 30s were having a debate with Ari over which superhero movie franchise was the best. Yep, my plan to impress Emmy with my oh-so-mature friends had gone completely tits up. Not that she seemed to notice at all. Her gorgeous smile lit her face almost the entire evening, and it was aimed at me more often than not. I even kept my hand on her knee, her arm, or her back throughout the night, and she hadn't slapped me or made a move to shake me off. I was considering the night a smashing success until it happened. Fiona and Lainey had just finished a cringe-worthy rendition of Hold On by Wilson Phillips, with Ari and Emmy cheering them on the whole time. Ari retrieved the microphone to introduce the next participant. "Let's welcome Nick to the stage. Nick, come on up." A smattering of applause sounded, and a tall guy with dark hair strode from the back of the bar and onto the stage, wobbling just a bit on the steps. It looked like we would be treated to another drunken guy who'd lost a bet. Except the look on Ari's face went from smiling to surprised, even wary once she caught sight of the guy's face. She handed him the mic hesitantly and then slowly backed away to start his song. When he turned around, I recognized him immediately. It was Ponch, Ari's brother. What the fuck? I wondered momentarily why he hadn't just joined us at the table, since he'd obviously been at the bar for a while based on his state of shit-facedness. Before I could think further about it, the music started and he warbled the first few lines of some 80s song I vaguely recognized. I looked at Emmy, but she was talking to Lainey and hadn't noticed Ponch. That was, until he got to the chorus of what I finally recognized as REO Speedwagon's Can't Fight This Feeling, and yelled into the mic, "Emerson, I mean it, baby," before continuing the god-awful singing about a friendship that's grown into something more. Fuck me. Our entire table silenced at once, and all eyes swung to the stage. Except mine. My attention was on Emmy. I needed to see her reaction to what was essentially a declaration of love from someone she'd known her entire life. Her jaw just about hit the table, and her face went crimson in no time flat. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ari dash to her brother, and a wrestling match over the microphone ensued. I didn't see how it ended. I just heard the music cut off and Ari's voice sounding over the speakers. "Sorry about that, folks. It seems my brother misplaced his dignity somewhere between the bar and the stage." Undercurrents of anger threaded through her voice, and I was suddenly a huge fan of Ari Amante. Her brother, not so much. The next day was Sunday, and all I had on my schedule was some studying. The previous night's activities had ended shortly after Ponch's performance. Emmy and Ari had conferred by the stage for several minutes before Emmy returned to me and very apologetically explained that she was going with Ari to take Ponch's drunk ass home. Well, she didn't put it quite like that, but she wasn't going home with me, so that was the only important part. I had no idea what was going on, but she promised to text me in the morning. By mid-morning, there was still no word from her, and I wasn't about to repeat the cycle of unreturned texts from the last time we'd been out. Given my state of mind, I decided it was a good day for the batting cages. I had a little aggression to let out and some thinking I didn't really want to do, and I knew the perfect person to take with me for distraction. "That's right," I said. "Keep that right elbow up. Here it comes." Rocco swung with all the might of a scrawny 6-year-old and missed by a mile, his helmet shifting to cover half his face in the process. "Good try, buddy. Remember not to close your eyes this time." He nodded and readjusted the helmet over his mop of dark hair. The next pitch came in low, and he caught a piece of it, the ball popping up and hitting the top of the cage before thudding to the ground. "Did you see that?" he yelled excitedly. "Absolutely. You're going to be hitting him out of the park in no time." I paused the machine and pulled his helmet off. "You need a bigger head." "You need a smaller helmet," he responded. I grinned at him. "You want a drink? I think they've got lemonade in the machine." He gave me big eyes and a smile, which I took as a yes, and we walked over to the side of the main building, under an overhang where a couple vending machines stood. The academy was dead quiet, as I'd known it would be. People would filter in as the day wore on, but Sunday morning was always quiet. While other folks went to breakfast and church, I much preferred taking in the silence while throwing pitches into a training screen or hitting the batting cages. Lainey joked that it was my heathen's church, and I couldn't really argue with that. Rocco and I settled with our butts on the concrete and our backs to the brick wall, sipping our drinks and looking out over the practice fields. "I'll tell you, Rocco, enjoy being a kid while you can. Don't be in a hurry to grow up, you hear me?" "Yeah, okay." He licked the side of his bottle where a drop had escaped. "But I want to drive a semi-truck, and I can't do that until I'm an adult. Shouldn't I at least want to grow up enough to get a license or something?" I shrugged and looked down at him. "Well, sure. I see your point, and driving is fun. Just make sure you have a backup plan in case the semi-driving gig doesn't pan out." It would be good if at least somebody learned from my mistakes. "Oh, I already have one." He nodded and took another sip of his lemonade. "I'm going to be a rocket scientist or an astronaut. I haven't decided yet. The truck driving is just for my free time." He threw a hand out to the side as if this was all old hat to him. I gave him an appraising look. "Good choice. I hear girls go crazy for astronauts. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I mean, really, astronauts were badass." But Rocco curled his lip. "I hope not. Girls like to hug all over you, and they always leave glitter everywhere. Maybe rocket scientist is the better way to go then." I couldn't help but smile. "I don't think you'll mind the hugging. That is, if you do decide to get older." He shook his head vigorously. "Nope. My mom can hug me, and Aunt Fiona, because she smells good. Oh, and Grandma and Gigi. But I'm pretty sure that's enough." Then a thought seemed to occur to him, and he looked up at me with speculation and a bit of that lip curl again. "Wait, do you like it when girls hug on you?" I knocked him in the arm with my now empty plastic bottle. "I hate to break it to you, but yeah, I kinda do." "But what about all the glitter?" He narrowed his eyes at me. "Well, the girls I like don't tend to leave a trail of glitter, unless it's a special occasion like a bachelor party or... Never mind." I stopped, suddenly remembering who I was talking to. Actually, there's a very non-glittery girl I like who I wish would hug on me, but I'm worried she might be hugging somebody else. He shrugged, completely unconcerned. "So, why can't she just hug both of you? Doesn't sound too complicated to me." I tapped him on the arm again. "See, this is why you should stay a kid, and I'll explain the trouble with hug sharing another day. Maybe when you get that long hauler license. Just trust me when I say I want her to save all her hugs for me." "If her hugs are so great, that sounds a little selfish of you, but whatever." He took another sip of lemonade before continuing. "If it makes you feel any better, I promise I won't let her hug me." I put a hand on his head. "Thanks, man. I appreciate it." "No problem." He stood, clearly finished with the conversation. "Are we going to hit some more balls or what?" "Definitely." I got to my feet as well. Let's go, Neil Armstrong. Maybe Rocco was right, and it was selfish to hope Emmy would give her childhood friend the brush off and pick me. But I couldn't bring myself to feel too bad about it. It was up to her at this point, so I needed to keep my focus on teaching my nephew how to connect with a pitch and leave all thoughts of hugging for later. Chapter 15. Oh, Barry Manilow, say it ain't so. Emerson. "Okay, I think I got the whole story now," Ari said with a sigh as she walked into her guest room with 2 cups of coffee. I scrambled from the covers, desperate for the caffeine. Sleep had not been my friend, and I'm sure it didn't help that my blanket was lying uselessly on my own bed at home. Yes, I said it. We'd had a heck of a time sorting Ponch out after his unbelievably embarrassing display the night before. I mean, really, what had he been thinking? Jake and Nate had helped maneuver Ponch into the back seat of Ari's Honda CR-V while she wrapped up her gig. I wasn't ready to be alone with a drunken, asinine troubadour, so I stayed in the bar and said my goodbyes to the group. The night had been going so well. I found myself not only freaked out by Ponch's stunt, but sharply disappointed I wouldn't have more time with Gavin. I felt we were on the precipice of some kind of development in our acquaintance, and the interruption by my childhood friend left me feeling cheated somehow. I apologized profusely and told Gavin I'd get in touch in the morning. There was no way Ari could handle her brother on her own, and I wanted to nip this mess in the bud before Ponch went any further with his misguided declarations. We drove to Ari's so she could keep an eye on him overnight. I remained silent the entire 20-minute drive while Ponch alternately apologized, sang, and doled out compliments. Each outburst was followed by Ari shouting some form of, "Shut your effing face before I shut it for you." She got quite creative by the time we pulled into her driveway. At one point detailing how she was going to remove his testicles and reunite them with his body in a very different location. To his credit, Ponch refrained from any attempts at groping me as we half carried him inside and dumped him on the couch, and he finally stopped singing when we both threatened to call his mother. Let's just say, drunk or sober, Ari got the musical genes in the family. At least the evening had proven something. I retreated to Ari's room to borrow a t-shirt and shorts, and by the time I returned, Ponch was passed out cold. I was prepared to testify that it was the alcohol and not Ari's fist that had gotten him there. I told Ari about the strange phone call I'd gotten from Ponch earlier in the week, and she shared again about some odd comments he'd made when he heard I might be dating Gavin. The whole thing made no sense. We'd all known each other for almost 30 years, and while I'm sure he'd been aware of my passing teenage crush, I was also confident he knew those feelings had faded long ago. And besides, he was not the settling down, love-declaring, karaoke-confessing type at all. I'd always figured he'd end up being the lecherous old man making passes outside the plastic surgery center and fancying himself his generation's Hugh Hefner. Neither Ari nor I could make sense of the night's strange turn of events, so we decided to drink wine and watch HGTV, leaving the great mystery to hopefully explain itself in the morning. Vicariously shopping for mansions and heckling the buyers and realtors was always a good distraction. Once the couple on the show had chosen the absolute worst house, I called Jay to let him know I wouldn't be home and to make sure he was all right. Then Ari and I put a bucket by the side of the couch in case Ponch's night sought revenge, and we went to bed. I yawned and took my first sip of the caffeinated nectar of the gods. "So, where's Romeo?" I asked Ari. "I hope he has a headache." Ari sat cross-legged on the bed and grinned like a proper wicked sister. "Oh yeah, he's hurting big time, and he's currently in my shower, hiding from you and attempting to wash the shame off." I snickered and motioned for her to tell me what she'd learned. She set her cup down on the bedside table and folded her hands together in her lap. "Wait for it." She cocked her head, making sure she had my full attention. "My brother, king of the hoe bags, champion of one-night stands, financier of condom factories the world over, breaker of bimbo hearts everywhere, got dumped." I gasped. Literally. My inhale was so sharp and sudden, I forgot I had a mouthful of coffee and ended up spluttering and coughing for the next minute. Ponch got dumped? This did not compute. After a few well-placed back thumps and another coughing fit, I finally regained the ability to speak. But that would mean he'd been in a relationship. Ari extended her hands. "I know. Believe me, I'm as surprised as you." She settled in to share the dirt. Her name is Holly, and from what Ponch said, she was apparently immune to his normal sleazy pickup lines. She totally made him work for it, and he figured she was just playing hard to get. So he jumped through her hoops. Problem is, he started getting into her. Ari's expression turned a bit peevish. How he kept this from me, I have no idea. I shook my head since I was as baffled as she was. Anyway, this Holly woman finally agreed to date him. But then she somehow found out about all the notches in his bedpost. Oh, who are we kidding? They'd never fit on one measly bedpost. Ari shook her head and snickered. I pushed the story along. So she dumped him. Is it wrong that makes me like her a little? I grimaced. Are you kidding? I'm considering dumping you as my bestie and recruiting her. I mean, it's about damn time he had a wake-up call, the big slut. Frankly, I'm surprised he's never contracted some nasty disease that made his balls fall off. Ew, thanks for that visual. She gave her head a little bow, ignoring my sarcasm, and grabbed her coffee. How this all translated into him sniffing around you and announcing in front of an entire bar that you're the candle in his window, I have no idea. At this point, she couldn't hold herself together anymore. I was afraid the coffee was going to come out her nose. She was laughing so hard. Between deep gasps for breath, she half laughed, half sang the lyrics that would probably make me cringe for the rest of my life. He ruined REO Speedwagon for me. I curled my lip. Ha! He's made them my all-time favorite band. Oh, God, I can't wait to tell Tony and Gabe, she said, referring to her other brothers. Oh, God, they would eviscerate Ponch. I grinned, but quickly sobered. Great. Now things are going to be awkward and uncomfortable between Ponch and me. She shook her head, still recovering. No, not happening. I told him he could wallow in his own humiliation for the time it takes him to shower, but then he's clearing the air and we're going back to normal. I hoped it would be that simple. So, Ponch's voice came from behind me where I sat at the kitchen table checking my email on my phone. He crossed over and pulled a chair out, turning it around so he could straddle it. Even hungover and groveling, he still maintained some of his swagger. Although his handsome face was a bit green, I wasn't too displeased to notice. Crap, this was uncomfortable. I pulled my lips into a thin line and raised my eyebrows. So, then he put his head in his hands and sighed. I'm so fucking sorry, Emerson. I don't even know how to explain except to say I'm a complete asshole. He drew his hands down over his face and looked at me. I met this girl. Well, I'm sure Ari told you. I nodded and he continued. I got this taste of something good. Something special I never even knew I could have, and then it was gone. His face held an expression I'd never seen on him before. He looked wistful and heartbroken. Part of me wanted to hug him, but I was still holding onto a little anger and frustration, so I let him continue. The only way I could think of to stay sane was to go out and find it again, so I guess I thought of you. I opened my mouth to respond, but there was absolutely nothing I could say to that. Even the concept was nuts. He gestured up and down. I mean, you're hot in an understated kind of way, and we're friends. I figured you'd never dump me because you're so nice and, I don't know, conscientious, I guess. He was asking me? The workings of his brain of late were as foreign to me as Swahili. I blinked slowly, making him bark out a small laugh at his own expense. I know I sound like a crazy person, but that day at the ball field, when I saw you look at that baseball guy, I thought, hey, maybe Emerson isn't just interested in nerds and boring dudes. No offense. His gaze flashed to mine again, suddenly realizing his words might be less than tactful. The whole thing was so odd. I just waved him off and let him get on with it. His lips quirked up briefly, and he ran a hand through his hair. So, anyway, I started acting all stupid towards you. And then last night, I was on my way to join you guys at the table, and I saw you smile at that guy. He caught my eye and held it while he shook his head. I've never seen you smile like that. I swallowed, not wanting to acknowledge that he may just be right. I couldn't think about that now. So I just sat there speechless. Well, I think you know the rest. I saw my plan going up in smoke, and I had a few too many, and, well, yeah. He let that sit out there for a moment, and I knew we were both replaying the scene from the bar like the colossal train wreck it was. I'm so sorry, Emerson. It was unfair of me to put you in that position, and it was stupid of me to think that I could just replace one girl with another and not miss a beat. Like people are interchangeable and feelings just transfer like that. He snapped his fingers and then gave a mirthless laugh. I know it's not that simple, and I probably deserve to feel like shit after the way I've always been with women, you know? He scrubbed his hair with both hands, leaving it sticking up in all directions. He looked a bit lost, and this time I got up and went to his side of the table to hug him. All this hearts and feelings stuff is harder than it looks, isn't it? I gave him a last squeeze and pulled back. No shit. I feel like I'm about 14. I should probably be asking Jay for advice. I smiled. Well, he is wiser than the lot of us put together, after all. I patted the top of Ponch's head and went back to my seat where I studied him as I sipped my coffee. Finally, I said, "You know you need to resolve this whole Holly thing, right?" He dropped his head back and groaned. "I know. I heard she's dating this other guy, though. Probably some douchebag," he said, and then caught my disapproving look. "Okay, fine. Whoever he is, he's probably a damn sight better than me." "That's more like it, Barry Manilow," Ari commented as she sauntered into the kitchen. "Nice to see you getting a little perspective, bro." She set her cup down and leaned her back against the counter with her arms crossed. "Everything sorted here?" Ponch raised his eyebrows at me. I felt my lips tug. "Yeah, everything's good." And it was. Except for that niggling feeling at the base of my neck that told me if Ponch, the least emotionally aware person in the universe, could sense the chemistry and connection between Gavin and me, I was in deep, deep trouble. The question was, did I want to be? Emerson. Hi. Maybe. Hey, you okay? Emerson. Yes, finally got home. Shoot. I realized how that sounded too late. I bit my thumb. Should I clarify? Darn it. No response. Emerson. FYI, whatever demon was possessing Ponch last night has been exorcised. Thought you might want to know. There, that was better. Maybe. So he's done singing 80s love ballads to you? Emerson. Most definitely. And he's also got a doozy of a hangover as punishment. Maybe. I would say I feel bad, but he kind of cramped my style on our date. Emerson. Oh, it was a date, was it? Maybe. Yeah. You're a smart woman. Definitely smart enough to see through that whole casual group hangout bullshit. Emerson. Are you saying you tricked me into a second date? Maybe. Third date. Emerson. How do you figure? I was pretty sure dinner and then karaoke were the only 2 dates. Maybe. Coffee in your office, dinner at Gia, karaoke nightmare. That's 3. Emerson. You're counting coffee in my office as a date? You spent more time talking to my boss than with me. Maybe. But it ended with a kiss. Definitely qualifies as a date. Emerson. Maybe. So, I was thinking we should get together to prepare for your tournament. Emerson. Prepare? Maybe. I need to see your moves. Maybe I can give you some pointers. Emerson. As tempting as that sounds, I spent too much time goofing off this weekend and I have tons of work to catch up on for the next few days. Maybe. Will you be at any of Jay's games this week? He's got one tomorrow night and one on Thursday. He knew my brother's schedule better than I did. Emerson. I can try to make it Thursday, but there's no way I can make it tomorrow. Maybe. Okay, then I'll make sure I'm at Thursday's game. And let me know if any time clears up for our own training in the meantime. I was starting to think I might make the time if it wasn't readily available. That should have sent huge red flags up in my head, but my heart and other parts were too busy waving giant green ones. Emerson. Okay, sounds good. Maybe. Talk later, Emmy. The fact that I, once again, did not correct him on my name signified that his contact info would soon be changing from maybe to a big fat yes. Jay walked by the couch on his way to the kitchen. I'd been worried leaving him alone the night before, but he would have laughed if I told him. "Hey, I'm going to try to make your game on Thursday night. What time is it?" He looked surprised that I knew he even had a game, but then his lips quirked up so I could tell the idea pleased him. "I gotta check, but they're usually around 6:30. "Okay, I'll do my best to be there. Don't worry if you can't make it. There will be other games." I could have predicted he'd say that. "Hey, did Mom tell you they're coming through town in a few weeks?" "No." I was a bit taken aback. They'd only been gone for a month. "I think they're secretly worried about me or something, but they're doing a fair in Asheville. I'll have to call her and get the details. I'm sure you miss them." I watched him closely to gauge his response. He seemed happy lately, but I had to keep an eye on him. He shrugged. "Well, yeah, but you're not half bad." I caught the sly smile, and it set my mind at ease. I crooked my finger. "Come here. I need to show you something." "Ha, I'm not falling for that." He escaped to the kitchen before I could exact my sisterly revenge. Chapter 16. Slugger. Gavin. I went a little stir-crazy the rest of the day, despite receiving Emmy's text that things with Ponch were settled. Because that didn't exactly mean things were settled with me. Far from it. Thankfully, I'd at least see her Saturday since that was the first game of the Bar Association softball tournament. Emmy had explained at Tate's that each participating firm was required to fill their roster with at least 1/3 female players, and immediate family members and significant others were allowed to play on teams as long as they were of age. She also explained that if I thought this was some light-hearted exercise in bonding and camaraderie between lawyers, I was dead wrong. They took this shit seriously. I'd meant what I said about getting together to prepare, and it only had a little to do with me wanting to get my hands on her again. Okay, scratch that. But when she'd told me she was on the team, it gave me pause. I'm sure that made me an asshole, but there did not appear to be a whole lot of muscle on that girl. There didn't appear to be a whole lot of anything except some cute-as-hell freckles, a head full of auburn hair, and a large expanse of pale skin I'd like to place my mouth on for a good long while. I figured if I could give her a few tips, she might impress her boss and earn some brownie points and shit. It was obvious her work was her top priority, and I respected that. Not that I wasn't hoping she could carve out some time to see if we had something between us, but I was impressed by how hard she worked to reach her goals. Brett invited me to meet up with him and a couple guys for wings, but I figured I could take a page from Emmy's book and buckle down and finish a project for one of my classes. That didn't stop me from taking a few breaks to send her some casual yet charming texts. If this was all we had time for, I was going to take full advantage and work every angle I could. "Hey there, I was just thinking about you," I said as I answered the phone with my free hand. It was Wednesday, and I hadn't laid eyes on Emmy since the weekend. "Oh, hi," Emmy responded, almost sounding surprised to hear my voice, even though she was the one to call me. She didn't expand on that, so I continued. "Let me guess. You're stuck under a pile of client files and you need me to come and rescue you from suffocation and certain death." I could hear the smile in her voice. "No, although that probably will be my cause of death one day, so stay alert. Consider me on notice." I adjusted my academy cap and stacked up another couple orange cones. I could hear her take a deep breath before quickly saying, "Actually, I was calling because I'm finishing up early tonight and wanted to see if your offer for softball practice was still open." That had me stopping in my tracks. Was Emerson Scott actually asking me out? I'd most definitely been the pursuer since day one, and I was cool with that. But it felt fan-fucking-tastic to have the tables turned like this. It meant I was getting to her. I felt a grin overtake my face. "Absolutely, but I have training until 7. Do you think you could come over to the academy then?" "Sure. How will I find you?" "Don't worry, I'll find you." "Okay then, I guess I'll see you in a couple hours." We hung up, and I found myself humming a little tune and maybe even strutting a bit on my way back to the building. "I don't even want to know," muttered Jerry when I passed him at the side door. "No, you do not, my man." "Jesus Christ." He continued on his way. I returned the cones I'd been carrying to their designated bin and made my way to the indoor training area where Jay was warming up with a pitching screen. There he is. You ready for your game tomorrow? He didn't flinch or seem to notice me at all. The ball flew from his hand with careful control. Only when it smacked the screen and rolled to the side did he acknowledge me. Ready as I can be, I guess, but we'll see if I play. That pissed me right off, despite my chipper mood, but I didn't let it show. I hadn't seen his game on Monday, but when I looked up the stats, I saw that he'd stayed on the bench all night. It was like Davidson was trying to throw the season away. They lost by 2 runs. All you can do is be ready with your game face on and hope for the best. I couldn't let on about my frustration. That wasn't my job, and I couldn't afford to alienate coaching staff at any of the local schools if I wanted to keep it. I hear you, Coach. Jay nodded. We proceeded to work through some drills and were joined by a couple other pitchers I was working with. By the end, they were all exhausted, but the adrenaline was running high, just as it should be. I sent them to the showers while I cleaned up. I checked my watch and noted that I only had about 5 minutes until Emmy would be here. I grabbed a couple clean batting helmets and a bat that would suit her and headed out to the parking lot. I waved at a few players as they walked to their cars or those of their parents until I caught sight of a particular white Volvo I recognized. I couldn't have stopped the smile from forming on my face if I wanted to. She parked and got out as I walked toward her car. Her hair was secured in a high ponytail, her eyes hidden by big sunglasses. My gaze traveled down her figure, which was covered in a fitted t-shirt and dark jeans, her feet encased in flimsy canvas sneakers. She reached back in and bent over to grab something, and I stopped all motion at the sight of her ass popping up in the air like that. Fuck. I wasn't generally very picky about types of women, but I was starting to think slim, conservative, and perky was my new favorite. Em, what are you doing here? A voice sounded from behind me, and I swung my head to find Jay looking between Emmy's car and me. I'd been completely busted staring at his sister's ass. Shit. Emmy, meanwhile, smacked her head on the doorframe of her car as her brother's voice alerted her to his presence. She turned and pulled herself upright, rubbing the back of her head where she'd hit it. "Hey!" she said a bit too loudly, obviously surprised by the sight of her brother and discomfited by the unexpected situation. Personally, I was curious how she was going to handle this. She looked from me to Jay, while Jay's eyes continued to pass between his sister and me. Yeah, this was a tad awkward. "I thought you had practice tonight," she offered. Jay's eyes suddenly narrowed at me, and he answered her without giving her his eyes. "I had it earlier, and Coach Davidson thought I might benefit from a training session since we have a game tomorrow." I brought my hand to the back of my neck to give it a scratch, trying to keep my face blank. "Oh, do you need a ride home?" Emmy asked lamely. He finally looked at her again. "I'm catching a ride with one of the guys. He lives out that way." "You still didn't tell me what you're doing here, sis." She shifted uncomfortably. "Gavin's going to give me some tips for the tournament. It starts this weekend." Jay's eyebrows hit his hairline. Tips? The kid was too damn perceptive. "Sure. It's always good to put your best foot forward, right?" she said with a fake-ass laugh. She was awful at subterfuge. Entire nations would crumble if she were ever to change careers and become a spy. "Uh-huh," was all Jay said. Then he looked back to me, and his voice turned hard. "I guess I'll let you get on with it." There was a clear warning in his voice. Jesus, this woman was surrounded by guys who seemed to feel they need to protect her from me. What had I ever done? I was just a dude minding his own business and trying to get a date. "Okay," said Emmy with an awkward smile. "See you at home in a bit." "Yeah, see you." A player named Mason joined us, and the 2 kids walked to Mason's car. Right before he got in, Jay said, "You know, Em, if you need some pointers, your brother's no slouch." He narrowed his eyes at me again and got in, closing the door behind him. What had happened to "yes, coach" and "thanks, coach"? Shit. I hope this wouldn't blow up in my face. Emmy watched them go and then face-palmed. Did that just happen? I walked closer and grabbed her free hand. I'm afraid it did. I pulled her toward me. Now come on. She lifted her head and looked at me. Should I go home and talk to him? I shook my head. Give him a bit to get his head around it and talk to him later tonight. Her mouth twisted to the side in thought. I guess. I pulled on her hand again and began walking toward the spot where I'd left the equipment. Let's hit the cages. I'll teach you how to swing. She followed, but I heard a huff. What makes you think I don't know how to swing? I looked her up and down, inventorying as I went, and confirming my earlier observations about her build. No offense, Emmy, but a strong wind could knock you over. We're going to go for technique so you can make the most of what strength you have. She narrowed her eyes at me, and I ignored it, leading her to the same batting cage Rocco and I used a few days earlier. I set the pitch for the slowest setting and put a helmet over her hair. I placed one on my own head as well, then positioned her at the plate while I stood behind her. She let me. Never in my life had I done batting instruction from this position, but I pretended it was old hat. I had just hoped my dick didn't decide to play. Not that I had any control over him when Emmy was around. Okay, let's see your grip first. I reached around and held the bat in front of her. I thought I heard her sigh, but I couldn't be sure. She took the bat in both hands and gripped it with her knuckles lined up. Good, I said. Now plant your feet a little wider, then shoulder width apart and flex at the knees. I unnecessarily skimmed my hands down her legs to place them exactly as I wanted. I was about to move on to her arm position when she turned her head and cut in. You do know I've been watching my brother play ball for over 10 years, right? I nodded. Of course. But watching and playing are two very different things. Trust me. She bit her lip, which sent my cock on an upward journey, and then she turned back around and followed my instructions on weight distribution and arm position. I talked her through a couple practice swings and stepped back out of the cage, not wanting to get hit if things went awry. You ready? Sure thing, coach. She responded with a bit of sass before I flipped the switch and a slow pitch came arcing toward the plate, aiming right for the strike zone. She kept her stance just as I'd shown her, and I waited for her to try and swing. Just as the ball approached the plate, she shifted her weight and brought the bat around in a precise swing. The ball connected solidly with the sweet spot and rocketed forward in a line drive that hit the net with a force I had no doubt would have sent the hit over 200 feet. I flipped the switch, not taking my eyes off the ball where it sat in the dirt. I only moved my gaze when I caught Emmy spinning my way out the corner of my eye. One look showed her weight resting on one leg, hand on her hip, bat propping up her other hand. Any more pointers, slugger? Fuck me. I was pretty sure I'd just found the perfect woman. An hour and countless swings later, I'd collected all the balls, as well as my ego. Emmy and I had thrown a ball back and forth a few times, and she confirmed her proficiency didn't stop at batting. We were settled on a bench outside the cages, Emmy having proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that she and Jay were related. How was I supposed to know you were a tennis and golf superstar? I asked as I took off my cap and ran a hand through my hair. Not quite, she laughed. I'm not bad, but I'm no pro. And I always enjoyed taking Jay to the batting cages when we'd visit each other. It was kind of our thing. So what made you agree to my lame invitation to prep you for the game then? She looked up at me. Besides the opportunity to see you eat crow? I scowled at her and she grinned and then shrugged. I don't know. You don't know. I raised an eyebrow, which caught her gaze. Yeah, I think I know. She looked at me speculatively. Okay then, you tell me. You wanted to see me. I leaned in toward her. She narrowed her eyes but didn't contradict me. I'm glad you called, I told her, and she gave me one of her bright smiles that made my chest do strange things. I wanted to kiss her, but it would cover that smile, and I was enjoying the hell out of that smile. After a beat, I continued quietly. Date number 4. You know what that means, right? I reached out and ran my thumb along her jaw. She stilled, and her breath halted. Her expression changed to one of trepidation, and her cheeks flamed at my insinuation. I should have felt bad, but I couldn't bring myself to. Not after the blow to my ego she'd just dealt in the cage. Listen, Gavin, I'm sorry if I sent out the wrong signals. I cut her off. Ice cream. Her gaze shot to mine, and her eyebrows peaked. Ice cream? Yeah, what did you think I was going to say? I leaned back again and played innocent. Her lips pursed. Tequila. I thought you were going to say tequila. You know, the classic fourth date tequila. Can't stand the stuff. Just thought you should know. I'll file it away. I grabbed her hand and pulled her up off the bench. Then we got ice cream. And when I kissed her at her car, this time she tasted of strawberries and Emmy. Chapter 17. Reasons You Should Date Me. Emerson. Okay, lay it on me, I'm ready. I stood in the entry to the kitchen as Jay constructed what could quite possibly qualify as the world's largest sandwich. He didn't look up. What exactly do you think I'm gonna say? I coughed out a laugh that held little humor. Let's see. I began counting off on my fingers. He's my coach, Emerson. He's too young for you, Emerson. You don't have anything in common, Emerson. You hardly have time for me, but you're making time for him, Emerson. He's basically a large child, Emerson. He's not a lawyer or an investment banker, Emerson. I dropped my hands and moved to the island. Do I need to continue? He finally glanced over at me before going back to his culinary construction project. When he was done, he picked up the plate and set it on the island between us. Then he lifted half of the monstrosity and somehow managed to fit his mouth around it, taking a huge bite, all while eyeing me. I watched him chew, and I have to say, it was pretty darn gross. The kid may be mature for his age, but he's still a teenager, a fact that made it nearly impossible for him to use good manners when it came to food. The giant bite meant he was unable to speak for about a minute, giving me ample time to squirm under his gaze. What did that look even mean? He finally swallowed and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Yuck. I refrained from retrieving the napkin holder and instead gestured impatiently for him to speak. Is that what you think? He finally spoke. My head jerked back. No, I said quickly. Too quickly. I mean, I was just throwing things out there. You're allowed to have an opinion on this, Jay. He nodded. I do have an opinion. I gestured a bit desperately this time. Well? He reached for the sandwich again, and I pulled the plate toward me. I couldn't handle another bite from him. He scowled at me and then gave in. I think you should do what you want. I mean, I wish you told me, but the only other issue I have is with him, not you. My brow creased. What does that mean? He reached for the plate again, and I pulled it off the island and held it behind my back. I'm a growing kid. I need food, Emerson. I sighed and relinquished the plate, giving him a hard look in the process. He answered before taking another bite. It means I'll use his head for batting practice if he hurts you. I narrowed my eyes in disapproval, but felt my heart melt a little at the same time. Take it down a notch, Babe Ruth. Nobody's going to get hurt. Things are very casual between Gavin and me, and they're going to stay that way. He raised his eyebrows and finished chewing. I was going to have to start looking away before I lost my ice cream. And why's that? He mumbled. Why will things stay casual? He nodded, and I just said, you know. He shrugged. I know what you rambled off a couple minutes ago. Gotta be honest, Em. Some of that sounded like your dad talking, and the rest sounded like a bunch of BS. I frowned at him for his language, and probably for the rest of it, too. I knew he was right. But he was young. He didn't know how the world worked outside of baseball and high school. He didn't know that some of the things I'd said, even though I felt ashamed for saying them or even entertaining the thoughts, were facts of my life the way it was, the way I'd carefully built it. But I chose to just respond with, I know. Then I left him to finish his sandwich while I changed my clothes and got to keep my ice cream down. I'd lied when I told Gavin I finished work early tonight. He completely nailed me when he'd said I just wanted to see him. The truth was, I'd been having a hell of a time concentrating on my work all week. I suspected this had something to do with the influx of texts he'd been sending every day. They were a perfect combination of sweet, flirty, and funny. And I was afraid each one was causing me to get a dopey look on my face when I read it. Thank God I was usually alone when they came through. But one of my particular favorites had arrived yesterday while I was supposed to be concentrating on my colleague's ramblings in a meeting. Maybe. I'm making a list of reasons why you should date me. It's a work in progress, but here's what I have so far. 1. I know all the best places for takeout. 2. I'm tall enough to reach light bulbs. 3. People will always refer to you as the pretty one. 4. I'll let you touch my butt. I'd almost laughed out loud before remembering where I was. I was pretty sure that was the text that caused me to pack up my laptop and call the guy. But playtime was over, and it was time to make up for the hours I'd spent hanging out with my new coach. I settled in on the couch and got to work. The next morning, Craig and I were summoned by Mr. Wheeler's executive assistant, who informed us we were expected for a last-minute round of golf with our boss and a potential client. Like me, Craig was no idiot. He kept his game sharp and his clubs in the trunk of his car at all times. You never knew when opportunity would strike. We both made short work of collecting our belongings and getting our butts to the club in a hurry. I changed in the women's locker room, having brought my emergency change of clothes from my trunk as well. Suited up in a very respectable golf skirt and shirt with my matching visor in place, I joined Mr. Wheeler and the soon-to-be client, Mr. Weston, by the golf carts. I was secretly and pettily pleased to see I'd beaten Craig to the punch, but he approached moments later and got on with a round. I played decently, and so did Craig, but Mr. Weston, who insisted we call him Brent, soundly defeated both of us and even edged out our boss. Although it did cross my mind to wonder if Mr. Wheeler hadn't sliced his last drive on purpose. As we were discussing some details of Brent's legal needs, I heard my voice being called. When I turned around, I was pleasantly surprised to see my father striding toward us with a smile. "Dad," I greeted, mirroring his happy expression. He gave me a short hug and then pulled back, turning to my companions. "Thomas." He held out his hand. "A pleasure to see you." The two men had known each other casually for years, but introductions were made for Craig and Brent, and pleasantries were exchanged. "I hope my daughter is doing her old man proud," my dad said, placing a hand on my shoulder. I had a momentary flash of nervousness for some inexplicable reason, as if I were still a child needing approval. "Absolutely," assured my boss with a polite laugh. "She's a credit to the firm." I felt my cheeks begin to warm and willed them to stop. I also noticed Craig shifting a bit impatiently on his feet, probably ticked off he wasn't the center of attention. Not that I wanted to be, but it was always nice to hear you're doing a good job, no matter the situation. "Well, she's always been determined and hardworking, that's for sure. A chip off the old block." My father felt the need to share, not caring in the least that he was laying it on way too thick. Still, Mr. Wheeler was gracious as ever, and talk soon turned to business, to my great relief. It was only as we were all parting ways that Mr. Wheeler made mention of the upcoming tournament, which my dad's firm always participated in. "You'll want to watch out, Robert. Your daughter is bringing along her secret weapon to the field this year." I felt my head go light. My father, understandably, looked perplexed. How, in God's name, was I going to get out of this one? "I bet you wish you'd hired her yourself now that she's dating a ringer," Mr. Wheeler taunted good-naturedly. I grappled for something to say, but could do nothing but plaster a false smile on my face. Thankfully, my father was sharp as a tack. It wouldn't do that his daughter's boss knew more about her dating life than he did. My dad's mouth assumed an identical smile to mine, and he just said, "Indeed," before departing. I sighed with relief, but knew there would be a summons to the Scott house in my very near future. I wondered who I could drag along with me this time. "Oh, Miss Scott." Mr. Wheeler stopped me on my way out the conference room door late that afternoon after a meeting on Ag Power. "It seems one of the patent applications hasn't been filed yet. I'm not sure how they neglected to tell us about it, but we need to get that sorted immediately." I nodded. "Absolutely. I'm surprised they let that go this long with how much attention they're attracting." He buttoned his suit jacket. "My thoughts exactly. It's a minor one, but still, check your inbox." "A bit cavalier of them. Thankfully, they have us to keep things from getting out of hand." Craig weighed in as he and another associate gathered their things from the conference table. "That's what we get paid for, Mr. Pendleton." Mr. Wheeler picked up his bag and sauntered from the room. I followed, breaking off to the right toward my office once more. It looked like I'd be missing Jay's game after all. I hated that. Craig appeared in my doorway 20 minutes later, his briefcase in hand. He leaned on the doorframe wearing an indiscernible expression. I sat back in my chair. "Anything I can help you with, Craig?" I fiddled with my pen while he seemed to consider this. "I was just thinking, maybe we should bury the hatchet, you and I." I studied him, trying to determine if this was one of his games. "Look, I know you don't like me." He straightened. "And maybe I've given you cause, but this account is too important for us to let personal feelings get in the way. How about it?" This was genuinely surprising coming from Craig. I would have assumed he'd never in a million years admit to any form of poor conduct on his part. Blame was always shifted when Craig had a say. What was he up to? Or was I being paranoid for assuming the worst? I decided to proceed with caution. "I think that sounds like an excellent way to move forward," I finally responded. His mouth formed a very modest, professional smile, creepy lips and all. Then he nodded and rapped on the doorframe with his knuckles before bidding me goodnight. If we were calling a truce, I was going to have to stop picturing him as Cillian Murphy. I filed the conversation away to dissect later and called one of the paralegals to join me in my office to finish gathering what we could for the patent application. My phone vibrated on my desk a few minutes later, and I excused myself, knowing it was probably Gavin. As usual, I couldn't bring myself to ignore it. I briefly acknowledged to myself the new name I'd assigned him proved I was getting soft, and then read his text. "Slugger, are you here? I haven't seen you yet." Darn it. I'd forgotten to tell Jay and Gavin I wouldn't be at the game. Emerson. "No, I got stuck at work. If you talk to Jay, tell him I'm so sorry." Slugger. "He'll understand. He may not even be playing tonight." Well, that stunk. Jay blew those other pitchers away. The coach had to be crazy not to play him. I felt my mouth go tight. Emerson. "I may be having a talk with that coach." Slugger. "Simmer down, Ace. Not going to help. Although I admit the idea of you all hot and bothered is a good one." I felt my cheeks flush. How did he do that to me so easily? Slugger. "Are you blushing?" I gasped. How did he know that? I snuck a peek around to make sure he wasn't actually lurking somewhere in the hall. He wasn't, of course. Emerson. "Shut up." Slugger. "Wish I could see your face." Emerson. "Get back to the game, jerk." Slugger. "Later, Emmy." Even with the blush that still stained my cheeks, I was smiling when I got back to work. "Did you win?" I shouted when I heard the front door open and close. There was no immediate response, so I ducked out of the kitchen to check the entryway. "Only because they put the star pitcher in for the last 3 innings. It wasn't Jay who explained. It was Gavin. Gavin Monroe was standing next to my brother in my entryway, and I was wearing my silk pink pajamas with my hair tied up in a messy knot and my face completely free of makeup. And, of course, I was barefoot. It took me a moment to form words. Jay chimed in. "I figured he should see what you look like in your natural habitat, so he'd understand what he was getting into." I was going to kill my brother. My hand went to my hair and I just knew. My face was the color of a freaking boiled lobster. They both just grinned at me, making me want to kill Gavin, too. Naturally, he looked perfect in his cargo pants, casual red t-shirt, and that damn green cap that he must have been born wearing. "Congratulations," was all I managed. Neither male seemed fazed in the least, and Jay raised a huge brown takeout bag while they both walked past me and toward the kitchen. "Thanks. Want some Chinese?" That was an unfair question. Of course I wanted Chinese. I turned and glared at their backs as I followed them to the kitchen, running my hands over my pajamas to make sure everything was covered and there were no wardrobe malfunctions. It was too late to do anything about my outfit, but the least I could do was reassure myself I wasn't going to flash anyone. But, as if they knew exactly how flustered I was with Gavin's sudden appearance in my home, my nipples decided to poke at my pajama top as if to say, "Hi, Gavin. In case you weren't aware, we think you're hot." I stared at them, cursing to myself, and just managed to cover them with crossed arms as Gavin pivoted at my island to look at me. "We didn't know what you liked, so we got an assortment. All the kid knew was that you're a fan of veggies." He mock-scowled at Jay, and my brother just shrugged his shoulders, completely unconcerned with anything apart from filling his face with food as soon as humanly possible. I approached the island and attempted to mentally calculate how I was going to fix a plate of food while keeping my arms crossed to hide my traitorous nipples. Why hadn't I worn a bra? Oh, right, because I hadn't expected my ridiculously inappropriate crush to materialize in my house with takeout. At least Jay had had the manners to pull out 3 plates before he piled his high and retreated to the living room. I heard the TV turn on to what was undoubtedly a baseball game. "So, good surprise or bad surprise?" Gavin asked with a cocky grin on his face. I wanted to roll my eyes, but managed not to. "Well, at least you brought dinner," I responded with a little glare. "But just a hint about women for next time. We like a little advance notice." He scooped some rice on a plate and topped it with what looked like beef and broccoli. But then I wouldn't have gotten to see your pink pajamas." He raised that darn eyebrow at me. This time I did roll my eyes. "You want me to fix you a plate?" He gestured with the spoon. I was still worried about my predicament and didn't want to cross my arms. "That's okay. I'll get mine in a minute. Go ahead and finish yours now." I gestured with my chin, knowing exactly how awkward I must look. Gavin noticed. Terrific. He cocked his head and took in my position. "Are you cold?" Oh, God. I bit my lip and said nothing. This was too embarrassing. So I ordered my boobs to behave and then uncrossed my arms, attempting casual and probably missing by a mile. "No." His eyes went straight to my breasts and then back up to my eyes before a sly grin formed on his lips. "Don't you dare say a word." I walked closer to the island to grab a plate, but Gavin just continued to look at me, his eyes getting a little smoky. Oh my, that was a good look on him. He abandoned his plate and slowly came around the island, not stopping until he was very much in my personal space. His hand went to the side of my neck, and I could smell the grass and dust on him from the game. He kept my eyes until he was too close, and then he was kissing me. This kiss had none of the gentle hesitation or request for permission that his previous kisses held. His mouth demanded my acquiescence, and his tongue insistently probed my mouth to duel with mine in a wet collision laced heavily with heat and want. He turned us, and I felt the edge of the island counter press into my spine while Gavin's hands roamed my body. I returned the kiss with everything in me. I didn't care what I was wearing or how my hair looked. I didn't care that Gavin was 24 and posed potential career suicide. And I most certainly didn't care that I was starving and loved Chinese food. The only thing that mattered was Gavin's mouth on mine, his hand stroking over my body and the need for him to be everywhere at once. Overwhelmed by this desire that was so foreign to me, I'm ashamed to admit I practically molested the poor guy. My hands went straight for his ass, taking inventory for a good long while before traveling up his back and shoulders, my fingers taking in his lean muscle and the warmth of his body. Reading my overt behavior as invitation, Gavin's own hands moved down to my butt, and he grasped it in both hands, pressing me in closer to him. I felt his hardness against my belly, and the spider monkeys screamed their damn heads off. The next thing I knew, he lifted me by my thighs and my butt was on the island with my thighs straddling his hips. This new position placed us in perfect alignment so I could feel his arousal against my center. He was not shy. That was for certain. Of their own accord, my legs circled him and my ankles crossed behind his back as his tongue ran down my neck. I heard myself moan into the hair that was peeking out from beneath his favorite cap. He murmured unintelligible words against my skin, and I pressed him in closer with my heels. My entire body felt so tightly wound, I feared what would happen to it next. I didn't understand the sensations this guy, This man was evoking in me. I was not in control of my own faculties. I was completely at his mercy and would have gone anywhere, done anything he asked in that moment. A shout from the other room pierced into my consciousness without warning. I jumped and felt Gavin do the same. "Come on, that was a strike," Jay shouted. Gavin and I were both breathing heavily, still wrapped in each other's limbs. I could feel a slight burn from his 5 o'clock shadow on my chin and neck, and my pulse thrummed in my ears. I brought a hand to my mouth to feel my kiss-swollen lips as I unhooked my legs and Gavin took a step back. He took off his cap and scrubbed a hand through his hair before putting it back on and helping me off the island. We were completely silent. I knew my silence was the result of complete and utter awe, as well as a good dose of embarrassment at the brazen behavior I'd exhibited just a few feet away from my teenaged brother. It took a moment for me to meet Gavin's eyes, but when I did, all I saw was heat. This man wanted me. It was written clearly on his face, and I was guessing mine was a mirror image. Criminy. Chapter 18. Mind officially blown. Gavin. Holy mother of hard-ons. She'd had me fooled with her blushes and her coyness and all those conservative outfits. But Emerson Scott was sex on legs. I'd nearly lost my damn mind and dry-humped her in the kitchen while her brother ate fucking Chinese 15 feet away. My mind was officially blown. I was still catching my breath and staring at her, wishing with everything in me that Jay wasn't home. The image of her spread out for me on that damn island, and the thoughts of everything I would do to her were going to keep me up all night. A fully naked and aroused Emmy on that expanse of granite? Christ. There was nothing to be done about it, though. Jay's heckling had alerted us to his presence, thank God, and we had to put the fun stuff on hold. But with the look Emmy was giving me, it wasn't going to be easy. I guess we should eat," she attempted, still catching her breath. I couldn't speak yet, so I just nodded and willed my cock to calm the fuck down. I was going to have a permanent impression of my zipper on the underside of the damn thing if I hung out with this woman much longer. We finished gathering our food and joined Jay in front of the TV to watch the end of the game. Well, they watched the game. I watched Emmy, more certain than ever that we had something between us that couldn't be ignored. When the game was over and the leftovers put away, Jay headed to his room and Emmy walked me to the door. "So, what's the plan for the tournament this weekend?" She shifted a little nervously on her feet. "Oh, right, it's at Gibson Park off Wendover. We're supposed to be there at 11 o'clock. I'll bring your uniform shirt for you." "How about if I pick you up?" "Oh," she shrugged. "I guess that would be okay." "Don't get too enthusiastic on me." I teased at her tone, making her crack a little smile and shake out of whatever had been distracting her. "Sorry, that would be nice, but isn't it completely out of your way?" It was, but I didn't care. "I want to pick you up. 10:30, okay?" She ducked her head a bit, and it was fucking cute. "Okay." Then I kissed her again, careful not to get carried away this time. But I was scheduling some alone time with her as soon as humanly possible, somewhere with privacy and a nice horizontal surface, preferably. Exhibiting a colossal error in judgment, I mentioned the tournament in passing to Nate. Nate, Bailey, and their dad, Reardon, owned Built by Murphy, the family business that employed me part-time. I'd been working at a remodel job the day after Chinese and Emmy's sweet mouth when Nate showed up to check in with one of the independent contractors. He pulled me aside on his way out, I assumed, to talk to me about a work-related topic. Not so much. I walked to his truck with him and he leaned back against the driver's door. He pulled off his hard hat and scratched the back of his dark hair, looking a bit tense. I started to feel worried for him until he broke the quiet with a comment I immediately wished to unhear. "I've been thinking about asking Lainey to have a baby." The hard hat in my hand dropped and landed with a crack on the pavement. I ran both of my gloved hands over my face and around the back of my neck, holding them there. Why the hell do you have to talk to me about this? I don't want to hear about you and my sister. Do you not remember the horrific scene from last weekend? I shook my head at him like he was an idiot, and I was seconds from bolting. He put his hands on his hips and faced me. I figured you'd have some insight, he shrugged. You know, you did live with Lainey and Rocco since the beginning, and I figured you'd, I don't know, maybe have an idea of how the whole thing might go over. I dropped my hands and shook my head again. Poor, misguided man. Didn't he know that my sister's favorite pastime was proving me wrong? Dude, I am clueless. You've got to talk to someone else. And might I suggest you at least buy the poor soul a beer or two first? I mean, would you want Jake talking to you about knocking up Bailey? Yeah, thanks, Junior, but I'm living in the middle of that horror show right now. I threw my hands out. See? So you need to have some pity on me. I have no idea if she wants a baby. You think she talks to me about that stuff? Ask Fiona if you need an outside opinion. He looked at me as if I were a complete moron. And have Lainey find out I talked to someone else first? You're talking to me right now, I pointed out. More than a little annoyed that I was, yet again, being forced to participate in shit that would put me in therapy. Yeah, but you'd do anything to avoid this topic with your sister. She'll never find out. I looked to the sky. All I want to do is hang out, do my job, and play some ball. Is that too much to ask? Fine. Forget I said anything. He shook his head. As if I could. One of these days I'm going to waltz into your house, screw a woman on your kitchen table, and then ask your advice on a bunch of personal shit. How does that sound? Depends on who the woman is, I guess. He shrugged. You are not right in the head, man. His mouth tugged. I'm messing with you. I'll drop the baby topic since you've been so helpful. But hey, did you ever hear back from Emerson after she bolted last weekend? I couldn't help the grin that formed on my face. Of course I did. What do you think this is? Amateur hour? I motioned to myself. And she's not bothered that you're a teenager? He raised a brow. Your wife is only 2 years older than me, and you're in your 30s. You do realize that, don't you? What was with these so-called friends of mine? Yeah, but she's more mature than me, so it evens out. Based on this current conversation, he was not wrong. I guess. I'll admit the age thing has come up a time or two, but I'm compensating in other ways. I nodded. Compensating sounds like you've got a problem of another variety, my friend. Smug bastard. Yeah, right. Shut the fuck up. I was actually talking about a little strategy I've got working right now. I'm playing on her law firm softball team and getting in good with her boss. How's that for genius? I nodded and mimed a basketball shot hitting nothing but net. He considered me. Not bad, Junior. Not bad at all. First game in the tournament is tomorrow, and I plan on impressing the shit out of her. Maybe earning myself a little post-game celebration. He threw his chin out at me. Does Lainey know you're playing ball? I know she'd love to see you. Rocco, too. Shit. I hadn't thought this through. It's no big deal, man. It's just softball with a bunch of out-of-shape lawyers. I fought the urge to back away slowly. Still, I know they'll want to come. When and where? Damn. There was no way getting out of this, was there? I told him the info, but made him promise to just keep it to the three of them. The last thing I needed was the whole peanut gallery showing up and making a scene. I suspected that would do little to advance my cause with Emmy. He climbed into his truck, and I decided to throw him a bone before he closed the door. Hey, man. He turned to me. If you want to have a baby, just ask. You never know. She may be waiting for you to bring it up. He nodded. Thanks, Junior. As he was pulling away, it occurred to me that another little Rocco running around wouldn't be a bad thing. Not at all. All right, Miss Scott. You're in left field, and of course, Mr. Monroe, you're pitching, Thomas Wheeler said with a beaming smile. He shook my hand and gave me a shoulder pat. This dude was stoked. Emmy and I were wearing identical red t-shirts with the firm's logo, and matching caps shielded our eyes from the late morning sun. Thomas Wheeler and the rest of the firm's team were all dressed similarly, while the opposing team sported black gear. The age range varied on both benches, with the black team having one player who appeared alarmingly elderly and looking like she could possibly benefit from an oxygen tank. "Let's do this thing," I said, returning his smile and grabbing the softball glove I'd unearthed from my closet the night before. I was always up for playing ball. I moved on to greet some other arrivals, and I turned to Emmy, who looked like my idea of the perfect woman in her cap and t-shirt, slim jeans, and a glove. I was beginning to think she might have been handmade for me. I tugged on the bill of her cap, and she turned to me. "Want to warm up?" One side of her mouth lifted. "Let's see what you've got today, slugger." "I'll go easy on you. Wouldn't want to embarrass you in front of your boss and all." "Gee, thanks," she returned. I grabbed a ball from the equipment bag and we tossed it back and forth for a bit while Thomas and a couple older men, who I assumed were Emmy's other bosses, organized the team. I noticed Emmy eyeing another 2 teams on the next field over, and when I asked why, she explained they were also part of the tournament. Eventually, a couple umps arrived and the game was finally set to begin. I'd completely forgotten about Nate and Lainey, so I was momentarily surprised to hear a shout of my name from the bleachers. Emmy and I turned simultaneously, and I vowed in that moment that I would methodically pull my brother-in-law's fingernails off one at a time, and be quite happy doing it. Taking up a good chunk of the available seating was not only my sister and her guys, but pretty much everyone I knew. Fiona and Mark were present, of course, Mark saluting me and Fiona clapping excitedly over nothing in particular. Jake and Bailey sat a row in front of them, Bailey scarfing down food from a takeout fast food joint and paying little attention to anything but protecting her fries from Jake's hands. Then there was Reardon Murphy and his wife Erin, as well as Trey and Court from work, Brett and that girl Ginger, Mark and Jake's mom, Kelly, and even Fiona's freaking boss, Jax. "Fuck me," I muttered under my breath, but Emmy just waved cheerfully and got several waves back. "You've got quite a fan club there, slugger." "You have no idea." I was staring daggers at Nate, who caught my glare and pointed meaningfully at Lainey, who then pointed at Fiona. That made perfect fucking sense. "Oh, look," Emmy said. "There's Ari, and she brought Jay." She waved at them as they found their seats near Fiona and Lainey. Well, it looked like the whole gang was here. All we needed was Ponch showing up and singing the national anthem and we'd be all set. I sent up a little plea for my crew to behave themselves, knowing already that even the thought was futile. And I was proven correct as I tossed the first strike across the plate. Pitching softball was a different animal than baseball, but I was confident in my abilities with pretty much any sport that involved a glove and a ball. The player in the black from Anderson and Mellick, our opposing team, swung too late and the ump made the call. His voice was immediately drowned out by Bailey yelling, "Strike!" at the top of her lungs, followed shortly by a chorus of female voices shouting various forms of woot and woo-hoo. I turned to left field after the catcher tossed me the ball, prepared to offer some kind of nonverbal apology, but Emmy was all smiles. Go figure. Play proceeded in the same manner for the remaining top of the first inning. The guys also contributed some incredibly helpful words of encouragement, each prominently featuring Junior as part of the comment. I almost pitched a perfect inning, but that damn elderly lady, who looked like she'd fall over any minute, caught a piece of the ball and even made it to first base. When our team prepped for batting at the bottom of the inning, I checked in with Emmy. "I'm so sorry about all that." I hooked a thumb to the bleachers. I have no control over them. She just smiled. "Don't worry about it. Believe me, this is way more fun than last year." She glanced meaningfully to the uber-conservative crowd lining the bench. She grabbed a bat and donned a helmet. "Wish me luck," she said as she turned for home plate as the first batter for the red team. "You don't need it, Ace," I yelled after her. A grin plastered to my face for sure. I turned back to the bench, and the grin faltered. Thomas Wheeler was talking to the woman next to him, but 3 other men's gazes were directed toward me, and none of them looked the least amused. I could identify 2 of them as the other managing partners, Jefferson and Schenk, but I had no idea who the third was. All I could tell was that he did not approve of me, Emmy, our friends, and probably the concept of fun in general. Shit. Maybe Emmy had been right all along, and me getting involved was a stupendous mistake. "Oh my my God. Lainey wrapped her arms around me, seemingly unbothered by my sweaty state. It's been way too long since I've seen you play. You looked great out there. I felt my mouth tug a little. It's just a softball game, sis. Nothing to get all hormonal and weepy about. She released me and smacked my arm just as Rocco attacked me in a hug from behind. I swung him up over my shoulder. What did you think, dude? Awesome, he responded. But they need a snack bar. I'll see what I can do for next time. I put him back on his feet and he ran off. We cleaned the floor with the opposing team, another player even taking over the mound when it started to get embarrassing. Emmy seemed pleased, and I saw her talking to all the managing partners at one point or another, so I assumed all was okay. She wasn't at all touchy-feely with me, and I took the hint and kept my hands to myself for the most part, trying to maintain a little distance and decorum, unlike my idiot friends and family who continued to cheer as if it were Game 7 of the World Series. I gestured several times for them to shut the hell up when I noticed other attendees giving them sideways glances, but it did little to help. I did, however, notice Ari maintaining a lower profile than usual, and I guessed it was because she knew the state of affairs with Emmy's job situation. That made me feel doubly guilty, but Emmy didn't say a word. Hey, Junior, I heard Bailey call to me, and I suppressed the urge to cover my mouth. She waddled over. There really was no other way to describe it. Do you guys want to come over to our place later? Everybody's going to watch basketball while I lie in a recliner incubating Dexter here. She patted her belly. She insisted on calling the kid Dexter because he or she kept poking at Bailey's organs, and she swore she was giving birth to a serial killer. I looked over at Emmy, who was talking to Jay. She must have sensed my gaze because she turned almost immediately and met my eyes. Possibly, but don't count on it, I told Bailey, never tearing my eyes from Emmy's. I heard Bailey make a gagging sound. Gross. Did you at least get a note from your mom giving you permission to bang a grown-up? That brought my eyes straight back to her. Did you get permission from SeaWorld to take the day off? She gave a fake gasp of indignation before yelling, Jake, Junior just called me fat. Come kick his ass for me. I don't want to go into labor doing it myself. I decided that was my sign to leave. Chapter 19. Dear ex-boyfriends, please take a note. Emerson. I honestly didn't know what to make of the game as a whole. All three partners were pleased we defeated Anderson and Melick since they'd trounced us in the semifinals the year before. But I was getting a vaguely disapproving vibe from Mr. Shank, and Mr. Jefferson said very little to Gavin or me the entire time. Mr. Wheeler, on the other hand, gushed effusively over Gavin after he pitched what was essentially a professional-level game. Anika, a second-year associate, took over for Gavin when the black team still hadn't scored by the 7th inning. But even then, he impressed by scoring runs and giving encouragement to other players. His love of all things baseball shone through, even though this was just some lawyers playing softball at a county park. Just watching him sent a warmth spreading through me that I knew I should be wary of, yet I couldn't help but just enjoy. His crazy friends and family, I admit, may not have made the best impression on my bosses, but there was nothing I could do about that, and they seemed to make the game more fun for most of the participants, me included. I decided early on just to let it go and enjoy the game, keeping my fingers crossed that any of my fears would go unwarranted. I felt I was being very zen about it. My mother would be proud. And speaking of parents, I'd nearly had a heart attack when I saw the teams assembling on the next field. I thought for sure my father's team would be one of them, but thankfully I'd been wrong. I'd managed to successfully dodge his calls the last couple days, still unsure what to say about my secret weapon. Although it was only a matter of time before word filtered his way and I'd have to do some explaining. I don't even know what to say. Ari surprised me out of my thoughts with an arm around my shoulder and wide eyes. Your Mr. Baseball is fucking hot. If you don't do something about this, I'm dumping Elliot and going after him myself. A twinge of envy ran through me, unbidden. Gavin wasn't mine. I didn't even want him to be mine. I didn't have room for him to be mine. And Ari was all kinds of sexy.
What guy in his right mind wouldn't want her? And hey, if I could get rid of Elliot in the process, well... Ari snapped her fingers in front of my eyes to regain my attention. Joking! But not about you doing something. Get on that, woman. Take that Mustang for a test drive and call me later with a report. She kissed my cheek, ignoring my grunt of annoyance, and turned toward the parking lot. Oh, and good game, she yelled behind her. I waved and shook my head. Thanks, Ari. Then I turned again and caught sight of Gavin hoisting a dark-haired little boy over his shoulder, and I swear I felt my ovaries sigh. I was thinking Ari was going to have to find a different substitute for Elliot after all. You want to pick up some food on the way home? Gavin asked once we were on the road. Absolutely, I'm starving, Jay moaned from the back seat. Ari had picked him up earlier, but we were dropping him off at one of his friends' houses, and then they were going to the Greensboro Grasshoppers season opener in the evening. I turned around in my seat. You know, Mom didn't warn me about your feeding schedule. I swear, you're like a hummingbird. Hummingbird? Gavin asked. Wait for it, Jay responded for me. Her head is filled with useless trivia. I think you mean interesting trivia, I said. By all means, keep telling yourself that, Jay said on a grin. I narrowed my eyes at him before explaining to Gavin. A hummingbird eats twice its weight in nectar every day. By ratio, of course, that makes it the hungriest animal on Earth, besides insects and my brother. Gavin looked suitably impressed, and I gave Jay a smug smile. See? Interesting. I have plenty more if you need proof. Gavin cleared his throat. So, that's a yes on stopping for food, right? Jay returned my smug smile. Oh, yeah, sorry, I muttered. I called in an order to Hops, and we picked up some burgers to go. Despite having worked my butt off at the game, I could still only eat half of mine and silently pass the remaining half back to my brother when I was finished. By the time we dropped him off, he'd probably consumed enough calories to fuel a small nation for a week. So, who was the guy who kept staring at you during the game? Gavin asked. When I looked at him blankly, he expounded. Probably your age, brown hair, my height. I mentally ran through the roster and realized he must have been talking about Craig. I think you mean Craig Pendleton, but I doubt he was staring at me. Oh, he was. Believe me. He was just subtle about it. Seriously? I mean, Craig was always looking at women in what I considered a creepy, inappropriate way, but I assumed he reined it in when the managing partners were around. And besides, he and I were supposed to be on a truce. I'm pretty certain he was imagining what color underwear you're wearing. I smacked Gavin's arm. Hey, hands off the driver. Well, only if your intent is violent, I mean. I ignored his comment and he continued. Anyway, I was just asking because he was giving me a back the hell off signal and I didn't know if there was something I was missing. I felt my brow wrinkle. That's really odd. You must have misconstrued the look. He and I are sort of rivals. I would call him my nemesis, but we've decided to call a truce while we're working on this huge account together. Eventually, one of us will probably be offered a partnership with the firm, though, and the other... I trailed off. Ah, was all Gavin said as he took a left turn. What does that mean? He considered that for a moment. I think you'd have to be a guy to understand. I wanted to roll my eyes at that. I highly doubt that. Try me. He looked over at me appraisingly, then finally spoke. He's totally into you, but he doesn't want to be. The fact that you're rivals just makes the idea of having you hotter. This truce means you'll be spending more time together, which could result in A, your appeal diminishes when your claws aren't out and he can get over you, or B, now that your guard is down, he'll try to charm you and get in your pants. Then there's C. You'll see he's not so bad after all and give him a real shot. Or D, he's pulling one over on you, trying to appeal to your honorable side by calling a truce, but he's really after both getting you under him and swiping the partnership up in the process. I just stared at him. Gavin's eyes remained on the road until he felt my gaze and did a double take. What? You got all that from one look. He shrugged. Well, it was more than one, but yeah. Like I said, It's a guy thing. I sat back in my seat and considered that for a moment. That's either the most brilliant assessment of a situation I've ever heard, or you are certifiably nuts. He flashed me a grin. You asked. I let myself revel in that grin for a minute before I responded. Actually, I think you're reading way too much into this. He probably had something in his eye. Seriously. Gavin actually sounded kind of annoyed. What? You don't know how hot you are, do you? And cue embarrassing blush. I felt his eyes on me even though I was staring straight ahead. You're just proving my point, you know. Shut up and drive, I muttered, making him laugh. By the time we pulled into my driveway, my face had returned to a shade that wouldn't halt traffic. Gavin didn't ask if he was coming in, and I refused to think about it too hard. Everyone we knew had seen us together and assumed we were an item. Not to mention, I was 16 kinds of attracted to him, and I knew he liked me. What could it hurt if I just spent a little more time with the guy? I unlocked the door, and he followed me in, carrying our takeout trash directly to the kitchen. I trailed him, and just the sight of Gavin near my kitchen island brought back all kinds of feelings. Hot feelings. Tingly feelings. Feelings I wouldn't mind experiencing again if I were being honest. What I wouldn't give to know the thoughts running through your head right now. I started, not realizing he'd been looking at me. Oh, Lord. I probably look like some kind of dog in heat. He was leaning against the counter by the refrigerator, blatantly checking me out and looking so flipping gorgeous and casual with his hands in the pockets of his jeans. Before I could think, I said the first thing that popped into my head. Sandwiches. It was his turn to jerk his head back in surprise. The smirk dropped from his face. Smug, hot guy, assuming he knew what I was thinking about. Take that. Yeah. I brought a hand to my hip as if to add some credence to my claim. I was thinking of making sandwiches. You were? Yes. Defensive much, Emerson? And this is because you didn't get enough to eat in the car. He hooked a thumb toward the door we'd just walked through. You know, about 10 minutes ago. God, how in the world did I make a good attorney when I was so incredibly abysmal at thinking on my feet? It had to be Gavin. He rattled the hell out of me. I thought lawyers were supposed to be better liars than that, Gavin said, practically echoing my own thoughts as he stepped closer. Grin back in place, eyes practically sparkling with mirth. Fudge. How was I supposed to fight that? I could almost hear Ari's voice in my head yelling, "You don't! You jump him instead!" I obviously wasn't going to jump him, but I was thinking the fight was over, and Mr. Baseball had just won. He didn't stop his advance, and I stood my ground, refusing to chicken out. I was a 29-year-old woman who had every right to engage in whatever the heck I felt like with another consenting adult. I didn't need to feel worried or ashamed or anything but the heat in my belly and the thrum of my pulse in my neck. And if the kisses we'd shared were any indication, I was going to enjoy the ever-loving hell out of whatever Gavin and I did together. When his hand reached out to wrap around the side of my neck, I willed my nerves and those damn monkeys to settle and let any doubt or trepidation drain away so I could, for once in my life, just live in the moment and take a chance. Gavin's eyes burned into mine, and then I lost sight of them as his mouth crashed down on mine, and I was lost in the feel of his lips on mine and his tongue against my own. How had I never realized how awesome kissing was? This was amazing. I could feel it down to my toes as they curled inside my sneakers and electricity zinged along my spine, landing with a zap in the center of my womb. Gavin's kisses reached every part of my body and had me moving against him involuntarily, instinctually. There was nothing mechanical about this joining of mouths and bodies as there always had been in my past experiences. I had assumed there was something wrong with me, or that other people over-exaggerated when speaking of their sexual adventures. It turned out all I'd needed all along was somebody who knew what they were doing. Either that or whatever chemistry Gavin and I were sparking. It was ironic this was all coming from a guy I'd figured to be too young to take seriously. If this situation proved anything, it was that Gavin Monroe was seriously good at making out. I hardly realized we were moving until I felt the wall at my back and Gavin's hand moved to my thigh, hitching it up along his waist. I took the hint in no time and matched the position with my other leg, at which point his hands grabbed my butt and didn't let go. "God, I love your ass." He squeezed and murmured the words into my neck. I locked my ankles behind his back as he pressed in. "Thank you. I love your wrists," I said in response, my hormonal high rendering me a blathering idiot. I felt his smile against my neck and silently thanked him for not calling me on my ridiculous statement. Instead, I leaned my head back on a groan and gave him better access. At the sound, he abruptly turned us and began walking with me wrapped around him like a pretzel. I didn't care where he was taking me at that point. It could have been outside to the lawn for all I cared. I just needed him to keep doing what he was doing so I could keep feeling the delicious tingles all over and through my body. This sex stuff was awesome, and we hadn't even removed our clothes. I had the fleeting urge to write a letter to my past sexual partners telling them to sign up for Gavin Monroe's How to Do It Right class, because they'd all clearly been doing it very wrong. It turned out Gavin was not taking me outside, but instead to my bedroom, some internal homing beacon having led him directly there without my assistance. Not that I would have been much help at this point anyway. His hardness was pressing into the perfect spot between my legs, and I was shifting restlessly against him, needing more. More of what, I couldn't decide, but I just knew I needed it. I moaned his name, not even recognizing my own voice as it bubbled up my throat in a breathy plea. "Jesus," I heard him say just as he lowered me to the bed, remaining firmly on top of me in the process, which was a good thing, because if he had tried to remove himself, I probably would have tackled him to the ground to maintain contact. What in God's name was coming over me? I threaded my fingers through his hair as he continued to kiss and nip down my neck until his mouth hit the barrier of my t-shirt's crew neck. "Off," he said, sparing no time for complete sentences. Who needed grammar when there was amazing sex to be had? I mean, I was assuming it would be amazing. I was pretty much assuming Gavin was good at everything at this point. He lifted off me for the split second it took for him to pull my shirt over my head, and then his mouth was everywhere. I didn't have time to worry about the sweat from the game that had surely dried on my skin, or the size of my breasts, or the freckles that dotted my chest. There was just his lips on me, and the smell of grass and sweat from his hair that acted as some kind of aphrodisiac for me as I breathed it in and tried to memorize it. My bra somehow disappeared without me realizing it, undoubtedly due to Gavin's magic hands. But I didn't care, because my nipple was in his mouth and his teeth and tongue were doing unbelievable things to it. Things that revealed a theretofore unknown nerve channel that ran directly from my nipple to my vagina. It disregarded the presence of all my internal organs and drove straight lines through me, connecting all my erogenous zones and making my body light on fire. "Oh, God," I moaned, my fingers tripping over the muscles of his back and shoulders as he shifted over me and switched to my other breast. In a move that was completely unlike me, I pulled on his shirt until his bare skin was revealed to my fingertips. Then I impatiently tugged it over his head, sighing disappointedly when the motion caused his lips to lift from my breast. Luckily, he seemed just as eager as I was to get his mouth back to business. I felt one of his hands slide between our bodies and easily undo the button of my jeans before sliding the zipper down. I hadn't fully allowed myself to contemplate the gravity of the entire encounter until that moment. I must have tensed involuntarily because his hand stilled. I was about to have sex with Gavin Monroe. I didn't have sex with men unless we were in a committed relationship. How had I let it get to this point? What had happened to the numerous dates ending in chaste kisses? The gradual transition to light petting and then to a bit heavier, eventually leading to the bedroom after a few months had passed. Months, not days. This wasn't me. A tiny voice in my head, one that had clearly been talking to my boobs, offered up a conflicting viewpoint. "But it could be you," the voice said. Indeed. While my mind had been racing, Gavin had brought his head up. His eyes were heavy with desire, but there was also concern in his expression. I bit my lip, knowing this was the moment of decision. If I did this, did that make me a slut? If I didn't, did that make me a tease? I didn't want to be either one. I just wanted to be Emerson. Oh God, why didn't life have an instruction manual? I mean, really, it would make things so much easier. Chapter 20. Don't Diss the Whoopee. Gavin. Emmy's brain was running a mile a minute, and that was clear from just looking at her. I saw those flushed cheeks and hooded eyes, but indecision was written all over her face. "Emmy, we don't have to do this. Just say the word and this is as far as we'll go." I gestured down with my chin. "I'm very happy to concentrate my attention on areas we've already covered, believe me." I went for a light tone so she'd stop worrying, but her bottom lip was still clutched between her teeth and her brow was creased. She finally let her gaze fall to the side, her arm still wound around my back, her firm tits pressed against my chest. I had never coerced an unwilling woman, and I never would. I was about to change position so I could button her jeans back up when her eyes came back to me. "No." She motioned to the bed and then to me. "It's just that I've never done this." Holy fuck. I felt the blood drain from my face. She was a virgin? How was that even possible in this day and age? Her urgent tone cut into my panic. "No, that's not what I meant. Of course, I've done it." I wasn't convinced if she couldn't even say the word, so I eyed her warily as she continued. "I've just always been in a long-term relationship with the guy. I hardly even know you." She gestured wildly with her hand, almost catching me in the face. I felt a bit put out by that statement. I wouldn't say that. I've even stopped counting the number of dates we've been on. She narrowed her eyes at me. "Showing up randomly at my house and kissing me in my kitchen isn't a date, Gavin. Sure it is." I gave a shrug and then rolled off her so I was laying on my side, my head propped up in my hand. This gave me the perfect view of her naked breasts. I resisted the urge to reach out for a touch. When my eyes came back to her face, I noted her gaze was on my chest and traveling downward by the second. I grinned, and the movement brought her eyes back to my face. She shook her head, as if trying to gather her thoughts again. Her protest continued. "And neither is playing softball with my bosses and my arch rival." Now, wait a minute. I pulled my chin back in shock. I got to first, second, and third base. I could have hit a home run, I just didn't want to be greedy. That, my friend, is a date. She shoved my chest, but the crease in her brow loosened and her lips tipped up. I fell on my back, pretending she'd knocked me over. "So violent," I teased. "I'm trying to be serious here." "Then stop beating me up. It's a total turn-on, just so you know." I propped myself back up. She growled. I grinned, letting my eyes wander. "I'm obviously attracted to you," she admitted, and then suddenly seemed to remember she was topless. She quickly and tragically pulled a blanket over her gorgeous tits. I sighed as she continued. "I just don't think I see this relationship going anywhere. And I've never thrown caution to the wind and just gone on primal instinct. I'm more of a planner." I had to admit, that stung. I mean, she'd told me she didn't have time for a relationship, what with her work obligations and the new responsibility of being Jay's guardian. But I still thought I could make her change her mind. And I was busy too. It wasn't like I was asking her to marry me or anything. At least I was open to possibilities, though. She'd already made up her mind that this wasn't going anywhere. I was mentally forming my response when I did a double take at the blanket she'd used to unfairly hide her goods from me. It was green and fuzzy and... No, my eyes hadn't deceived me. Had small pink pigs sewn all over it. I opened my mouth, completely forgetting what I'd been about to say. Are those pigs?" Emmy's eyes flashed down to her body as she registered my words, and her face, already flushed from our activities, flamed an even darker shade. She flung the blanket off and onto the floor as if it were on fire. Then, realizing she'd exposed herself again, she frantically looked around for something else before futilely pulling at the covers I was laying on. The motions only served to jostle the very items she was attempting to hide, and I decided to take over. I rolled onto her again and brought her arms over her head, holding them in place with my hands. "Emmy," I asked slowly and deliberately, "do you have a pig blanket?" She sealed her lips together and shook her head vehemently. Her wild auburn locks had come loose from the ponytail and were spread all around her. She looked like every fantasy I'd ever had. I nodded. "See now, I think you're lying. I have a very clear memory of a pig blanket." She strained her arms, trying to break free. I didn't let her. "If you don't feel like we know each other very well, here's a great opportunity to remedy that," I suggested. "Tell me about the pig blanket, Emerson. I can't express to you exactly how eager I am to hear this." She scowled at me, keeping her lips sealed. "Oh, and feel free to blush all you want. You know how much that turns me on." I grinned. Yeah, I was a bit of an ass, but this was priceless. This woman had vehemently stressed how important it was to maintain the image of a serious adult, all the while cuddling up with a special pig blankie at night. It meant she had a chink in her armor. It meant she had a tender spot and wasn't so rigid. It meant I had a chance. "Fine," she huffed. "I have a whoopee." That made me throw my head back and laugh. "Shut up and let me go." I looked down at her, still laughing. "Not until you say, 'My name is Emerson Scott, and I have a fuzzy pig whoopee.'" She shot daggers at me, her mouth pinched. Finally, the words escaped. "My name is Emerson Scott, and I happily confess to the murder of Gavin Monroe by suffocation with a fuzzy pig whoopee." I had tears in my eyes from laughter at this point, but I swear I felt myself fall halfway in love with this woman as I watched her face and heard those words fall from her lips. What can I say? I'm easy. Needless to say, we didn't have sex, and I was completely fine with that. My cock? Not so much. But the evening ended up being one of the best I could remember. We talked, we made out, we cooled down, we had a late dinner, and we made out some more. Then we both fell asleep in our jeans, covered with the pig blanket, which I had to admit was damn comfy. And I found out the origin of Emmy's childhood blanket. It was the only gift she could ever remember receiving from her dad that was purely frivolous and entirely girly. I was sure that revealed a lot more than she wanted me to know, but I held on to the knowledge just the same. Sugar. That single strange word was the thing that woke me, not Emmy shaking my shoulder like she was attempting to revive a dead person. I lifted my hand to stop her before she dislocated something. So violent, that one. Watch the shoulder. Do you want to break it again? She discovered my scars from the motorcycle accident during her thorough exploration of my skin last night. I gave her the short version of the story, playing it down so things didn't get too heavy. "What's wrong?" I asked on a yawn. "We fell asleep," she said in an urgent whisper. I kept my eyes closed and tried to roll over. I sometimes do that in bed. It's perfectly normal, I promise. The shaking resumed. I opened my eyes and turned to look at her. She sat next to me in bed, a white tank top covering her but doing a very poor job of hiding her nipples. This shirt was now my favorite. I motioned for her to come closer. "Come here, I have something to show you." "Stop it," she hissed. "We have to get you out of here before Jay wakes up." That's what this vicious wake-up call was about? Seriously? She just nodded and gestured for me to get my ass moving. "Emmy, the kid's 15. He won't be up until noon at the earliest. And speaking of 15, I'm pretty sure he already assumes we're having sex, which, I might note, we aren't." She gasped. "That is totally untrue. 15-year-olds don't think like that." She frowned. "Do they?" I nodded. I'm around them a lot, trust me. She shook her head. That doesn't matter. I'm his sister and his guardian. I'm supposed to be setting a good example, and having you, a man I've been seeing for a nanosecond, a man who's his coach, no less, spend the night in my bed is not the bar I want to set. I let the unintended dig slide because I knew she wasn't going to like what came out of my mouth next. I hate to break it to you, Emmy, but that ship sailed the minute his friend dropped him off last night. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my Jeep in your driveway is a pretty big tip-off. She sunk her face into her hands. Criminy. I thought you didn't cuss. That earned me a scowl. I sat up and pulled her into me. He'll survive. I highly doubt he'll go out and get a girl pregnant. Not today, at least. She tried to shove me away at that last comment, but I laughed and held her firmly. You know, Emmy, if my ego weren't healthy, I might be offended that you keep trying to get away from me. She mumbled her response into my chest. If you weren't such an ASS, I wouldn't have to. That made me pull back. Did you just spell the word ass? I really couldn't hold back my smile even if I wanted to. Yes? Her look dared me to comment further. Just checking, I responded before kissing her soundly. So, this isn't awkward or anything, Jay said as he spooned more cereal into his mouth. Emmy and I had migrated to the kitchen after a healthy morning makeout session, only to find Jay preparing his breakfast. I already told you, we didn't do anything, Emmy said in exasperation, the statement causing Jay to turn a mild shade of green. I interjected. For Christ's sake, you're just making it worse. Quit while you're ahead, woman. At least she'd stop pacing like she'd done the first 5 minutes we'd been in the kitchen. Jay took a moment and then resumed eating. I pulled Emmy to a position behind Jay so he couldn't see us, and then I wrapped her in my arms. Breathe, I whispered in her ear. I felt her sigh against my chest. It was time to change the subject. How are you feeling about your game today? I asked Jay as I released his sister. He swallowed his bite before responding. Good. I think Coach will put me in a bit earlier today. Wes was having some shoulder pain at Friday's practice, so he might take it easy. I pulled out a chair and sat across from him. Emmy set a cup of coffee down in front of me, and I smiled at her before responding. That's great news. I mean, obviously not the part about Wes's shoulder, but I'm happy you're looking at more time on the mound. He nodded before turning to Emmy. Hey, I forgot to tell you, Mom called me last night. They're coming the Friday after next and staying until Monday. She stilled and looked back at him. As in, less than 2 weeks from now? Yeah. Jay returned with a smile. Then he got up from the table and took his bowl to the sink. Good news, huh? He asked before walking toward the hall. Yeah. Emmy responded distractedly, staring at a spot on the wall. I had no idea what that meant, but I was guessing things got complicated whenever Naomi was around. Oh, Jay's voice carried from down the hall. And she said to tell Gavin hello. Emmy didn't appreciate the snicker that comment elicited from me. Despite the less-than-ideal encounter with Jay, Emmy loosened up and we had breakfast together, exchanging casual conversation and touches as if we'd been doing this for ages. For a woman who didn't see this going anywhere, she sure seemed comfortable with me inserting myself into her life. I took that as a good sign. Then I took off, after a lingering kiss at the door, so Emmy and I could both get some work done before meeting up for Jay's game in the afternoon. I bought her a drink and some popcorn, which we promptly spilled when Jay completed a double play at the top of the fifth, catching a fly ball and throwing an opposing player out as he attempted to return to second base. Jay pitched an amazing few innings, and I loved the look of pride on Emmy's face as she watched her brother lead his team to a win. It was also great seeing her relax, even though I caught her checking emails on her phone a couple times. We finally parted ways in the school parking lot, but not before I got in some last words. Don't even think of telling me that wasn't a date. To which she smiled her dazzling smile that hit me squarely in the chest and left me in high spirits for the whole rest of the day. She was getting to me, and I could only hope I was doing the same to her. Chapter 21. Cocktail Therapy. Emerson. I sighed and leaned back into my desk chair. It was no use trying to lie to myself. I missed Gavin Monroe. It had only been 36 hours since I'd laid eyes on the guy, and I freaking missed him. How pathetic was that? It was Tuesday morning, and I was supposed to be reviewing contracts for a merger, but there I was mooning over a man instead. This was so entirely unlike me. It was as if an alien form of me named Emmy had taken over my body and filled it with fluff and hormones. I'd practically fallen all over myself when he'd called the night before and asked me out to dinner for tonight. Even the slightest recollection of Saturday afternoon and evening brought goosebumps to my skin. Gavin had known exactly how to touch and caress me to elicit the most delicious feelings I'd ever experienced. Had I known those feelings were possible, I'd have probably been a lot more tolerant of a couple of Ari's ex-boyfriends. It was obvious some men wielded magical powers, and I should consider the possibility that she'd found a few along the line. Who was I to begrudge a girl some of that same blissful heat Gavin had triggered in me? And then there was the amazing feeling of his skin under my fingers. The contrast of warm, smooth skin over taut, lean muscle was divine. I practically squirmed in my chair at the mere thought. "Am I interrupting something?" A voice came from the doorway. I tried to school my features even as I felt my face flame. Traitorous fair skin. "No," I said a bit too loudly to Craig's inquiring expression. "Just thinking about what to order for lunch." "Seriously, Emerson, is that the best you can do?" "Okay," he replied simply, and I mentally thanked him for letting the blatant lie slide. Maybe Craig was serious about this truce. I waved him into the room, and he seated himself in a chair across from me. He was dressed in his usual dark suit, and there wasn't a hair on his head that was out of place. Craig was the picture of composure, while I was a flustered wreck. I put my palms flat on my desk to keep them from betraying me. "What's up?" "What's up?" I had to get my act together. This was not how I spoke to colleagues at work. Luckily, Craig led that slide as well. "I was just reviewing the completed patent applications you and Melissa prepared, and I noticed a slight discrepancy. Here, take a look." He passed a small stack of papers over and leaned in to point to a section he'd marked. Sure enough, the date had been transposed. I looked up to him, my mind reaching back to the night last week when the paralegal and I had filled out the paperwork. I'd been a bit tired, but it was so unlike me to not catch something like that. Mistakes happen, I supposed. They just usually didn't happen to me. I sighed and nodded, seeing my date with Gavin slipping through my fingers. "I'm so relieved you caught that. It could have caused a mess down the line." He smiled in a decidedly non-creepy fashion. "Happy to help. It could happen to anyone." "You're kind to say so." I returned his smile. Who was this guy, and what had he done with my nemesis? "I see you're busy, so I won't take up any more of your time." He gestured to the papers littering my desk. I nodded. "The Jackson-Penn-Cote merger." "Ah, I dodged a bullet on that one," he returned good-naturedly. I thought back to Gavin's assessment of Craig's behavior at the game, and I just couldn't reconcile it with the man standing in my office. Gavin had to have been mistaken. I handed the patent paperwork back to Craig. "I'll get this changed immediately and refiled. Thanks again." He nodded, then said, "I have it up on my computer right now. I can easily take care of it so you can get back to the thrilling world of mergers." He raised his eyebrows, causing a genuine smile to cross my face. A few weeks ago, I wouldn't have trusted Craig to pump my gas. Now, I only hesitated for a moment before responding. "You know, that would be terrific. Thank you, Craig." I felt my pulse jump, realizing that Craig had just unknowingly saved my date with Gavin. I couldn't wait to tell Gavin how wrong he'd been, how wrong I'd been about the man. The rest of the week flew by, probably because I got to spend every night either hanging out with Gavin or talking on the phone with him until all hours. It was just like they say, time flies when you're having fun, and I'd never had so much fun in all my life. I never laughed as hard, felt as light, or felt as much, period. I was starting to see possibility where it hadn't been before, and I was trying hard not to think about it too much. Quite the feat for a woman who overanalyzed just about every decision she ever made. The only fly in the ointment was my father. I was still avoiding him like a complete coward. but I didn't know what to say, especially considering my new revelations about all things Gavin Monroe. It was all too complicated, and I couldn't deal with my dad quite yet. So I was amassing an impressive collection of emails and voicemails, feeling rotten about it and knowing I'd have to face him soon. Meanwhile, Jay was positively thriving. His grades were excellent, he was getting more playing time, and both he and Gavin raved about the extra training sessions. Coach Davidson was even starting Jay at a game next week. That prospect, along with the upcoming visit from Mom and Aldo, had Jay talking nonstop and back to the carefree teenager I knew and loved. Even work was sailing along smoothly. Despite the time I was spending with Gavin, I was able to keep up on all my cases and accounts. I still had some work to do on the weekend in preparation for a meeting with the Ag Power team on Monday, but that was par for the course. And there were 2 games in the tournament this weekend, so hopefully we'd win those and make it to the championship. Nothing would please the managing partners more than that. And if Gavin and I could help make that happen, all the better. I have to say, I love seeing you like this, Ari said as she sipped her cranberry and vodka and assessed me from her spot across the table. Gavin was out with the guys, giving me some overdue girl time. I usually saw Ari several times a week, mostly due to her boundless energy and willingness to accommodate my work schedule. I was undeserving of such a wonderful friend, but we'd been inseparable since childhood, so I supposed it wasn't so surprising that we continued to do whatever it took to maintain our close bond. I'd always gone to all her school plays and performances, and I'd held her hand when she'd gotten her first piercing and her first tattoo. I'd also stood by her side as her mother read her the riot act and prayed to whatever patron saint whose duty it was to look after unruly teenagers who liked to dye their hair and pierce their noses. And I'd been there to hold that dyed hair back when some awful boy broke her heart, and she'd drunken herself into oblivion to drown the pain. We were each other's touchstones. Ari understood how important my professional pursuits were to me, and she supported me wholeheartedly in my aspirations. She wouldn't let a busy work schedule on either of our ends cause our friendship to suffer. So, there she was, sitting across from me after a full day of work and with an evening of karaoke hosting ahead of her, just so we could catch up and lay eyes on one another. But this time, the reason for our almost week-long separation had been a guy. Sure, there had been times when Ari first started seeing someone and she'd been swept up in a guy, losing touch with me for a week here or there. But it had never been the other way around. This was a first, and Ari was apparently the #1 fan of Team Gavin. I don't know what you're talking about. I shooed her away, taking a sip of my own drink to cover my lie. Nice try, chica. You're in love with Mr. Baseball, she cooed, making me practically choke on my Pinot Grigio. You've got to be kidding me, I managed to say. I've known the guy for a few weeks. She chewed on her straw and gave me an innocent look. Sometimes that's all it takes. So tell me, what kind of bat is he swinging? Okay, no more liquor for you. I tried to pull her glass away, but she snatched it up. Oh, please. This is my first one.
I thought the home run king would have loosened you up by now.
I haven't talked to you in days. You owe me some juicy details. I had to admit, part of me was tempted, given my newly discovered sex drive and Gavin's apparent ability to find and push every single one of my buttons. But I didn't even know how to begin to talk about this kind of thing. Relax, I said. We haven't, Her mouth fell open and her eyes narrowed. You can't be serious. What's the point of spending all your time with that tight young ass if you're not getting you some? It was my turn to drop my jaw. Oh my God, he's not a piece of meat, Ari. Well, you clearly don't know the first thing about meat if his is still in his pants. I'd have been all over that by now. I'm aware. I took another sip of wine, wanting to change the subject to anything else before she started suggesting sexual positions and asking my thoughts on butt stuff. What would Elliot say about you lusting after another man? Shame, shame, shame. I shook my head at her. Was all she said in return. This perked me right up. Was it possible there was a breakup on the horizon? Don't get me wrong. I never want my best friend to suffer heartbreak. but I was pretty sure this relationship with Elliot the egomaniac wasn't the real deal. Do you care to expand on that? Ari eyed me. Are you a therapist now? That depends. Do you want me to be? I answered cheekily.
That depends too.
Do you have anything useful to share? She shot back. Probably not. I let myself smile, dropping the act. But you can still tell me. It's probably going to sound stupid, but he hurt my feelings and he refuses to apologize. That was entirely unsurprising, and I felt a pang of guilt that I hadn't been there for her immediately after Elliot acted like, well, Elliot. What did he do? I braced. Like I said, it's probably stupid, she prefaced before continuing. So, his birthday is coming up in a couple weeks, and I asked him what he wanted. I had some ideas and needed to see if I was on the right track. Anyway, after we settled that, I said, don't you want to know what I want for my birthday? I mean, I know it's still a few weeks out, but you know how much I like presents. I did. Ari got ridiculously excited about gifts, no matter the occasion. Of course, what did he say? I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. Her lip curled. He said, oh, I already know what I'm getting you. A 6-month membership to my gym. Good God. It was worse than I thought. Oh, Ari, I said, reaching over to grab her hand. He's an idiot. I couldn't help it. He had to be an utter moron not to see the stunningly gorgeous woman he was lucky enough to be dating. She shouldn't have to change a single thing for him. She sighed. I know, but he's my idiot. So, what happened then? I tried to stay calm and explain that that was the worst present in the history of the universe. He got totally offended and called me selfish. I was ready to hunt Elliot down and ensure he would never participate in the propagation of the human species. I'd be doing all of us a favor, really. So not only did he basically call me fat, but he called me selfish on top of that. We both refused to apologize, so we're not speaking right now. I'm proud of you for standing your ground. Not that you ever have a problem doing that, I grinned. But I'm proud nonetheless. I received a small smile in return. I'm sorry he treated you that way, sweetie. She scrunched her nose up a bit. Yeah, me too. But I'm not letting it ruin my night. Fuck men. She lifted her glass in a toast to no one in particular. I darted my eyes around us, hoping nobody heard her proclamation. Oh, but when it comes to Mr. Baseball, Ari said with a grin, I mean that in the literal sense. You should definitely fuck that man. She nodded, and I thunked my forehead on the table. Chapter 22. Scrabble with Jennifer Beals. Gavin. Come on, Ace. You got this. I cupped my hands around my mouth and shouted as Emmy took a couple practice swings outside the batter's box. Despite the fact that the game was almost over and we were winning, I knew Emmy wasn't satisfied with her level of play thus far. She'd missed a catch earlier, which had resulted in the orange team scoring a run, and she was anxious to redeem herself. If her bosses considered a dropped ball an indicator of her level of commitment to the firm, I'd suggest a new profession. But I was fairly certain Emmy's need to prove herself had very little to do with her firm and more to do with her personality in general. Nevertheless, I wanted to see her do well, especially if it brought out that smile that went straight to my cock every time. Today's game was considerably more subdued than the last one, owing to my batshit crazy crew's absence. In fact, even Ari and Jay had skipped this one, promising to make an appearance at Sunday's game instead, assuming we'd win today and advance to the next round. This was a foregone conclusion in my mind, of course. The orange team's pitcher adjusted his cap and gripped the ball, all while keeping an eye on Emmy as she stepped up to the plate. He got into position, shifted forward, and swung his pitching arm around, releasing a fastball with a snap of his wrist. Emmy's swing would have brought Jay to his feet had he been there. It was perfection. The ball connected with her bat right in the sweet spot and went sailing directly over the center fielder's head, causing him to chase after it. Our bench went nuts, shouting and cheering for Emmy and the other player on base to run like hell. By the time the ball made it back to the infield, we'd scored a run and Emmy was safely on third. that smile firmly in place. I wanted to run up and kiss the living hell out of her. Instead, I settled for a loud, "That's how you do it, Ace," and my own smile. It was safe to say Emmy's reputation with the firm, and herself, was once again in good standing. The game wrapped up shortly after, and the players milled around exchanging handshakes and discussing strategies for tomorrow's semifinal game. Thomas Wheeler checked in with me to ensure I'd be there, but the remaining managing partner still gave me a wide berth. It was odd, to say the least, and I didn't want to admit that Emmy may have had a point all those weeks ago when she told me her reputation could be tarnished simply by her choosing to date the likes of me. It was hard to believe people could be so shallow, yet I knew it was one of life's unfortunate truths. I'd also been keeping an eye on this Craig guy throughout the afternoon. Emmy had told me he'd turned a corner and was actually being helpful and perfectly professional with her, but I still didn't trust the guy one bit. If he was even entertaining the thought of backstabbing my woman, let alone hitting on her, I'd set him straight in no time, probably with my fists. Yeah, Emmy was my woman, no doubt in my mind at this point, and I was her man. Well, at least that was the plan. And there was no room for Dickwad Craig anywhere in the mix. He'd been more careful in eyeing her today, but there was still something off about him. And he made no attempt to hide his feelings for me, sending daggers my way whenever possible. That was one guy I'd be glad to never see again once this tournament was over. "You ready?" Emmy asked, sidling up beside me, looking cute as fuck in her uniform. I was hoping for a repeat of last weekend's event since the only times I'd seen her this week had been in public, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping for things to progress to the next level this time. I was very open to any and all naked activities. I nodded and we waved to a few people as we headed to my Jeep and got in. Admittedly, it wasn't the nicest vehicle, but I didn't have any payments to make on it, so that was good enough for me. And Emmy didn't appear to mind. In fact, she seemed to enjoy the warm spring air as it swept over her sun-kissed and freckled cheeks. The honk of a horn alerted me to the fact I was sitting still at a freaking green light, and I quickly stepped on the gas. I was going to have to keep my focus on the road and off her if we were going to make it to her place in one piece. I'd gone out with Brett and a couple guys from my construction job the night before, and they'd mocked me pretty severely about Emmy. I tried to play it cool, of course, but I did a pretty shitty job of it, provoking them to make cougar jokes all evening. They were just a bunch of jealous assholes, though, and none of them were taking a hot, funny, sweet woman back to her place tonight. All they had were their right hands and maybe some halfway decent porn if they were lucky. Although Brett may have scored another date with Ginger, so I couldn't be sure in his case. He was still a jealous asshole, though, on principle. "What do you want to do about dinner?" Emmy asked. That brought a smile to my face. I loved that we'd progressed to the point where it was just assumed we'd hang out for the evening. It hadn't taken nearly as long as I'd expected, and I gave myself a mental pat on the back for a job well done. Why don't we grill out? It'll be hot as hell before we know it. May as well enjoy the awesome weather while we've got it. She nodded and smiled. "I've got chicken, and we can throw together some sides. Works for me." I turned the wheel, taking the on-ramp to the highway. "Is Jay going to be eating with us?" I asked, knowing that the kid's presence would dictate both the tone of the evening and probability of Emmy and I both having to fight for our fair share of food. "No. Ponch is taking him to a concert in Raleigh tonight. Some band I've never heard of, but is apparently epic." She made air quotes, not that I couldn't have guessed that word hadn't originated from her. "I'm the very uncool big sister," she said with a self-deprecating laugh. "Crap. I usually don't hang out with uncool people." She gave me the stink eye. "Well, I appreciate you making an exception for me." "You're gonna owe me. I only take payment in naked form, though. Just to warn you." "Of course," she blushed. Nice try. Sagittal is not a word. Are you officially challenging me? You know what that means if you're wrong, don't you? I asked. Emmy eyed me, and I maintained my best poker face. The gods had intervened, and I'd somehow convinced her to play strip Scrabble with me. Either she was super confident in her Scrabble abilities, or she was suddenly down with getting naked in front of me. I suspected it was the former, and she figured she'd get an easy look at my naked ass. I didn't care. Either way, I was in. The rules are simple. Each player takes a turn. The one whose word scores the least points has to remove an article of clothing. Play continues until the game is over. If a player challenges a word and loses, they have to remove 2 articles. If they challenge and win, they can put an article back on. The whole thing started when I made a joke over dinner about strip poker and learned that she'd never played. That was downright un-American, in my opinion. She insisted she sucked at poker, so I suggested Scrabble. I was down to boxer briefs and 1 sock. Emmy, who had showered and changed when we got to her house, was left wearing a collared shirt and jeans. In my defense, though, she'd claimed her hair tie and jewelry as articles of clothing, something I thought was bullshit, but I allowed because she smiled at me and distracted me with ice cream. I know, I'm a total sucker. But things were about to get interesting. She only had 4 pieces of clothing left before she was bare-assed, and she was about to challenge me. She continued to examine my expression before doing an inventory of her remaining clothing. Nope, it's not a word, she declared with confidence. I'm officially challenging. That was when I let myself grin, causing her smug smile to falter. Not taking my eyes from her, I pulled my phone from my discarded jeans and handed it over to her. Look it up, Ace. She snatched my phone and frantically typed, her eyes glued to the screen. I pinpointed the exact moment she found it. It was the same moment she pulled her bottom lip between her teeth and bit down. My cock took notice and twitched in my boxer briefs, catching her attention. Her eyes were suddenly not so interested in my phone. Instead, they were pretty intent on my junk. Good thing I wasn't shy. She released her lip from her teeth and the tip of her pink tongue darted out to lick the bitten spot. Fuck. There was no helping it now. My cock had a mind of his own. I saw her eyes widen a bit, and I did my damn best not to smile. She was just this fantastic combination of sophisticated and innocent. It was such a fucking turn-on. I finally cleared my throat and her eyes snapped up to mine, still wide. I think you owe me some clothes. That caused her head to jerk down, as if she'd forgotten what we'd been doing. Then she went for a pathetically transparent stall tactic. Where in the heck did you get the word sagittal, anyway? I decided to humor her for that moment. I study sports science, so I know tons of terms about the human body. Her eyebrows popped up. You do? How did I not know that? I shrugged. Brett's the only person who knows, and now you. She gave me a look like she thought I was insane. She wasn't going to let me leave it at that, so I kept talking. You remember when I told you about that accident I was in? Well, I'd been studying sports science, mostly because it was what my coaches had all studied and partly because I have a knack for that kind of thing. Emmy just nodded and watched me. Anyway, once I started coaching at the academy, I realized if I finished my degree, I could have a shot at a real career in coaching. I shrugged again. So that's what I'm doing. She cocked her head to the side. But how do you have time to do that when you work 2 jobs? I grinned, thinking that was hilarious coming from a workaholic like her. It's mostly online, so I do it at night and on the weekends. I work it in wherever I need to. Wow, she said. I'm impressed. And a little scared now over what other obscure terms you're going to put on the board. I put my hand out in a beckoning gesture. Speaking of, off with your clothes. She pushed my hand aside. Wait, one more question. I sighed, letting her know my patience was reaching its limit. There was naked skin to be seen. Why are Brett and I the only ones who know about your classes? Shit. That was way too hard to explain. And it probably wouldn't reflect well on me. I still hadn't told her about the 2+ years I'd spent as a pathetic crybaby. I put a finger up. That is a story for another time. She scowled. Enough stalling, you little cheater. She sighed in resignation. Her brow creased in indecision, and I knew I was smirking. After a moment, she stood and unbuttoned her jeans, then slid the zipper down and lowered the denim, all while keeping her eyes averted from mine. But her shirt was long, and when she straightened, I realized it covered all the good stuff. I couldn't even tell what color her panties were. Then I remembered she had to remove 2 articles of clothing. Ha! That was when she finally met my eyes again. I was ready for the big reveal, assuming she'd remove her shirt next, but she reached behind her back with both hands, and I was momentarily confused until I realized what she was doing. Damn you, Jennifer Beals. Damn you for teaching women how to remove their bras without taking their shirts off. When Emmy finally pulled the white lace bra from one of the sleeves of her shirt, she extended her hand out over the coffee table and dropped it right on my rock-hard cock as it tested the fabric of my boxer briefs. Then she sat back down with that damn smug look. My turn. I narrowed my eyes and resisted adjusting myself. This isn't over by a long shot. She responded by placing her tiles on the board and spelling quest over a double word score space. Damn it. I looked at my tiles and the best I could do was still about 10 points shy. I played my tiles and lost my sock. The next turn, I beat her by putting an S at the end of quest, and she lost her panties. While I now knew they were white lace to match her bra, holy fuck, by the way, I still couldn't see a single part of her with that damn shirt in the way. My dick was clamoring for us to finish this game immediately, and I couldn't have agreed with him more. But Emmy was taking forever to put her next word down. It took me a minute to realize she was nervous. One of us would be completely naked in a couple minutes, and it occurred to me that she might not want that. We'd been laughing and joking, and I knew she was turned on, but naked led to all sorts of things she might not be ready for. Hey, I said quietly, we can stop now if you want. I couldn't quite believe the words coming out of my mouth. That right there is what I call maturity. I hoped she took note of it if she was still somehow caught up with the age difference. No, she said. I just need a second. Believe it or not, I'm kind of nervous about, you know. You know could encompass a hell of a lot of different things, but I got the gist of it. We can do whatever you want, Emmy. No pressure here, I reassured. I know, I'm just more of a lights-off kind of girl. Well, that wasn't happening. That was for damn sure. She was fucking gorgeous, and I was going to see and touch every single inch of her, even if tonight wasn't the night. Hey, if you don't want to look at me, feel free to keep your eyes shut. I promise I won't be offended. One side of her mouth twitched, but I'm sure as hell looking at every bit of you when you're ready. You're too stunning to keep the lights off, Emmy. She looked up at me. Her eyes turned soft and warm. The anxiety in her features drained away, and she just looked at me for what seemed like minutes. I looked back, drinking her in. Finally, she opened her mouth and spoke. Gavin, will you kiss me? Chapter 23. Cutting Loose with Junior. Emerson. The words were out of my mouth, and nothing could have stopped them. I needed him to kiss me, to touch me. I'd been staring at his face, so open and without a touch of pretense. Gavin had zero ulterior motives or agendas. He didn't play games. He was kind and funny and sweet, and he was so easy to be with. I felt cherished when I was around him, and I realized in those minutes that Gavin had become precious to me. I wasn't in love with him, although being with him made me realize I'd never actually been in love before. My past relationships had been more like arrangements based on convenience and mutual interest more than a sharing of hearts. With Gavin, everything was so different. I felt closer to him in a matter of weeks than I had to any of my past boyfriends, few though they were, after months. No, I wasn't in love with Gavin Monroe, but I knew in the very center of me that it would be so easy to fall. If he was surprised or amused by my request, he didn't show it. He just stood and skirted around the coffee table before dropping to his knees so he was level with me. Without saying a word, he took my face in both hands and held my eyes for a moment. Then, he leaned in and placed the sweetest of kisses on my parted lips. Just the simple touch of lips to mine sent my stomach clenching as electricity raced down to my womb. I lifted my hands to his biceps and up to his shoulders, feeling the uneven skin on one of his arms where scar tissue resided. I had the sudden urge to place kisses along the scars, as if I could erase his past pain. But the feeling of his mouth on mine, his tongue sweeping along my lower lip, had my mind losing focus and my head angling to offer better access. I loved his mouth. It seemed to know mine in a way that made me want to permanently fuse our lips and tongues together. Sure, it might make everyday activities a bit difficult, but it would be worth it to keep these sensations he was provoking in me. Gavin's hand slid from my face down my back to press me into him. I was acutely aware that I was naked, save for this thin shirt. All he would have to do was lift the flimsy fabric, and I'd be completely bare to him. A notion that had intimidated me earlier, but was sounding like the best idea in the history of the world now. I moaned into his mouth as his hands continued down to my butt, his fingers brushing the bare skin right below my behind. Goosebumps took over my skin, and I pulled back from the kiss, feeling a mix of pure need and uncharacteristic boldness. I released Gavin and reached down to grasp the bottom of my shirt, pulling it up and over my head until I knelt there completely naked and practically panting. It was a strangely liberating feeling, and I had a crazy urge to laugh out loud. That was, until I saw the fire in Gavin's eyes. His gaze blazed a trail over my body, taking in every inch of bared skin. I could see the rise and fall of his chest as he took in my breasts with their tightened nipples and continued down to the juncture of my thighs. If he'd hollered and beaten his chest at that moment, I wouldn't have been surprised. His expression was tense and carnal, and I thought his jaw might crack when he forced out the words, "Fuck, Emmy." For some reason, his dirty mouth turned me way the heck on. And then he was on me, taking me down to the carpet beside the coffee table. His lips were everywhere at once, covering as much skin as they could and leaving little kisses, nips, and licks in their wake. His hardness pressed against my bare thighs through the cotton of his boxer briefs, and I just wanted them off. I craved the feeling of all of his skin against all of mine. "Gavin," I said, almost as a plea as I slid a hand under his waistband. He seemed to understand my intent because he lifted and quickly shucked his boxer briefs, exposing himself entirely. Now, as we've established, I'm not one to share details about, but the next time Ari asked, I just might have to set things straight regarding Junior being a horrid nickname for Gavin Monroe. Before I could register much, he was on top of me again, and my legs circled his back of their own accord. I had my head thrown back, and he was kissing my neck. Again, I couldn't believe that I'd missed out on this for all those years. Why had I wasted my time on men who engaged in sexual activity like they were following an instruction manual? Gavin groaned into my neck. "God, Emmy, you're so soft, so sweet." I swooned and dug my fingernails into his back, causing him to rumble and bite my earlobe. His hot breath sent a shiver down my spine, and I felt him press against my center. His hips moved against me, and all I wanted was to feel him inside me. But even in my hazy, lustful state, I knew we were missing a step. "Condom," I managed to say before kissing the skin of his shoulder. "Shit," he responded and then rose up again. He turned on his knees and fumbled for his jeans. It gave me my first view of his bare ass, and oh my. I kind of wanted to bite it. What was happening to me? I was turning into a horny sex fiend. Before I could follow through on my ridiculous notion, Gavin was back, condom in hand. He dropped it on the coffee table and sank down to kiss my breasts and tease my nipples while one of his hands caressed down my belly and over my thigh. He used it to part my legs, and all I could do was grasp onto his hair, knowing where he was headed. I felt the gentle stroke of his finger parting me, and then he was circling my clitoris. My back arched up and he simultaneously bit my nipple. I yelped in surprise, pulling his hair and feeling his growl against my breast. He continued his ministrations, making me squirm and moan and probably say all sorts of unintelligible things. When he slid a finger inside me, I thought I was going to climax right then. But I needed him inside me. The need was urgent. It was primal. I began to push him away, but before he could misconstrue my intent, I muttered, "Gavin, I need you. Now." He brought his eyes up to mine, and they were liquid with lust and want. I knew mine were the same. He snatched up the condom packet, quickly opening it and rolling it on himself. I watched in a mix of fascination and impatience. And then he was on top of me again. My thighs parted of their own accord, and he was pushing inside me. I moaned and let my hand slide down to his butt, urging him forward. But I didn't want gentleness or hesitation. I wanted him to take me. It was ridiculously animalistic, my desires in this moment, but I didn't care. It felt too good and right. "Jesus, you're so tight," Gavin said on a groan. I wanted to tell him it was just because he was so gifted. But it had been a long time for me, so he was probably right anyway. The delicious friction dissolved all rational thought, though, and I gave myself up to meeting the movements of his hips with my own. It was amazing. Just as I'd known it would be the first time he kissed me in that damn elevator. Our bodies joined over and over. And when he began to thrust harder, I made noises I'm sure I'd never made in my life. Then Gavin paused, drawing in deep breaths, sweat beading on his brow. He surprised me by quickly rolling us over so I was on top of him, our bodies never separating. I gave him a questioning look. "I don't want you to get rug burn," he said. The thought hadn't even occurred to me. I had been so wrapped up in the sensations of our bodies lighting each other on fire. "What about you?" I asked, still breathless. He grinned. "Totally worth it for the view I'm getting right now." I looked down, realizing that I was straddling his hips, my hands propped on his chest and my breasts bared. Any other day, any other moment, I would have been shy or embarrassed, but I wasn't with Gavin. The only thing I felt was beautiful as his eyes drank me in and his hips pressed up into me. I bit my lip, this position seating him differently inside me. "God, I could look at you all day," Gavin said, thrusting again, this time more forcefully. I moaned and began my own movements on top of him. Soon we were both panting again and words were unnecessary. I could feel sweat dripping between my breasts and down my stomach. Strands of hair were stuck to my face, and I didn't care about anything but the feel of this man inside me. Our movements picked up speed until I felt my climax begin to form at the very bottom of my belly. It rushed down to where we were joined and then ran up my spine, causing me to arch and cry out. I couldn't hold my rhythm through the overwhelming sensations, but Gavin continued to thrust into me, taking over for the both of us until I heard him grunt and curse, his own orgasm ripping through him. I finally collapsed in a heap on his chest, feeling our sweat mingling and wanting nothing but to stay exactly where I was until the end of time, or at least until work on Monday. I felt Gavin's hand stroke the back of my head, but I had no energy to reciprocate. "Are you okay?" he asked. An exhausted laugh bubbled from me and sounded against his bare chest. "I'll take that as a yes." He chuckled lightly, and the vibration caused my head to shake. Gavin ran both hands down my back and squeezed my butt. "Have I told you how much I love your ass?" "Right back at you," I mumbled into his chest. "I know." That cocky statement gave me the burst of energy I needed to raise my head a fraction and meet his eyes. I see someone has a healthy ego. I tried to scowl at him. He grinned. "Don't think I didn't catch you and Ari both checking my ass out the first time we met." "Oops." I just huffed and settled my cheek back onto his chest. He chuckled again, giving my butt one more squeeze before reaching between us. "Sorry, but I have to take care of this," he said. I reluctantly rolled off him and watched him walk naked to the bathroom. I sighed. When he was out of sight, I looked around, taking in the Scrabble board and our discarded glasses from the drinks we'd shared. Then I looked down at myself. I had streaks of pink on my skin from the abrasion of his stubble, and a few darker marks on my thighs that I knew were the result of our exertions. I vaguely wondered if my face showed any evidence. I sighed again, reveling in the foreign feeling of being well and truly sexed up. Gavin's touch was still on my skin, even though he wasn't even in the room. It occurred to me that maybe I should regret getting caught up in the moment. It certainly wasn't anything I'd ever done before, but I couldn't bring myself to feel anything other than giddiness, satiation, and a good measure of exhaustion. Gavin returned, still gloriously naked, his lean, muscular frame making me feel not quite as tired as I'd been a moment before. "What time is Jay coming home?" he asked. Oh, God. I'd been so wrapped up in the awesome sex, I hadn't been paying any attention to the time. I snatched my shirt up before grabbing my phone and checking the time. My pulse slowed a fraction. It was only 10:30. "I don't think he'll be back for another couple hours," I said. "Good," Gavin said, before bending down and pulling me up by my hands. He walked backwards to the hall, dragging me with him. "Wait," I protested. "No, we can clean up the game later." He practically pouted. "Fine, but I'm not leaving our underwear out here for Jay and Ponch to see." He glanced back at the floor, taking in my discarded bra and underwear as well as the rest of our clothes. Point taken. He quickly swiped up all our clothes in one hand and then pulled me down the hall to my bedroom. I followed willingly, a huge smile on my face. It looked like Emerson Scott had finally cut loose. Chapter 24. Me and Tom Cruise. Gavin. I sang along to Japan droids all the way home, like fucking Jerry Maguire, ignoring any strange looks I received and just feeling sheer contentment from my night with Emmy. Last night would go down as possibly the best night of my life. The vision of her gorgeous body straddling me with her flushed face and heavy-lidded eyes would be burned on my brain for an eternity. The fact that she took unabashed pleasure in each new sensation and seemed almost surprised as her body responded did things for my ego, I must admit. And as much as I despised the mere thought of her with any other man, I had to wonder what kind of idiots she'd been dating. I may have been the younger one in this relationship. Yes, relationship. But I was clearly the more experienced. Emerson Scott was an undiscovered treasure, and I couldn't wait to help her explore all the incredible things we could do together. After our second round last night, in her bed this time, I was in desperate need of a shower. I couldn't coax Emmy to join me, something I'd have to work on for next time. Instead, she washed our clothes, since we'd have to wear our uniforms again for the semifinal game, and I had nothing else to wear anyway. We heard Jay wander in eventually, and Emmy went out to talk to him. I stayed in the bedroom, figuring Jay wanted to see my naked ass about as much as I wanted him to. Ponch's voice was also audible, giving me double the reason to stay put. Eventually, Emmy came back to bed and we fell asleep, her back to me and my arm around her, my hand staking claim to her right breast, just as it should be. When I got home, Brett was nowhere to be found, so I assumed he'd gotten an invitation to crash at Ginger's the night before. I grabbed a soda and got down to work, trying to complete an assignment that was due by midnight. The game wasn't until 3 o'clock, so I had some time. I heard the front door open and slam shut about an hour later. Then the sound of cursing filtered up the stairs. I decided to investigate. I found Brett with his head in the refrigerator, muttering something unintelligible. "Hey, man," I said, startling him and causing him to smack his head on the bottom of the freezer. "Shit," he said, turning around with a hand on his head. "Sorry, I figured you saw my Jeep." I wanted to laugh, but he looked like he'd been through the ringer. "Must have missed it," he grumbled, pulling a beer out of the fridge and closing the door. I looked at my watch purposefully. A bit early, isn't it?" My brows raised in question. He unscrewed the cap and tossed it toward the trash can, missing as usual. Not after the night I had. I leaned back against the counter and watched him down half the beer. What the hell happened? I thought you'd be with Ginger. He laughed mirthlessly. Yeah, Ginger, he responded, his voice dripping with scorn. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and I refrained from telling him about the drops he'd spilled in his sort of beard. This did not sound good. What happened? I asked again. Brett took another swig. She dragged me out to Limelight with some of her friends last night. I drove, of course, so I was dead-ass sober. I cringed at that. A sober Brett at a dance club was tantamount to a nun at a strip club. Turns out, some of her other friends, guy friends, were meeting us there. She got wasted, and I caught her on the dance floor with some asshole's tongue down her throat. I tried to get out of there, but she followed me outside saying it was no big deal, that she and this guy are just fuck buddies. Ouch. Yeah, I tried to walk away, but she started crying and shit. You know, I can't handle that. I nodded. Girl tears are Brett's kryptonite. You drove her home, didn't you? I had to ask. Of course I did. Have you met me? I suppressed a chuckle as best I could. But that isn't even the worst of it. I was beginning to think I might need my own beer if there was more to this train wreck. She puked in my fucking car. Oh, shit. And then I had to help her up to her apartment and hold her goddamned hair back while the demons escaped. Her roommate wasn't home, and I didn't want to leave her in case she choked or something, so I fell asleep on her fucking hallway floor. Jesus, man, that sucks. There really wasn't much else to say. So where have you been all morning? He drained the rest of his beer and slammed the bottle down on the counter. Some asshole parked me in, so I had to wait for him to move his car. Then I went and paid a fortune to get the damn car detailed. I had to drive with the windows down and my hand over my mouth. He looked at me. I'm fucking done with women. At least the young ones. Does Emmy have any friends? He asked. I laughed. Well, you met Ari, but I don't think she'd make your life any easier. He shook his head. She's hot, but no way, man. I don't need that kind of crazy in my life. I had to agree. Maybe you should go it alone for a while, I suggested. He scratched his beard. Yeah, you're probably right. Then he threw his chin out. How about you? Any luck with Emmy last night? I couldn't help the shit-eating grin that overtook my face. Brett nodded and smiled back. Well done, my friend. I like her. I do too, was all I said in return, but I was thinking my feelings ran deeper than like. How much deeper, I wasn't sure yet, but I was looking forward to finding out. And there was no reason I couldn't keep my eye out for a nice girl for Brett along the way. He could use some nice in his life. Damn if I wasn't feeling like one cheerful son of a bitch. Go, go, go! I kept yelling as Emmy rounded second base. I was standing by third and waving her forward, confident she could make it. Her foot hit the base seconds before the third baseman in blue caught the ball. The ump made the safe call and I grinned widely. Way to go, ace. She smiled that gorgeous smile at me and bent to catch her breath, her hands resting on her knees. We were only up by 1, and Emmy's hard-hit grounder that landed her on third base was exactly what we needed. Go Red! I heard Ari yell from the stands. I glanced over and almost laughed at the look on Brett's face as Ari stood on the seat and cheered. He shook his head and then dropped it in his hand. I talked him into coming to the game, figuring it might bring him out of his foul mood, but I was afraid Ari was just a little too far toward crazy to help cheer him up. Luckily, he and Jay had been talking most of the game, so at least he was distracted. I made my way toward the backstop and watched our next batter step up to the plate. It was that damn Craig guy. He swung at a drop pitch and missed before catching a piece of a fastball and taking off for first. Everyone on our bench and in the stands yelled out as Emmy took off for home, running like a bat out of hell and crossing the plate. She turned my way and hardly paused before running and launching herself at me, her legs circling my waist and her arms snaking around my neck as I caught her. Damn, woman. I smiled at her and she dipped her head to plant a hard kiss on my mouth. I squeezed her one last time and she hopped down. It surprised the hell out of me that she'd been so publicly affectionate, but I wasn't going to complain. I looked over to see that Craig was safely on first, and we were now up by 2 runs. There was a championship in our near future. The blue team still had one more turn to bat, but I was confident we could keep our lead. "Way to go, Emerson!" I heard Jay cheering for his sister. She waved at him and went to take her place on the bench. I stayed where I was and enjoyed the view from behind. A tiny paralegal named Tracy was up next, and I reminded her to keep her elbow up and assume a good stance. She couldn't bat for shit, but her height made her strike zone narrower than an apple peel, so she got walked almost every time. This time was no different as she sashayed her way to first, making everybody laugh, while Craig advanced to second. Unfortunately, our next batter struck out, turning the inning over. I grabbed my glove and walked out to the mound. When I turned back around, I noticed more people had shown up, and most of them were watching us from behind the team benches. Some wore gray shirts while the rest wore yellow. Thomas Wheeler and the other managing partners greeted a few of the newcomers, and I remembered that the other semifinal game was being played right after ours. Whoever won that game would go up against us at the championship next weekend. That was, if I did my job right. I didn't think much of it as I threw a few warm-up pitches to our catcher, a funny guy named Pete. But when I happened to turn and see Emmy in her position at left field, it was impossible not to notice she'd lost most of the color in her face. She just stood there, staring in the direction of the opposing bench. I glanced that way and saw one of the new arrivals, an older man dressed in a gray team shirt, beckoning with his hand for her to come over. When I looked back at Emmy, I could see she was mouthing something to him, but I couldn't make it out. Who the hell was that guy? By the look on Emmy's face, he wasn't just some random weirdo, that was for sure. I wanted to send her a questioning look, but she wasn't facing my way, and the bottom of the 9th was about to start. I needed to focus on the win, and then I could find out what the hell was going on. "Well done, Mr. Monroe." Thomas Wheeler clapped me on the shoulder and shook my hand. "We certainly couldn't have done it without you." I returned his shake and his smile. "Thank you, but you've got to stop calling me Mr. Monroe. I keep looking for my dad when you say that." He chuckled, but still didn't call me Gavin. Instead, he moved on to shake more hands. A few other teammates came up for high fives or handshakes, and Brett wandered over as well. I hadn't seen Emmy since the end of the game, and I was looking forward to a celebratory kiss at the very least. "Hey man, have you seen Emmy?" He shook his head. "No, sorry, I was talking to Jay. That kid is something." I nodded. No kidding. Now you see why I can't shut up about him. I craned my neck, looking for my girl. "Anyway, good game. I'm taking off, so I'll catch you later," Brett said. "Thanks for coming," I returned as I gathered up our gear. "I'll probably be back late, if at all." He grinned and shook his head, offering a wave before heading for the parking lot. Where in the hell had Emmy gone? Then I remembered that guy. Shit. I filtered my way through the milling crowd and finally spotted her as I dropped our gear in the back seat of my Jeep. She was standing in the parking lot next to a silver BMW, talking intensely with the older guy in the gray shirt. I started to head their way and then paused. They seemed to be arguing. He had his hands on his hips and Emmy's arms were crossed over her chest. He leaned down to say something and she threw her arms out to her sides before turning from him and stalking back toward the field. She swiped a hand under one eye and then the other. I felt my blood begin to boil. Whoever this asshole was, he just made her cry. I was still a good 40 feet away, and she hadn't seen me yet. My gaze shifted past her and to the man I was considering throat-punching. But he wasn't watching Emmy's retreating back. His eyes were shooting daggers at me. I didn't even know this guy. What could I have possibly done to piss him off so badly? I returned the glare out of principle, and after several seconds, he just shook his head and turned to his car. My eyes found Emmy again just as she spotted me. Her steps faltered a bit, and then she resumed her pace, attempting and failing to school her features. As she neared, I could see the tears sparkling in her eyes and the flush on her cheeks. I closed the distance between us and wrapped her up in my arms. "Hey," I said. "Hey," she answered weakly. her voice muffled by the fabric of my shirt. We were having a talk on the way home. No doubt about it. Chapter 25. Expectations and Fundamental Truths. Emerson. I gripped the back of Gavin's shirt as he held me to him. I had no idea how he knew I needed his arms around me, but I was so grateful he did. Tears pricked my eyes and threatened to fall again, but I did my best to hold them back. Gavin placed his lips on my hair and gave my head a small kiss, making me sigh into his chest. "Let's get out of here," he said into my hair. I didn't trust my voice to respond, so I just nodded and let him hold me for one more minute before he led me by the hand to his Jeep. I climbed in and fastened my seatbelt while he did the same, and then we were pulling out of the parking lot. I didn't even have my glove or hat and had no idea if Gavin had grabbed any of the gear we'd brought, but I didn't care. I just needed the breeze across my skin and the calming presence of the man next to me. Everything would be all right, I told myself. It had to be. For a 29-year-old woman, I suppose it was unusual that I'd never had an argument with my father. Never. I'd always been his shining star. From the moment I'd chosen tennis lessons over ballet at age 6, his approving smile had become an addiction, one I began chasing and apparently never stopped. When I came in 3rd place at the middle school science fair, I got a pat on the back. But when I came back the next year with a horizontal axis windmill and a study on its energy output, I took home the blue ribbon and one of my dad's beaming smiles. I'd always been somewhat aware that, had I been a boy, things would have been simpler growing up with my dad. But with all the loving reassurance and encouragement to just be myself that came with my mother's parenting, it never seemed like a burden. I took it as more of a challenge to be met, one that came with its own rewards. My mother's love and acceptance was given so freely I had no expectations to live up to. There was no bar set, no push to achieve. But my father's blood ran through my veins, and I needed the challenge of setting goals and working to achieve them. Each time my father boasted to a friend or colleague about my accomplishments, it added another point to the tally I kept inside. When I followed in his footsteps and applied to law school, I thought he would burst with pride. And I reveled in it, soaking up the praise and adding the points to my ledger. The fact that so many of my life choices were made to garner his approval or to please him should have struck me as troublesome, but I'd honestly never given it much thought. I had 2 families, and they were so different. I'd needed to develop one personality, one life plan, and stick with it or I'd go nuts. I just happened to develop one that aligned more closely with my dad's expectations. It should have sent huge, blue whale-sized red flags up, but it didn't. Until today. Until I found myself on the receiving end of a look I'd never in my life gotten from my dad. Disapproval. Disdain. It caught me by complete surprise and stung me like a venomous wasp. I'd known I couldn't avoid my father forever, and my confrontation with him probably would have been much less dramatic and hurtful had I just womaned up and responded to his first phone call after our encounter at the golf course. How I'd thought we'd be gone before his team showed up today, I had no idea. I must have been in a post-hot sex stupor that turned me temporarily stupid. There I'd been, in the outfield when I caught sight of my dad standing behind the blue team's bench aiming a stern look my way. It was no use to pretend I hadn't seen him, so I gave a weak wave. In response, he beckoned me over. I was not in the habit of disobeying my father, but the inning was about to start, and there was no way either of us would tolerate any kind of public scene anyway. I mouthed that I'd talk to him later, and did my best to finish out the game while racking my brain for a good explanation. But really, what was the big deal? So I hadn't told him I was dating a guy. So what? But I knew why I hadn't told him. I'd known all along. There would be questions. There would be expectations. And the answers would not please him, no matter how I tried to spin it. My dad is, in a word, a snob. I knew it, and I accepted it, just as I accepted that my mom is a slightly batty hippie. I didn't have to approve or emulate if I didn't want to, but I had to accept it. They're my parents. But having a snob for a father makes things a bit difficult when you bring other people into the mix. I may not mind adjusting my behavior and choices to meet his approval, but I could hardly expect other people to do the same. Luckily, I'd never had to. Sure, Ari was a bit wild and my dad wouldn't ever want to claim her as his own, but he'd known her since she'd been a toddler, so she was kind of grandfathered in. And my past boyfriends who'd lasted long enough to be introduced to my dad had all been stuffy lawyers or accountants, just the types he associated with on a daily basis. I knew he envisioned a future where I achieved a partnership at a prestigious law firm, then got married and had perhaps 1 or 2 children while my husband worked at his own high-profile job. Or, if not high-profile, at least high-earning. And our nanny cared for the kids while we joined my dad for rounds of golf at our club, and spent holidays skiing and sending charitable donations to all the right philanthropic entities. I knew it because it was the same future I'd always envisioned for myself. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and presume you've been too wrapped up in work to return my calls and emails. My dad opened as we stood by his car after my game. We were far from the crowd, so we had plenty of privacy for our talk. I'm sorry, I said. That was rude of me, and I'm sorry you had to find out from Thomas Wheeler that I'm dating someone. That put you in an awkward position, and I apologize. I was hoping that would do it and he wouldn't dig deeper. I also hoped that triple fudge brownies would suddenly become a health food staple, but neither had a snowball's chance in hell of ever happening. He suddenly looked as if he smelled something foul. Yes, dating. His eyes locked on mine. I saw your little display, Emerson. I have to say, I don't understand what's come over you. I felt my brow crease. Display? His hands went to his hips and his mouth tightened. I may be getting older, but my eyesight is still quite sharp. Really, Emerson, you jumped on that boy as if you were some kind of rodeo queen, not a damn officer of the court. I can only imagine what the partners thought. That sent my cheeks flaming. I'd never heard him use that tone with me. I thought back to my race toward home plate and the natural way my feet had taken me straight to Gavin. I'd felt such joy in that moment, and now it was overshadowed by shame. He was right, of course. It had been wildly inappropriate. How had I not realized it at the time? I'm sorry. Of course, you're right. I can't think what came over me. My father sighed, some of the disdain draining from his expression. Well, at least this whole tournament business will be over soon. I understand you wanting to go the extra mile to impress Thomas, but associating with some second-rate local athlete just to secure Wheeler's precious trophy is going too far, in my opinion. Impress him with your hard work and intelligence. I'd hate for you to gain the wrong reputation. Oh, was all I could say for the moment. He was under the impression that I was fake dating Gavin for the sake of the tournament. A notion that shouldn't surprise me, given that it had been my original plan. And he also clearly disapproved of Gavin, something that in no way surprised me. I finally cleared my throat and spoke. His name is Gavin Monroe. He's actually a terrific guy. My father's brows shot up. You think I don't know who he is? The minute I left the club that day, I was on the phone finding out exactly who my daughter was supposedly dating. He said the last word so caustically I almost winced. This conversation was not going well. At all. Do you know he doesn't even have a full-time job? I inhaled sharply. Yes, he does. He works more than full-time. He could give me a run for my money with how many hours he works. My father looked shocked at my outburst. Why are you championing this young man? Don't tell me you've become attached. He scoffed as if the notion were preposterous. I felt my face flame again. You've got to be kidding me. He raised his voice in anger. Then he coughed out a humorless laugh. Oh, I'm sure your mother just loves this. Her baby hitching herself to a falling star, rubbing shoulders with the underachievers of the world so she can help lift them up. I was appalled. That's not fair. I couldn't decide who it was more insulting to. Gavin, my mom, or me. Who ever said life was fair? He thundered at me. I felt the urge to retreat, but I stood my ground. You don't know anything about Gavin. He's smart and kind and hardworking, and he's good to me. He leaned down over me. Don't be naive, Emerson. I'm sure he's a swell, good old boy, but he's nowhere close to your league. You need to keep your eye on the future. This boy may be Thomas's best friend on the softball field, but he'll never sit at a dinner table with a man, which means if you keep associating with this Gavin character, neither will you. I hated his words. I hated that he felt this way, and even more, I hated that he was probably not wrong. He straightened and brought his voice down a notch. Do you know that your baseball player dropped out of college and spent over 2 years living practically as a bum? My head snapped up at that, catching his eyes. My dad continued. I see he didn't share that little bit of information with you. He sponged off his family and friends, spending all that time drinking and doing God knows what, not working a single day for over 2 years. Does this sound like someone you should be affiliating yourself with? I was speechless. I knew Gavin had dropped out of school because of his accident and scholarship, but I didn't know the rest. I shook my head, trying to gather my thoughts. I couldn't just take my dad's word for it. Surely, Gavin could clear the air. I looked at my dad, his face now calm, assuming he'd convinced me to see reason. But I was getting angry now. Even if all those things he said were true, that wasn't the Gavin I knew. He'd changed. He'd grown up. I crossed my arms over my chest. If you knew him, you'd see that you're wrong. Facts don't lie, Emerson. We're lawyers. It's a fundamental truth. I threw my arms out to the sides, feeling tears of frustration and sadness forming in my eyes and willing them back. I couldn't let him see me cry, see me weak. Maybe in court, but not in life. I think we need to table this conversation until we've both had a chance to calm down. I'll speak with you later, Dad. And I turned and walked away, a few tears spilling from my eyes. I wiped them away quickly and plodded back toward the field, not realizing Gavin stood waiting for me. So, are you going to tell me who that guy was? Gavin had given me the first half of the drive to sit in silence, but my reprieve was apparently over. We sat at a red light on Wendover Avenue, and he turned to look at me. I swallowed. It was my father, I said quietly. Your father? He couldn't have sounded more surprised if he tried. I just nodded in response. But you guys were obviously fighting. I thought it was his wife you didn't get along with. I sighed. Well, today it was him, I guess. What were you fighting about? Gavin asked, sounding more serious. There was no way I was going to tell him my dad thought he wasn't good enough for me and that I was making a fool of myself and committing career suicide by dating him. That's not exactly something a guy wants to hear, I was guessing. So I went with the ever lame, it's complicated. I saw Gavin's grip tighten on the steering wheel, but he didn't respond. We continued driving for another few minutes before I broke the silence. So, did you get that assignment for your class finished? Yeah, he said. How about you? Ready for your Ag Power meeting in the morning? I groaned. Not quite. I've got more to do tonight. I guess that means I should just drop you off then? Gavin asked, sounding half resigned and half hopeful. Yeah, probably. But I wanted Gavin to come over. If for no other reason than to remind me how right I was about him and how wrong my dad was. I half hated myself for what I knew I was going to ask next. I hadn't brought up his class out of idle curiosity. So, I've been meaning to ask, what did you do after your accident? I mean, after you left college, because you said you've only been working your current job for a couple years. I kept my eyes forward, but I saw his head turn to look at me. What made you think of that? He sounded wary, as he had every right to. God, I was bad at this. It's just that you never talk about it. Way to go, Emerson. Turn it back on him, just like a good little lawyer. Ugh. He sighed. That's because I don't like to think about it. I felt that like an arrow to the heart. What was I doing? I'm sorry. I finally looked at him, but his eyes were now on the road. You don't have to talk about it." We were both silent for the remainder of the drive back to my place. Gavin pulled the Jeep into my driveway and put it in park, leaving the engine running. "I don't like to think about it or talk about it because I'm embarrassed about the kind of guy I was," he said quietly. "Gavin," I interrupted, "please, you don't have to tell me this. It was wrong of me to question you like that." "No," he responded, taking his hat off and running a hand through his hair. "You deserve to know who you're dating." "I'm dating a hot baseball coach." I tried a smile, but it didn't hit its mark. He laughed without much conviction, "If you say so. But you're also dating the exact guy your dad just described to you." Chapter 26. Miley Cyrus ruins everything. Gavin. I'm no idiot, despite what Emmy's dad might think. He was probably right about a lot of the things he thought about me, but that wasn't one of them. As soon as Emmy told me the guy from the game was her dad, the pieces started falling into place. Then, when she'd brought up my classes, I knew exactly where this was going, and exactly where it had come from. But really, how could I blame him? If I had a smart, driven, successful daughter like her, I'd want better for her than a guy like me. She could have any guy she wanted, and I was fucking thrilled that she was dating me. But I'd never be able to buy her a BMW or some McMansion in a fancy-ass neighborhood. I wouldn't be hanging some Ivy League diploma on my wall, and I'd probably never have a job that didn't have me coming home covered in sweat and dirt. And I'd never see the need for more than 3 utensils at the table. I mean, why the hell do you need a different fork for your salad, your main course, and your dessert? That's just a whole hell of a lot of wasted dish detergent, if you ask me. And though I'd been keeping quiet about the years when I'd been an asshole freeloader, she had a right to know who she was getting into bed with. So I told her. I told her all about the accident and the aftermath, about how I'd caused the whole damn thing in the first place with my arrogance and disregard for common sense, and about how I'd fallen into a well of self-pity and whining worthy of a 4-year-old kid who wasn't getting his way, how I'd taken advantage of my parents' kindness and sympathy, and how I'd sponged off everyone and drank beer like it was my new career. She just let me talk as we sat in her driveway, the engine of my Jeep still running. Only when I finished did she speak. "Gavin, anybody else would do the same. I know if my dream had been taken from me, I'd wallow in regret and what-ifs. Who wouldn't?" She reached her hand out and grabbed my arm. I raised an eyebrow at her. "I think once you pass the 2-month mark, you're all out of your allotted wallowing time. I milked this thing for over 2 years, Emmy. And that's 2 years I'll never get back." I'd never said it aloud like that, and I felt a fresh wave of guilt and regret wash over me. But I shook it off as best I could. I didn't do that shit anymore. She gave me a sad smile. "Well, either way, you can't go back and change it. You have to move on. And that's what you've done." "I'm trying to," I responded. "This probably wasn't what you expected when you signed up on our first date with me, was it?" I tried to lighten the mood. It worked. She scoffed. "I was tricked into that." I'm pretty sly, I have to say. "Yeah, and about as subtle as a wrecking ball." She pursed her lips. "Well, now you've done it. I'm going to have the image of you naked and swinging on a wrecking ball stuck in my head all damn night. You'd better kiss me quick and get out if you hope to get any work done tonight." She scurried out of the car without kissing me, her cheeks pink and her voice muttering something about Miley Cyrus ruining everything. I laughed and watched her go, suddenly feeling a bit lighter after sharing that part of my past with her. I just hoped it wouldn't come back to bite me in the ass. "Yo, Junior," Mark yelled as he crossed the lot in my direction. I felt the sweat drip down my spine as I straightened. So much for mild springtime weather. It was a scorcher and it was only mid-April. "What's up, man? You need me at a site with air conditioning? Shoot, well, all right, I guess I can do it." "Always the smartass," he said, shaking his head and curling his lip. He came to a stop in front of me. "I like to think of it as providing comic relief," I told him. He ignored me. "Fiona's cooking a pot roast. You're supposed to bring Emerson over." My stomach immediately growled at the thought. Fiona's pot roast was a religion of its own. There was no way I was missing it. "Your place or hers?" I asked. "Our place," he said with a shit-eating grin. "Please tell me she didn't sell the condo." "Do I look stupid to you?" He scowled at me. "You sure you want me to answer that? Get your ass back to work." He hit me in the arm and I almost fell over. "Ow!" I cried to his departing back. "You deserved it. Quit your crying." He didn't even have the decency to look at me while he talked. "Just for that, I'm taking an extra serving. Go ahead and try. 7 o'clock. I rubbed my arm and pulled out my phone to text Emmy. I knew she had a busy day with her meeting, but I was hoping she'd get off in time for pot roast. I opened our text thread. "Gavin, Fiona is cooking tonight at 7 o'clock. I promise you don't want to miss it." I waited for a minute, but there was no reply. Not all that surprising. I'd have to check back later. I scrolled up so I could read our text exchange from the night before. I felt my face tug. "Gavin, I was just listening to Miley Cyrus, so I had to check in. Are you decent?" Emmy, "Ha ha, there is no way you listen to Miley Cyrus." Gavin, "That's pretty presumptuous. How do you know? I might have her whole damn collection." Emmy, "That's about as likely as me having run DMC's whole collection." Emmy, "You still there?" Gavin, "Sorry, I can't type and laugh at the same time. Run DMC? Really? How old are you?" Emmy, "Old enough to know that this line of questioning is going to get you in trouble if you don't watch it." Gavin, "Shutting up now. You done with work?" Emmy, "I wish." Gavin, "I'll let you get back to it." Emmy, "Okay. Thanks for the distraction. Talk to you tomorrow?" Gavin, "Anytime. Sweet dreams, Emmy." I quickly looked around. Sure, I had a stupid smile on my face and not wanting to catch any heat for it. Then I got my ass back to work. When quitting time rolled around and I still hadn't heard back from Emmy, I was in a conundrum of sorts. I wanted the pot roast, but I also wanted to see Emmy. I was experiencing one of man's age-old dilemmas. Our 3 essential needs of food, sleep, and sex sometimes conflicted, and we had to make a choice. My very male brain chose sex. So I went home and took a shower. Then I made a last-ditch effort to call her, and when there was still no answer, I decided on a whim to just head over to her office. It wasn't too far from Fiona's place anyway, so maybe I'd get to kill 2 birds with 1 stone after all. I parked and made my way up to her floor, looking down at my t-shirt and jeans and realizing too late that I probably should have dressed a bit nicer. I remembered where her office was, so I bypassed the front desk and walked down a couple hallways until I reached her door. It was closed, and the lights were off. I assumed I must have just missed her and reached for my phone to check for a text. It was odd. Not only that she finished with work so early, but that she hadn't returned my text or call. I was pressing the button to turn on my phone when that Craig guy stepped out from another office. He did a double take, and when he recognized me, his lips curved into a self-satisfied smile. I knew right then that something was very wrong. "Looking for your girlfriend?" he asked. I didn't respond, I just held his eyes. He sighed, as if I were playing some game he was tired of. "I'd checked the unemployment office. She was let go about a half hour ago. You just missed her." He brushed by me and walked casually down the hall in the direction I'd come from. I was speechless. Let go? How was that possible? That slimy fucking son of a bitch. He was behind this. That was one thing I knew for damn sure. The other thing I knew, he was going to get his ass handed to him one way or another. You don't mess with my girlfriend and get away with it. I turned and went after him, catching up with him at the elevators. "What the hell happened?" I demanded as he pressed the down button and kept his eyes on the closed doors. "I'm not really sure," he said, feigning innocence, "but our firm doesn't tolerate slackers." That was when he turned and let his eyes deliberately take in my clothes. If I weren't so pissed, I probably would have rolled my eyes at him. I backed away toward the stairs and pointed to him. "This isn't over, asswipe." He assumed a bored expression and I took off down the stairs, anxious to track Emmy down and find out what the hell was going on. I didn't see her car anywhere, so I hopped in my Jeep and tore out of there, hitting her contact on my phone. My call went directly to voicemail, so I knew she'd turned her phone off. I pointed my Jeep in the direction of her house, but I knew before I even rang the bell that nobody was home. Damn it. I could find Jay's number if I went over to the academy, but he was at practice, so he wouldn't have his phone on him. And I didn't have Ari's number or address, so I was shit out of luck. I racked my brain for the name of Ponch's shop, but drew a complete blank. The only thing I could remember was that it sounded slightly dirty. I did a quick Google search and found it. Stroke. That was it. Jesus, that guy. I hit call and waited while it rang once, twice, 3 times. "Stroke, what do you want?" blurted a female voice over the line. "Yeah, hi, is Ponch around?" "That depends on who's asking." I did not have time for this shit. "Tell him it's Gavin Monroe and Emerson's in trouble." "Hold on." There was a bang on the other end as if the phone had just been dropped. Then I heard muffled voices and the tail end of Ponch's statement to whoever the hell had answered the phone, "Or I'm not letting you answer the goddamn phone anymore." Then his voice spoke into the phone clearly. "Gavin, what the hell is going on? Is Emerson all right?" I took a moment to consider how to answer that. Then I just laid it out. "I'm probably going to get my ass kicked for telling you this, but she got fired today. I can't find her, she's not home, and her phone is turned off. I figured she might be with Ari, but I don't have her number or address." Shit. How the hell did that happen? I don't have a fucking clue. That's why I need to call Ari. Can I have the number, man? If he gave me a hard time, I was going to reach through the phone and nut punch him. Yeah. He rattled off the number and I wrote it down on the back of a fast food receipt. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't let on that you know about the job." "No problem. I'll call Ari later. Good luck, kid." I grunted irritably. He coughed out a short laugh. "You're way too easy to mess with. Later." And he hung up. I quickly dialed Ari's number. It rang a few times and went to voicemail. "Ari, it's Gavin. I'm looking for Emerson. I know what happened at work. Please call me when you get this." About a minute later, I got a text. "Ari, I'm hiding in the bathroom. She doesn't want me talking to anyone." Gavin, "So she's with you? Is she okay?" Ari, "She was here when I got home. She's acting really weird." Gavin, "What do you mean?" Ari, "She's not crying. She's sending out resumes and pacing. She won't tell me what happened, just that she got fired and she keeps saying stupid over and over. How did you find out?" Gavin, "I went to her office and ran into that Craig asshole." Ari, "I knew that two-faced twat had something to do with this. That guy is a fuckwad." Gavin, "No arguments here. Can I come over?" Ari, "Shit. I don't think she's ready to see anybody yet. I'll work on her and try to get her to call you." Gavin, "Okay, thanks." Ari, "We'll get this figured out. Don't worry." Ari, "I've got to get back. TTYL." I lowered the phone and looked up and down Emmy Street, not sure what I was expecting to see. Ari's news had not sounded good, and it kind of hit me in the gut that Emmy didn't want to see me. I had no idea what to do with myself, so I did the only thing I could think of. I went to the batting cages. Chapter 27. Jerks are the worst. Emerson. "Sampson and Dornit. They like me. Oh, but I beat Dornit at our last round of golf. Probably not great, but there's nothing I can do about it now," I muttered to no one in particular. I looked up the email address and started composing another personalized cover letter. 6 down and about 300 to go. "What was that?" Ari asked, coming back into the room. "Nothing, I just thought of another one." "That's good," Ari answered and came closer until she was standing with her hand on the back of the dining chair I was using as my desk chair. Her kitchen table had become my makeshift office. "Anything I can do to help? Want me to Google corporate law in Greensboro?" I nodded. "Better make it the whole triad area, thanks." I continued to type. I could feel Ari behind me, just standing there. I knew she was going to speak before she opened her mouth. So, are you ready to talk about it yet? She sounded like she was addressing a crazy person holding a gun. Nope. My fingers flew over the keyboard. I wasn't stopping until I'd exhausted every possibility. Okay, I'm going to make some dinner. Do you want some? No, but thanks, I responded distractedly. Do you think including a recommendation from your law professor is tacky when you've been out of school for 4 years? Was all she said, and I finally turned to her. She looked stricken that she didn't have an answer for me. Shoot. I wasn't being a very good friend right now. It's okay, Ari. I really appreciate you helping me out. She got the sappy eyes and started to come in for a hug, but I put a hand out to stop her. I can't hug right now. If I do, I'll start crying, and I can't cry right now. I can't cry until I get a new job. That made her look even more sad. I'm sorry, She gave me a half-hearted smile. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Go back to your letter, and I'll get that Google search for you. And I'll make enough dinner so you can have yours later. Thanks, Ari. You're the best. I attempted a smile. Damn straight, she said, trying to lighten the mood. Then she went off to the kitchen, leaving me to it. Luckily, I'm an organizational freak, so my resume was already up to date. How I was going to get a new job without a reference from my old job, though, I had no idea. And the fact that, apart from some internships I'd done, Jefferson, Wheeler, and Schenck was the only professional job I'd had was a huge problem. Crap. If only I hadn't gotten into that argument with my dad. I could ask for his advice. Of course, I could always grovel and admit he'd been right all along. Because he had been. I was so stupid. There I'd been, trying to hold the moral high ground as he spouted prejudicial judgments, all the while forgetting that I worked for people who thought just like him. I was so angry with myself I could hardly breathe when I let myself think about it. So stop thinking about it, Emerson. Get back to work. Find a job so you can pay your mortgage and your car payment and take care of your brother. Right. Back to work. I'd worry about references later. Oh, Travis. I wonder where he was working now. Maybe they had an opening. I shot off a quick text message to him, ignoring the unanswered text from Gavin. I most definitely couldn't think about Gavin right now. I researched, typed, and sent emails, only stopping for coffee and a quick bite Ari forced on me before finally giving in to exhaustion at 2 a.m. Ari had tried to stay up with me but fell asleep on the couch around midnight. I covered her with a blanket and staggered my way to her guest room where I put on the t-shirt she'd left for me and climbed into bed. Despite my fatigue, sleep didn't come. Instead, memories of the worst day in my professional life bombarded me. My first clue should have been the moment my new ally refused to meet my gaze. Our team was meeting in the East Conference Room ahead of the official Ag Power meeting. Their executives weren't due for another hour, and we were taking the opportunity to get all our ducks in a row so the meeting would run as smoothly as possible. Because of the importance of the case to our entire firm, Mr. Schenck and Mr. Jefferson were slated to make an appearance. Everything was in line. I knew this because I'd spent the previous night checking and rechecking each piece. The Articles of Incorporation, the IP assignment agreement, the bylaws, the founders agreement, the NDAs, the employment contracts, everything. I even checked over items that were not part of our firm's scope of the project. The main goal was to help the client succeed, and we did whatever that took. The only thing I didn't have in my hands were the patent brief file, but I'd spoken with Craig the night before and he emailed me the confirmation receipt he'd gotten from the patent office. I had my laptop and files out in front of me, as did the other associates in the room, Craig included. We were just waiting on the managing partners. A second-year associate named Shelley was asking me a question about a merger when Mr. Wheeler stalked in the room and sat without a word. This was unusual. He wore a grim expression and his eyes were on the conference table. A feeling of dread crept over me. I looked over to Craig and his eyes remained fixed on his laptop. That was when I knew. Mr. Wheeler cleared his throat and then his eyes came directly to me. 30 minutes ago, I got a call from Dietrich. One of their patents wasn't filed and a rival company filed on Friday. Energrow. That's not possible, I said, trying to ignore what I already knew. Which one? He set a folder on the table and slid it across the surface until it stopped by my hand. My fingers shook as I opened the folder and saw the specs for the very patent Craig had found the mistake on and refiled for me. I quickly brought up my email and tried to open the forwarded confirmation, but it was gone. Disappeared as if it had never been there in the first place. I looked at Craig again, but he was typing furiously into his laptop. That slimy, two-faced, conniving jerk. Why had I trusted him? He was never interested in the good of the firm. He was only interested in the good of Craig Pendleton. I randomly thought that he and Elliot should get together, but I realized I must be losing my mind. Think, Emerson. Melissa, the paralegal, had sent the original filing. All I had to do was get her to email me that one. But it had the wrong date. Shoot. But it was better than nothing. Miss Scott. Mr. Wheeler interrupted my train of thought, his voice stern. How did this happen? I'm sorry, Mr. Wheeler. I'm trying to get a confirmation email right now. 1 moment, please. I finished my email to Melissa and prayed she was at her desk. I pulled out my phone to call her just as her email response came through. I'm currently out of the office until April 24th. I'll respond to emails upon my return. If you need immediate assistance, please contact Isaac Garcia at igarcia@jwslaw.com. My stomach dropped, and I lifted my eyes slowly to Craig. Only then did he meet my eyes, and his expression could only be described with one word: victory. I swallowed hard and turned to Mr. Wheeler, just as the other 2 managing partners entered the room. All I had was a draft of the patent application. I had no record it had ever been filed. I was essentially screwed. I'm so sorry, sir. I don't know what happened. I believe Melissa Yates has a record of the patent application, but she's out of the office. However, there was a date discrepancy and we had to refile. There was no way I was throwing Melissa under the bus, and any attempt to blame Craig would be met with his denial. I had no record of our interaction over the patent. It would make me look desperate and even more unprofessional than I already appeared. I swallowed hard and forced the words out. I'm afraid I failed to do so. Also, in the end, that was the truth. It was my responsibility. I'd let Craig pull one over on me because my focus hadn't been where it should be. And I'd allowed him to do me the favor of refiling because I hadn't wanted to miss my dinner date with Gavin. Stupid. Why hadn't I followed my instincts? I knew exactly why. I let sexual attraction and a nice smile divert my attention from what was truly important. I'd worked my butt off for this partnership for the last 4 years, and it was slipping away because I suddenly discovered that sex could be great. I could hear my father's voice in my head, and I wanted to scream. Mr. Jefferson and Mr. Schenk sent me disgusted looks while Mr. Wheeler simply turned to the rest of the table and said, "Damage control. What can we do?" Of course, Craig was ridiculously prepared. I was just looking up Energrow, and we'll have to gather as much data as possible from AgPower to prove they have the rights to the patent over the new company. Hopefully the new guys are just throwing spitballs trying to see if they can get one to stick. I'm sending you the data I've already gathered. His fingers sailed over the keyboard of his laptop, and all I could do was stare blankly. Excellent, was Mr. Wheeler's response. Emerson, Mr. Schenk addressed me. I think you can go now. I looked to Mr. Wheeler in a last-ditch effort to salvage things. He just nodded absently and read the new message from Craig on his laptop. I gathered my things, carefully avoiding all eyes in the room, and made my way to the hallway and back to my office. It was no surprise when Mr. Schenk knocked on my door 30 minutes later, accompanied by a security guard, and gave me my walking papers. I woke up the next morning feeling like I'd been run over by a bus. My body begged for coffee, and I prayed I'd have enough time to grab some before I had to get to work. And then I remembered. My limbs felt heavy as I forced myself out of bed and on a hunt for caffeine. Ari was in the kitchen, coffee cup in hand and her phone to her ear. She spotted me and gave a weak smile. I gotta run, but I'll talk to you later, she said to the person on the other end. Then she tucked her phone in the back pocket of her pants and filled a second coffee mug from the pot on the counter. She approached me where I sat slumped on the couch and passed the cup over. "Thanks." "So," she said as she sat next to me, "I know you weren't ready last night, but you need to tell me what happened. I'm worried about you." I ran a hand over my hair and found it a tangled mess. "You're going to be late for work." My pathetic stall tactic failed. She shooed me away. "Psh, I've got time, and besides, Amara owes me one. She can answer a few calls." "I have to check and see if any of my emails got responses." I tried again. "After you talk to me, and if you don't open your mouth and spill it, I'm going to call Mama and get her ass over here. You choose." I gave her a betrayed look. Her mom would be all over me, and I wouldn't be released until I'd shared every secret I ever had and accepted a job with one of about 20 people she'd call and demand hire me. It wouldn't even matter what field the job was in. But Ari just stared at me and sipped her coffee, her expression making it clear she was not letting up. I finally sighed. "Fine." It was Craig. Ari stood abruptly, her coffee sloshing over the side and spilling on her shoe. She didn't even notice. I knew it. That motherfucker. I'm going to junk punch him so hard he'll be eating his balls for breakfast. Then I'll drag him over to your boss's office and make him confess. I put a hand out to calm her. "There's nothing you can do. He was way too sneaky." "Ari, I should have seen it coming. I let myself get distracted." She cut me off. "Oh, no, you don't. Don't make this about Gavin. You deserve a life outside of work. We can debate that later. But the truth is, I brought Gavin right into my work by agreeing to the whole tournament thing. I flaunted him in front of all my colleagues and lost sight of what was expected of me." She shook her head. "Just because he's not some lawyer or senator or something? That's crazy. Other people had their spouses and partners there, and you can't tell me they were all members of all the right clubs and associations. Why should they expect different from you? Because they do." They did. I forgot what game I was playing. "I'm sorry, but that's a load of double standard bullshit." She finally sat back down and set her coffee on the side table. "Yes, and I agreed to it the moment I signed on at their firm. That's got to be illegal." I looked at her earnestly. My fierce friend who would take on the world for me. They didn't fire me for dating a 24-year-old construction worker. They fired me for not filing a patent application, Ari. They are well within their rights. I failed to do the job I was hired for, and they let me go. Emerson, never in your life would you fail to do something you were hired for. But I did. Craig laid out the breadcrumbs, but I followed the trail. I explained to her about me getting the initial application wrong and Craig offering to submit the new one. How he tricked me into thinking he'd actually done it, and how he timed the bomb to explode when Melissa wasn't there to back me up. Not that it would have done much good since I was the one to screw up the date in the first place. I still didn't know how Engro had gotten the specs to file the patent. But I wouldn't put it past Craig to screw over a client as long as it ended up with him looking like the hero. "Shit," Ari said when I finished. "Yep, that about sums it up." "So what do we do now?" she asked. I managed a small smile at her use of we. I appreciated it more than I could express. "I find a new job and start over. I buckle down and work twice as hard to prove myself, and I don't lose sight of what's important again." She looked at me disapprovingly. "You're dumping Gavin, aren't you?" "I don't have any other choice, Ari. I knew it was a bad idea from the start, and I let it happen anyway. But he makes you happy. I've never seen you that happy. Happy doesn't pay my mortgage and secure my future. Oh, Em. I'll be fine, Ari. Go ahead to work. I'm going to go home and continue the job hunt. You're more than welcome to stay here. You know that." "I do, and thanks. But I need to be home for Jay. I don't like leaving him, overnight especially. Yet another thing I need to reprioritize. My brother deserves better than what I've been giving him. Emerson Scott, you stop right now. You're an amazing sister." I smiled and hugged her. There's always room for improvement. Chapter 28. Adulting with a Hacker and the Pope. Gavin. Thanks, Ari. I hung up the phone after her abrupt goodbye. Emmy must have woken up. I still hadn't heard back from Emmy, and Ari hadn't sounded too encouraging. Emmy had apparently spent about 10 hours on her computer sending out resumes and reaching out to her contacts in the world of corporate law. She hadn't shared any details with Ari about what had happened, but we were both confident Craig was at the center of it. I sighed and donned my hard hat and gloves before going to find Trey and getting started with my day. I could tell it was going to be a long one. When I finally finished up for the day, I headed over to the academy, hoping Jay would show up as scheduled. Not that I could really ask him about Emmy and her job. I figured she wouldn't tell him so as to not worry him. But just being around Jay would hopefully ease the feeling in my gut that she was drifting away from me with every second that passed. I got my wish. After showering and changing into my uniform, I found Jay and a couple other players throwing pitches at screens in the indoor facility. They were all buzzing with energy since the regular season was winding down and playoffs were on the horizon. Jay's mood matched those of the other players, so I'd assumed I'd been right and Emmy hadn't told him a thing. We got down to work, and I tried to push my growing sense of dread aside. Given the fact that Emmy had been avoiding me for the last day, I was more than a little surprised when my phone rang and her name popped up as I walked to my car after training. Emmy, Christ, I'm so glad you called. How are you doing? I didn't even let her say hello. Hi, Gavin. She sounded defeated. Hey, I answered gently. So, I got fired, she said with a laugh that held absolutely no humor. I know, Ace. I stopped by your office and ran into that Craig asshole. What happened? She sighed. It's a really long story, but let's just say that one of your theories about Craig was right on target. I brought my fist down on the roll bar of my Jeep. Damn it, I wish I'd been wrong. She inhaled deeply. Well, I can't blame it all on him. I screwed up, Gavin. Her voice cracked, and I wanted to pull her into my arms and make it all better somehow. Are you at home? Let me come over. No. I heard a small sniffle. I can't do this anymore, Gavin. We can't see each other anymore. What? Why? Was she blaming me for her getting fired? Well, maybe I was to blame after all. I'd bulldozed my way into her life. I'd told her boss we were dating. I joined that damn team. Shit. I need to focus on finding a new job and taking care of Jay. Whatever job I get is going to take even more time than my last one. I'll be starting at the beginning, and I'll need to dedicate all my spare time to catching up. I didn't work this hard over the past 4 years to just give up now. I couldn't respond. It was as if I'd been struck by a lightning bolt. The similarity between our two situations was uncanny. I'd worked for years for a dream, and when it had been taken, whether from my own poor decisions or fate, I'd taken the coward's way out. I'd wallowed and cursed the world. I'd let it beat me. Emmy wasn't doing that. She'd never do that. Her dream had just been ripped out from under her, and instead of giving up, she was fighting. She wasn't going to play the victim and feel sorry for herself. She was getting back on that horse and pushing forward, even though she knew the new road would be even harder than the old one. I knew right then that I was in love with this woman, and I also knew that I had to let her go, at least for now. But I was going to set some wrongs right, whether she wanted me in her life or not. Damn, this adulting thing was no joke. The first thing I did was call Ari. I'd learned a lot about Emmy in our time together, but I had a few questions I needed answered, and Ari had those answers. Luckily, she was only too happy to oblige. She may have even broken the girl code when she gave me the details of Emmy's firing, but she assured me she'd always colored outside the lines. That wasn't hard to believe. The next thing I did was to call, you guessed it, my fairy godmother. Hey, Gav, we missed you at dinner last night. Did everything turn out okay? I'd called Fiona the night before to tell her something unsettling had come up at Emmy's work and we'd have to bail on dinner. No, I'm afraid it didn't, I responded. So tell me, who do you know who's got some hacking skills and puts the greater good above, say, the law? It was a long shot, but this was Fiona we were talking about. Ooh, this sounds juicy. I may have just the guy. So we're not talking about the greatest firewall here, so don't be too impressed, Ollie said, pushing his glasses up his nose before getting back to the fastest typing I'd ever seen in my life. It was the next day, and we were at the office of Fiona's day job at Precision Lawns and Landscaping. Jax, her boss, sat at his desk talking on his phone and eyeing us. Fiona and I leaned over Ollie's desk, watching as he hacked his way into the system of Jefferson, Wheeler, and Schenck. Ollie did the accounts for Jax, but in his spare time, he was some kind of computer whiz and comic book freak, among other things. The guy was scrawny and wore black hipster glasses that almost perfectly matched the color of his hair. Okay, said Ollie. Do we know the last name of this Melissa? I scratched the back of my neck. No, but she's a paralegal. There can't be too many with the same name, right? Just a sec. Ollie continued to type. I heard the creak of a chair, and Fiona and I both turned around in time to see Jax emerging from his office. I got it. Fiona whispered and saw shade toward Jax to cut him off. We were guessing he wouldn't exactly approve of our activities. Jax, can I have a word? I heard her ask in her sweetest voice. Melissa Yates. Got her, Ollie said quietly. Let me get into her email. You said we're looking for anything to do with the patent office, right? Right, I said, trying to keep an eye on both Fiona and Ollie's computer screen. Jax crossed his arms and grinned at Fiona. Shit. Darlin', you seem to be under the impression I was born yesterday. Now, you and your high heels need to step aside. Jax came striding over to where we sat. Jax, I managed to whisper to Ollie. He snapped his laptop closed and we both sat there, our guilt painfully obvious. We'd make the absolute shittiest actors. You boys want to tell me what you're up to? I considered that. Not exactly. I decided to go for partial honesty. Fiona caught up with Jax. Oh, come on. It's for the betterment of humanity, she pleaded. We all looked at her. She shrugged. Well, it sort of is. It's for Gavin's girlfriend. She proceeded to give the short version of events. Jax scrubbed at his wild blonde hair with both hands and let out a breath before looking at each of us in turn. I trust this isn't going to come back and bite me in the ass. Ollie looked almost offended. Please, who do you think you're dealing with? Well, carry on if you must, Jax said, and Fiona hugged him. Just then, the door to the building swung open and Ari rushed in. I'm here, sorry I'm late, she panted. Her chest was heaving, and I'm no perv, but even the Pope would have noticed. Turns out, neither Ollie nor Jax were feeling very papal either. Fiona made a disapproving noise at us and beckoned Ari forward for a hug. Ari hugged her back and then said, I tried as hard as I could, but I couldn't get Emerson's computer. It's attached to her like a barnacle. I even tried to get Jay to help, but he asked too many questions. That's okay. We can get by without it. I can always reach it remotely if we need to, Ollie said, as if he were discussing an alternate beverage choice instead of illegally hacking into various computers. His laptop was open again, and he continued to search the paralegal's account as Fiona got Ari up to speed. He shook his head. I'm not seeing anything. That's impossible, Ari protested. Emerson said she and Melissa drafted it together, and then Melissa filed it with the patent office. She would have gotten a confirmation email at the very least. Isn't there some record of website she's accessed? Ollie continued to type and then suddenly sat up. This is interesting. What? We all asked at once. Even Jax had come back to investigate. It looks like I'm not the first person to be in here uninvited. Ari and I looked at each other. Craig, we both said. Well, whoever it was, he was messy as shit. And I believe I just found what we've been looking for, Ollie announced, leaning back in his chair and leaving us all a good view. Holy shit, was all I could think to say. I rang the doorbell and heard what sounded like about 100 wind chimes going off at once. I stepped back involuntarily. Jesus, this place was practically a mansion. The ornate front door opened, and a woman about Emmy's age with perfectly styled blonde hair and an overly made-up face greeted me with a smile. Hello. Hi, I said. You must be Mandy. She cocked her head to the side but still gave me a friendly look. Yes, do I know you? I shook my head. No, I'm a friend of Emerson. Gavin Monroe. I held out my hand and she accepted it with a limp shake. Well, it's lovely to meet you, Gavin. Please, come in. She paused. You do know Emerson doesn't live here, right? I smiled. Yes, of course. I was actually hoping to speak with her father. Oh. She suddenly looked way too interested, her polished nails coming to rest over her mouth, and I realized my mistake a moment too late. No, God, it's nothing like that. We both released a laugh. Sorry, she said. I shouldn't have assumed. It's just that we don't meet too many of Emerson's friends. I figured you must be special. She looked me over. I'd chosen to dress a little more formal than usual, and by that I mean my shirt had buttons. I didn't have a good response, so I gave a non-committal noise. Anyway, please come in. I'll go see if I can tear Robert away from his computer. Like father, like daughter, I said. She gave a stiff smile at that and left me in the entryway while she went to retrieve her husband. Annoyance gnawed at my gut over Richard Scott's blatant hypocrisy. I turned in a circle, taking in the place. Hand-rubbed hardwood floors extended throughout the first floor, and an enormous stonework fireplace stood as the focal point of the great room beyond the entry. 2 wide hallways forked off either side, and a high ceiling opened the space, making it feel enormous. I didn't even want to think about how much this place must be worth, or the fact that this was the world Emmy came from. So, you couldn't settle for ruining my daughter's career. You had to sully my doorstep as well. I turned to see the same man from the game. Except this time he was wearing suit pants and a white dress shirt rolled up at the sleeves. Wow, what a complete asshole. I decided to ignore his comment. I hadn't come here to live up to the stereotype he'd obviously pegged me with. And, since a handshake was unlikely, given his opening line, I got on with it. Hello, Mr. Scott. I'm guessing I don't need to introduce myself. He gave a little scoff, but I soldiered on. I'm not here to plead my case, so don't worry. I just want to talk to you about Emerson. His eyebrows rose almost to his hairline. And you think you know things about my daughter that I don't? You've been in her life for all of a few weeks. I took a second to remind myself to stay calm. I understand. I just wanted you to know that it was a colleague who got her fired, not anything Emerson did or didn't do. She doesn't even know the full extent of it yet, but even if she did, I knew she wouldn't tell you. She's not one to pass blame. I should hope not. But I assure you, this was not her fault. I refrained from adding it wasn't my fault either. I just didn't get this guy. Aren't parents supposed to be unconditionally loving and supportive? From everything I'd suspected and Ari had confirmed, this guy's love did not come cheap. Why are you telling me this? He tried to look bored, but his jaw was tight. Because, like I said, I knew she wouldn't. And she's working her tail off to try to get a new job, trying to salvage her career. I figured it was worth appealing to you to help her, even if it's just emotional support. Oh, I'm sure you're taking care of the emotional support in your own special way. He practically sneered at me. This guy took dickhead to a whole new level. Actually, you'll be happy to know that we broke up so she can focus on her professional life and her brother. He huffed. She wouldn't have to worry about Jay if her mother hadn't shirked her own responsibilities. I'm happy to hear Emerson isn't letting herself follow Naomi's path to mediocrity anymore. Then, something seemed to occur to him. If you broke up, why are you here pleading her case? I didn't understand this man one bit. Just because we broke up doesn't mean I don't care for her. That's not how relationships work. He sniffed. If that's all, I need to get back to work. I'm sure you can see yourself out. He turned to go. I couldn't stop the next words from coming out. Emmy shouldn't have to earn your love. She's your daughter. He stopped and turned momentarily. It's not my love Emerson has to earn. It's my respect. He resumed his steps down the hall. Jesus, this guy. If that's how you feel, maybe it should go both ways. I didn't look to see if he even heard me. I just walked out the door and closed it behind me. Then I made a mental note to call my parents. With help, I'd done everything I could to ease things for Emmy. Now I just had to wait and hope it was enough. Chapter 29. Sometimes brownies are the best medicine. Emerson. Day 3 with no job, and I was going nutballs. And the worst part of it was, now that I was down to applying for the dregs of potential job opportunities, I had more time to think. Of course, my thoughts liked to wander to all things Gavin. I was so conflicted. I knew I'd made the right choice to end things, but I also knew he wasn't to blame for the situation I was currently in. And I missed him. The oven timer beeped, and I went to retrieve the pan of brownies. No matter how many times I'd tried to make brownies from scratch, the 2 times I'd tried, they always tasted better from the boxed mix. This was one area where I wasn't ever going to be an overachiever. "Oh, wow," came Jay's voice from the entry to the kitchen. "I'm sorry if this is totally insensitive, but I hope you never get another job." I narrowed my eyes at him. I'd finally had to tell Jay about my job, but I glossed it over by saying I had numerous offers on the way. I couldn't remember ever lying to my brother, with the exception of the existence of Santa and maybe Sasquatches. But I didn't want him to worry. Knowing him, he'd be on the next bus to Mom and Aldo if he thought I was at all struggling. Which I wasn't, technically. Like any responsible adult with a good-paying job, I set aside money each month for savings and retirement. And I had an investment portfolio. Suffice it to say, we weren't going to starve anytime soon, but I needed a job. Not just for income, but for my sanity. Well, give it a minute or you'll burn a hole in your esophagus. I looked around at the counter and saw the crockpot bubbling away with chicken tortilla soup, as well as a stack of cookies I'd baked earlier, the soda bread that had turned out a bit dry, and the chocolate chip banana bread I was planning on giving to Ari. Perhaps I'd gone a little overboard. But the offers were not flooding in, and I needed a distraction. It turns out it's next to impossible to get a job with a reputable firm when you've been fired from another one. I needed somebody with clout to recommend me, and my one letter from Travis wasn't going to cut it. His firm wasn't hiring, but he had kindly written me a reference and wished me luck. I tried not to think too much about the step down he'd had to take when he switched firms after getting the axe like me. Jay hovered over the brownie pan, inhaling the scent. "Please try not to drool on those," I said with very little hope. "No promises," he responded. I took another look around. "Do you have any hungry friends you could invite over? I need my counter space back." He gave me a sharp look of betrayal. "No way. These are mine." One arm reached toward the cookie plate to bring it closer for protection. "Well, you can have a few, I guess." "Gee, thanks." But I wasn't hungry. I just needed something to keep my hands busy so they didn't dial Gavin's number. I had yet to hear from him. But that was what I'd wanted, right? As if my thoughts had triggered it, my phone rang from its spot on the counter. I froze. Jay leaned over it for a look. "It's your dad," he said. I groaned. I hadn't called my dad yet, but I had no doubt he knew all about my current predicament. He had too many friends in the law community not to know all the comings and goings. I didn't think I could stomach it if this was an "I told you so" phone call. But the last time I'd avoided him hadn't turned out so well. I sighed and went to grab the phone before it went to voicemail. "Hi, Dad." I tried to sound chipper, God knows why. "Emerson, how are you holding up?" Maybe this wouldn't be so awful. I walked into the living room and toward the hallway, leaving Jay to stand sentry over the baked goods. Well, obviously things could be better, but I'm doing my best to find a new position. "Yes, well, that's actually why I'm calling. I had an interesting conversation with Larry Henderson, and he said he would be open to an interview." I stopped in my tracks at my bedroom door. Larry Henderson? I'd already gotten a thanks but no thanks reply from his firm. Really? This was the dad I loved, the one who supported me in my pursuits and didn't throw judgments in my face. Yes, but it would be with the understanding that you're ready to refocus. Oh. That burned a little, but I swallowed it down. Of course. It wouldn't just be your reputation on the line. It would be mine. I can't tolerate any more of this careless behavior or gallivanting around with local nobodies. If you want a boyfriend, I have plenty of suitable suggestions for you. Ones that won't cause you to lose your head and your job. I had definitely spoken too soon. My dad was tossing the judgments around like confetti. I bit my tongue hard and my blood began to simmer. Yes, I'd been careless, but this was going too far. Who was he to condemn me so harshly, just because I carried half of his DNA? This was humiliating. But I couldn't afford to stand on my soapbox, could I? Not if I wanted a job. Not if I wanted Jay to stay with me. I was beginning to feel like a child again, and that wouldn't do. I still had some of my pride. That sounds a little ruthless, to be honest. I'm an extremely hard worker, as you know, and I made one mistake. It's hardly grounds to condemn me. Having said that, I appreciate your offer of help, and I'll do my best not to disappoint. There. I'd said enough, but not too much. I suppose I'll have to accept that. It's true that you've always taken after me more than your mother, thank God. I suppose I was afraid you were beginning to lean in the other direction. I'm pleased to hear I was mistaken. He just had to go there, didn't he? I leaned against my doorframe. Dad, can I ask you a question? Certainly. If you abhor everything about Mom, why did you marry her? I wasn't used to being so bold with my father. Neither was he, apparently. He tisked in my ear, but finally answered. Because it was the right thing to do, of course. You know that. I did know that. My mom had been pregnant with me when they got married. Maybe that was the wrong question. Why were you with her in the first place? I mean, you must have found some of her qualities redeeming. He paused for a few moments, and then I heard a sigh before he answered. Because I was young and didn't understand how the world works. It was next to impossible to imagine my dad ever being open-minded enough to mesh with my mom, much less convince her to be with him. But he must have been at some point, I realized, or she wouldn't have given him the time of day. The other thing I was beginning to realize was that perhaps there was more of my mom in me than I'd ever acknowledged. So, should I have Henderson's assistant call you? Back to business. Please, I answered. I was not in a position to pass up help of any kind. Thank you. And I'll invite a suitable young man over next time you come over for dinner. I didn't want to get into an argument, so I just said goodbye and hung up. I knew my dad's version of suitable, and it was the polar opposite of Gavin Monroe, unfortunately. A brownie was suddenly sounding better and better. I headed back to the kitchen and found Jay at the table, brownie pan in front of him and a fork in his hand. I snatched it from his fingers. Hey, he protested. You could at least eat like a human, I told him, coming back to the table with a knife and a couple plates. And just for that, I'm texting Ari to come over for dessert. Let me look at you, my mom said as she held Jay's hands and took him in from head to toe. He rolled his eyes but let her look her fill. You're more handsome than ever. Hi, Aldo, I said as I hugged my stepfather and we both grinned over my mom. Yes, as if the universe had some grand plan I had no hope of understanding, my mom and Aldo arrived on my doorstep the next afternoon. I hadn't yet told them about my job, but I had managed to get the interview with Larry Henderson set up for the following Tuesday. I wished it were already over so I'd have a better idea of the outcome one way or the other. And Emmy. My mom turned to me with her bright smile and began to approach, no doubt to give me the same treatment as Jay. But her smile fell along with her arms. You look terrible. Wow. Don't shower me with so many compliments, Mom. I'll get a big head. Naomi, said Aldo, but she ignored him. What's wrong? Haven't you been sleeping? You're working too hard. I knew it. You need some downtime, sweetie. The irony of that caused a slightly maniacal laugh to escape from my throat. Everyone fell silent. Crap. I was losing it. Mom and Aldo both eyed me with suspicion and concern. Jay struggled for something to say, finally settling on, "So, Asheville. I love that town." They both turned to him. His hands were in his pockets and he was rocking on his heels. This was not going well. "Somebody better tell me what the hell is going on here," our mom said, her mouth forming a straight line and her eyes pinning us. I put a hand out. "It's fine. I lost my job." My mom and Aldo both inhaled sharply. I sighed and steeled myself to continue. "But I'm getting a new one, so we don't need to talk about it. Or worry about it, okay?" "Okay," I answered for everyone, essentially closing the subject. Nothing could have held my mom back from hugging me after that, so I took it and even squeezed her back. "My poor baby. What happened?" Oh no, I wasn't getting into this with her. Aldo, bless his heart, took pity on me. "So, do you have anything to drink around here?" He clapped his hands together and I extracted myself from my mother's tight embrace. I wasn't going to cry. "Of course, let's go to the kitchen." My mom gave me a look that promised this conversation wasn't over, then followed us to the kitchen where the blessed alcohol lived. We ate leftover chicken tortilla soup for dinner, along with some bread I'd baked and a frozen burrito for the human garbage disposal I called Jay. My mom and Aldo told us about some of their adventures thus far, entertaining us with stories of new friends they'd made and some mishaps they'd had along their craft fair journey. They were both practically glowing. Our mother had always been beautiful, with her long strawberry blonde hair and her golden brown eyes. Her skin was radiant, and she had somehow managed to stave off many of the typical symptoms of aging. Aldo was his typical laid-back self, and he was the picture of contentment sitting in my kitchen basking in the presence of family. "Oh, and Emmy, I got into juicing," my mother said, nodding as if this were something I must take note of immediately. "Okay," I said, not sure what response she was looking for. "It's terrific for your body. It cleanses you and makes you feel completely revived. We're going to get you juicing before we leave." She patted my hand. I looked to Aldo for help, but he just shook his head. "Actually," I said, "I already juice, so I'm all set." Total lie. I just couldn't handle anything revolting right now. "Drinking wine is not juicing," Jay mumbled. I gave him a death glare. "Although, technically, I suppose it's grape juice, so..." He tried to redeem himself. Too late. "No more brownies for you," I told him sternly. He responded with a ridiculous pout. "Hey, that's just mean." "I brought brownies," Aldo volunteered. "No," my mom and I yelled in unison. 3 hours later, I'd put Mom and Aldo's things into Jay's room and made up the pull-out couch for Jay in the office I never actually used. He'd gone off with Aldo to watch some zombie show, and my mom and I sat curled up on the couch with pillows and glasses of wine. "It's so good to have us all in one house again, isn't it?" she sighed, making me genuinely smile for probably the first time all week. "It is, definitely. So, since you don't want to talk about you, tell me, how has Jupiter really been? He sounds great on the phone, but we all know how good he is at sweeping things under the rug." I thought about it before answering. "I think he's happy. At first, I was worried. He tiptoed around the place as if his mere presence was a bother, but he's definitely loosened up. And you should see him play ball." I pretended to swoon. "He's gotten so good, and he's having the time of his life out there. So, this training with Gavin has turned out to be a blessing, in more ways than one." She wiggled her eyebrows. "Well, I'd walked right into that one. Jay loves it. He says he's learning techniques he's never even heard of before. It seems pretty remarkable. His head trainer is a former major leaguer." I took a sip of my wine, hoping that would end the subject. "And what about you? A little bird told me you're seeing Gavin for some extracurricular activities of your own." I gasped. "Mom? What? We're both adults." "I am not talking to you about this." I shook my head. "Emmy, It's perfectly natural. Women have needs just as— I threw a hand out to cut her off. Please, no more. She sniffed. Fine. Truthfully, I didn't even know what I would say. Last night, Gavin had started texting me again. Just a few short one-liners over the last 24 hours. But they had the effect I'm sure he intended. Doubt was creeping in and trying to overtake my resolve. Regardless, the last thing I needed was to tell my mom about Gavin and me. That would propel her into an unavoidable line of questioning I'd never be able to work my way out of. I had hoped you'd be more open to talking to me about these things the older you got. But you're allowed to be whoever you are, even if that means we'll never have a conversation about orgasms. I chugged the rest of my wine. Need another? I asked, standing up and gripping my glass. No, I'm all right, she answered, completely oblivious to the fact that I was quickly losing my mind. I returned with a refill and sat back down, pulling a pillow over my lap. It wouldn't kill me to open up a little, I supposed. Just not about Gavin, and certainly not about sex. Good God. So, I've been doing a lot of thinking this week. You know, since I've had some free time. I sent her a self-deprecating smile. We've never really talked about how you and Dad got together. I mean, I know you got married because you were pregnant and he was Dad. But I don't get how you ever got along in the first place. She bobbed her head back and forth as if weighing what she wanted to say. Truthfully, it's kind of hard to remember. It's been so long, and time warps your memories anyway. But he was a different man in a lot of ways back then. Not so concerned with appearances. I couldn't help the scoff that came from me. She smiled in understanding. I suppose I was a novelty, she shrugged. And you know me. I catch a glimpse of someone's free spirit trying to get out, and I grab on and pull. It turned out his wasn't going to budge, no matter what I did. And by the time I realized it, we were already married with our precious Emmy on the way, she smiled. So he wasn't always so rigid? So unforgiving? I asked quietly. She looked at me with concern then. I'd said too much. I sighed. Sorry, he and I got into a fight. She looked shocked. I know, the first one ever, and it was a doozy, let me tell you. I tried to laugh it off, but she wasn't buying it. I disappointed him. How is that even possible? She set her wine glass on the coffee table and looked at me with bewilderment. Believe me, it's definitely possible. Emmy. She shook her head, her brow creased. Please don't let yourself internalize his criticism. He has his own set of rules and standards, and it's not your job to meet them. You only need to worry about your own standards, which I know are already sky high. But I didn't. You didn't what? She looked puzzled again. I didn't meet my own standards. I made a mistake. I picked a loose thread on the pillow in my lap. Well, heaven forbid you be human. She put a hand to her chest in an overly dramatic fashion. I rolled my eyes as she'd intended me to. Everyone makes mistakes. Even your father. You need to forgive yourself and move on. Just don't let other people decide what constitutes a failure on your behalf. One person's idea of a shortcoming can be another's greatest gift. In that moment, I wished more than anything that I were more like my mom. But maybe I was. And I needed to accept the real me, who was more complex than I'd realized. Just like she'd always told me. Chapter 30. Team Gavin. Gavin. I think you broke him, Lainey said. No way, little man. This is nothing, I told Rocco in a barely intelligible voice as I kept my head tilted back and a wad of tissues pressed to my nose. Sorry, Uncle Gavin. Nothing to be sorry about. I was the one who wasn't paying attention to the ball. I pulled the tissues away to see if the bleeding had stopped and gave Rocco a smile so he'd know I was okay. What are you feeding this kid, Lainey? His muscles are getting huge. That comment had the desired effect as I saw a smile creep over Rocco's face. Just the usual, other small children plus some chicken nuggets now and then. She pulled Rocco to her and covered his head in kisses. "You want a bag of frozen peas?" she asked me. "No, I'm good." I'd come over on my break between the job site and training on Thursday evening to catch up with the kid and distract myself from thoughts of Emmy. Turns out that plan sucked and only ended up with a baseball to my face. The kid was getting better, that was for sure, if the throbbing pain in my nose was anything to go by. I may have earned myself a couple black eyes with this one. Nothing I hadn't dealt with a dozen times before, though. "Hey, buddy," Lainey said as she released Rocco. "Why don't you give your uncle a few minutes to recover and go feed Pickles?" Pickles was his gecko he'd conned his Aunt Bailey into buying him last year. I had to hand it to him. The kid was good. Or Bailey was a sucker. Both were likely equally true. Rocco headed to his room to feed the beast. "Round 2 starts in 10 minutes, dude," I yelled after him. Lainey just shook her head at me. "You're a glutton for punishment." "What? I need to redeem myself." "Well, if you can refrain from breaking his nose, I'd be grateful," she added, putting a fresh box of tissues on her kitchen table. I scowled at her and then winced at the pain that caused. "Please, he didn't break my nose. I'm made of steel." I swiped my nose with the tissues again and took a seat at the table. "So," she began as she took a seat as well. That should have been my sign to get up and leave. "What is going on with Emerson?" Fiona filled me in, and it sounds like high drama. "Yeah, that asshole she worked with screwed her right out of her job and a future partnership. And right out of a boyfriend, too, it sounds like," Lainey said, sounding bummed. "So you heard that, huh? You're not going to take it lying down, though, are you?" She picked at a rough spot on the surface of the tabletop. That put my hackles up a bit. I may have let Emmy go for the time being, but I had no intention of bowing out entirely. She just had to figure her work shit out, and then I was getting back in there. We'd figure out a way for her to be comfortable with balancing a job and a relationship. "You think I'm just going to give up?" I was feeling defensive. "No way. You're not that guy anymore." Her gaze shot to mine, and she looked almost offended. Oh, well, that was much better. It seemed she'd let go of my past transgressions a little more than I'd assumed. Maybe it was my own paranoia that made me assume everybody was just waiting for me to fail again. I looked at her and noted her fierce expression. She had my back. That felt pretty fucking great. "Thanks for the vote of confidence," I told her with complete sincerity. "So, what's the plan?" Crap. I'd walked right into that one, hadn't I? She looked way too interested for my liking. "Well, the details of her asshole colleague's illegal behavior have been anonymously sent to her boss. Her former boss, but it doesn't directly implicate him, unfortunately. I think it should be enough to get her job back, though, if she wants it." "Thank God for that," Lainey said. "Yeah, but I'm kind of pissed at her now." She reared her head back. "What the hell kind of support is that? No, I mean, she let them fire her for a mistake she didn't even make in the first place. This Craig guy orchestrated the whole thing. Emmy just thought she made a mistake and let them get away with firing her." "I'm sure it's more complicated than that," my sister said, propping her chin on her hand, her elbow resting on the table. "Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm blown away by her single-mindedness in terms of fighting for a new job. But now I feel like she should have fought harder for her old job." "Well, I'm sure it's a different view from the outside looking in," Lainey offered. I sighed and swiped at my nose again. Yeah, maybe I'm just projecting. Either way, I want her to get the redemption she deserves. She's worked hard for everything she's got. "That kind of makes you a great couple, doesn't it?" My sister raised her eyebrows and grinned. My chest tightened a bit at that. 18 months ago, Lainey never would have even inadvertently hinted that I worked hard for anything. She'd had a front row seat to my 2-year pity party. It meant more than I could say that she was now my champion. To hell with it. I may as well go all in. "So I'm taking online classes to finish my sports science degree." Lainey gasped. "Shut up! You're kidding me!" "Would I lie to you?" I couldn't help the upward curve of my lips. "Absolutely!" She didn't even hesitate. "Well, I'm not lying about this." She got up and hugged me while I stayed seated. I pretended to reluctantly tolerate her hug while she rolled her eyes at my reaction. Pretty much par for the course. "I'm so freaking proud of you," she said. "Don't go busting an ovary over it." She smacked the side of my head. "Ow, broken face here." "Whatever." She sat back down and just smiled at me. For God's sake. "So," I threw her own opener back at her. "What's going on with you?" She stuck her tongue out at me and then looked down at the table. Uh-oh. I had no idea what that meant. Nate and I are trying to have a baby." A spectacularly stupid smile overtook my face. I couldn't help it. "No fucking way." "Yes, fucking way." She looked up and her face was the picture of happiness. I loved that for her. Well, let's just hope this new one has better aim. She threw her head back and laughed. I hadn't spoken to Emmy in 2 days, and it sucked. Our phone call from Tuesday had ended with her having the impression I wasn't going to fight her on our breakup. It was time to begin reinserting myself into her life. I just needed to remind her why she needed me, even if it was just for inserting a little levity into her stressful situation. Gavin. "So, did you know that over 10,000 trees are planted each year by forgetful squirrels?" I knew she probably wouldn't answer, but at least she'd think of me, and hopefully smile. I was surprised to hear the notification as a text came in. I was momentarily disappointed at the name until I read the message. Ari. "Nice one. First smile I've seen all week. Winky face." I supposed it wasn't surprising that Ari was with Emmy. Those two were a package deal. Ari. "Oh, and by the way, you're listed as Don't Cave on her phone. I'm thinking she'll last maybe a week." Don't cave. Well, it could be worse. Gavin. "Thanks, Ari. How's she doing?" Ari. "I think she sent her resume to every law firm in the state, and now she's slowly going insane waiting." Gavin. "Has Wheeler called yet?" I would have expected him to make contact with her by now. He had the evidence in his hands, so what was he waiting for? Ari. "No, I don't get it. Maybe he's having a hard time convincing the asshole partners." That sounded like a distinct possibility. Damn. I wanted to ask if Emmy had talked about me, but last I checked, I hadn't grown a vagina. Ari. "Anyway, her mom's coming to visit tomorrow, so hopefully it will take her mind off things." Gavin. "I'll be at Jay's playoff game on Sunday. I'm assuming you guys are going?" Ari. "Yeah. How are you holding up? You're not going to start writing shitty poetry, are you?" Gavin. "Whose side are you on?" Ari. "No comment." Ari. "Hey, on another note, what do you know about Fiona's boss?" Gavin. "Jax? Great guy. Why?" I would venture to guess many a woman has asked about Jax over time. He definitely had the whole Southern charm thing down pat. Gavin. "I thought you had a boyfriend." Ari. "Maybe. Anyway, Ollie said Jax wants me to design a new website for his business. I'm sure Ollie could do it blindfolded, but Jax asked for me for some reason. I could guess that reason in 2 words. Cup size. Gavin. "He's solid. Just watch out if you don't want to be charmed out of your, well, you can guess." Ari. "That's to be determined. I kind of hate Elliot right now. Anyway, Emerson is getting suspicious. Gotta run. See you Sunday." Gavin. Later. Shit. If Jax had Ari in his sights, he was in for a surprise. I was pretty sure she had a tattoo that said, "hard to handle," and if not, she certainly should. Chapter 31. There's never a priest around when you need one. Emerson. Since I'd used most of the groceries in my house over the course of my cooking and baking marathon, Saturday morning called for a trip to the grocery store to restock. I also wanted to keep busy, because I knew the championship softball game was today, and neither Gavin nor I would be playing. My former colleagues, however, would be taking on my father's team. I almost had to laugh at that, as the universe once again proved it had a god-awful sense of humor. Mom and Aldo had stayed behind with Jay, no doubt making up for lost time by smothering him. which left me wandering the aisles of Harris Teeter with a shopping list that ran the gamut from chia seeds to pizza rolls. I was in the produce section choosing some Honeycrisp apples when I caught sight of Mandy out of the corner of my eye. I froze, as if a lack of motion would somehow make me invisible to her. Before I could decide what to do next, she spotted me, doing a double take before looking for her own escape route. This was ridiculous. I sighed and accepted the inevitable, steering my cart around the banana display and approaching her. "Hi, Mandy, how are you?" My eyes traveled to her cart, which held a half-gallon of ice cream, a tube of pre-made cookie dough, and a bottle of Moscato. She had clearly exchanged carts with a premenstrual college student who had just had a fight with her boyfriend. Mandy didn't do sugar, or carbs, or anything that tasted good. My eyes shot to her face and found her wearing a broken expression. Her makeup was half gone, and she had smudges of mascara under her red and swollen eyes. Well, shoot. My dad had finally reached his marriage threshold and asked for a divorce. I didn't have it in me to be smug about it, but I was also leery to put my guard down. Mandy tended to strike when wounded. I finally settled on, "Are you okay?" She sniffed and then pulled a tissue out of her Gucci purse. She wiped her nose and sighed in defeat. "No." Then a tear ran down her cheek and she swiped it away with the tissue. "I'm most definitely not okay." I looked around, hoping for one of her girlfriends or perhaps a priest to appear. But it was just me. I cleared my throat. "You know," I began and then paused, searching for the right words. "It's not you. It's him. This is what he does." Although really, when you marry someone who's already divorced 2 carbon copies of you, can you really be that surprised? At any rate, she was obviously hurting, so I put on my compassion hat and squeezed her arm with a sad smile. But then I noticed her looking at me with a baffled expression. "What does that mean?" She wiped her nose again. "My father," I prompted. "What about Robert?" she asked, beginning to sound impatient. "Huh?" It occurred to me I might have been way off base. "Wait. Why are you crying and buying junk food?" I gestured to her cart. Her cheeks colored at the mention of the food. She sniffled again. "I'm supposed to go to my book club and I can't." Good Lord. What? That was all I had. I should have guessed this would be about something ridiculous. "I just finished reading the book I told you about and I can't stop crying. It was so sad. I mean, I've never read anything so sad in my whole life." Tears sprang anew and spilled over her cheeks. "They killed that woman and then—" She couldn't continue. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Finally, she continued in a high-pitched voice as sobs threatened, "I can't go to my book club like this. Emerson, I didn't know things were like that. I mean, I know the book isn't real, but they said it was based on things that really happen. Every day. How is that possible?" Oh my. It looked like the rose-colored glasses had been callously ripped from Barbie's eyes. "It's just so sad." Another sniff. I nodded and patted her arm. "Yes, it's very sad. The world is a very unfair place for most of humanity." Her eyes widened, and I quickly amended my statement. "For some of humanity." She grabbed another tissue. "Well, I knew that already, I guess. I just never thought about other people in such a personal way, you know." This did not surprise me in any way. "Yeah. Hey, maybe you should join a different book club. There are lots of really uplifting books out there," I suggested. She blew out a breath. "The whole point was to read things that would broaden my horizons. You know, give me more things to talk to Robert about." Oh. I held in my wince at that one. "It's probably a lost cause anyway." Mandy sighed and looked into her cart. "What do you mean?" I was pretty sure I knew, but I felt compelled to ask regardless. She rolled her puffy eyes. "Please, like you don't know. You practically gave me the breakup pity line a few minutes ago." "Oh." He hasn't said anything yet, but I know it's coming. I'm sure you're thrilled. Here came the claws. I wouldn't go that far. What? I couldn't feign that much disappointment. Well, I'll never be St. Emerson, that's for sure. I really don't know why he didn't just marry someone like you in the first place. The eternal mystery. Who knew why my dad only went for women with half his years and half his brains? Believe me, I'm not in great standing with him right now either, I told her. Maybe for the next 5 minutes, but you'll be back on the pedestal soon enough. It's not fair, you know. You get 3 parents and a brother who worship you. You get this fancy career and all this respect, and on top of that, you get a hot guy who's freaking in love with you. That set my head back and my eyebrows arching. She practically curled her lip. I met him when he came to the house. Geez. I don't understand how you got a guy like that to fall for you when you're so plain. I ignored the dig, too distracted by what she'd just said. Who in the world are you talking about? Like you don't know? That Gavin guy. She practically spat. Wait, Gavin came to my dad's house? I was ignoring the part about the L word for now. One shock at a time was all I could handle. Yes, he came to our house. Poor, perfect Emerson was in a bind and her hot boyfriend came to defend her honor. Holy cow. Gavin had gone to my dad on my behalf? The sweet, lovely, stupid guy. I really could have saved him the trouble. My dad would never listen to anyone. But Gavin had tried. He knew my dad practically hated him, certainly viewed him with utter contempt, yet he'd still gone and tried. A huge knot formed in my chest, and I thought I might cry. There we were, 2 pathetic messes hanging out by the bananas at Harris Teeter on a Saturday morning. There really wasn't anything else I could say to Mandy. She was in attack mode, so nothing would penetrate at this point. Well, I hope things get better for you, Mandy. I'll see you later. I turned my cart and began to steer toward the deli counter, all thoughts turning to Gavin and what he'd done for me. Her voice sounded after me, having lost all its fire. What's it like to matter to so many people? How do you make that happen? I stopped in my tracks. Darn it. I turned my head as she spoke again. I've always just been somebody's +1, she shrugged. I think it would feel a whole lot better if somebody saw me as the best part of their day, you know, instead of just something pretty to hang on to. What could I say to that? Was I the best part of anyone's day? Something in my chest told me I might have been the best part of Gavin's day, and he may have been the best part of mine. Yeah. I looked up at Mandy, her makeup a huge mess and her mouth turned down in a frown. And darn it, she was still pretty. You do matter. And if somebody makes you feel like you don't, they don't deserve your time. She half smiled and rolled her eyes. Thanks, Mom. Then she turned and steered away, probably to pick up a bag of Twizzlers. I knew that's what I would do. It didn't occur to me until I was at the checkout that, despite her waspish tone, Mandy hadn't used an ounce of her candy when speaking with me. That was a first. And it was probably also the first time I'd seen her as just Mandy, a woman who happened to be married to my dad. Maybe he wasn't the only one wearing judgy pants in the family. I sat in my car in the parking lot of Harris Teeter, staring down at my phone. As if his ears were burning, a new text had come in from Gavin, and as usual, it brought a smile to my face. I shook my head and laughed out loud in the silent space of my car. Don't cave. Did you know that 43% of statistics are made up? I'm 85% sure that's true. I scrolled up to read the one from last night. Don't cave. Did you know that on his deathbed, the founder of Rolls-Royce actually said, I wish I'd spent more time at the office. I wanted to text him back, but I wasn't ready. I could feel myself on the precipice of something. I just didn't know exactly what yet. But another change in his contact name was a distinct possibility. For someone who'd been so sure of everything a few weeks ago, I was quite the mess. I sighed and put my phone down, then headed home before all the frozen foods in my trunk melted. Aldo was brewing a batch of iced tea, and my mom was on the back deck with Jay, both of them laughing. She reached a hand over and pushed his hair out of his eyes, and he tolerated it. When I looked back at Aldo, I noticed his attention had been diverted the same way mine had. Sensing my gaze, his eyes moved to me next. He smiled and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly with a nod. It's been harder on her than she thought. I gave him a questioning look. Being away from Jay, he explained. Ah, not entirely surprising. We've decided to stay on the circuit through the summer, and then we're going to settle here till he graduates. Really? I asked, feeling both happy and somewhat disappointed at the same time. I loved having Jay live with me, but I could still hang out with him if they moved to town again, and it would be good to have my mom and Aldo close by. I hugged Aldo, feeling my heart swell. Plenty of time for road trips down the line. It's more important to be with your kids when you have the chance. He winked at me, and I grinned back. Then we took the iced tea and glasses out to the porch and sat down as a family to enjoy the spring day. Ari and Ponch came over later in the afternoon to catch up with Mom and Aldo, and Ari brought their mom with her. The two older women shared a bottle of wine on the deck, erupting into cackles every now and then, sending Ari and me shaking our heads at each other. Ponch announced he was going to teach Jay to ride a motorcycle, something Aldo thought was a grand idea, and I had to remind all of them that Jay wouldn't even be 16 for another couple weeks. Sheesh. I was then deemed the dasher of dreams. I told Ari about my run-in with Mandy at the grocery store, making sure we were well out of my mom's earshot. For once, Ari didn't laugh, and neither did I. It was a minor miracle when it came to our history with my dad's wives. Just before dinner, the bell rang and I went to answer it, having no clue who it might be, but hearing a tiny voice in my head chanting, "Please be Gavin, please be Gavin." Never before had I hoped for someone to disregard my wishes and barrel right through my defenses. The monkey started up in my belly again as I turned the knob and swung the door open. But it wasn't Gavin. It was Thomas Wheeler, of all people, and he was dressed in his team uniform, complete with red cap and dusty jeans. "Mr. Wheeler," I said in surprise. "Miss Scott, sorry for dropping by unannounced like this, but it's been a strange week," he finished, running his thumb along his chin and looking a bit harried. That was new. "Come in." I opened the door wider for him to enter. No matter what had happened with the firm, he'd always been fair to me, even if his partners hadn't necessarily been so. Laughter came from the kitchen behind me, and Mr. Wheeler motioned to my front porch. "Do you mind if we talk out here? The subject is a bit sensitive." "Not a problem," I replied, more curious than ever. I stepped out and closed the door behind me, signaling for him to take a seat on one of my Adirondack chairs. I settled in the other one and waited to hear what he'd come to say. He cleared his throat. "I suppose you've heard by now that your father's firm took home the trophy." I shook my head. "No, I hadn't. I'm sorry you lost." His mouth twitched on one side. "Our own fault, really." He breathed in deeply and let it out. "Anyway, I came by because I owe you an apology," he said, shocking the daylights out of me. He continued, "The day you were let go, my focus was on the client and I failed to fight for you. I considered it my responsibility to do both, and I didn't." "Mr. Wheeler, please. The client comes first. And I made a mistake that, well, I don't even know the outcome, and you're not allowed to tell me, are you?" He gave a quick chagrined quirk of his lips and shook his head. "I'll tell you what I can. And the first thing you need to know is that you didn't make a mistake." I started to protest, but he put a hand out to cut me off. "Even if you had, one typo doesn't ruin a company, especially one that neglected to file their own damn patents in the first place." I let out a small laugh at that, and he continued, "It's our job to find and fix oversights. But one lawyer, Even one as dedicated and talented as you doesn't have the power to bring down an entire company. He gave me half a smile in return. I hate to break it to you. It meant the world to me that he still thought I was a good lawyer, even if I didn't work for him any longer. But what do you mean I didn't make a mistake? I did. Even if it began as only a typo, the bottom line is that you asked me to file the patent and it wasn't filed. He tilted his head to the side, considering me. Then he just looked confused before his expression morphed again into amusement. You have no idea what happened, do you? Then it was my turn to be perplexed. I opened my mouth to ask a question and then realized I had no clue which one to ask. Did you know that we had to get a new IT company in this week to shore up our firewall and security? I didn't bother to answer because how in the world would I know that? And for that matter, why was he talking to me about firewalls? Had he gotten hit in the head by a softball? Earlier this week, I received some anonymous information that was most interesting, both in its content and its implication that our network wasn't nearly as secure as we thought. Hackers, he explained. More than one. Let's just say the first had a vested interest in seeing you bungle the AgPower account, and the second had a very different interest in you, one that I gather was to see you reinstated at the firm. My jaw dropped. He was being fairly vague, but I was getting the picture. I mean, I'd known Craig had done some kind of IT tricks to make his fake email disappear, but it sounded like it went deeper than that. A lot deeper. Unfortunately, in both cases, we were unable to pinpoint the hacker in question, but I have a few very specific guesses. I shook my head. There was no way he thought I was a hacker, was there? I knew how to use about 4 programs, and one of them was solitaire. Not you, Miss Scott. Don't worry. That sent my blood pressure back toward normal. His face got serious then. Now, I don't have the power to reinstate you. I'm sure you won't be surprised to discover the decision to let you go was 2-1, and I doubt that will change in your favor. And you're right that, technically speaking, it was your task to file the patent and it wasn't filed, no matter who was actually at fault. The illegal means by which the absolving evidence was revealed makes it particularly sticky, as I'm sure you can imagine. I nodded. He was right. If I tried to sue to get my job back, I'd just end up broke and jobless, no matter how unfair that was. And the alternative was almost worse. If I won, I'd still have to work for Jefferson and Schenck, except this time they'd absolutely despise me. That sounded fun. Of course. Well, I appreciate you sharing what you could. It does shed some light on things. I stood, assuming we were done. But I had one more question, one he probably wasn't even at liberty to answer. Can I ask how AgPower is doing? Does Energrow have the patent? His lips twitched again. Now, would I let that happen? I chuckled and he stood. I will, of course, be happy to act as a reference on your behalf. Any firm would be lucky to have you. I'll also keep my ears open for a good opportunity. He put his hand out. I shook it. Thank you very much, sir. You're most welcome. Take care, Miss Scott. You too, Mr. Wheeler. He stepped off the front porch, and I had to shield my eyes from the sun in its low position in the sky. Halfway down my walk, he turned. Tell Mr. Monroe, thanks for bringing some new blood to the tournament. He smiled and shook his head. Damn, we almost had it. I smiled back and waited until his car had pulled away before opening my front door and shouting, Ari Amante, what have you done now? Chapter 32. Peanuts and Cracker Jack. Gavin. It was the perfect day for a ball game. The air was still and the humidity low, with the temperature hovering in the high 70s. On days like this, I missed the game more than ever. But I had a player who was the starting pitcher in the first playoff game of the season, and he had fire in his eyes and probably a lightning bolt somewhere in his arm. I was happy with that. I was happy for him. I was also nervous as shit, both about the game and about seeing Emmy for the first time in a week. I'd received a cryptic message from Ari last night that just said, "She knows." I wasn't quite sure what to make of it, but I gathered I'd find out soon enough. I arrived early and took my spot by the fence waiting for players to arrive and coaches to take them to the locker rooms for speeches and game prep. I took a deep breath, inhaling the sharp scent of grass and dirt and taking in the relative silence. "Hey, Slugger, what happened to your eye?" A very familiar voice came from beside me. I turned and there she was. My heart fell to my stomach, and I drank in the sight of Emmy standing there in a red sundress and a flimsy white short-sleeve sweater. Her fiery hair was up in that neat ponytail, and her eyes were soft and aimed right at me. I wanted to go kiss her, but I hadn't grown stupid over the past week. Desperate, maybe, but not stupid. "Carjacking. You should see the other guy. Name was Rocco or something." I felt my mouth tug and her lips curved up in response. Damn, she was fucking perfect. "Hi, Emmy." "You should be more careful. I hear 6-year-olds can be vicious." She continued to look at me with that smile, and then her eyes fell to her sandals. "I heard about what you did for me. Thomas Wheeler stopped by yesterday." She looked back up and pursed her lips. "And the rest I got out of Ari. You guys are sneaky, I'll give you that." "We're thinking of starting our own superhero alliance. Fiona wants costumes. You're welcome to join." I raised an eyebrow. She laughed out loud at that. "You're all so wonderful. All of you. I can't believe you did that for me." I shrugged. Did it work? She stayed where she was standing, so I did too, even though I wanted to pull her close and finish this conversation with my hands on her ass, or somewhere in that vicinity. She rocked her head side to side. "Kind of. I didn't get my job back, but Mr. Wheeler is going to give me a reference. My dad also got me an interview at another firm on Tuesday, so that's good." She paused. "Speaking of my dad, I heard about that too." I wrinkled my nose and adjusted my hat. "Yeah, I don't know that I'll be invited to dinner anytime soon, but I'm glad he was able to help you. You didn't deserve what happened to you." She opened her mouth, looking like she wanted to refute me or make an important point, but she closed it again and bit her lip instead, which, of course, made my cock wake up. This woman was the one with superpowers. All she had to do was look at me, and I was practically ready to go. "So," I continued when she stayed silent, "do you think you—" I didn't get to finish my question because another female voice interrupted. "I finally get to put a face with the name and the voice. Give me a hug, sweet boy." A woman who could only be Naomi Miller pulled me in for a short hug and then held me at arm's length to look me over. She bore some resemblance to her daughter, but her hair was longer and crazier, and she dressed like she was waiting for the second coming of Jerry Garcia. Naomi raised her eyebrows and gave Emmy a sidelong glance.
I knew it the minute I heard his voice on the phone.
"I can tell these things, you know." What these things were, I had no idea. But based on the good-natured headshake the comment earned from Emmy, I gathered this wasn't unusual. It was just Naomi. "Come, sit with us, Gavin. We got here early so we could get the best seats." Since they were all high school bleacher seats, that didn't mean much. But I nodded and let her lead me by the arm to the stands as she peppered me with questions about everything from my black eye to my astrological sign. I figured we could chat for a bit and then I'd get back to my conversation with Emmy. But to my disappointment, Emmy bypassed the open seat next to me and sat herself next to her stepdad, who she then introduced me to. Maybe I'd read our interaction at the fence all wrong, but it had felt like it was leading to something. Maybe not taking us to exactly where we'd left off last week, but somewhere in the neighborhood. If Naomi noticed the change in my mood, she didn't mention it. She just kept chattering until the teams took the field to warm up. Ari showed up a few minutes before the first pitch and sat on Emmy's other side, essentially boxing her in. I tried to get Ari's attention, but all she did was smile and say hi. What was going on here? Emmy did look at me a couple times, but she almost seemed on the verge of laughter when she did. I guess she was finding it amusing that I'd been trapped in her mother's web. My personal shit would have to wait, though, because the game was about to start and one Jay Miller was taking the mound. All of us stood at once and shouted our loudest. Ari's voice, of course, carrying the farthest, and Naomi looked like she might cry. Jay managed to ignore us all, just as he should. He threw a couple more practice pitches, and then the ump called the start of the game. Naomi grabbed my hand, and it made me laugh. East Forsyth's first batter stepped up to the plate. I knew this kid, and he was usually good for a hard-hit grounder or a line drive. Jay nodded to the catcher and delivered a fastball the batter passed on. Pitch 2 was the same, but the batter swung and barely missed, causing Naomi to crunch a few of my knuckles together. Aldo nudged her to let go of me, and I finally got my hand back just as Jay wound up and threw a beautiful slider that the batter had no chance of connecting with. The out was called, and our row went batshit crazy. Damn, this was going to be one great game. But by the bottom of the fourth, I was feeling a bit put out, and not about the game. I asked Emmy if she wanted to come with me to get some popcorn, and she brought Ari along. Then, when we returned to the seats and I tried to switch places with Ari, Naomi protested and insisted I resume my former seat. There were a couple times when I could have sworn I saw the three women exchanging grins that felt like they were somehow at my expense. If I thought Aldo would help a brother out, I was sorely mistaken. His attention was completely centered on every play of the game. And it wasn't hard to see why. His son was pitching a phenomenal game. When the 6th inning turned over and it was clear a relief pitcher would be taking over for the 7th, every ass on North's bleachers was up and out of its seat as the crowd celebrated Jay's performance. He hadn't let a single run in. By the top of the 7th, when the relief pitcher took over, I excused myself, saying I was headed to the restroom. Instead, I took a spot at the fence, looking over at North's dugout. I could see the white of Jay's teeth as he smiled and fist-bumped his teammates as they headed for the field. For a split second, I allowed myself to feel what could have been. And then I pushed it aside and only felt joy for this remarkable kid and the future that lay ahead of him. I cheered North's team as the relief pitcher made a valiant effort but let one run in. They were still up by 5, so I was feeling confident going into the 7th inning stretch. I realized I'd been gone a while and Naomi might send a search party out for me, so I turned to head back to the stands. North's mascot spoke over the loudspeaker, priming the crowd for Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Most of the crowd stood, preparing to sing along as I made my way back to our row. When I approached, Naomi and Ari were giving me a look I'd only ever seen on 2 other people, Lainey and Fiona. That could not be good. Just as I craned my neck looking for Emmy, I heard a new voice over the loudspeaker. Hi. Thanks for letting me take over, and I apologize ahead of time. I knew that voice. It took me a moment to track her down, but there was Emmy, standing by home plate with a microphone in her hand. What the hell was she doing? I looked to Naomi and Ari, and hell, even Aldo, for some explanation, but at her next words, my eyes shot straight back to Emmy before I could get any explanation. This one's for Gavin. She thrust an awkward fist up in the air, and I felt my mouth stretch in a big-ass grin as she began to sing terribly the first words of the iconic song. It was god-awful and fucking awesome all at the same time. But I'll give her one thing. When that woman commits to something, she doesn't half-ass it. She sang and swayed and beckoned for the crowd to join in. And we did. Even through tears of laughter, we did. I'd never be able to hear that song again without the image of Emmy in her red sundress butchering it just for me. And that's when I knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that everything would be all right. Celebratory dinner at Hops, yelled Ari. The first game of the playoffs was over, and North had made it to the next round. Jay might want to hang out with the team, so don't give him a hard time if he begs off, said Aldo. From what I'd seen today, Jay had the ideal dad for a player. Someone to talk baseball with and play catch, but also someone who understood when you needed to roll with the team dynamic. He reminded me a little of my dad, but with the added flavor of slightly illegal substances. Ari, call your folks to join us, Naomi suggested. and Ari pulled out her phone to increase the crowd to a number that didn't have a hope of getting a table. Not that I had a vested interest. Emmy and I were abandoning the party to have a little get-together of our own, even if we had to ninja fight our way out of there. After the worst rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game in the history of the world, Emmy had politely handed the microphone back to the mascot who, though I can't confirm it because of his costume, I strongly suspect had just peed himself with laughter. Then she'd very gracefully made her way off the field and up the bleachers directly to me and planted a hard kiss on my smiling lips. She was literally shaking, and I pulled her onto my lap and took the cap from my head to place it on hers. That earned me a brilliant smile as she took deep breaths to calm herself. I couldn't even imagine what it had taken for her to go so far outside of herself to get on that field and belt the hell out of that song. I was awestruck. She had just set the bar for our entire relationship going forward. I'd never be able to impress her with anything less than a public striptease or maybe the donation of a kidney. Not that I was concerned, because Emerson Scott was not only absolutely certifiable, but she was mine. "I think Gavin and I will catch up with you guys later," Emmy said, clearly on the same page as me. Naomi hugged us both. "Have fun, kids." "Yeah, have fun," Ari echoed, leaving no doubt as to the kind of fun she was suggesting. Emmy blushed, of course, and I grabbed her hand to pull her toward the parking lot. I turned and yelled back, "Hey, Naomi, ask Ari about Jax." I caught a glimpse of Ari's death glare just as Naomi's face lit up and she clasped her hands together, readying herself for the Inquisition. Gavin won. Ari, well, probably more than one. "What was that about?" Emmy asked. Probably nothing, but it was fun anyway. We continued toward my Jeep. "I'm going to have to dig into this one later." She gave me a sidelong glance. "Definitely later. Right now, I'm taking you to my place and you're going to tell me how Emerson Scott got the brilliant idea of serenading a couple hundred people." She put her free hand over her face. "Was it really that many?" "Afraid so." I shook my head and grinned. "But you definitely killed it." "Yeah, something tells me you're using that word in its literal sense." I laughed and pulled her hand so she had no choice but to stumble into me. She gave a little yelp, and I lowered my head, not able to wait any longer for another taste of her. She kissed me back and sighed into my mouth. Damn, I missed this. She parted her lips, and I took the invitation to slide my tongue inside to meet hers. I felt her arm circle my neck, and I wrapped mine around her waist, closing any remaining space between us and fitting her body against mine. I angled to get a better taste and felt my cock clamoring to join in. Then I remembered where we were and groaned, in disappointment this time. I tore my mouth from hers, and she pulled in a deep breath, looking a bit dazed. "Let's get the hell out of here." I practically growled. She just nodded her head, and we ran the rest of the way to my Jeep. Chapter 33. Sandwiches. Emerson. I laughed out loud as we sped down the highway, the wind whipping my hair around and the sound of my laugh getting lost in the breeze. Gavin looked over and gave me an inquisitive glance accompanied by an adoring smile. It was too loud to talk, but I shouted nonetheless. "I can't believe I did that." He coughed out a quick laugh, then signaled to take the off-ramp, driving us toward his place in High Point. I'd never been there and was curious to see where he lived. Last night, when Ari told me what they'd all done for me and I'd been completely floored and not a little overwhelmed. As I listened to her explain about Fiona and this Ollie guy and how she and Gavin had been communicating with each other all week to ensure my personal life and career didn't fall apart, I felt like crying, in a good way. Mandy's words from the grocery store echoed in my head, and I thought about how incredibly lucky I was to have so many people championing me, caring for me. My mom, Aldo, Jay, Ari, Ari's whole darn family, my dad, in his own way, even Thomas Wheeler and Gavin's friends who hardly knew me. And then there was Gavin. I mattered to a lot of people, and that was a gift I didn't ever want to squander. If I couldn't find a way to balance my career aspirations with my personal life, there was a problem with my priorities. I didn't want to end up like my father, where partnerships only belonged in his professional life, not his personal one. Truthfully, it made me feel a bit sorry for my dad, something I'd never in my life felt toward him. My mother and Mrs. Amante butted their way into the conversation, of course, and Ari was more than happy to share the details of my saga. I had to endure a bit of admonishing from my mom for not telling her everything in the first place, but I didn't mind it much. Not with the new revelations seating themselves in my heart and mind. Then all three women tasked themselves with hatching a plan to reclaim my life and reclaim my boyfriend, and not necessarily in that order. We all decided the situation called for a big gesture, and nothing gets bigger for me than standing in front of a crowd of people and making a complete idiot of myself. Gavin had let me have my freak out when I lost my job, and he'd supported my need for space. Then he'd gone and worked behind the scenes as my biggest ally, even taking on my dad and spearheading an illegal hacking endeavor. All for me. He needed to know that his actions, his kindness, meant the world to me. So I had to go big or go home. And I was Emerson Scott. I wasn't about to go home. The seventh inning stretch had been my mom's idea. Ari's suggestion was luring Gavin to karaoke and singing some incredibly cheesy love song, but plenty of people do that. I needed something a bit more terrifying and significant. And if the smile on Gavin's face was anything to go by, I'd hit the mark perfectly. The surprising part was, even though I was trembling with fear the entire time I held that microphone, it was also freeing in a sense. If I could survive that, I could survive just about anything. We pulled into a complex of townhouses, and Gavin steered to a parking spot a few buildings down the road. The outside was tidy and the place relatively new. So, ready to get the grand tour? I was kind of thinking I just wanted him to show me the bedroom first, and that thought alone shocked me. "Wait, why are you blushing?" Gavin asked, turning fully in his seat to face me as he removed his seatbelt. "No reason," I managed while I busied myself getting out. Gavin met me on the walkway and stopped me with a hand on my arm. "Are you thinking of sandwiches again?" His grin was wicked. "Shut up and show me your place." He chuckled as I preceded him up the walkway to his front door. He caught up with me and unlocked the door, pushing it open so I could go in ahead of him. "Just to be clear, I really like sandwiches." I scowled, making him laugh again. He showed me the main floor, which was comprised of a kitchen, dining room, and living room, all surprisingly neat considering he hadn't been expecting company. I don't know why I was surprised, though. Gavin had a history of disproving all my preconceived notions about guys, and especially guys his age. If I'd learned anything over the last couple months, it was that judging people only made your life narrower. When I met him, I'd been under the impression that I knew way more about life than he did. But all evidence suggested that Gavin Monroe could teach me a thing or two. Or 10. So, are you going to tell me how you ended up at home plate singing your heart out to all your fans? He pulled me to him, and our bodies met front to front, fitting together perfectly. Let's just say I needed a change in perspective, and I have some really pushy broads in my life. I like the pushy broads in your life, but I like you the most. What a coincidence. I'm pretty fond of you as well. I felt my lip curve up as his head descended so his mouth could claim mine. It was exactly what I wanted, what I needed. His mouth on mine, his body on mine. Our separation over the last week obliterated. He seemed to be feeling the same, because he claimed my mouth with his own just as his hands took possession of my butt, pulling me in to feel his arousal. He was hard, and I relished the feel of the evidence against my stomach. I couldn't believe I'd ever thought I could do without this, without him in my life. And it was about so much more than the physical. The electricity he brought to my body just reaffirmed everything else I knew about the two of us and the way we belonged together. I answered the claim of his hands with a claiming of my own. I grabbed his biceps and then slid my hands up until they threaded through his hair. I felt the sudden and unfamiliar urge to tug on the handfuls of hair I held, so I did. He responded with a growl, and I smiled against his mouth. What had I been doing my whole adult life? Sex and lust and love, yes, I said it, was supposed to be liberating and fun. How had I not known that before? Not that I had a lot of time to think about it, because Gavin suddenly hiked me up, so I had no choice but to encircle his waist with my legs while he strode toward the stairs. God, I'd never wanted anything so badly in my life as I wanted this man. My mouth took over and burned a path from his neck to his ear where my teeth nipped at the lobe, drawing a curse from Gavin. Before I knew what was happening, I felt a mattress at my back and a hard male body descending over my front, covering me from head to toe. He kissed my neck, and I threw my head back to give him better access as my back arched under the caress of his hand on my breast. "We need to get this sweater off now," he murmured into the skin of my throat before running his tongue over my pulse point. That sent a shock to the lowest part of my belly, and I was up on my elbows in no time, working to discard my sweater. Gavin lowered the straps of my sundress, and then the bodice, exposing my naked breasts to him. Yes, Ari had finally convinced me to let the girls go free, and I was beyond grateful for it at this moment. Gavin took one of my nipples in his mouth while his hand played with the other. All I could do was wrap my legs around him and run my fingers through his hair while he worshipped my breasts. There was no other word for it. When he switched his mouth to my other breast, he let his hand travel down to my thigh where my dress had ridden up. His fingers traced the path to the edge of my panties before slipping under the silky fabric. I moaned in anticipation, and he lifted his head from my chest to look into my face. I wasn't sure what he was looking for, but he must have found it, because he got up on his knees, pulled my dress up to my waist, and slid my panties completely off, all before I even knew what was happening. But I didn't have time to be embarrassed or protest. Not that any woman in her right mind ever would in this situation. He lowered his mouth to the juncture of my thighs and proceeded to use his fingers and tongue in a combination of caresses and strokes that had me panting and moaning and probably speaking in tongues. My climax washed over me, but his attentions continued until the last shudder ran through my body. He wiped his mouth on the sheet, but I was still too shocked and boneless to be embarrassed. Then he came back up over me, still completely dressed, mind you, and smiled. "Did you just say, heavens to Murgatroyd?" He looked like he was about to laugh. "Quite possibly," I panted in response, not even caring that he was laughing at me. Just checking. He pressed a hard kiss to my mouth and then went back up on his knees, removing his shirt in the process and then going to the button of his jeans. Finally. I drank in the sight of his bare upper body, lean and muscled with only the scars on his right arm and shoulder breaking the smooth expanse of skin and smattering of hair. My hands stroked his stomach of their own volition, and I was pleased to feel his muscles clench in response. A new boldness overtook me, and I pushed his hands out of the way so I could lower the zipper and yank his jeans down, then his boxer briefs until he was completely exposed to me. He quickly shucked the garment the rest of the way, and I dispensed with my dress. Then we were on each other, fully naked, our skin soaking up the sensations each of us provoked in the other. I was considering never wearing clothes again. This felt so right. We explored and caressed with hands and mouths, our fingers and tongues tracing paths over one another's skin until I thought I might pass out from the adrenaline rush and the clenching of my belly and sex. As if reading my mind, Gavin lifted himself up and opened the drawer of his bedside table. He removed a condom and quickly tore the packet open before rolling it down his length. Then he settled on top of me and took my face between his hands. "I missed you," he said, and it made my nose sting a bit as my eyes got wet. "I missed you too. I'm sorry." "Nothing to be sorry about, Emmy. I'm just happy to have you back." "I'm happy to be back." I said quietly as I encircled his waist with my legs and silently urged him to get down to business. Which he did, spectacularly. When we were both spent and satisfied, we snuggled together in a sweaty heap, exchanging small kisses now and then while we silently basked in each other's company and closeness. Finally, Gavin sighed. Well, that didn't suck. I laughed out loud. He pulled me even closer and placed a kiss on my head. The only thing that could have made this better is if we had your whoopee. I smacked his chest, and he laughed at his own joke. Then he rolled me over and covered me with his body once more, essentially obliterating any protests on my part. As he came in for a kiss, he still had that smile I loved plastered on his face. I couldn't help but smile back. And then his lips were on mine, and our bodies awoke. It looked like our timeout was over, and we were ready to resume play. Epilogue. Emerson. 1 month later. There they are. Ari pointed to a blue tent in the middle of a long row. My mom and Aldo were under the tent chatting with some potential customers. Ari and Jay headed that way, and Gavin pulled me along by the hand. The School for Visual Arts in Winston-Salem was hosting an art fair this weekend, complete with demonstrations and vendors of all kinds. Of course, Mom and Aldo had jumped at the chance to do a big event so close to home. The place was busy with crowds of people checking out all the different booths and the wares up for purchase. Fiona had already bought a pair of earrings, a leather belt, and a bag of kettle corn, and we'd only been here 10 minutes. The entire gang had come along, just to add to the chaos of the event. I had gotten to know Gavin's friends a lot better over the past few weeks, and they had accepted both Ari and me with open arms. It felt great to expand my personal life to include more friends and experience more of what life had to offer. I was so grateful that I'd finally let myself embrace it. And, speaking of change, a lot of unexpected changes had occurred over the last month, and not just in my life. Mandy uncovered some long-forgotten bravery and good sense and left my dad. He'd been a bit blindsided, although I can't think why, and I was hoping the experience would cause him to rethink some of his established behaviors and ways of thinking. I was done killing myself trying to please him or condone his choices by remaining silent. We still talked, and when we did, I expressed my opinions as the context called for. This made things a bit tense between us these days, but I was hopeful we could carve out a comfortable middle ground in the future. One thing that had left my dad particularly annoyed with me had been my choice to turn down the job with Larry Henderson. The interview had gone well, but throughout it, I'd had the uncomfortable feeling that I'd be jumping from the frying pan into the fire. There was no Thomas Wheeler at this firm, and it was fairly clear from the start that I'd only be getting an offer because of my father's relationship with Mr. Henderson, not because I was a good lawyer. As fate would have it, though, a call came in from Mr. Wheeler the day after the interview. It turned out Brent Weston had decided against hiring a corporate law firm, realizing that it made better business sense to hire internal counsel. Ironically, my golf game had come in handy after all. When Mr. Wheeler mentioned my name to Brett as a potential candidate, he jumped on the chance to snatch me up. 5 minutes into the interview for the position of general counsel for Weston Enterprises, I knew it was the job for me. The pay was great, the hours were predictable, and my coworkers weren't out to get me fired. Which brings me to the last bit of news. A true confirmation that karma is indeed a bitch. One of the new IT workers at Jefferson, Wheeler, and Schenck decided to dig a little deeper into the Ag Power debacle and found evidence that Craig Pendleton had leaked the patent specs to Energrow. Craig was not only immediately fired, but he was also disbarred and was up on potential criminal charges. I'd felt bad about it for about half a day, and then got over it. I had other things in my life that deserved my thoughts and attention. One of whom was physically pulling me toward a booth where we were all sure to receive a tarot card reading whether we wanted one or not. Gavin dismissed my reluctance and told me to suck it up. I promised him some pretty good things if we could just avoid my mom a few minutes longer, but he just laughed and said he'd get those things anyway, which was true. Over the last month or so, I'd been discovering that I was a bit of a sex maniac. It must have been all those years of underwhelming sex I'd endured. But I knew better. It was all Gavin. Well, that and the fact, in Ari's words, we were in love. Following a humiliating sequence of events that required Gavin's landlord to replace the glass shower door, all bets were off and the L word was spoken. The simple fact alone that he'd spared me any blame and claimed he'd just lost his balance while showering before work probably earned him more than just love. By all rights, I should have paid him in cash or, but he was more than happy with my declaration of emotions and he returned them on the spot. I'd heard people say, when you know, you know. And I'd always dismissed it in favor of a well-thought-out plan. Turned out I was wrong again. Because I knew. And luckily, so did Gavin. I'd never been happier to be wrong. Gavin. Emmy pretended she didn't want to see her mom just yet, but I knew better. She missed her mom and was looking forward to Naomi and Aldo moving back to Greensboro. She was going to miss having Jay live with her, but I was confident I could offer enough distraction to compensate. The high school baseball season was wrapping up, and North had a spot in the state semifinal in the coming week. Jay was pitching better than ever, and my gut was telling me he had a real shot at a huge career in the game. Helping him achieve his goals felt like a remarkable gift. Ari was hugging Naomi as we approached the tent, and then it was our turn to receive hugs and comments about how cute Emmy and I were. I was just glad Mark, Jake, and Nate were out of earshot, having been waylaid by their significant others to look at art shit. Despite her advanced state of pregnancy, Bailey had been the first one to jump on the idea of coming to the fair with us. As an artist herself, she ate up this kind of event. As for the guys, Jake wasn't leaving Bailey's side this close to her due date. Mark didn't trust Fiona not to come home with an entire apartment's worth of crap, and Nate had just liked to walk behind my sister and stare at her ass, something that made me slightly nauseous. I just came to the fair because I'd take any opportunity to hang out with my girlfriend. I had yet to meet the infamous Elliot, but he'd passed on the grounds that he didn't do cheesy shit like that. The guy sounded like a complete douchebag, but Ari had yet to eject him from the picture. She was starting on Jax's website soon, though, so I was mentally rubbing my hands together in anticipation of that shit show. The rest of the gang eventually caught up, and Lainey and Fiona eagerly forked over some cash for tarot card readings. Jake and Bailey were talking to Aldo about Bailey's paintings, and the other guys chatted with Ari and Jay. I felt Emmy lean into my side, and I put an arm around her to pull her in closer. "Did you know?" she began, but I interrupted. "Wait, are you going to give me useless trivia?" She narrowed her eyes at me. "Interesting trivia." My lips tugged up and she continued. "Did you know that tarot cards were originally called triumph cards?" I did not know that. I shook my head and held my grin. There were way too many things I liked about this woman. "Did you also know they had that name due to the triumphant feeling the card reader had whenever she tricked somebody out of their hard-earned money?" She smiled her gorgeous smile, and I was half tempted to take her up on her earlier offer. I'm going to have to call bullshit on that one. "Okay, that part was completely made up," she confessed, and I bent to kiss her. "Hey, they're having karaoke later." Ari interrupted our kiss, showing us the event schedule. "Hey, Ari," I said, "did you know that karaoke is Japanese for drunk?" She cocked her head. "It is?" Emmy laughed into my chest, and then I got a punch in the arm from Ari. "Liar," said Ari, going back to the schedule. "Naomi said we have to check out the glass-blowing demonstration. Apparently, it's amazing." "That does sound cool," Emmy agreed. I was up for whatever, so when the card readings were over, we wandered over to the school building and followed the directions to the glass-blowing studio. Jay had opted to stay behind with his parents. I suspected glass-blowing sounded about as interesting to a 16-year-old kid as shopping for socks. The room was fairly packed with spectators. It also felt akin to standing directly next to the sun. "Jesus, it's hot as balls in here," said Jake. "Are you sure it's safe for you to be in here, Irish?" When I didn't hear a response from Bailey, I glanced over and noticed all 5 women were paying absolutely no attention to any of us guys. Well, that's not quite accurate. They were paying plenty of attention to one guy. And that guy just happened to be the one standing in a wife-beater t-shirt turning some long metal stick in what looked like a giant oven, flames flying every which way. I took another look around the room and realized that, apart from Mark, Jake, Nate, and me, the place was filled entirely with chicks. And all of them had their eyes aimed in one direction. Jesus Christ. Awareness of the situation hit the other guys as a muttering of curses sounded down the line of us. Okay, so the glass-blowing dude probably had that whole muscle-bound, sweaty, worker of the earth thing about him, but I didn't really get what the big deal was. He was just some guy. He brought the end of the stick to his mouth and blew, making me understand it was a hollow tube. "Good God, Shortcake, avert your eyes, would you?" Mark growled at Fiona. She responded by pressing her shopping bags to him, never taking her eyes off the glass-blowing dude for a second. "Here, hold these, will you?" She didn't bother checking his hold on them before she released them from her hands. That resulted in a snarl. "Sweet mother of hotness," Ari muttered to Emmy, her eyes similarly glued to one spot. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Emmy responded, sounding a bit too distracted for my taste. "That's the sound of 100 ovaries simultaneously exploding." All the women in our group laughed at that. Then the stupid guy took a second to glance at his audience, and the fucker had the nerve to wink. "We're done here," shouted Nate, pulling on Lainey's arm to get her moving. "5 more minutes," Fiona protested, but Mark picked her up by the waist. "5 more hours," Ari responded, beginning to laugh her ass off. I looked to Emmy, and she was laughing too, now watching my cavemen friends dragging their women about. I'm ready to go." Bailey's voice came out sounding odd. She hadn't even insulted any of the guys, which was totally out of character. "Holy shit!" Jake's voice was panicked. That's when we all looked at Bailey and saw a small puddle forming around her feet. "Oh my God!" Fiona and Lainey shouted simultaneously. "Let go, you beast!" Fiona smacked Mark's arm and he released her so she could join Lainey by Bailey's side. Bailey smiled tremulously. "Forget spicy food and long walks. Why don't the books tell you about half-naked glassblowers to induce labor?" The women snickered, but us guys were too out of our element to do anything but stand there and panic. "Okay, let's get you out of here." Emmy finally spoke up as the only voice of reason and assurance. This seemed to snap Lainey out of her surprise, and, as the only mother in the group, she began asking Bailey questions and leading her to the exit. 4 hours later, Emmy and I were eating ice cream on her couch and waiting for word from the hospital. Most of the group had accompanied Jake and Bailey, but Ari, Jay, Emmy, and I hadn't wanted to overwhelm the couple with too many people at once. And besides, Lainey said these things could take hours, something I had no interest in thinking about any further. Emmy set her empty bowl on the coffee table and stood up. She stopped in front of me and bent down, placing a lingering kiss on my lips. It tasted like chocolate and Emmy. "I'm going to see if Jay wants some ice cream. Be right back." I watched her walk toward the hall, enjoying the view immensely. My phone rang and I quickly swiped it from my pocket. "Hey." "It's a girl," Lainey shouted in my ear, causing me to instinctively pull it away a few inches until it was safe again. "She's perfect. I can't believe how beautiful she is, Gavin. You have to come see her." "How's Bailey doing?" "Exhausted, but happy," she answered and then laughed. "Jake is the one I'm worried about, though. He looks like he just came home from war." I chuckled at that. Lainey sighed. "I can't wait to have a baby, too." "Then I suggest you don't let Nate talk to Jake right now," I advised with another laugh. "Yeah, good point," she responded. "Is Emerson there? I want to tell her all the girl details. I don't trust you to remember them." That was a valid point. "Yeah, just a sec." I covered the microphone and yelled for Emmy. She didn't respond, so I quickly opened my text app. "Gavin, baby was born. Lainey wants to talk girl shit." I pressed send, and then heard the sound of a text notification coming from the couch cushions.
I fished Emmy's phone out and saw my message on the screen. And that's when I noticed my contact info had been changed. I was now Gavin, with a big-ass heart emoji right next to it. My lips curved into the smile of a man who knew exactly what he had and wasn't ever going to take it for granted. I put my own phone back to my ear and asked Lainey to hang on a minute. Then I went and fetched my girl. Brett is up to bat in the next Carolina Connections book, The Way You Are, now available in audio. This has been The Game, a sports romantic comedy. Carolina Connections Book 4. Written by Sylvie Stewart. Narrated by Kelsey Navarro. Copyright 2017-2018 by Sylvie Stewart. Production copyright by Sylvie Stewart.